In his previous life he was a king but powerless to protect his homeland. Unexpectedly, after lying on the deathbed, he was reborn 10 years earlier as the Prince of Zir, his old enemy. A weak prince silently poisoned by his stepmother for many years. From childhood, he was bullied by his older brother and scorned by everyone. Yet he was the only one to inherit the magical power of his ancestors. From a useless boy, he became the strongest mage in the empire. He crafted spells, making the legions undefeated on the battlefield. Step by step, he avenged his enemies and rose to the pinnacle of power. Ultimately, he successfully rewrote history and saved the nation of Zir. The story begins when Secretia's territory is invaded by the Kharis Empire. The entire capital sank into war, with flames everywhere. King Baron, despite losing an arm, still fought to the end. The palace was full of mages, yet the situation remained tense. Danger lurked continuously, leaving no time to respond. In the end, the country was divided, and King Baron was defeated. It seemed everything had ended, but he was reborn as the third Prince Kallian of the Kharis Empire. Unexpectedly, after death, he revived in a strange manner. Kallian hurriedly asked his servant the current date and learned he had returned 10 years in the past. At that time, Kharis waged war against Secretia to seize Zir's royal treasures. Perhaps that was why Kallian was reincarnated into the past. He silently resolved that if he lived again, he would not let the national catastrophe repeat. The servant reported it was time to dine. In the dining room, a young man with blonde hair was drinking tea. He was the Crown Prince Randall of the Kharis Empire. Seeing Kallian, he bowed his head in greeting. Yet Randall leisurely sipped his tea, ignoring his younger brother. In Kallian's memories, he was always treated as if he did not exist. The second prince quickly entered the dining room. He had once led troops to ravage Secretia alongside King Blanche. According to memories, Randall, though Crown Prince, was still weaker than the second prince. Because his mother was Queen of Kharis, no one dared challenge her authority. Thinking about surviving in a palace full of intrigue, Kallian felt troubled. Watching the second prince drink tea, he could not hold back. His mocking words were crude, impolite, exactly like mother, like son. Kallian felt irritated, his mouth twitching. If not for the great matter, he would have charged at the second prince without missing. Noticing Kallian's sharp gaze, the second prince flew into a rage. "How dare you look at me like that?" As tensions rose, the crown prince slammed his teacup on the table and said, "Enough." Although the second prince was more powerful, he still had to respect the crown prince outwardly. Unable to act, the second prince left in anger. Afterwards, the crown prince reminded Kallian to be careful with his behavior. Since the emperor's birthday was approaching, he did not want any trouble. He thought his elder brother cared for him, but it was only because of the old man's birthday. Fortunately, there was still loyal Ian in the palace. The servant always looked after Kallian. That gave him some comfort in a palace full of schemes and struggles. Among the three princes, Kallian was the only one to inherit ancestral traits. Black hair like night and eyes burning red like fire. Since childhood, Kallian had to hide his red eyes, because the second prince always despised seeing them. Unlike the second prince whose mother was queen, Kallian's mother was a low-born consort. The third prince's mother was merely a humble consort. Kallian recalled hearing in his previous life that the third prince of Kharis died at 15. The reason was that the third prince's plot to poison the queen failed, and he ended his life when exposed. According to Kallian's speculation, this information was false, planted by someone seeking to harm him. He had only 2 months to find the culprit, for 2 months later was his 15th birthday. At this moment, Kallian suddenly asked Ian to fetch a pair of scissors. When Ian brought the scissors, he curiously asked what Kallian intended to do with them, and in the astonished and fearful eyes of Ian and all the servants, Kallian did not hesitate, using the scissors to cut away the long hair that covered his eyes like two side strands. For Kallian was no longer the weak third prince he had been before. Therefore, naturally, he was not a timid second princer. Next day in the dining room, he was extremely surprised at Kallian's new appearance. While Kallian remained calm, Ian behind him turned pale with fear. Would the two princes duel right here? Truly like two bulls butting heads. Facing the enraged second prince, he still leisurely sipped his cup of tea. His eyes glowed red, staring straight without avoidance. The second prince was purple with anger, not expecting his previously weak younger brother to dare defy him. In his fury, he grabbed the knife on the table and hurled it toward Ian. The knife flew fast, but Kallian's hand was even faster. He caught it before it could harm Ian. Though his hand was bleeding, he still focused intently on the second prince. He said it was only a slip, as if testing whether he would react, but Kallian ignored him. Ignoring the provocation, Kallian returned the knife to him, showing respect as a younger brother to an elder. This action made the second prince realize something. Kallian was no longer the useless younger brother always bullied before. After the meal, Kallian returned to his room to bandage his hand. Ian worriedly asked if he should call a healer, but he said it was unnecessary. It was just a small cut. The bleeding was controlled, so there was no need. At this point, Kallian asked Ian why he hadn't dodged when the second prince threw the knife. Ian stood still, fearing that dodging would give the second prince a reason to target Kallian. Hearing this, he smiled, feeling lucky to have such a loyal servant. Afterwards, Callion went to wash his face and reminded Ian not to let anyone in. Remembering when Ian was almost in danger, Callion intended to use aura, but at that very moment, his heart suddenly ached sharply. Now he wanted to recreate the situation to check the condition of his body. He quickly sensed 3 magical circles appearing around his heart. Seeing this, Callion could not hide his surprise. The original owner of this body had been a mage. 3 days later, Callion sat on a chair, his expression slightly embarrassed. His hand wound had not healed after 3 days, making Ian worry more about his own hand. Afterwards, Royal Tailor Zier came to take Callion's measurements for the coming-of-age attire. Upon seeing the third prince, he was startled by how much Callion's face resembled his mother. Callion had also grown accustomed to this reaction after cutting his hair. Previously, the third prince suffered greatly just because he resembled a mother he had never met. The original owner hated looking at his own face to the extent of destroying all mirrors in the room. When the tailor took measurements, he could not help but wonder. The Kairos royal family descended from dragons, inheriting healing powers and magic from their ancestors. The hand wound should have healed long ago, yet it still had not recovered. Each time he used mana, his heart ached. Facing assassins without being able to use mana was truly dangerous, risking severe harm. Callion intended to find some knowledgeable about mana to ask. Hearing the tailor mention the emperor's birthday, immediately he thought, if it were Zier's royal birthday party, that person would surely attend. He was the great mage Alan Menassin, one of the few 7 completion mages, idolized by all mages. Previously, Alan Menassin had been invited to the king's birthday party and had visited Kairos. The story of a mishap that caused him to be refused had spread to the Sigrisha kingdom. Alan Menassin could not attend the festival. 10 years later, he became a 7 completion mage, the only one on the continent to achieve it. Callion sat in a corner, thinking no one surpassed him in mana. He could help solve the condition of his body. He wondered whether he would agree to the request. Tens of thousands of knights refused Zier entering Kairos due to the influence of the Zier clan on Blanche's side. Although only controlling Brisson, Callion still needed the mage's power. If he brought Alan Menassin into his side, he could prevent Blanche's war. After careful thought, he stood inside, looking at the servant. Previously, they were excited choosing the birthday party attire, wanting large ribbons, adding embellishments. Callion only asked simply, "No ribbons, no embellishments." Slick quickly complied. One beautiful morning, Callion sat by the window enjoying a warm cup of tea. In just a moment, he finished the cup of tea. He sighed, realizing he had gradually grown accustomed to this life. His hand had healed, and Blanche was distracted, making everything even smoother. He carefully reviewed the day's schedule with Ian, noting that there was horse riding in the morning and dinner with the Queen and Viscount Brisson in the evening. He immediately inquired about Viscount Brisson. Ian turned and replied, "Yes, perhaps it is because of your Majesty's birthday banquet." He pursed his lips, silently thinking that he would finally have to face that man. Ian stood beside him, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, will you still practice today?" He replied calmly, calling it practice, but in truth, "I will only run a few laps around the palace lake." He smiled brightly to reassure him. "Don't worry, what could possibly happen?" A vast courtyard so large that birds tired from flying gradually appeared before their eyes. Below, Callion tirelessly ran lap after lap without pause. After a while, he leaned his head against a nearby tree, panting as if near exhaustion. "I'm gonna die." Seeing the master in distress, a girl hurried over. "Your Highness." This was Marilyn Fratt, Callion's maid, the second daughter of the general defending the outer city. "Are you all right, Your Highness? On the first day, you ran 4.5 laps. The third day 4, and today, he only managed 3 laps. He could only stare at her, completely speechless. Deep down, he had to admit she was right. Clearly he was training, yet his stamina was worsening. There had to be a problem. Marilyn Fratt was extremely uneasy. "If it's too uncomfortable, can we call a physician?" He immediately refused. "No, I'm fine." He clenched the fold of his robe over his left chest, thinking that if a physician were called, his mana flow would be detected immediately. Even though Ian did not yet know Callion was a mage, any slip could put his life at risk. He leaned against the tree behind him, trying to appear tough. "It's fine, I'm just weaker now, no need for a physician." Marilyn Fratt hesitated to advise, "But Your Highness." Before she could finish speaking, he forced his frail body upright, forcing a smile. "I told you I'm fine, a short rest will do." Suddenly, a shout echoed from somewhere. "Don't look away, watch the sword strike, stay alert." Both turned their heads in bewilderment, seeing what caused the tension. It seemed the knights had begun training. The group was practicing mock battles, creating a scene of utter chaos. A stern leader stood in the training ground, pointing out mistakes one by one. "Don't dodge the sword like that. If this were a battlefield, you would be dead. Stop hesitating, continue." In this way, the entire training ground seemed as if caught in a real skirmish. Callion laughed with delight watching everyone train. "Wonderful, I miss the old days." Marilyn Fratt stood behind, introducing, "Your Highness, this is the training ground of the Pabin Knights." He turned and replied, "I know, I just came to watch because it's interesting." Marilyn Fratt was astonished by this. "You never cared about swordsmanship before." He quickly responded, "Now I find sword training enjoyable as well." The girl asked in surprise, "Your Highness, Do you know what the Paban Knights are like? He relied on his existing knowledge to answer. Of course, they are the Royal Knights of Zir. More accurately, they are the Brisson family's force, the ones controlling the king's power within limits. Suddenly, a general stepped forward, speaking in startling Marilyn Frat, "Who are you? If there's nothing else, leave." He was an officer serving in the Paban Knights, General Paban. Did not hesitate to complain that his gaze was distracting the knights, preventing serious training. As he said, all the soldiers stopped and turned their attention to the two. Marilyn Frat, seeing his disrespect, loudly said, "Please maintain courtesy. This is Third Prince Callian." He feigned a face mixing shock and fear. "Is that so? So you are Prince Callian?" Immediately after, he switched to a sarcastic tone. "I thought you were some sneaky little mouse peeking around." Faced with these contemptuous words, Callian began to feel slightly irritated. Outside, Callian just bared his teeth in a smile at General Paban's insult, but inwardly he memorized the debt. Gods and demons. Marilyn Frat immediately flew into a rage, shouting at General Paban, "In front of your highness, how dare you speak such disrespect?" He still calmly replied, "I said it was a misunderstanding. Why be so sensitive? Look at the prince, he doesn't even mind." Just after being so bold, he was startled by Callian's demeanor. What is going on? Clearly before that day he still was. Previously, he often found excuses to bully Callian. "What are you doing, Third Prince? I must return to obey the Queen's summons. How dare you block my way?" At that time, the weak Callian could only press close to the wall, obediently following him. Slimon, I'm sorry, I will move aside immediately." General Paban recalled he had always been a weak, timid prince, contemptibly so. Yet now he seemed transformed. Callian still stared at him, his gaze full of rage. Even General Paban had to tremble at this prince's aura. He stepped closer to him and said, "General Paban, I want to ask you something. What is your mission?" He was stunned by Callian's unexpected question. Two curious soldiers stepped forward, whispering, "General, what is happening?" Upon seeing him, the two whispered to each other, "Isn't that Third Prince? What is he doing here? Such a hassle, just a prince ignored by knights." General Paban quickly made an excuse to avoid the question. "As you see, I am training the army and cannot answer." "Prince, please continue with your business." Marilyn Frat feared trouble for her master and urged caution, "Your Highness." But he insisted, "General Paban, I am asking you, report your mission immediately." Marilyn Frat and the general were stunned for a few seconds at Callian's firm stance. He glanced at the soldiers standing behind him. Then he hesitated before replying, "My mission is to strengthen the royal army of Zir, to protect the royal family and this kingdom." Callian raised his hand, gripping a branch above, coldly retorting, "Indeed, to build and protect as you just said." As he spoke, he used his strength to snap the branch. Then he bluntly exposed the true face of these cunning people, showing they failed in both duties. The soldiers began to tremble, the surrounding atmosphere tense. General Paban was furious at the prince's accusation. "What are you saying?" He stepped closer to General Paban, directly pointing out the flaws in his training. "First, the supposed strengthening of Zir's royal army, based on what I observed. His method, as soon as the words ended, a fierce surge of power like a storm charged straight at the group. Strangely, he teleported behind General Paban, preparing to attack, but the general with keen vision immediately sensed the threat from behind. If he failed to block the strike, he feared instant danger. Just imagining it made him tremble. Immediately, he drew his sword from the Zir scabbard. As Callian brought the wooden branch near General Paban's shoulder, he quickly used his sword to block it. Sweat poured down, he glanced at the fragile branch, unable to believe it could threaten him. Callian's face was cold and determined, aiming straight at him as a serious warning. Seeing the plan succeed, he smiled with delight. Immediately after, he casually dropped the branch to the ground. Suddenly, Paban's sword fell, knocked away, and stuck upright in the floor. In just seconds, the duel ended. Callian twisted his wrist while mocking, "I never thought you could not predict the moves of someone who has never wielded a sword like me. You disappoint me. Now onto the second matter." He trembled with rage at the public humiliation, not understanding what was happening, and Callian's conduct worsened his temper. He looked at him with questioning eyes. The royal protector dared to disrespect the prince, even wield a sword to injure. Could this be considered treason? His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Could he really be the third prince I once knew? Just a few actions and words from Callian instilled fear. From arrogant, Paban became bowing and apologetic. "Forgive me, Slimon, Prince Callian, for my foolishness." He affirmed no treasonous intent. The soldiers were also stunned at the rare sight. He continuously begged Slimon for forgiveness. "Slimon, please wait." Despite the words of regret, he remained unwilling inside. "Because the third prince is useless, he is humiliated, will not forget this shame." After that, Callian returned to training. Ian appeared unexpectedly, questioning him why he came here for physical training. At the same time leading the horse, Callian smiled brightly like a child receiving a new gift. He handed the horse to Ian and left leisurely, explaining he acquired it on the way, named Raven. Ian led the horse while wondering about its origin. When the commotion settled, he pointed to the training ground and asked the soldiers about the horse. Everyone answered honestly, "Prince Blanche could not tame it. It was very fierce." Knowing this, Callian smiled with delight, thinking of a new horse to train. Ian nearly went mad realizing Callian had brought Blanche's horse. He explained that anyone who led or kept the horse could ride it, while reminding Marilyn Fratt to keep the training grounds secret. Ian still struggled with the horse, worried if Callian found out. He sighed to reassure it is fine. While talking, his heart suddenly ached. Marilyn Fratt and Ian panicked, shouting, "Your Highness." He clutched his chest, thinking, as predicted, the body has been pushed too hard. Ian asked worriedly if today's training was too much. He lied to reduce attention. "It's fine, it's been a long time since I could play like this." He curiously asked, "With whom?" Suddenly someone mysterious hid behind the wall, listening to the entire conversation. After hearing it, the stranger immediately reported. Master asked, "Understood, so what did he say?" "Very interesting, heard that even trembling, one like him does not change his nature." As he spoke, he broke a flower branch in his hand. Squeezing the flower was not enough fun, so he tried another way. "Now let's see." Petals fell all over the floor, as if hinting at something. During dinner with the other princes, Callian could only force a smile at Blanche's actions. The atmosphere was uncomfortable. Every day one turned away, one silently ate. He wondered why Blanche was unusually quiet today. The Queen and Viscount Brizin arrived late, perhaps his fault. Truly uncontrollable emotions. Too childish. A woman in a luxurious dress appeared, entering the prince's dining room. Everyone focused on the door, the scent of white flowers faintly in the air. Callian smiled excitedly, clearly anticipating this person. Finally she arrived, the real power holder of the kingdom, Celeste Bracel, second queen of Kairos. After the previous queen died of illness, Celeste replaced her. He held power from the Zir Brisson clan, controlling the knights of the royal Zir army. Most nobles supported the Zir Brisson clan, Celeste's power increasing. Prince Callian had no authority, becoming a laughingstock for the people. The Viscount Renan behind laughed, asking Celeste's intent. She replied immediately, compensation sufficient for that day. He received the order immediately. Celeste reminded not to report trivial matters next time. It's troublesome to concern oneself with such petty matters. Callian sat silently, listening to them talk. The atmosphere in the dining hall was tenser than ever. Suddenly, Celeste called, "Callian, you've matured a lot lately." He smiled slyly at the compliment. He placed his hand on the wine glass, humbly replied, "I haven't matured much yet, I already guessed." He confidently looked into her eyes, replying that he would surely mature much more in the future. Celeste was surprised at Callian's fearless response. Even Randell had to glance at him. In just a moment, her gaze gradually shifted as she looked at him. Commander Renan sat beside him, continuing the conversation, of course. But even though he had matured, he almost didn't recognize him. Now that his face was revealed, he was pleased to see him. He should have cut his hair earlier, and since he was still growing, there would likely be many more changes. Suddenly, Celeste interjected into her brother's words. That single call made him panic. "I'm hungry, bring out the food quickly." Callian sat beside him, thinking of Lord Renan, master of the Brisson Trade Guild. How foolish he was. Everything was exactly as rumored, truly interesting. Celeste remained silent, watching her sons beside her. Seeing him sit indifferent, she called out, "Blanche, you shouldn't have kept it from me." What was he wondering about? Celeste whispered about the horse that wouldn't obey. He sat in thought for a while, then he smirked. Seeing her child silent, she continued, "It would have been better if you told me first." He closed his eyes and responded indifferently, "Everyone already knows." Her next words startled Blanche. "You never said it had escaped your grasp." He dropped the fork onto the table and replied, "It was a useless horse from the start." Afterwards, Blanche stood and left the dining table. "I'll go ahead." Celeste rolled her eyes at the back of her son who adored Blanche. 3 weeks later, the annual birthday feast of His Majesty finally arrived. Within the castle grounds, many esteemed guests attended. The servants hurriedly prepared the banquet along every passageway. As it was the king's birthday, no mistakes were allowed. A herd of horses carrying supplies entered the grounds. Everyone standing along the road paid attention. "Look, it's a congratulatory delegation. Gifts, perhaps? The birthday feast must be extravagant." The princes were also busy preparing. He wanted to meet them immediately, feeling excited. In Callian's room, Slick measured his body. After measuring, he noticed something amiss. "Wait, what is it?" He looked at him, eyes brimming with tears. "Your Highness, have you eaten?" Suddenly, a small spot of blood appeared on the floor. Slick's face turned pale, panicked, shouting, "Your Highness!" Seeing Callian's nose bleed continuously, he was also stunned, unsure what was happening to his body. Callian watched the drops fall onto his hand. The servants rushed over in alarm. "Your Highness!" Ian hurriedly instructed, "Bring some cotton here." He covered his nose and said, "It's okay, it's nothing." He smiled, "Just due to poor sleep lately. It hasn't started bleeding again." He remained serious, not a minor issue. The dresser cried, "Slyman, forgive me, but it's not just that, Your Highness." He looked at him, awkwardly continuing, "You have lost a lot of weight. 3 weeks ago you were still plump." Callian twisted his wrist, a skeptical expression. He smiled. "Have I lost a lot of weight? Or is it because of overtraining?" In his mind, he was puzzled, training hard but endurance worsening, the pain when using mana still present. He recalled the times his heart ached, only able to curl up, helpless on the bed. His heart must have some problem. The dresser warned, "You cannot take this lightly, Your Highness. Have you been examined?" He smiled, "Not bad. Just a nosebleed, need an examination." Thinking, why am I bleeding in front of everyone? He teared up, not just the nose bleeding. He responded, I'm truly fine but worried, hard to get through this. Suddenly Ian folded his arms. I know yesterday you had another nosebleed. He and the dresser were stunned. He continued, you find it difficult to admit personal preferences to others. He panicked and interrupted. Wait, what? The dresser thought. Does Prince Callian have a secret preference? Ian continued, Prince Callian eats and trains regularly. Nosebleeds only due to his preference, don't worry. He replied, if Ian says so, it should be fine, as he knows the prince best. He turned, eyes bright, looking at him, Callian bewildered. Seeing him wink, he thought in confusion, that kid. Recalling the time, Ian worriedly asked Han, are you okay? You don't seem well. His body weakened further, feeling about to faint. After reasoning, he used magic and realized the cause was mana. He intended to ruin his own image. Luckily, Ian was there, no questions asked. Dresser said, I'll fix the outfit as mentioned, but it's urgent. He said it's okay. The prince still has things to do. Until the event, there's still time. He hugged the fabric roll, happily saying, luckily, I'll fix the outfit for the afternoon. Ian thought, Your Highness, not today, right? Callian looked at him, serious, saying nothing. He thought the health issue would spread throughout the palace. So tonight, at all costs, he must meet Alan Menacin. Steward Zir announced, due to urgency, Prince Lan Qian cannot attend. We'll meet each person individually to compensate. He suddenly thought, time is short, why meet each person individually? Wouldn't meeting everyone together be more convenient? The surprise of meeting individually caused worry. Afterwards he was led. Slyman invited the prince in. His Majesty was already waiting. At this moment, King Karis was intently reading some documents. Callian stepped in. Slyman bowed and said he had the honor of meeting His Majesty. After waiting a moment with no response, he looked up, wondering if the man intended to ignore him. Even without fully understanding Karis's etiquette, he knew that attitude was extremely rude. Only then did the man speak, telling him to sit. He sat and wished His Majesty a happy 38th birthday. King Karis responded indifferently, then asked how he had been, noting he seemed healthier lately. Callian was astonished. In his mind appeared the concerned expressions of the attendants. Your Highness, have you been examined yet? We are very worried about you. He then smiled bitterly, realizing even outsiders knew how he had been released so quickly. Now he understood why that day the man wanted to meet each person individually, even when no one had spare time. Meeting all three princes at once would demand his full attention for conversation. Meeting each individually was more efficient. Listening only to the son's congratulations was already a waste. The more he understood the Zir clan, the more chaotic it seemed. A father completely indifferent to his children. The eldest prince lived recklessly, caring for nothing. He recalled Blanche's figure, Your Highness. Everyone smelled alcohol. He ordered silence. The second prince was rude and the remaining was the queen. The emperor said she arrived a little late. She replied calmly, yes, it was inevitable, Your Majesty. She was someone with enough power to disregard the king entirely. Among them, someone sought to eliminate him. The event was about to begin, to see who it was. After all, who had sent the assassin to kill him? Callian appeared before all the people. The crowd murmured, have you heard, just now in the square, Prince Callian. Another responded, yes, I heard too. He appeared before the citizens looking completely different, right? Compared to that day, the second Prince Blanche seemed drunk. He thought, oh no, again, probably nothing changed, the busy handle important matters. Yet something felt strange. Not everyone recognized it. Unlike his previous life, there had clearly been change. At this moment, a voice rang out. Third Prince Callian has arrived. He stepped out slowly, astonishing everyone. Shock was evident on their faces. Oh, the rumors were true. The prince had black hair and red eyes just like Cispanian. He had cut the long hair that once covered his face. Moreover, he wore red jewelry. Perhaps it was a declaration that he would no longer hide. Callian heard the murmurs, a faint smile curling his lips. Ian stood beside him, whispering, Your Highness, why is everyone? He glanced at several people at the banquet. Seeing that, they immediately looked away. He continued, why is everyone staring at your outfit? As I thought, probably because it looked so good. Setin would surely be pleased. Callian was surprised by his speculation. Then he explained. They were looking, wondering why the third prince wore that jewelry. Do you know how hard it was to stop that person? Luckily, only to this extent. Wearing all that jewelry would have looked worse. Ian said, but it looks very elegant on you. He helplessly thought those two knew nothing, freely picking this and that. Then the two moved on. He said, by the way, Ian, you once said your family is also in Karis's, right? He replied, you still remember that. My sister and father returned home, the others live in Karis's. He asked, really, have they ever visited the royal palace? He replied, if invited, surely yes. By the way, when should I transfer the vein to the royal garden? In his mind, it seemed he did not want to answer. Callian also thought some matters were best left unmentioned. Then he said, now just wait for the right time. You see, I want to meet someone. Ian was surprised, the person you want to meet. He gestured for silence, then said, do you know why the ballroom is called Siegfried Hall? He replied, puzzled, of course. Because it was named after the first clan leader. He was also one of the 8 heroes of the Twin Road War, Duke Kiko's Horn Siegfried, the only ducal family of Karis. Despite great power, they remained loyal to the royal family for 500 years. Callian recalled being impressed by the story as a child. Ian lowered his voice, "Your Highness, could it be the person you wish to meet is?" He replied, "Yes, the person to meet is." Suddenly loud laughter echoed in the hall. Then that person spoke, "The summer night in Seafree, truly an immortal melody." He whispered. Coincidentally, he was also present. The man introduced himself, "I am Duke Slyman Horn Siegfried, is that correct?" Callian thought happily, a long loyal clan like this is exactly the type he likes. Then should he see how sharp this person is. He silently released a burst of energy. The Duke immediately sensed it and turned around. He stared at him. Callian withdrew his hand. Thinking as expected, he detected it immediately, even though he released only a little. Ian suddenly said, "It seems Duke Siegfried is very interested in you." He thought, after all, he is one of the 5 saints of this continent, surely not petty. Then he said, "I sincerely appreciate it, but now is still too early. Just pretend we did not notice." After that, the two went inside. In the hall below, King Kairos raised his wine glass and thanked everyone for coming, telling them to enjoy the night. Everyone clinked glasses and said in unison, "For Kairos." At this moment, Ian and Callian had climbed out the window with a rope. He mounted the horse, stroked its mane, and said happily, "Truly obedient and gentle." The man replied, "Do not be fooled when you are not here." He continued, "Raven looks so agile and clever. We only need to reach the gate, right?" The man answered, "Yes." While waiting there, the guards at the gate suddenly said that anyone without an invitation would not be allowed in. The other person replied, "I came to attend the Zir festival." The guard continued, "You may not enter. Leave at once." Callian was delighted, he has finally arrived. The other person asked, "Are you certain you will deny me entry, just because of an invitation?" "I am Alan Menacin." The soldiers were shocked. Alan Menacin. They looked at him, then exchanged silent signals. One man stepped forward. "Even if you are Alan Menacin, you still need an invitation to enter." He gave a cold laugh at those words. His gaze sharpened, realizing that Kairos judged guests by appearance. Seeing the scene, Callian thought to himself, judging people by their clothing is truly absurd. Alan Menacin seemed to be deliberately making things difficult, as though looking for an excuse not to enter Kairos. Hearing the guard's answer, Alan Menacin turned his horse around and left, saying, "Fine, I will go back." Seeing him about to leave, he was startled and worried about letting him go like that. While he was still hesitating, Ian shouted anxiously, "No, the kingdom forbids anyone from going out while the festival is underway." Watching his back recede into the distance, he grew even more anxious, afraid of losing track of him. He pointed for Ian to stop the soldiers while he urged his horse forward in pursuit, speaking continuously. "Let us go, Raven." Behind him, Ian panicked, and by the time he reacted, both man and horse were already far away. He only managed to shout, "Your Highness." Seeing him gallop out of the gate, the soldiers took defensive positions, and one shouted, "Your Highness, dismount. The king forbids anyone from going out." He ignored them and galloped past the guards, out through the city gate. The soldiers panicked and shouted, "The prince has left the city. Prepare horses and pursue him immediately." Hearing this, Ian became extremely worried. He panicked, not knowing what to do, which also left him flustered, wondering what should be done. He remembered that before leaving, the prince had ordered him to stop the soldiers. He bit his lip. Tense focus. "I am Prince Callian's attendant. I must protect his highness. That is my duty." He suddenly shouted, "Stop," walking through the dim festival light as he spoke. "Duke Slyman has permitted Prince Callian to go out." The soldiers were startled. "Who are you to dare call the Duke by name?" He slowly untied his hair ribbon and spoke clearly. "I am Yan, eldest son of Duke Saife." In the quiet night of the imperial palace, laughter rang out. The other man clapped and laughed loudly, while Ian beside him blushed in embarrassment. A moment later, unable to endure it, he gritted his teeth and said, "There is nothing funny, father." Duke Slyman stopped laughing, wiped his tears, and said, "My mistake. I never expected you to be so clever." He rubbed Ian's head again, a son who ran away from home just to raise a little brat. Ian cried, "Father." Then he said cheerfully, "That was the right decision." Ian fixed his hair and retorted, "No, His Highness is about to ruin the relationship between father and His Majesty." He smiled confidently. "His Majesty will not ask." He was surprised. "Pardon." He repeated, "His Majesty will not suspect anything. Roman is suspicious by nature. If the prince receives help from the Siegfried clan of Zir, he will have to be wary of our goodwill. Thanks to this relationship, His Highness receives support without it being considered punishment. This is also a way to acknowledge the friendly relationship between the Zir clan and the prince. Person may notice something unusual." He laughed heartily and said, "Then let everything settle quietly, without caring why His Highness left the city." Elsewhere, Callian finally caught up with Alan Menacin. He stopped. "You did not come here just to criticize me for arriving uninvited, did you?" And he removed his hat, turned around, and asked why the third prince of Kairos was following this old man. Seeing his face, he was startled in astonishment. "It is said that touching the 7th magic circle can reverse aging. Perhaps I have just witnessed it." Calming down, he asked, "It is already late. Are you still planning to return?" He answered, "Whenever one opens a closed door, the threshold is usually too high." He wondered, what does a high threshold mean? Is he planning to argue face to face? Then there is nothing I can do. Though somewhat annoyed, he still wore a cheerful expression. I say this because you keep charging headfirst into a closed door while another door remains open. I kept blocking the wind and forgot to wipe the dust from the threshold. What he meant was, where did you hide the invitation? I do not think the guards were wrong since their master stops outsiders. Hearing that, he was puzzled. Is he judging me as not Sliman's fault because he is blunt, or because he is tactless? He smiled and thought to himself, what an interesting prince. And this is only our first meeting. Those eyes did not belong to a 14-year-old child. Then, as if realizing something, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, then called Sliman. He found his sudden action and expression very hard to understand. A few seconds later, Alan Manison grabbed one of his arms and said, grant me Sliman's permission for a moment. He was unclear about his intent and shouted, what are you doing? A stream of energy flowed from his hand directly into his body. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, sweat pouring down, biting his teeth and clutching his left chest to endure it. At this moment, Alan Manison reached forward, grasping Callian's wrist, his mana flowing into his body, causing severe heart pain. The increasing mana made Callian almost unable to bear it. He shouted loudly, waving his hand to push Alan Manison away, and stepped back. Alan Manison sensed something, saying even if this door is closed, another door will still open. He whispered to himself, could it be that he already knew the condition of his body beforehand? Then he said to Alan Manison, what about the other door? How will it open? Exactly, he said correctly. From a certain point, I could no longer use mana. Alan Manison thought silently, the problem is not with mana. Does he really not know? Then Alan Manison looked at Callian's hand, thinking the root of the problem really lies elsewhere. At this point, Alan Manison fell silent for a moment, clenching his hand in anger. And he recalled, Kairos always treated mages badly, even if they were descendants of dragons. A grand mage coming to a Zir family like this, with the purpose of teaching the people in that country to respect power. However, is the meeting with the young prince blocking his way destiny? After a moment of thought, Alan Manison asked, why do you seek me? Hearing this, Callian calmly replied, the matter is, he thought to himself if he lied, he would know immediately. Then he said, Alan Manison, I want to keep that name. I believe sooner or later my life will be threatened. At this moment, Alan Manison heard this, thinking to himself, it's not that I don't know the situation of the third prince, everyone hates the prince. Everyone is an enemy. Suddenly, Alan Manison used magic to create a circle surrounding both him and Callian. Callian panicked, thinking, magic without incantation? Surely he is a 7 completion mage. Alan Manison asked, is your goal only to prevent that from happening or to resolve it at the root? Callian dismounted, smiling, replying, for now I only aim to stop it from happening. Alan Manison asked in surprise, for now, he continued, but I also want to solve the root problem thoroughly. To achieve what I want, even if I have to sit on the throne, I accept it. Alan Manison only smiled, thinking this is merely a means for him to reach his goal. And he was just a prince with a weakened body. Alan Manison looked at Callian and smiled, thinking further. A prince with a Suspanian personality, needing me to achieve his goals. Truly interesting. Alan Manison said to Callian, then send me that invitation once again. Let me see your ability. Callian smiled upon hearing this. Then he knelt on one knee and spoke. Callian, Sliman pays respects to master. Alan Manison replied, I am Alan Manison. I will accept the prince's invitation and save you. Ian beside him asked his father, would the palace know who I am? Sliman laughed heartily, saying, I have handled it well, you need not worry. Ian sat with his chin on his hand, guessing his father spoke the truth, because otherwise he would not be beside the prince. Sliman replied gently, that's right, a royal, yet the child of the house resembles neither fur nor wings at all. Ian was silent for a moment, then asked his father, what about Leah? Sliman replied, she is performing well in the Zir chief position you left behind. He stood up, stretching, saying, if you tire of being a servant, you can return to your previous position anytime. Surely in some time father and son will meet again. Ian lowered his head, replying, in 3 months we will meet again. Sliman gently asked, do you really intend to give up the prince's servant position? Sliman emphasized the question when he did not answer, do you really want to stop serving that brat? Ian sat silently, clasping his hands together. Ian hesitantly replied, that day I would turn 15, the foolish son making father helpless. Seeing Ian sad, he started a conversation. Hey son, do you know the nickname of the Zir clan Siegfried? Ian was surprised, not yet answering when his father spoke first. Correct, as you said, the Karis elephants have been long gone. We do not fight for the throne, but strong and called king of the beasts. Even those from the beasts of affection do not touch them. Ian listened to his father, suddenly feeling guilty. Why does father? He clasped his son's neck and laughed loudly. Why, I am talking about my name, the very powerful one you sold cheaply, so just do as you wish. Understanding his father's heart, Ian was moved, smiling happily. Sliman continued joking, hugging Ian tightly. This kid makes me worry greatly. He shouted, stop, father. The field hurts too much. I am about to die. After a while joking, Ian adjusted his attire, saying solemnly, "Anyway, Slyman." Hearing his son call his name, he still teased, "Slyman, is that so? Why suddenly?" Ian bowed politely, then said, "I will see you next time, father." Watching his son's figure gradually fade, the father pondered, that meaningless stubbornness must be a Siegfried trait. At that moment he suddenly remembered the protagonist, smiling lightly. After all, that kid, since when had he grown so fast? He looked up at the moon, sighed, wondering what the boy would do next. At the vast palace, a luxurious carriage entered. Its arrival caused the residents to gossip. "Oh my, I am not mistaken. That is the symbol, 7 chains, and the silver wand. I have heard the oath with Baron, but why come to Kairos?" Clearly that day was the same experience. If not for the connection with King Baron, he would surely have been left behind, probably because of the rumors, right? The son of Alan Menacin. At this moment, the person in the carriage stepped down. Alan Menacin stepped down calmly, observing the surroundings. He smiled faintly. His new disciple was charming with small gestures. Remembering what he said last night, Callian was excited. "Understood, master. At exactly 9:30. Need to be there and open on time." Alan Manison guessed this was a plan competing with the Zier Griesen clan of Prince A. Not easy. He was waiting for the moment to introduce and overturn the situation. After a moment of hesitation, someone came to greet him. He was quite surprised by this visit. Mage Alan Manassin, Prince waiting, Zier managed the attendants to greet him. Entering inside, King Roman was drinking tea with Alan Manassin. He was surprised. "What did you say?" In another area, Lord Alan Manassin at Carisset. Alan Manassin responded calmly, "Indeed, I need a place to stay at Kairos." King remained silent, thinking continuously to deal with Celeste. "I need strength like Alan Manassin, but thinking about his upcoming proposal, what plan does he have?" Seemingly noticing the worry, Alan Manassin spoke. "Honestly, last night at the square, I saw a black cat with red eyes. It was quite smart, so I planned to teach some new things, but had no place to stay." Roman asked seriously, "What do you plan to teach the prince?" Alan Manassin responded calmly, "Of course, magic. Not only that, also creating an environment the cat prefers. If desired, need help from the host and some cleaning." The king could not refuse, asking, "Will you be able to manage it?" Alan Manassin replied, "I have decided to take Callian as a disciple. Brisson cannot stop me, and I will teach magic to the prince. So if the master decides to help the prince, they will not stop it. All this is the real invitation of Prince Callian." Suddenly, King Roman clenched his hands, stood up, saying, "Very well, I will provide lodging. This house is already messy. I cannot let it get messier, but for some reasons quite curious. I heard that child is not special." Alan Manassin wondered, not special. Although his health was so poor that it was hard to find something normal. He had many fears, even afraid of horses according to him. But previously he only said what he heard. Roman turned his back to Alan Manassin, saying, "If appeared that day, I would have heard it already." Alan Manassin asked, "Your prince, surely you know the height of the prince?" Looked at each other with serious eyes. Alan Manassin sat in Roman's room speaking, saying, in some coincidental way, "Do you know how tall the princes are, your majesty?" The king remained standing. Alan Manassin thought, "Indeed he knows nothing." And Alan Manassin stood up, slammed his hand on the table, continued, timing his poison, "Indifference is medicine. However, being busy is not a good excuse, your majesty." They looked at each other in silence. At this moment the king spoke, "Lord Alan Manassin, overlook your careless attitude because I consider it concern for Callian's master role. It is absurd that I have to explain, but I truly care for the princes, especially that child. Callian indeed my dearest child. I think this conversation should end." At this moment Alan Manassin snapped his fingers, creating a silent red magic circle, surprising Roman. Alan Manassin said, "Enough talking, take a look again." Roman was slightly annoyed, turning his face. "What are you doing? How can you use magic in Zier Hall?" Alan Manassin paid no attention, continued, his lips dry, crying. Breathing interrupted, skin pale, fingertips gradually turning purple. His clothes were tailored in a hurry, taking about a moon to fit his body which had lost much muscle. He struggled to rise, unable to leave the bed with eyes closed, feeling dizzy. Roman exclaimed, "Impossible." Alan Manassin continued, "If you act as an outsider, it will be all lost." At this moment another servant brought to Callian's room, calling out Ian's name. Almost done, but the prince had not yet had his morning tea. Ian smiled, replying, "Slyman gave it to me. I will take care of the prince if there was an appointment that day." Then Ian carried the tea tray to Callian. Callian still painfully struggled on the bed. Ian whispered, "That day still sleeping. Yesterday overexerted him a bit." Suddenly from behind Ian, Alan Manassin appeared unexpectedly. He said, "Your Highness is still not awake, right?" Ian turned back, startled, and cried out, nearly spilling the teacup. Then he said, "Lord Alan Manassin, where are you? Wait, why are you acting so carelessly?" Alan Manassin answered Ian, saying that outsiders could not enter the Chermal Palace without permission. Hearing that, Ian asked, "So you teleported here without permission?" Alan Manassin answered frankly, "It was a fold in space, a little difficult, but I am skilled at magic." Ian scolded loudly, "That is not the point. Anyway, Slyman, please leave. The prince's health has yet to recover." Before he could finish speaking, Alan Manassin cut in, "You know me, you came to Baron several years ago. Do you think I would not recognize you just because you have grown up, little elephant?" Hearing that, Ian immediately remembered his father. He worried that his father had told others the secret Ian and his father had hidden. After that, he was left speechless, unable to say anything more. Suddenly, Callian woke up and asked, "Ian, how long have I been asleep?" Ian replied, "Prince, you have a visitor." Callian sat up and asked who it was, then realized it was his master. Alan Menacin handed Callian a red pouch and told him to take it, Prince. Callian picked up the pouch and asked, "What is this?" When he opened it, it was full of pills, and Alan Menacin said, "Remember to take one every day, do not forget." Callian was puzzled. Alan Menacin smiled and explained that he was now facing two problems. He could not control mana and his body had weakened severely. Alan Menacin sighed and answered, "I have not said anything, yet you have already seen through everything." Alan Menacin asked again, "You possess the power of blessing, do you not?" Callian hurriedly replied, "Yes, this power helps with recovery and increases sensitivity to magic, but it feels as though it has vanished. Could there be a problem with my heart?" Alan Menacin pondered and said, "Have you never thought of it as a strange combination of healing power and magic?" Callian answered in surprise, "I thought the blessing's effect had strengthened my heart's health. Because the origins of both man and life come from the heart, right?" Alan Menacin smiled and answered, "Correct, the power of blessing strengthens your heart's health. But Prince, the power of blessing has not vanished, your heart is not injured, and your mana channels are not blocked." Callian wondered why. Alan Menacin explained, "Have you never thought about it? If Suspanian's power of blessing has not vanished, what if it is being used to its limit somewhere else? Power of blessing is being affected by something, making it unable to heal even a small wound." Callian's killing intent surged back and he said it cannot be poison. He was furious, clenching his fist so tightly that blue veins stood out. His eyes blazing with anger, he asked Alan Menacin, "Is it poison?" He answered, "If you had been unlucky, you would already be dead." Callian froze, his face furious, unable to speak. He continued, "The poison is strangling your heart. The healing power has reached its limit, and you tried to use mana again, so your body cannot accept it." Callian held the pill, silently recalling that he had already been assassinated, but the poison had been used before he took over this body. Returning to the present, Callian clenched the pill tightly, blue veins standing out, thinking this was a scheme arranged long ago. He was furious, biting his lip as killing intent flared, secretly wondering why they wanted to kill a child who would die sooner or later anyway. Alan Menacin looked at him, startled and worried, thinking this. His face turned deathly pale as he thought, this killing intent could not belong to a 14-year-old child. He truly is that. Callian turned to him, his face angry, and said, "This must be the antidote." He answered, "Correct, I made it somewhat hastily, but it will still work." Callian slowly rolled the pill in his hand, glanced at Slimon's mana, and said, "I understand." He raised the pill, his gaze resolute, and asked, "What happens if I take both the antidote and the poison?" He was startled and cried out, "Huh?" He said helplessly, "Even if you take the antidote, if more poison is added, the medicine will only slow the onset." Callian closed his eyes and nodded. "That is enough." He stood up and asked loudly, "Your Highness, you intend to take both? Do you know who the culprit is?" He calmly replied, "I am also suspecting someone." He recalled the past, serious. "Was the morning tea the carrier of the poison? I drank it before everyone else, to confirm whether I had taken the poison not from the same teapot. Perhaps they thought this was the safest." He thought, that's right, perhaps Callian knew about his body and refused to drink the poison tea, maybe why he was assassinated. He was worried, "This body belongs to me. I do not know what method they will use to get rid of me at least." He looked at Alan Menacin, patted his chest with his hand, and said, "Until I know everything clearly, I must keep this secret." He asked suspiciously, "Is that the only reason?" He answered, "If it gets out that there is a problem with the morning tea." Thinking of everyone, he continued, "Ian and the servants will be in danger." He said worriedly, "The culprit often does this. They surely know who will take the blame." And after hearing it, he also froze. His gaze shifted away, looking elsewhere in frustration. He sighed helplessly and said, "That brat will be fine." He tilted his head and asked, "Huh?" He answered wearily, "Nothing." He slammed his hand on the table and said, "I understand," then asked what he intended to do. Hearing that, he fell silent, his expression worried. The scene shifted. A man braced his hand on the table. "Except for turtles, Baron is truly foolish." He said, "If you want to take something precious from another, you must give first." Alan Menacin frowned, thinking, only at times like this do you remember your father. Returning to the present, Callian placed his hand on his chest and said, "Tomorrow evening, please stand outside the palace to guard me." That afternoon, a servant loudly called, "Prince Blanche, please wake up quickly." The door suddenly swung open. The servant continued, "The queen has..." The queen immediately hurried to the prince's side. Steward Zir beside him called, "Your Highness." But before he could finish, she coldly told him to step aside. She decisively drew the curtain and said, "Preparing the afternoon schedule now is too late, don't you see?" She called his name, but he merely sat up, covering his face, and said nothing to his mother. She angrily scolded, "You reek of alcohol again." She continued, "You were forbidden to drink during the ceremony in the square, yet you still won't stay sober." He picked up the glass on the table and asked his mother, "Why are you here?" He casually scratched his head and continued, "Once answered, you may leave." She bit her lip in fury. she said. Clearly Kalyan has backing. His master is the 7th rank mage Yulin Alan Menessen. He listened while swirling the glass in his hand. His mother continued, the nobility are beginning to waver. He asked, bored, so what? She angrily stepped forward to warn Blanche, don't let all I invested in you be wasted. Prepare immediately for me. She stepped back, saying, today many eyes will judge you. She waved her fan. The servant quickly bowed to obey. Before leaving, she coldly said, don't disappoint me. Saying this, she turned and left the room. He gritted his teeth in anger, enduring. He slammed the glass in his hand, causing the servant to cry out in panic, Your Highness. The servant beside him trembled, Your Highness, you are bleeding. Blood dripped to the floor. He coldly told him to leave. He waved his injured hand, shouting for everyone to get out of the room. In anger, he ground his teeth, calling Kalyan's name. After a while, the people gathered densely to see the princes. Cheers rang out everywhere. The lead horses advanced. The people together congratulated King Roman. Long live your majesty, guide Kyrus to greater prosperity. The boy sitting on his father's shoulders joyfully said, Father, the princes have appeared. The father told him to look closely. The last person was the prince the boy wanted to see most, Kalyan. The servant anxiously asked, Your Highness, is your body all right? Then she sighed in relief. Luckily your complexion is rosier than yesterday. Prince Kalyan smiled and replied, Of course, I have rested very well. He thought thanks to the antidote he breathed easier, his heart hurt less. But today was busy, parade, horseback riding, then the ball. Ian worried he might bleed again from overexertion. Kalyan laughed to reassure, I still have the strength to meet my subjects. Perhaps his joy now was simply meeting the people, needing nothing grander. Suddenly, he realized someone was watching him in the crowd. The feeling was familiar, as if he had met them somewhere before. Could it be Kizi, he wondered silently. Looking back, it was Kizi who had shielded him in a past life. He thought it must be Kizi, but why is Kizi appearing in Kyrus? At that moment, the horse suddenly stopped, as if wanting to run toward the person. Ian shouted, Wait, why is it acting up suddenly? Move on, Raven. Prince Kalyan immediately commanded, Raven, go. After a while he thought, is it because of that over there, right Raven? He asked his horse, did you feel it too? But now I cannot go there. He glanced back, silently promising he would find a chance. Wait, Kizi, I will find you. Finally they arrived at the castle ahead. Mephia Polun. The master of the Polun arena greeted, respectfully saying, Serving your highness is an honor. The performance has been well prepared. Kalyan looked ahead and realized this was Baron Mephia Polun, who prepared the horseback display in place of the Brissons. That is why I was drawn into this feudal mind game. This was the performance that once angered the queen. But that matter was unrelated to the prince. He thought, anyway, I'm not very concerned. If memory serves, Randell would be injured during the horseback display, and Baron Polun executed afterwards. Then Polun warmly invited everyone this way, saying special seats had been prepared. He looked up at the chandelier and realized it was about to fall. Thinking carefully, it seemed unreasonable. The royal event should check for anything that could be dangerous. Knights guarded everywhere. The king attended personally. The Brisson Pabin team was on standby. How could anything be missed? Thinking of the Pabin Knights, he remembered the troublesome old general and wondered if he should give him a chance. Polun continued leading, respectfully saying, Please your highness, if there are any problems I will do my best. Before he finished, Kalyan said, I see the chandelier above is unsafe. Go check it quickly. Saying this, he proactively left that position. Polun looked up at the chandelier in confusion, completely unsure what was happening or what to do. After a while, 4 horses entered the arena. Finally, that day had arrived. I have the honor of sitting beside His Majesty, Polun said confidently. I prepared thoroughly. I cannot miss this chance. After that, he looked toward the prince and remembered the instruction from earlier. He wondered, up on that ceiling, had he checked everything? Baron Polun held the cord from the giant insect lamp inside the building. The cord was nearly broken, and when he looked down, he saw King Kyrus, Celeste, the first prince, the second prince, and the royal descendants watching the horse race. He thought that without the advice, even imagining it was horrifying. He imagined the lamp falling onto the first Prince Randall. It would be terrifying if it happened. The Baron wondered how Prince Kalyan could have known about this. Prince Kalyan thought Polun had given up staying close to the king and was acting based on ability. He saw that whatever Polun chose, he calculated quickly, looking not only at immediate benefits but also farther ahead. Kalyan wondered why he caused such a commotion, and what reason the Britzenzier clan had to be wary of Polun. Kalyan and the second prince Blanche sank into thought. Blanche wondered what his own status was. Polun said loudly, Everyone be silent, we are not finished yet, next is the proud cavalry unit. Blanche said to Kalyan, The lowly blood burning inside you is disgusting. Everyone turned to look at Blanche. Kalyan heard Blanche speak. Kalyan repeated Blanche's words, filthy and lowly blood, then continued speaking. Blanche, whatever you think, he still said, it is fine, someday you will have to submit to me. King Kyrus said loudly to the person beside him, Celeste, when will you stop? Celeste covered her face with a fan and spoke irritably to Randell. I have warned you enough, you fool. Randell looked at Celeste, not understanding. She whispered to Polun, Why today? Have you heard anything about the second prince? Why would he say that in front of his highness Roman? He clearly no longer approves of Blanche. She continued, Kalyan is protected by Yulon Alan Menessen. Is he not very suitable for crown prince? Celeste went on, We cannot turn a blind eye, we must decide gradually. Performance ended, the first Prince Randell avoided the accident, and Roman showed no particular reaction toward Blanche. Callion thought the situation was unfolding as he intended. If the Poland incident was arranged by Celeste, was it not too quiet? Callion asked Celeste, even you did not know about this. The scene shifted. Two brothers were playing chess. The elder brother asked Alan Menacin, do you think the matter at Karis Palace was merely terrorism against the royal family? Alan Menacin answered, other than harming the prince, is there another reason? The elder brother said, if it were that simple it would be too dull, then continued, then let us make a bet. Alan Menacin, you are about to lose? Do you not know how much I have already won? Elder brother said, I am only rearranging things, then continued, then I will give you a hint. Does this incident not seem too obvious to you? As if they wanted everyone to know the terrorism was aimed at the royal family when removing a major merchant group. Second, in Cairo, the one who benefits the most is Renan Brisson, owner of the largest merchant group. Ian asked, do you know who holds an important role in the Poland Trade Association? She answered, if it is Poland, is it not the diamond business? Callion said, if Poland disappears, the diamond trade rights will fall into the hands of the Britson merchant group. Renan is truly cunning. Callion was angry and said, I tried to save Poland to observe how things would unfold. I will take that risk. He said to Ian, cancel every schedule after the performance. Ian said, most of the nobles will be present at the next ball. Callion held his head. I was shocked by those vulgar words earlier. Ian said, Prince. Callion said he would not attend the ball, then ordered the ranks to be adjusted and returned to the royal palace. At the royal palace, Roman sat alone on a chair, lost in thought. He remembered the girl's words, if you only stand by and watch, you will lose everything. Roman also remembered Blanche saying to Callion that lowly blood flowed inside him. She called Roman, then called Callion, her voice weak. Suddenly, from outside the door, the voice of the Zier steward rang out, and Roman snapped awake. Your Highness, the prince wishes to speak with you. Following the Zier steward were Celeste and a maid. The maid said, I, Slyman, have brought fresh tea. Celeste said, do you have a guest? I had heard nothing of it. Roman said, it is fine, this guest will leave soon. Roman propped himself on his arm, looking displeased at Celeste's appearance, and said, Celeste, what brings you here? Celeste stepped forward, her voice sinister, what if Brisson loses today? Celeste bit her lip and looked at Karis with a defiant gaze. Since Blanche's slip of the tongue threatened his position, was Blanche's status now the priority? King Karis heard this and hesitated over the two words, responsibility. Celeste remained arrogant, glaring at the king. Today's performance was impressive. Why not reward the organizer, the Polanzier clan? King Karis asked wearily. Since you say that, it seems you have thought about it in advance. Celeste did not answer the question and spoke firmly, congratulations to Brisson. She giggled, her laugh like a witch's, asking about all the Zier royal horses and the supply of weapons. The king wondered inwardly whether the queen would give up the value of those assets, just as Alan Menacin had once said. Returning to the past during King Karis's afternoon tea with Alan Menacin had once said, there is no reason Queen Celeste would embezzle from the Zier royal knights over this because the matter is not too urgent and the agreement is too large. However, there will be a price to pay, so your highness should act as though you know nothing of this. Back in the present, King Karis recalled Alan Menacin's words and wondered whether that was his thinking or Callion's. He propped himself up looking cold, saying he did not care. For today's ball, let Blanche accompany me. Hearing this, Celeste's eyes lit up brightly. She giggled, Blanche will surely be delighted. Moving to the ball, Roman and Blanche entered, and everyone turned their attention to them, whispering His Highness Roman and Second Prince Blanche are entering. Baron Polon, injured during the performance, was granted the rights to supply weapons and the Zier royal horses. Everyone knew this was a deal between Roman and the mother and son Celeste and Blanche. People murmured Bryson suffered quite a loss. Prince Blanche's mistake the other day was not merely a slip of the tongue either. Queen Celeste also had to be wary of Prince Callion. Perhaps it was time to rearrange her priorities. Moving to Callion's room, he felt rather tired when he saw gifts piled up inside the house. He told Ian and the servants that this situation was far too obvious. Ian looked at the large gifts and wondered, Prince, what should we do with these? Callion heard this and answered bluntly, it is fine that Blanche's power and Zier Brisson's have shifted, but I do not like fence-sitters. Send them all back except the gifts from the Magicians Association and Baron Polon. He turned away and said plainly, I will check who sent letters first. The maid stayed behind to sort and clear away all the gifts. Ian curiously opened the boxes, picked up a note, and said in surprise, this seems to be from Baron Polon. Callion was startled and asked, is that so? What did the Baron send? It turned out Baron Polon had sent Callion a small necklace. Many precious red stones glittered on the horse. Everyone's eyes lit up, but Callion looked dispirited, standing still without a word. He angrily pointed at Ian, stammering, I never told you to do that. What did you say to Baron Polon? Ian smiled awkwardly. That day I asked about the prince's preferences, and I answered, a necklace for a horse. Callion laughed loudly. Unbelievable, we received a necklace even I do not have. He happily held it and examined it closely. But in Callion's heart, he was thinking, is he trying to understand me? If I accept this gift, Polon will send something else worth his very life. Look at this, is Baron Poland's life worth less than losing a gemstone? Kalyan told Ian to calculate the necklace's price and inform Zir Polun that he would buy it because he liked it. Ian was surprised. You are receiving it and buying it at the same time. The prince answered, I am not buying it because it is miraculous, but because it is for a horse. Suddenly, Kalyan saw a mysterious pitch-black flower pot releasing a strange fragrance. He asked Ian, this flower is even more miraculous, is it not? Ian touched the flower. Let me see, this is a gift from the Magicians Association. Kalyan's face turned pale. Why would they send me this strange flower? Ian found a note. According to it, this rare plant is famous for scattering glowing pollen after it dies. After hearing this, Kalyan's eyes widened. Glowing like that, a good idea came to him. Ian asked, should we send it back? Kalyan said, no, keep it, this idea is very good. Quietly wiping the window glass was the beautiful maid. Suddenly, she startled and turned around. Oh, Prince! Prince Kalyan had dropped something, and Ian asked worriedly, were you burned? Kalyan answered, it is fine, my hand was a little slippery. I spilled this morning's tea. Ian told the maid, clean this up quickly, the tea spilled into the flower pot too. Ian asked Kalyan, this is a gift, will the flower be alright? Kalyan said, it is fine, the tea is not poisoned, leave it there, I am satisfied. The maid cleaned up the shards, looking somewhat uneasy. For some unknown reason, she was so worried that her face turned pale. That evening, Prince Kalyan and Alan Manhwa rode on horseback, chatting cheerfully. Kalyan thanked him for helping despite being busy. Alan Manhwa replied, it was nothing after all, a prince drank poison and has now received the antidote. How could I forget, you seem much happier outside the palace. Kalyan smiled, is there any reason not to be happy? I have waited a long time for this day. This is a priceless trip, my first time outside. Alan Manhwa looked at Kalyan suspiciously. The prince asked, it truly is a priceless trip, His Majesty permitted it. Alan Manhwa sighed, I do not know either, otherwise you would be listening to a report right now. Kalyan chuckled, I know, I have no right to say anything about anyone. Kalyan had ridden away from the Zir report. He told Ian, I will return before tomorrow morning. Ian was stunned. Did you not say you would return before midnight? Alan Manhwa guessed, as expected, like master, like disciple. Kalyan smiled and asked back, that has a good meaning, right? Alan Manhwa said seriously, the medicine I gave you yesterday, you are still taking it. Kalyan answered, of course I took it today too, my body feels much lighter. The owner of the poisoned teacup was on edge. I have just planted an interesting seed, its outline will gradually become clear. Hearing Kalyan's story, Alan Manhwa broadened his horizons. My disciple's ability is exceptional, surely it will not remain unresolved. Kalyan smiled, how could it? I still have plans for where to use Master's useful gift. Two rode off each in a different direction. Alan Manhwa sighed, it is time to part ways, you want to go alone, and I cannot stop you. Prince Kalyan wore a black hat and smiled, thank you for understanding. Before leaving, Alan Manhwa reminded Kalyan, the Magicians Association is on West Street in Nansala. I will be there, once your work is done you can come find me. Kalyan answered, yes, see you later, master, after I finish my work, we will meet again. After saying that, the two rode off at full speed. The scene shifted to a weapons workshop. Sturdy men there worked the fire, every movement agile and professional as they forged the finest items. Kalyan placed his hand on the newly forged blade. He was quite satisfied, very good. His belongings were rare at this point. Aside from the sword he usually used, the rest he had commissioned. The next step was to check the information. To spy on other nations, Secretia sent agents across the continent to gather confidential information, while also managing assassins trained for many years. The ones who trained them were his father Devalan, king of Secretia, and his former self, Beren. Now, Kalyan regretted the past. He clenched his fist and silently resolved to change everything. The scene shifted to the Narenza carrier pigeon rental shop. Kalyan recalled that the men he had trained were ruthless and dangerous. As prince carries, if they discovered their target had appeared at the base, they would not let it go easily. As he was walking, two drunk men suddenly appeared, arguing while holding axes. Kalyan adjusted his clothes to remain discreet, avoiding being noticed by them. After they passed by, he let out a sigh of relief. He praised himself inwardly. With this hair and eye color, he looked even more inconspicuous. Staying quiet was the safest way. As he stepped into the pigeon shop, the doorbell rang with the arrival of a visitor. Kalyan slowly walked in, observed the surroundings, and thought the space was quite spacious. Without needing to look at Kalyan's face, the owner asked at once if he was looking for a carrier pigeon. Kalyan replied no, then seeing the birds sleeping, he quietly asked the owner whether these birds would not be awakened. The owner coldly said they were sleeping very deeply. Kalyan said this bird must have flown here from far away, it looks rather tired. The owner answered clearly, that is why it is sleeping so deeply. Kalyan asked with hidden meaning, if one wants a tired bird to rest, surely it should not be kept in a place like this. The owner was slightly startled and asked what he was looking for. Kalyan answered that he needed bird feed. The man said plainly that bird feed was not sold here, but then, suddenly, the man grabbed a spear and attacked Kalyan. Fortunately, he dodged in time, only tearing his robe. The man pressed the spear against Callion's neck, his voice sinister, saying he did not remember selling any birds to anyone recently. Callion thought carefully and realized the man was no ordinary person. Facing him with the body alone would be difficult. He smiled and needled the man, saying that he had spoken far too plainly. It had only just left the nest to search for food, so how could this place possibly sell it? As it turned out, the birds here were the information gathered by the agents. The man asked again, then whose bird are you? Callion thought carefully. To prevent exposure when secretion spies were captured, the agents did not know one another's identities either, meaning that even if he used Divalon's name and acted like someone from Secretia, no one would recognize him. From now on, he would be the first of Kairos to make use of Secretia's forces. To obtain information on Kairos, Callion told the man, I am Divalon's bird. The man was stunned, unable to believe it. Then the man posed a challenge. Well then. Before he could finish, Callion blocked the blade, telling him to give some food to a bird newly left from the nest. The man led Callion somewhere, rather mysteriously. Callion asked if it was hidden here. The man answered that he must be new. They would meet often later. First they needed to know each other's names. I am White Eagle, Callion replied, and I am Red Swan. The man slowly asked, all right, Red Swan, what do you need? Callion answered, one piece of news, one item, and the man gave a firm price, 8 florins paid in advance. Callion thought. He named a price before asking anything. Is he trying to test me for flaws? The man clearly said the price was fixed. In the end, Callion agreed. The man quickly handed over the item and information as requested. Callion opened it to check and asked whether this was the right place. The man replied that the space he wanted existed only there. Callion politely thanked him. Before Callion left, the man also reminded him, careful, that place is dangerous. Callion only smiled. It is fine. No matter how dangerous that place was, the man was no better than White Eagle. The scene shifted. Callion rode along the road, surprised to see many people dressed in black gathered together. He wondered what was happening at this hour. He should not be discovered. According to the map, he had to cross the bridge. It was best to move quietly. When Callion was about to guide his horse across the bridge, someone suddenly raised a hand to stop him. He asked irritably, being blocked out of nowhere, what are you people doing? He said, Slyman, forgive us. Those passing through here are asked to pause briefly if it is not urgent. Hearing this, Callion finally understood. This is a farewell rite for the dead. Callion dismounted and said he would wait. They politely replied, thank you. It turned out that each kingdom in Zir had different farewell rites for the deceased. In Kairos, people believed that when red petals drifted on the river, a living person passing by would cause the departed to lose their way. Just like in my homeland of Secretia, people often place Sinasta flowers on graves. The white blossoms bloom and wither by day, while the blue blossoms open again at night. Sinasta flowers symbolize eternal farewell, the loss of any chance to meet again, and are used in rites to send off the dead. Callion slowly wondered, would Hurang have placed Sinasta on my grave, or he also returned to the past? In any case, was the lost dead not myself? The farewell rite ended before Callion left. Someone said to him, thank you for stopping. You may continue now. Callion thought to himself, all right, for now I am only temporarily a prince of Kairos. He mounted his horse and said, they must have departed in peace. May they rest peacefully. After saying that, Callion rode swiftly across the bridge. The mysterious man stood there so long that some had to call him. Then we will finish the rest and end it. Hey, are you listening? What is wrong, Axel? Axel is the mysterious man's name, and after regaining his focus, he answered, I will remember you well. That person was truly good. Since arriving here, Callion had seen many signs bearing Suspanian's name, such as Suspanian's sleep, leisurely Suspanian, and Suspanian's meal. He stood before a tavern named after Suspanian and felt it was a little excessive. The large sign displayed the name, Suspanian's strong liquor aroma. He crossed his arms, thinking to himself as the Baron nobles had said, the capital of Kairos seemed like a gathering place for Suspanian imitators. Suspanian could be seen everywhere. The tavern guard approached and led him to an empty table. He looked up at him from beneath his robe. No, he smiled and gestured, the 4th floor of this building, I will go there. The employee understood at once. He led the way for him. Yes, please come this way. I will show you the path. He guided him through the crowd and opened a small door at the back of the tavern. I hope you have an enjoyable time. Callion stepped through the door. Inside was a small space, likely a storage room. He noticed a marked lever on the hanger at the end of the room. Callion walked toward the lever. There was only one thing he wanted the White Eagle to investigate. He grasped the lever on the wall, the place where illegal dealings took place in Kairos, and easily pulled it down. The wall beside him shifted open, revealing a secret passage. The building had 2 floors, but the signal mentioned 4, meaning there was an underground space. He stepped into the dark passage, needing more information. Inside was a staircase leading downward, and Callion descended step by step. The first thing he came upon was a gambling room, but what he needed was not a place where small change circulated like the 3rd floor. Callion continued downward, opening door number 4, a place hidden even more carefully. Enclosed room was lively and noisy. This was an illegal betting arena. On the floor, 2 fighters charged at each other, while the spectators roared and cheered fiercely. One fighter fell and could not get up. The referee declared the match over. Today, Jira was victorious. The white-robed officials would receive the betting transfer documents. The fourth-floor staff cleaned up, male attendants carried away the fallen fighter, while female servers distributed the winnings. Losers' curses rang out, furious as they demanded another fight. Kalyan thought silently. The lingering stench of blood and this inhuman scene were truly repulsive. Fat man came over and asked him, "Hey, Robe, how much is the entrance fee?" He handed over the money and the man called to a female server, "Guide this guest to number 27. Long-haired female server approached. She gestured, and he guessed she was telling him to follow. She said nothing. As he followed her, he realized her ears had been cut off. A few motions of adjusting her sleeve showed that even the clothing had been forced on her. He looked around. All the female servers wore identical collars. He thought it was to keep them from escaping. The security was excessive. A finger touched his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. He raised his head and saw the server carrying a tray and a sign. The tray was painted in two colors, white and black, marked with the number 27. Looking at him, she knew he wanted to place a bet. Kalyan sighed and dropped a few coins onto the black side. He would go along with it for now until he achieved his purpose. The rule here was simple. There were no rules. Bet money and fight. Place it on the winning side to receive double. Bet 3 florin to receive 6 florin. Bet 6 to receive 12 florin. Matches continued one after another. Kalyan used his knowledge to assess the fighters, placing bets alone through the matches. When the referee shouted that match 10 was over, Pantarin, nicknamed Steel Knee, had won. All the bets and documents were handed to the winner dressed in black. After 10 matches, Kalyan turned 3 florin into 1536 florin, leaving the people around him stunned. They whispered about the amount he had won, but his goal was fixed on the arena floor. Suddenly, the referee announced that the final match of the day was about to begin, a special bout with the stakes quadrupled. Appearing at the white bell pepper, his opponent was a young man. As soon as the young man stepped onto the arena, he immediately leapt up. That person had finally arrived. In his previous life, he had met a serious-looking youth. That man had said that in the place he was imprisoned, he had earned money through gambling until his sister passed away. The referee's voice rang out as he began the introduction. Today's opponent is. In his previous life, he had asked if the boy wanted to become a knight. The youth replied, "A swordsman. I will become the emperor's swordsman." Today, Kalyan finally found that person before it became too late. That was the young man whose name the referee called in the arena Kizi. Now let me introduce today's challenger, Monster Eyes Kizi. As the name was shouted, Kalyan immediately placed all the winnings he had earned today on Kizi. He said, "I bet everything on black." Everyone in the hall was astonished by this action. Waitress stared at him. Those around began to voice their criticism. What, now betting everything, putting all the chips on that guy? Truly a novice. He did not waver, still calmly smiling and sitting there. Someone remarked, could he be crazy? The referee continued to heat up the atmosphere. The winning rate is currently 0%. Although he had never won a match, could he get revenge today? Someone at a table behind spoke up. That sum is huge, do not recklessly bet at all. Kalyan turned and recognized that it was a man. He said, "I mention it because I feel pity. Better to bet on someone else. That one has never won." Those words seemed to slightly annoy the waitress beside Kalyan. He asked her, "Have you checked the number of chips thoroughly?" He looked at her, instructing her to check the chips, bet on black carefully for him. Ignored, the man thought irritably that he only wanted the boy to be careful. If all exchange chips are lost, do not blame me. On the arena, the two fighters took their positions. On this side was Sean, the notorious Steel Hammer. Cheers for Steel Hammer echoed nonstop. "Hey Sean, make him suffer today. If you take him down, the compensation is multiplied tenfold." Part of their hatred for Kizi was also caused by Kalyan, when he bet over 1,500 florins on him to open the boy's eyes. It seemed another new player blinded by money, rushing into loss. Sean stood opposite and mocked. Of course, it was thanks to a reckless fool daring everything who stepped onto the arena. The referee reminded the rules one last time. The featured match of today was allowed to begin. As soon as the announcement ended, they immediately removed Sean's handcuffs. He immediately disappeared from Kizi's sight. An almost invisible attack struck close to his hand. Immediately after came a punch from the opposite direction. Although Kizi saw it, the speed was too fast for him to dodge continuously. He had to use both hands to block the punch. The impact caused Kizi's muscles to ache sharply. Sean completely dominated, mocking, "You are too slow." He launched a powerful kick to Kizi's abdomen, knocking him to the floor. The kick caused severe internal injury to Kizi, making him spit blood. The crowd below cheered excitedly, "Finish him." "Yes, stop using your legs, use your fists." The situation in the arena made Kalyan uneasy. He silently thought, is it because he has no sword that he is being overwhelmed? "Kizi, what are you doing? You can fight." After regaining his breath, Kizi began to counterattack with a punch. Sean easily avoided it. "I told you, you are too slow." He struck a gap at Kizi's side, mocking this tenacious pest. Kizi bled again. Using the advantage, Sean unleashed a series of continuous punches. Each strong punch descended. He said, "Kizi, this time I will finish you." On the final strike, he concentrated all his strength into it. He could no longer sit and watch. When facing the attack, do not let it hit your shoulder. His reminder made Kizzy alert. Opening his eyes, he saw his large fist approaching, repeating Kalian's words in his mind. When countering attacks, watch the shoulder. Fortunately, Kizzy managed to dodge the punch. Immediately after, he lowered his body. His arm tensed, veins standing out clearly. That's right, Kalian thought, smiling with satisfaction. Exactly like that. On the arena floor, Kizzy drove an uppercut straight into Sean's stomach. The timing and force were just enough for him to turn the situation around at once. Just one punch made Sean's eyes roll back in pain. Kizzy did not stop, following up with another left to his face. The blow was so powerful that Sean was sent flying to one side. Though his opponent was twice his size, Kizzy brought him down in an instant. Everyone watching the match froze, their eyes wide, speechless. What was happening? The referee loudly declared that the monster Kizzy had defeated Sean the Steel Hammer. This was his very first victory. Kizzy did not forget to glance back at the one who had reminded him, the mysterious Kalian in the black cloak. Amid the curses of those who had lost their bets, Kizzy caught the unreadable smile on his lips. A guard from the tavern hurried over to Kalian and reported in a low voice that someone was looking for him. His expression grew grave, then he said, "Slyman, please follow me." In the small room, the manager sat behind the desk, his fingers tapping in a steady rhythm. He said he truly was sharp, turning 3 florins into more than 6,000 florins, but this sum is far too large. Kalian realized the guard behind him had quietly prepared to draw his sword from its sheath. The manager smiled threateningly, saying, "Handing such a large sum to an inexperienced brat like you, I truly cannot feel at ease." Hearing that, Kalian burst into laughter. He leisurely asked in return, "Do you truly think that since I came here, I would easily sit down and negotiate with you?" He looked at the manager, the corner of his lips lifting in mockery. "If so, then you are even more foolish than I thought." The manager was completely provoked and shouted, "What are you relying on to dare act so arrogantly? Brat, take off your hat and let me see your face." Kalian lightly brushed the brim of his hood and calmly asked, "Can you bear the consequences?" His voice turned cold like a warning. "If I lower this, you will be in serious trouble." Not knowing fear until danger appeared, the manager signaled to the guard. "Trouble? Then I also want to see what kind." The large guard received the order and stepped in front of Kalian, sneering as he called him brat. He reached out, demanding to see the hidden face. Before the sentence was finished, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he looked again, his rough hand had been pinned firmly in place. The guard screamed in agony for a long while. Meanwhile, Kalian coldly yanked the dagger out under the manager's horrified gaze. "What is wrong?" He emphasized that among the things you have, the thing you use most should be your eyes. Only then did the manager truly panic. Kalian spun the dagger in his hand and cut him off. "I do not need the money." The manager's eyes had just flashed with relief when he continued, "In exchange, hand the monster eyes over to me." The manager's face darkened, saying, "That man is currently a source of income. Our boss absolutely will not allow it." Threatened while also pressured by his boss, he was so tangled that he did not dare decide. He reassured himself that no matter how formidable this brat was, he was still alone. As if reading that thought, streams of blue energy suddenly poured out around Kalian. Just as the manager was about to refuse, saying, "Forgive us, Slyman, but we cannot hand the person over," a streak of light cut across the desk. Manager screamed in panic. He collapsed to the ground. Beside him, the desk was split in two, his clothes torn to shreds. Kalian said, 6,000 florins plus your life." He tightened the small blade, smiling. "Is that enough?" The manager turned pale, stammering, unsure what to say. He hurriedly ordered the guards to run. "What are you standing there for? Quickly bring Kizzy here." Kalian smiled in satisfaction, raising his hand to his face. "That's done, for I cannot do this again." He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, thinking this body cannot endure for long. The guard awkwardly reported back, "Sir, there's a bit of a problem." The manager hadn't had time to change his pants. Standing there, he asked what other problem. The guard explained. Kizzy said he couldn't leave Hina behind. Kalian muttered, "Hina, huh?" He remembered in his memory Kizzy had once mentioned a lost loved one. "My little sister chose her own end." After that, I immediately stepped onto the arena floor, because he was too grief-stricken not being able to protect her. Understanding who Hina was, he gestured the manager. He panicked and shouted that it didn't matter if it was 2 or 3 people, just bring them all here. Kalian stopped him, saying, "Let me go down and fetch them." The manager forced a smile, saying, "Yes, I will arrange for you to leave here smoothly." He extended his hand in front of him, speaking slowly before that. The manager looked at him in confusion. Unexpectedly, Kalian was stingy, demanding the tavern return both the entrance fee and the capital to him. Thus he smoothly redeemed the debt of the 2 demon-selling brothers. They stood side by side in the small alley behind the tavern. Hina worriedly clenched her brother's hand. Kizzy hugged his sister. Before leaving, he bowed his head, thanking him for helping them. Kalian stopped, tilting his eyes to look back. Kizi asked why he had taken action to help them. Noticing Hina uncomfortable in the dress, he handed her the cloak. He politely draped it over her and told them they need not be cautious. When Kizi glanced over, he was immediately astonished. He realized who the smiling person standing before him was. He immediately knelt, bowing his head in apology. Prince Slimon, forgive me for not realizing. I still dared to doubt you. He placed a hand on Kizi's shoulder, gently telling him not to bow. He helped him stand, saying you need not do that. The two demon-selling brothers, empty-handed, it was obvious from just looking that the past was not easy. In the previous life, Kizi still could not protect his sister. Thinking so, Kallian pointed at Kizi and said that habit of aiming for the shoulder when dueling is typical of a beginner swordsman. I guessed you wanted to become a knight. Kizi awkwardly explained, it's not exactly like that, it's just… At the mention of hands, his gaze suddenly turned resolute. I do not want to become a knight. I want to become a sword that can protect everything. Kallian nodded in satisfaction. He tossed Kizi a brand new treasured sword and said that if he could not become a knight right away, he should first become his shield. If you want to learn swordsmanship during that time, come find me, Kizi. He held the sword and looked at him in confusion. Why would you give me something so precious? He answered simply, because I need a good sword. In his heart, he silently added, also because I want to repay my debt to you, Kizi. On Namsa Southwest Street inside the Mages Association building, Eolin's office was still brightly lit. He was burning several newspapers on the table. According to the mage who had attended the writing event, Prince Kallian had once been uneasy about the Baron and wanted to watch him. The person who made the prince worried was the very one who discovered the rope that often snapped. How did our prince know about that? No sooner had he mentioned him than Kallian poked his head into the room and called out, Master. He smiled in greeting. I am here. Eolin frowned slightly and glanced at him. Then he calmly stood up as if nothing had happened and asked whether he had just been in a fight. Alan Menacin sighed and asked where all his clothes had gone. Kallian sat down on the sofa and replied that he only had some business to handle, not a fight. He walked to the tea table and said from what he had heard, the task he needed to do today had indeed been exhausting. He shrugged. Today really was long, Master. He thought to himself that he had obtained Kizi, and had also finished setting the trap to catch the one who poisoned the tea. He rubbed his tired shoulder, yet why did his heart still feel as if something was wrong? Kallian inwardly sighed. Could it be because he had to handle too many things in such a short time? Alan Menacin stood behind him, silently observing Kallian's expression for a while, and he gently used magic to brew tea. Kallian sighed in admiration at last. It feels like I am in a mage's office. Alan Menacin mocked him for being truly pitiful. Did he perhaps expect to see a boiling soup pot, something strange being cooked, or a few bizarre eyeballs? Kallian laughed and admitted, actually I did once expect a few things like that, but this place is more ordinary than I thought, except for the short sword on the table that even a weapon shop would not sell. It was something completely out of place in the room. After saying that, he suddenly looked more closely at the sword. He realized, this short sword. Eolin's voice rang out, asking why that sword was here, Prince. It was never supposed to appear in this place. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used magic. Magic controlled the short sword and lifted it before Kallian, then sent it rushing toward him from an extremely close distance. Kallian panicked. No. The tip of the blade was less than 3 centimeters from him. It was already too late to dodge. Along with a heavy clang, Kallian was lightly injured, and a little blood seeped out. Alan Menacin calmly stood there with his arms crossed and said with a stern expression that despite having such a weak body, he still reacted very quickly. Kallian immediately drew his own sword to deflect the incoming blade. Because he had used force and magic too urgently, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Alan Menacin withdrew the short sword and said this was a magical tool created by Suspanian. It copied the opponent's hidden weapon. Alan Menacin stood watching Kallian struggle on the sofa, as if giving him a warning. After calming down, he realized that he had never intended to attack, because when he drew that special sword, the blade did not rush straight at him but shifted slightly to the side. I was too hasty and even activated Oro. Alan Menacin asked what Oro was, for someone who did not even know how to hold a sword like him. His large shadow fell over him. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said that from the first day they met, he had found the accidental encounter with the prince very strange, and after that more and more abnormalities appeared. When you learned that you had been poisoned, there was more killing intent in you than fear. That energy resembled someone who had lived through countless battles. Not to mention, you also knew in advance about the accident during the performance and stopped it from happening in time. Alan Menacin looked straight into his eyes and asked whether the prince could explain everything to his master. Kallian sensed that he was healing him. Healing magic for someone whose identity he was suspecting. That is not right. He grew briefly doubtful. Was Alan Menacin doing this because he wanted to believe him? In the end, he clenched his hand and made his decision. I am not Callion. My original name was Baron. I am Baron Secretia. It took him quite a long time to explain everything to Alan Manasin. Outside the window, the sky had gone completely dark. The two sat facing each other on the sofa. Alan Manasin ruffled his hair and sighed, the axis of time. No, but first, he looked at him and asked, so the previous Prince Callion has already died? He was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said not exactly. He slowly explained, I did not know at first, but he is still here. He placed a hand over his chest and said, I can still faintly sense his existence. Alan Manasin's expression sank, and he said nothing. Then he held his forehead and said, the first day you met me, you said what you wanted was not the throne. Then I ask again, what do you want? Callion answered seriously, war. I want to stop the war, but I still do not know why Blanche has ambitions for the axis of time. If the cause still remains, everything will continue to repeat. So I want to investigate and confirm everything. Alan Manasin interlaced his fingers and asked whether what the prince wanted was for himself or for Jay, Baron's elder brother. The question made Callion freeze. He asked back, what do you mean? Alan Manasin answered, first, there is something the prince needs to know. Right now, Sigridia has only crowned Prince Jay. Jay was originally born outside the inner palace, while the imperial consort has no children. Alan Manasin emphasized, the Baron you mentioned does not exist in this place. But the news left him utterly shocked. Alan Manasin's face became extremely serious, and he said, the person named Baron. He cautiously affirmed that such a truth never existed in this world. Alan Manasin's words stabbed straight into Callion's mind like a sharp blade, leaving him shocked and questioning his very existence. Countless questions swirled around Callion. Was it in Secretia in this land, or anywhere else as well? His eyes went blank, taking a long time to regain composure. Why hadn't he already reversed time? He began to wonder where the real problem lay. Using the time axis caused distortions in time and space, so he entered Callion's body. Callion seemed to have grasped something. He raised his hand, silently observing Callion's body. He recalled images from the past and continued thinking. Callion's real body was still living normally. That living hand made it hard for Callion to believe he was still in another's body. He clenched his hand and told Alan Manasin that he had vaguely sensed it. Speaking, his gaze drifted elsewhere, but his voice remained steady. Because I entered Callion's body, I once wondered if someone entered mine, but since I am here, there cannot be another Baron. Callion closed his eyes to calm himself. Indeed, it was still him. As he remained deep in thought, Alan Manasin beside him watched with a tense expression, as if thinking about having taken another life. Alan Manasin called out, Alan Manasin Prison Jay. The image of Jay briefly appeared in his mind. Alan Manasin continued that he had been announced as Crown Prince of Secretia. The past he knew differs from the present, so the future may change as well. Alan's voice was steady, as if trying to awaken Callion. The third Prince Kairos is threatened. There is no need to worry about Secretia's weak prince. Alan Manasin frowned, face full of certainty. Callion looked on with mouth agape in astonishment. After processing everything, he smiled faintly and asked, do you mean I should not live in the past forever? He spoke seriously. I know what Master worries about. I, Slyman, assure you that what you fear will not happen. Callion recalled the first day he opened his eyes, hurriedly pulled the door, and looked at the strange scene before him. From the very first day he awoke in Kairos, he stated a harsh truth. I have abandoned the intention of continuing as Baron. Alan Manasin was utterly stunned by his words. Seeing his emotions, Callion asked, Master, are you really all right? He raised his head, looked directly into Alan Manasin's eyes, and asked about the fact he was not the real Callion. Faced with such blunt questioning, Alan Manasin froze momentarily, unsure how to respond. He forced a smile, awkwardly explaining that he still did not know what Callion worried about. I will remind you as well. His voice gradually grew serious. The person faded with me. He pointed opposite and said, from start to finish there was only one person. Receiving that confirmation, Callion's face flushed slightly with joy. Changing the subject, Callion asked Alan Manasin if he had known about the time axis beforehand. Even while writing, his voice remained steady. Since you reacted as if you already knew about the time axis, do you know anything else? Alan Manasin remained pensive, not replying immediately. After a while, he answered carefully, around this time last year, Prince Jay once came to me to ask for my opinion about the axis of time. In his memory, he had once seen a mysterious creation being made. Alan Manasin said he had secretly gone to Secretia, but only knew it was not something created by humans. He raised one finger to describe its shape and said, 1 month ago I received news that the axis of time in Secretia had disappeared. The prince once said that was when he returned from 10 years in the future. Correct. Alan Manasin's final words left Callion stunned. He had understood the truth. The disappearance of the axis of time was also the moment he regressed. After thinking all day and still failing to guess the cause, he had no choice but to turn and ask, why do you think I was able to regress? Callion's face was dotted with sweat from tension. He asked why the axis of time was like that, but Alan Manasin quickly raised a hand to stop him, saying that even if they kept thinking now, they would still be unable to answer it. He cheerfully offered a solution, but there is someone you can ask. That person knows more than I do, and you will meet them soon. Beneath the starry sky, when Callian looked up at the statue of the god, Alan Manison revealed the identity of that mysterious person, Cispanian. Suddenly remembering something important, Callian cried out, "That's right, my coming-of-age ceremony is almost here." Memories of his previous life surged back fiercely. He recalled Prince Callian's Rosalita coming-of-age ceremony, the ritual of going to Cispanian's old dwelling to announce that he had officially become a member of the royal family and could meet Cispanian's will. At the mention of something important, Alan Manison also discussed it with interest. For the coming-of-age ceremony to go smoothly, the most important thing is staying alive, so your highness should quickly deal with the Viscount's matter. After being carefully reminded, Callian answered calmly, "Yes, at this hour, the seeds I sowed have probably begun to sprout." The seeds Callian had used to test the poison had now bloomed fully. Back at the royal palace, he stood before the flower pot that had grown. Behind him came Ian's heartbroken voice, "Your Highness, do you know how worried I was? You promised to return before midnight, but only came back in the morning." Callian carefully sensed the plant's vitality through each leaf, then sank into thought. "As expected, it is exactly as I predicted." He called softly Ian. Ian, who was sniffling, immediately replied very quickly, "Yes, if your highness intends to sleep, you should wash your face first." Callian suddenly suggested, "Let us go see this wonderful thing." Ian was stunned by that sudden invitation. "What is it?" On the rooftop, he comfortably welcomed each strong gust of wind sweeping past. Ian asked in alarm, "Your highness, why do you suddenly want to come to the rooftop?" A concerned voice rang out, "It is still chilly since it is early morning." Ignoring that concern, Callian had become certain about the flower pot he received from the Magic Association. In the past, a mage had once introduced it as a famous plant. Its pollen would glow after the plant died. Therefore, he completely believed in its function. Because it was too rare, few people knew this trait. Every seemingly accidental mistake had been part of Callian's plan. "I deliberately spilled the poisoned tea into the flower pot." The servant with ill intent saw that action and became uneasy, secretly observing the people in the room. Of course, Callian keenly noticed that abnormal reaction and smiled in satisfaction. After absorbing the poison, the plant quickly withered. It was a dangerous poison, one that ordinary people would find hard to endure for even a week. The fact that the plant was still healthy now further strengthened his guess. A flower that had absorbed poison could not possibly survive, yet it was normal, as if someone had deliberately switched the flower pot. Flickering streams of light suddenly appeared before Ian's eyes, making him gaze at them in fascination. Ian's eyes lit up, his cheeks slightly flushed with emotion. Outside, white specks of light seemed to center around Callian before gently falling. Ian could not help exclaiming in admiration, "So beautiful." Both Ian and Callian were immersed in that breathtaking scene. After being replaced, it would not be easily destroyed either, so the flower pot must be stored in the safest place. His eyes narrowed slightly in satisfaction. Callian said softly, "It will lead me to the culprit's location." Brilliant clusters of fireworks flashed across the sky. A terrifying image of the female lead suddenly appeared in his mind, and Callian thought to himself, "Right, Celeste, the master of Hasia Palace, was her." Raindrops pattered down on the leaf. The space was silent, each falling raindrop ringing out distinctly. In the gloomy house, the figure appeared as though borrowing the rain to reveal his thoughts. Callian raised his hand to the window frame, then suddenly turned his head. Ian stood at the door with the map in his hand and stepped forward. Callian said, "Slyman, greetings, Ian." He looked at the other person, smiled warmly, and asked Han, "Did you sleep well?" Callian appeared handsome enough to easily make many girls fall for him. Ian hesitated for a moment at this attitude, but still answered politely, "Yes, your highness, did you also sleep well?" Walking to the table where the tea tray was placed, he smiled and remarked that the greeting sounded a little strange. Callian explained, "I woke early." Hearing this, Ian found it truly strange, as though the sun had risen from another direction. At that moment, Callian's expression grew serious as he glanced behind him. Looking in the direction he did, toward the window, Ian asked, "Did the sound of rain wake you?" Callie raised the teacup to his mouth and drank first. Looking at the face reflected in the tea, he smiled and thought to himself that today was unusual. Celeste had increased the poison. After drinking, Callian asked, "Ian, do you have a schedule that will make all the nobles attend Zir within a week?" While lifting the window curtain, Ian paused and replied, "Next week there is a full noble assembly, including His Majesty the King." Preparing to drink more, Callian murmured, "1 week later." His gaze sharpened, calculating that there would be a dinner banquet after the meeting. That day is suitable for returning the poisoned tea. Looking outside with a calculating smile, he thought, "Celeste, enjoy yourself until then." Brown-gray pill lay in the middle of his palm. Callian swallowed it without hesitation before Ian's eyes. When he handed the teacup back to the servant, Ian spoke up, "But, your highness." His face flushed as he was about to mention what he had drunk a few days ago. But before he could finish, Callian cut him off as though he had expected it, "A tonic." Holding the cord tightly with both hands, Callian smiled as though nothing had happened and said, "My body has always been weak, so I should eat breakfast early today." Ian changed the subject and replied, "Ah yes, I will come help your highness right away." After that he carried the tea table outside. Ian's shadow reflected on the tray. He stared intently at everything. Standing in the dark, empty corridor, Ian wondered why he was so flustered. Spreading butter on the bread, Callian thought about the accident at the equestrian performance. Taking a bite of bread, he looked around. Blanche did not appear at the breakfast table. Chewing with relish, he told himself that what he was about to do could not be ruined by Blanche. Callian suddenly spoke up. "The roses are about to bloom," making Randell, who was holding a wineglass, look surprised. Callian smiled sociably, and the other man looked back but said nothing. Gan fastened it quickly but uncomfortably and stood up. The action was exactly as Callian intended, and he smiled brightly. Randell left amid the servants' respectful bows. Ian asked with a pale face, "Your Highness, why did you mention roses?" Callian answered plainly, "I saw roses while taking a walk." Thinking of Randell picking flowers with shears in hand, the image of his royal brother pruning flowers appeared. His ruby-red eyes still watched outside. Looking toward Randell, Callian said loudly, "I did not mean anything else." The image of Callian running in the rain appeared. With a flushed face and soaked clothes, he ran as though he did not know fatigue. Unable to endure it any longer, Callian stopped beside a tree, covered his face, and gasped for breath. At that moment, someone stepped over and asked, "You have only been apart from me for 1 day, and you are already this bad, or do you have a habit of tormenting yourself?" Callian felt a stab in his chest and replied, "If I do not train my stamina, I feel like I cannot maintain control." Alan Menacin appeared, and the other person immediately greeted him, "Master, where have you just returned from?" He glanced over and replied, "I went to speak with Roman." After hearing this, Callian asked in surprise, "Are you two close enough to call each other by name?" Alan Menacin raised his hand and replied, "No, it is only one-sided address. He was about your age back then too. So, do you have anything you need to command?" Callian did not hide it, raised 2 fingers, and said directly, "I have 2 things to ask of Master." Alan Menacin answered straightforwardly, "Not difficult, fine. What is the other matter?" The second matter Callian proposed was harder and more important. "I want to investigate the noble's mysterious death cases." The two pointed at each other and spoke in unison. The cases connected to Brisson. They truly were master and disciple of the same mind. Alan sighed and laughed. "Nay, the matter is difficult, so why do you keep ordering around this old body?" Callian smiled. "There are 2 more matters. Is there anything urgent?" He replied, "The amount of poison has increased." Alan Menacin was delighted. Clenching his fists, he straightened and folded his arms. Alan Menacin said, "It seems you have found the culprit." Callian reminded him, "Master will also be restrained soon." Pointing his finger forward, Callian declared boldly, "Although it is not easy to touch the Archmage, I currently need a force backing me." Alan realized it at once and asked, "Are you planning to use me as a shield?" Callian's gaze sharpened as he corrected him, "Not a shield but a weapon," thinking inwardly, "Right, a weapon, I understand the strength of mages very well." Thinking about confronting the various forces, Callian calculated that his life and his homeland lay in the hands of the white-clad demon army of the Archmage. He clenched his hand tightly, resolutely saying he wanted to build a mage army. Callian's face showed unwavering determination. Alan Menacin was stunned by that desire, then asked perplexedly, "What do you mean by a mage army?" After a moment, his expression grew serious as he reminded, "Prince, mages are different from knights. Progress through training is hard to organize, you understand." Callian was unusually calm, as if he had prepared the answer beforehand. "To that question, I can answer like this." Callian's answer shocked Alan Menacin greatly. Someone had done it before. He chuckled softly in disbelief, but Callian did not back down, continuing to recount how Roman had once formed a mage army. There had been a meeting about it, but both Brisson and the others had dismissed it. Because of that, the plan quietly progressed. King Carus left with the determination to form an army, and ultimately Roman truly created that army. But peace did not last long. Tragedy struck. Just as the mage army stabilized, Roman unexpectedly passed away. According to Callian, Blanche ascended the throne. Then the mage army fell into the hands of that heir. The result was unlike what the master had known. Alan Menacin crossed his arms, listening intently to his explanation. But this time everything would surely not be easy. Thinking of the difficulties ahead, he murmured, "Now there are people blocking Zaire of the Bryson clan. Therefore His eyes sharpened as he spoke of his plan. He intended to use Celesta's poison tea to coerce the opponent into agreement. Alan Menacin tensed immediately at that plan. He seized the key point and asked to confirm poison tea. Still unable to understand Callian's intent, he asked suspiciously, "May I know what method you intend to use?" Callian smiled casually. Secret. Master will know soon enough. Alan Manhwa buried his head in frustration, yet had to admit it was a remarkably credible answer. He mischievously suggested, Master should discuss with Roman. Perhaps he is thinking about this too. Callian carefully rolled up his sleeves, his voice still resounding with certainty. Indeed. Regaining seriousness, he looked straight at Alan Manhwa, expressing that when Celeste mark errors, the agreement must succeed. A cup of tea was presented. The servant bowed, reporting, I increased the poison exactly as you instructed. Celeste suddenly slammed the teacup down, coldly ordering, it must be handled thoroughly. She placed her hands on the table edge, turning to warn, recent rumors have made me extremely irritated. Her face showed no change, but her words were threatening. You better not give me any more trouble, understand? The servant hurriedly obeyed in fear, his face pale, voice trembling. Yes, I will remember. Suddenly a strange voice rang out, the one doing something futile. It was unclear how long that person had been watching. Heavy footsteps crushed the floor underfoot. Celeste remained unmoved, merely brushing the teacup lightly and said, You should act instead of sitting still. That is why I have to toil like this. She called the young man who had just entered, Blanche. He frowned, voice threatening, Stop trying. I only came here to say this. Celeste stubbornly countered as usual, one hand propping her chin. No, Blanche, that matter is not decided by someone who can do nothing like you. A calm voice rang out before Blanche, but what could be done? Bearing these tiresome matters was my fate. His hands clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Unable to argue further, he immediately turned and left. Celeste smirked at having chased away the nuisance, then lifted her teacup to enjoy it, disdainfully judging truly weak. She glanced at him, pretending to be kind, saying, Let me help you clear the way. The sun had risen high, and today was the day of entering the palace. Haina's cheerful singing echoed outside the gate. Haina's joyful mood was noticed by Kizi. He teased her, Today you're very happy, humming all day long. Seeing his sister radiant before him, he also felt happiness. So excited to this extent? Haina cheerfully replied to Kizi, Finally the day has come to enter the palace with you. Oh, not yet there, just thinking about it made her giddy with excitement to meet the prince. Kizi gently patted her head and asked, Do you like the prince? Haina did not hesitate, liking him very much. She eagerly said, I want it to be evening soon. Elsewhere, everyone was extremely busy preparing for the banquet. Callian wore a neat suit, while Ian both helped with preparations and reported. The nobles' council was ongoing. In an hour he must attend the evening banquet. Suddenly Callian called Ian's name. Ian looked up puzzled. Before he could ask, Callian spoke first. There is something you must help me with. He silently concluded, Finally the time has come to finish. Outside the palace hall, hurried footsteps continuously echoed. Ahead of the servants, his face hardened in thought. The only tea for the weakest prince, this medicine. Callian opened the room door, a calculating smile on his lips. Celeste sat at her desk, one hand using a fan to cover her mouth. As expected of the entrant, she calmly greeted, Third Prince Callian is present. She glanced at him indifferently. Callian showed no fear and met her gaze, knowing this would mark a turning point. The sound of hooves struck heavily against the ground. It sped forward like the wind. Ian was moving as fast as possible to complete his assigned task, his face tense to the extreme. A few hours earlier, Callian had suddenly given him 2 letters, instructing one to be sent to the Mage Association, the other to his master. He seriously set the condition, You must go to the association first before heading to my master. Ian asked in shock, Will the prince attend the banquet alone? Callian raised his hand to stop him from speaking further. The rest I will handle myself. He smiled lightly, telling Ian, Therefore you have nothing to worry about. The more Ian recalled every word and action of Callian, the more sweat dotted his tense face. Thinking of him in the past, Ian realized similar events had occurred before. A flood of painful memories surged into his mind. Perhaps it was just his excessive worry. Ian told himself he had to stay calm, even though the memory of Callian lying motionless was vivid in his mind. But surely the prince would be fine. At the Magic Association, Siren had come to meet Alan Manhwa to report on her mission. Everything was ready. All that remained was to compile the public cases of sudden, unnatural deaths, of which there were already quite many. This girl's name was Yuria Siren, and she was currently the president of the Magic Association. She looked over the documents she had brought. Alan Manhwa picked up a report and asked, These cases are truly suspicious. Why has no one discovered them until now? The two then discussed it more deeply. How could the weaker nobles dare oppose Brisson? Indeed, if they did that, they would be the next ones in danger. Siren took another sheet for reference. Unclear how the prince intended to use this file. Alan Manhwa remained silent and did not answer. Ian suddenly burst into the room, shouting in urgency, President, thank goodness Lord Alan Manhwa is here too. How fortunate. Ian handed the letter to both of them and said, The prince told me to deliver it. This is for the president. Alan Manhwa grabbed his sleeve and questioned him, Hey kid, where is today's banquet being held? Is something wrong? Lord Alan Manhwa left without saying anything. Ian understood a little and said that without an invitation, one could not attend Zier. Alan Manhwa turned back, his terrifying gaze fixed straight on him. There was no time left to worry now, his master could be in danger. The letter fell to the floor, and its contents explained Alan Manhwa's earlier attitude. It read, Today I will use my life to make a deal with Celeste. If anything happens, Master Slyman, please save me. 1 hour earlier, the owner of the letter had met a mysterious noble woman. When the tea was served, he lifted the cup and spoke. "Now, let us take off our masks." The woman waved her hand and replied, "Let us do that, though I do not know what difference taking off the mask makes. I only said not to use masks. I did not mean to cast aside all etiquette." Celeste led with her words. "I still do not understand what you are trying to say. Do you only want to argue?" The woman sprang to her feet, her tone turning lofty, regretting that momentary interest, truly rude, just like the lowly blood in you. Callion's next words were terrifying. He said the tea was poisoned, making Celeste seem to collapse. Callion said, "Let us stop here for now." I forced myself to drink it, despite the choking feeling in my throat. Celeste glared. "I do not understand. I know nothing about this." Then she laughed bitterly. "You do not know. I have prepared many measures so that you will never be able to do that afterward. I must act as well. Right now only my heart is healthy. I will use it as my wager." Callion took out the medicine he had prepared to reveal the secret. This medicine would temporarily stop the heart. "This is something received from the White Eagle. It does not react to silver and cannot be detected by magic. My heart still beats thanks to the blessing. The blessing can only resist one kind of poison each day, so when it resists this medicine's poison, the poison in the poison tea I drank before will ravage my body. If that happens, who will everyone suspect first?" Celeste was not afraid, on the contrary. Her attitude made Callion wonder, and she laughed loudly. "Do you think everything will go your way? You surely know this is not the first time." Celeste stepped closer and brought up the unforgettable matter of the past. "Your mother was also dealt with by me. Everyone knows it." Rage was clear in Callion's hand as he held the teacup. He could not alert the snake by striking the grass, so he only suppressed his emotions. "Well, what should I do with this? Let us see what you do." Under Celeste's gaze, Callion drank the cup of tea from earlier, taking it as her refusal. Seeing him drink, a cunning smile flashed across her lips. "Who do you think would dare suspect me? Someone even Roman is wary of." Celeste continued arrogantly, "In Caris, there is nothing that cannot be obtained. The position of queen was the same. I merely plucked out the thorns to get what I wanted, and just like that, I obtained everything I wanted. Except for one thing, there is still something I have not obtained." Slyman's evening banquet began. As the announcement ended, Callion suffered from the poison blocked by the collar. This instead pleased Celeste, and she hissed in delight, "So you only need two." Callion went through a fit like tuberculosis, coughing blood all over the floor, and the prince and nearby guests were all shocked. Celeste continued, "Become a paving stone for me as you once did." A scream rang out. "Someone, call the divine light. Poison assassination." He drank it before His Majesty the King arrived, who was with Prince Callion. Wealthy man signaled for silence. "Do not lose your head." The one who raised the question changed his words. Surely the prince had already been poisoned earlier. "Everyone, stop talking." The wicked woman was not yet complacent. "Even if they know the culprit is me, no one dares say anything. This victory belongs to me." The king arrived and ran to his son's side, shouting loudly, "Callion, wake up. Has the priest not arrived yet? Do not lose consciousness." Fortunately, his weak voice rang out amid despair. "Ah." His hand trembled as he gently touched Roman, just like the way his late wife had died several years ago. At that moment, in the final seconds, Roman's wife also reached out and gripped his hand tightly. Callion, our son, please protect that child." Seeing him in this state, Roman could not forget that horrifying moment from that year. He clenched his teeth. As for Celeste, she quickly swept away the heavy atmosphere with a few piercing words. "Such a shady affair happened in the imperial palace. I cannot remain here and endure any more blows. I will return to Hasia Palace." But Roman could no longer keep calm. He shouted across the great hall, "In the end, you still want to harm my son." The guests, especially the two princes, were all stunned by that roar. Being pointed at directly, that woman could only turn back and look at him with eyes full of shock. The entire hall instantly erupted into commotion. The queen, now that it was mentioned, had the two of them not appeared at the previous banquet? Could she have plotted to murder the prince from that time? If it was the queen, that was not impossible. In truth, everyone had merely avoided mentioning it on purpose. Celeste hurriedly lifted her fan to hide the panic on her face, her voice beginning to stammer. "What are you saying? I do not understand." "Callion, that child, I heard he was usually frail and sickly." Roman repeated coldly. "When Priya collapsed, you were the same back then. You brought all the Brisson knights and said the exact same thing." He remembered every word clearly, that everything was merely due to illness. "Roman, even if you say that, you cannot make me the culprit. Does anyone dare affirm that child was originally healthy? No one will stand on your side. Besides, the princes meet Callion at the breakfast table every day. Perhaps they understand his condition better." Seeing that he did not answer, Celeste continued mocking him. "Then do you want to ask the princes now? Celeste, do you truly wish to go that far?" At this point, that woman no longer kept her humble appearance and stubbornly argued back. "I only did it because I was worried. With things so vague, what if Callion, no, our son, grows worse and worse?" Roman drew the sword at his waist, his voice strained. "How dare you call him our son?" Blanche immediately stepped in front of him. "You cannot treat Callion like this." Without giving Celeste time to feel triumphant, he continued speaking. Callian has always been perfectly normal. I have never felt that anything was wrong with his health. I remember telling you that all that effort was useless. Celeste looked at her own son with a bitter gaze. Just then the summoned priest arrived. One side clamored to return to Hesia Palace, while the other poured all their strength into using divine power to save Callian. But the instant the priest's medicinal power touched him, an unexpected change occurred. A protective layer immediately formed, blocking all outside support. All of this was created by Alan Mannison alone. He had rushed over and saved him in time. Why? You might as well tell me to die. Alan Mannison tried to reach toward the flame and whispered, why? Doing this is no different from killing the prince. King Kaeris shouted loudly, Alan Mannison, what are you doing? Callian needs treatment immediately, he answered at once. Both of them were horrified. The prince's heart has a circle. While everyone still stood frozen in fear, he continued. If a mage's circle touches divine power, no matter how lucky one is, the heart may shatter and cause death. Does everyone not know this? Kaeris asked in panic, then what should we do? If divine power cannot be used, what other way is there? What about magic? Can it be used? Alan Mannison replied, did you not know the prince possesses natural power? Magic cannot be used either. Then hurry and think of a way. Do you not see that he is in pain? He looked at the red bottle lying on the floor and blurted out, what exactly is this thing? Callian collapsed, lying across Alan Mannison's legs, and asked softly, why, master? Why are you looking at me with that expression? I never expected I would have to use this spell one more time in my life. He said, this is magic that will keep you from feeling pain. Everything suddenly erupted violently. Letters packed with words slowly fell, covering the entire sky. Everyone around pointed at those letters. Written on them were the cries echoing from the grave. We want to know the truth about Zier of the Brisson clan, those who caused 37 people to lose their lives. The crowd erupted in discussion. Brisson has met a great storm. The Empress is suspected of poisoning Prince Kaluan. The crimes of Zier of the Brisson Danson clan have ignited public fury. They angrily question Marcus Brisson. Is that rumor true? Give my father back. Do not get involved with Brisson, or we will be dragged in too. Whispers rang out, did the king not personally name Empress Celeste in the prince poisoning case? The Empress is actually a murderer. What right does Celeste have to remain Empress? Expel Empress Celeste. Alan Mannison sat in the room, saying that to establish a mage army, Prince Callian wanted to make use of the moment when Celeste was driven into a dead end. King Kaeris replied, a mage army is something I have always wanted to create. Does he think the same as me? That child and the Mage Association, he hesitated. Empress Celeste sat in the room with a smug expression. You must all be very busy. I wonder when you prepared these things. Callian replied, what are you talking about? I do not understand at all. Thanks to your concern, I was able to rest even longer. Celeste smiled sinisterly. I heard you were dying for an entire week, yet your voice is still quite clear. He forced himself to answer, I nearly crossed over to the other world as well. Therefore, it may be difficult for me to converse long with the Empress. If you have nothing else to say, I would like to rest. Celeste began negotiating. Each side gives a little. What do you think? Callian seemed not very interested in that agreement. He said, perhaps you should have said that a week ago. Our positions are different now. But first, let me hear what you prepared before coming here. He continued calmly, if you help me deny the rumors, I will not oppose what His Majesty is preparing. And he burst into loud laughter. It seems you are misunderstanding something. The Empress's permission, I never needed it from the very beginning. Callian looked at the Empress and asked, do you have any suggestions? Celeste replied, then say what you want. He began stating his conditions. What I want is that on the land of Cispanian's descendants, the clash of blades must no longer ring so loudly. I want the Paban Knights to be returned in this kingdom, and Brisson will no longer have any foothold. Celeste answered angrily, what, hand everything over? Perhaps Marcus Brisson had given the Imperial Guard Pavel to Celeste in order to restrain the King's Royal Guard. Celeste lost her army as if she had lost half her strength. Callian changed his mind and said to disband Paban and form the residual magic corps. No more compromise. After speaking, he left. Ian stepped in, holding a stack of papers, saying, this is the pledge with the seal of the oath. Celeste was startled. Wait, if this is the seal of the oath then? Callian answered confidently, yes, the magic engraves the agreement into the heart of the violator, causing their heart to shatter and die. At this moment, Celeste seemed slightly afraid. The third prince had just awakened, and Queen Celeste immediately came to visit. Rose petals had been cut, and Randall looked down attentively. He recalled the scene that day when he ran into the room. It was truly horrifying. Clearly, just before fainting, the two of them had made eye contact. Callian's voice rang out, surely the rose is about to bloom. He realized that Child had from the start wanted to draw him into this. Curious to see how the rose would bloom, he decided to act according to its will. Callian was usually very normal, but he did not expect Blanche to step forward. Surely something is happening, he thought. Continuing the conversation with the queen, Celeste shouted, wait, if this is the seal of the oath, Kalian answered yes, the magic engraves the agreement. He raised his hand to show his heart to her. He continued, if violated, the heart will shatter and die. The trust between him and the other is uncountable, his face becoming more sinister than ever. Celeste bowed helplessly and asked, how does the person want it? Kalian was silent for a moment, then the queen took a quill and wrote. She slowly signed her name. Kalian said, good, the two hearts are bound. The agreement is complete. Queen Celeste threw down the quill, breaking it in half. He continued, yes, I said it out of fear that people might misunderstand my relationship with those I have never been close to. Kalian recounted that day, Blanche did not step forward for me. He raised his hand as he spoke. If that person had said one more word that day, your Majesty's glass staff would have cut their throat immediately. Celeste was silent as Alan Manison approached. Hearing that Celeste had come unexpectedly, I was anxious to see the situation. Threw down a banana peel and held a banana for Kalian. He said, the banana is delicious, master. Alan Manison joked, after life and death like that, how could it not taste good? Kalian answered, after all, I have already completed my part. Alan Manison sighed, can you still smile? I thought I almost had to meet you before the tombstone. Just then the two elf siblings appeared. Hina happened to be a heller, able to help restore natural energy. Luckily, otherwise I would have had to use money immediately, Alan Manassin said helplessly. That Hina is a heller was also surprising. In the previous life I did not know, at that time I was only fated with Kiri. Kalian said, when meeting Kiri, Hina was no longer there. Alan Manassin asked, then what about the prince? You blindly relied on faith and blessings to recklessly use lethal poison, daring to drink unknown toxins to exploit the poison tea. Did you not think at all, lying in bed for a week without countermeasures? What do you ultimately want me to do later? Kalian acted cute, flattering, master, you were wrong, do you want a banana? He continued, here, take it. This is the identity document you requested for those two. Alan Manassin replied. Kalian recalled creating documents was not difficult. He looked at the letter, hesitating. Alan Manassin explained, they are needed to fill in the documents, so we borrowed the prince's old attendants. Luckily those two had been brought back by the prince. Kalian examined the letter closely and expressed thanks to Master. He smiled, this is not fabricated but a real identity document, also for the Whitley territory. Master replied, Rumen made it that day. He was startled. What? Alan Manassin asked, how do you feel being rumored as the beloved son of the king? Kalian replied, how could there be such a rumor? That day I saved you in front of the nobles. Naturally rumors would spread. The associates were flustered. How should I feel? That is something someone should have done from the start. He called Ian over saying, Ian, help me clean the banana peels. Ian seemed hesitant. Your Highness, I have something to report. Want to stop serving the prince? Scene shifted. Someone ran urgently somewhere. Turned out Ciro Ian ran through the corridor to the last room on the right of the second floor, peeked in and smiled, I'm here. He smiled brightly, saying, brother, hello. Strange man replied, hello, Siroyan. Did you think I left the feeling of guilt there to step outside? Siroyan asked, did you hear the cicadas this morning? He wondered, said cheerfully, cicadas. Every summer the little black ones sound nice, calling cicadas. He looked at him further, its wings are funny, the belly makes a loud noise. He asked, what is that? Strange, right? Very strange, isn't it? He asked cheerfully, if you want to see, I'll catch it for you tomorrow. The man refused, no, I won't see it, it looks like a monster. You playing the violin for me is enough. A voice sounded from this side, signaling that his condition was growing more serious. Zero Yanup watched the two men talking. The one in the brown suit asked, is Lord Alan Menison's son not still making medicine as usual? Should we continue? The man in the white suit answered, they are doing that for another purpose, but how could I know? He listened blankly to their conversation. He looked exhausted and said, but my master Zir is also struggling greatly. Surely he will still find another way. Returning to the present, he realized that back then, he had not known that he had told someone who could not know something impossible. He gripped Siroyan's shoulders and called his name, frightening her so badly that her body stiffened and sweat poured out. He said, do not run away, look straight at him, then stressed again, do not ignore the fact that he is gradually wearing himself out. He thought to know how terrible this matter was, then gradually recalled old memories. Flames engulfed the mansion, and a voice rang out, you must leave this place quickly. He looked at the flames consuming the mansion, while the surrounding servants panicked. A servant said, take Ciro, Ian and Diddy away, the fire is growing fiercer. One day before his 15th coming of age ceremony, he had decided to free himself from everything. After that, summer turned to autumn, then winter arrived and the surroundings were once again filled with noise. I locked myself away, and father could not stand by and watch me continue like that, so he had no choice but to drag me out of the room. His father carried him outside, his gaze vacant as he said, father. He asked again, who is that little child? His father was surprised to see his child speak. His father followed the direction of his hand and said, little child, that is the third prince of our country. Kalian's gloomy gaze turned toward him. He froze without realizing it, thinking there, I. On the other side, a servant showed disgust and said, I want to stop serving the prince. Kalyan was stunned when he heard those words. He stammered and asked, "No, wait, what did you just say?" Ian said, "I am the one closest to the prince, yet I know nothing at all." He gripped his sleeve and said, "Even the fact that the prince ended up like this was because of the tea I brought him." He was surprised when he heard Ian recount it. He lowered his head, crying as he said, "It happened because I was not careful, and when the prince was in critical condition, I was not even by his side." Kalyan gripped her shoulders and said, "Ian." He said, "Wait," but it seemed he could not hear him. He continued to panic, unable to realize what was happening, while the prince had nearly died. Ian mentioned the painful past, and though Kalyan called him again and again, he remained submerged in his memories. The strange man looked at him angrily and said to Zero Yan, "Do not ignore the fact that he is gradually wearing himself out." Kalyan shouted loudly, calling him once more, "Yan, look straight at me." He returned to the present, tears falling as he looked at the third prince. He said, "Do not just stand there, answer me. Who is the person standing before you now?" He looked at him with an irritated, displeased expression. Yan was flustered, crying too hard to speak, and blurted out, "Prince Kalyan." He placed a hand on his chest and said loudly, "That's right, you know it. Yan, I will not die." He thought, ever since the first day I opened my eyes in this place. He placed both hands on his shoulders and said, "The one who has always been by my side until now is that person. I was able to endure until now, all of it." Kalyan said, "Because Ian did not abandon me, because you did not turn away, I survive." After hearing that, tears fell from his eyes, and the third prince said, "Though I still do not understand you clearly, you will surely continue to protect me from now on." He asked, "Right." After hearing that, Ian sobbed, tears and snot running like a child. He looked down and let out a sound that made Kalyan worry, not knowing what he had said wrong. He coaxed Ian, "Why are you crying? Stand up, hurry." He thought, "Father, I probably cannot go back anymore." Kalyan said gently, "Hurry and take my hand." Now in his eyes, only that person's figure remained. Ian thought, "I now have someone I must protect for the rest of my life." He took the third prince's hand and cried once more, leaving him standing there in confusion. After he finished crying, Ian said to him, "I will eliminate those who put you in danger." His face looked aggrieved, his hand squeezing the banana hard. Kalyan asked in surprise, "What are you suddenly saying? Are you going to avenge me?" He stood up and said loudly, "Nothing is impossible." He shouted again. The prince was seriously injured. He turned around, sighed, and said, "Enough, stop it, just stand still or a war will break out." Ian said loudly, "Then war it is, even though I no longer operate under the identity of Siegfried, but..." He suddenly froze, thinking of it. His expression darkened in fear, and his trembling voice asked, "You still know about that?" Seeing his fear, the third prince burst out laughing. He flinched and shouted, asking, "Since when?" Kalyan turned around and shrugged, his voice mocking as he asked, "What do you want?" He stammered in confusion, "How did you know?" "Ah, no, father is such a fool." He answered cheerfully, "Clean up the banana peels and brew me some coffee." His voice trembled as he stammered, "Really?" Kalyan thought, "Ian, we absolutely have to try." He said happily, "I will bring it right away." He continued thinking, "Let us see whether I will be taller or shorter than you in the future." At that moment, darkness suddenly dropped a bead of water onto the still lake. Kalyan looked dazed as if he had seen something. It turned out to be himself, long hair covering his eyes, and he smiled at him. In the dark space, two identical beings appeared, existing side by side. He raised his eyes and looked toward him. That made him startle and freeze in place. He approached him step by step. His expression was cheerful as he drew closer. Then he passed straight through him and rushed forward, leaving him stunned and unable to understand what was happening. He turned back and watched him run happily toward everyone. He walked with his two friends, laughing and talking happily. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at him. He smiled brightly, his cheeks flushed as he looked at him. He froze, full of doubt, not understanding what had really happened. His hand unconsciously clenched. Then he reached his hand forward, eyes looking at himself as if desperately pleading. He was quite surprised by that sudden action. But then he just smiled at him, seemingly with no intention of helping. Suddenly, a strong wind swirled around him, as if that self was saying something. Hearing that, he was stunned, staring at him. Then he displayed a mesmerizing smile. Fear was evident in his eyes, his hand still reaching forward. The wind brought him back to reality. In the darkness, he looked down at his hand, then quietly sat up. The wind from the window lightly blew into the room. Just then, a voice rang out, "Finally, has he completely gone?" Kalyan released the floating lantern and replied, "Yes." At least before leaving, he was able to act once according to his own wishes. He looked up and continued, not knowing what was rushed, but he had already left. He recalled the dream just now when that self had spoken to him. "That life I leave to you. The things you desire, be sure to accomplish them yourself." Returning to the present, he closed his eyes and said, "Yet this life is a chain for him, so I am slightly envious of that freedom." Alan Manason spoke then. Kalyan stood and continued, "From now on I will not pretend to be unaware." He stood looking at the starry sky and said, "Therefore I have many tasks to do, and some things require the master's help." He gazed ahead for a long while, then slowly bowed down. When he turned back, his gaze was determined. "I want to live this second life truly meaningfully." The Paban cavalry had been disbanded and returned home to Baron Brisson. Roman ordered not trust baseless rumors about the royal family. Alan also agreed to form the mage battalion. Thus, 3 months passed and Callian struggled to fit into clothes that had become too tight and looked at him worriedly, while the attendant helplessly said, "Perhaps we need to call the tailor." Ian nodded in agreement. "Yes, it seems there are many clothes that need altering." Callian buttoned his shirt while saying, "Tell him my clothes have already become much tighter." He went down to the hall. Karis saw him and immediately said, "Come in quickly, Callian." His father looked at him and said, You've grown taller again, haven't you? Perhaps soon taller than Blanche, and even more robust." He replied cheerfully, "Yes, I have grown a bit taller." His father asked, "Have you prepared everything for Rosalita?" He replied politely, "Yes, everything is fine, and her birthday is also coming." Alan told him, "On this occasion, I actually have someone to introduce to you, Your Highness." He continued, "This person will be the mage protecting you on this trip to Rosalita." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Pleased to meet you, Your Highness. I am Asner. He looked at him, his face showing a mix of worry and surprise. His father said, "This is a talent from the mage battalion. I hope you two can learn from each other and grow closer." He was silent for a moment, then said, "Talent, indeed a talent." He hugged his chest and continued, "Truly beyond my imagination." His expression showed anger, but he forced a smile and said, "Truly a special birthday gift." Afterwards, Kairos asked Alan, "So when will the mage battalion debut?" He replied, "Still a long way off. It doesn't even have a name yet. From personnel details to costumes, nothing is officially complete, so the road ahead is still very long." Meanwhile, Asner caught the calm gaze of Callian as he enjoyed his tea. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Hex's lips. This confused Callian. He squinted and looked again. Alan excitedly said, "This is just the beginning. Speaking of the mage battalion, Your Majesty, what do you think about naming it?" The question surprised King Kairos. "Me? Yes, after all, you have been thinking about this battalion for a long time." He replied, "Indeed, there is a name I have always thought of." King Kairos nodded, unconsciously clenching his trousers, revealing tension. Finally, he uttered the name Balkan. At that moment, Alan teased, "As if you were waiting for it. If I hadn't asked, it would have been dangerous." Kairos blushed angrily and shouted, "Alan didn't you ask first?" Suddenly, Callian asked, "What does Asner think?" The question made him slightly startled. Asner turned, seeing Callian smiling, and replied awkwardly, "Yes, what are you saying?" He asked again about the name Balkan. "Are you satisfied, or does it sound familiar?" At the same time, Alan sipping tea, also unconsciously paused upon hearing the conversation. He was a bit astonished, quietly awaiting Asner answer, but he was clearly confused, just awkwardly uttering, "Oh." Then, as if to hide his embarrassment, Asner suddenly smiled joyfully and said, "I just think it's a good name." Although slightly suspicious, Callian still smiled lightly and replied, "Very well, is that so?" The scene shifted to the next morning, the atmosphere more tense than ever. Alan suddenly shouted, alarmed, never expected the two to have such a past. "Do you want to recall it?" Callian shook his head, said, No need to mention it." He hesitated to continue, "But according to your words, yes, that is correct." Callian's voice sharpened, "Asner is the one who once killed me." Alan was stunned, unable to believe. Callian continued, "Of course, Asner is different now. I know circumstances have changed. The past future is not necessarily going to happen." Alan was confused, saying, "But..." Callian looked straight into Alan's eyes, a predatory danger flashing, but he laughed, sarcastic. "If we must be together like this, I find it truly unjust." The strange smile made Alan tremble, a chill running through his body, goosebumps rising. Another day, a voice rang out, disrespectful. Baron Melfir Polun greeted the third prince. Callian laughed joyfully. "Long time no see. Sit down, dwarf baron." "I, Slyman, am at fault for not reporting and secretly came here, not easy to reveal." He was excited. "You came all the way to the west. It is an honor for me." Both sat facing each other, the atmosphere friendly, yet Polun secretly suspicious. Prince Callian had never shaken hands with nobles, secretly coming here, clearly noticed me, and the reason for visiting is not letting Polun guess. Callian went straight to the point, voice deep, serious. "I am here to repay the life-saving favor." "What is the Polun caravan trading?" Callian changed tone, seriously asked the baron. "As expected, indeed so. Recently, I began trading diamonds with Tensiu, horses and horses with the royal house." "But surely this is not the answer the prince wants." Callian waited anxiously for the answer. At that time, the baron knelt, solemnly said, "Not yet. We have not traded anything, Your Highness." Suddenly, Callian smiled wickedly. He asked, "Besides the caravan, can you manage anything else?" He replied, "With money it is easy. I have people have money, but..." Callian interrupted quickly, "Grazen also has it," leaving Polun stunned. He replied in surprise, "The prince also has it." Both fell into contemplation. Callian realized, then burst out laughing. "I asked naively, yes, I also have it." Polun continued, "I have people, have money, and with the prince before Bracel, it is naturally not difficult." Callian continued, "I want to establish a mage battalion, have money, have managers, but the problem is operation." Polun asked in astonishment, "Is that the price for the life-saving favor, Your Highness?" Callian did not answer, only smiled. After a while he spoke, "I have received it already." The price of the life-saving favor amazed Polun. Confidently said, then I am ready. Callian was secretly pleased. All right. He would have died in the 15-year coming-of-age ceremony, but the previous event changed things. I have trustworthy people with Baron Polon, PZ Ian and Alan Menison. The rest is to meet the Suspanian Will and Rosalita and understand the cause of everything. At the palace, upon entering, everyone exclaimed, Prince Callian. Happy 15th birthday. It seems the ceremony will hold an even more interesting surprise. Callian thought, everything is prepared. In a hidden corner of the palace, Blanche quietly observed him. He noticed. Callian cheerfully greeted, long time no see. He only glanced, no reaction. As Callian walked past, Blanche then spoke, hey, Bloodeye. Callian turned, voice entirely different, warning, you only hear this once, brother. My name is Callian. Blanche echoed, Callian. You are not Callian. He stopped to respond. He leaned against the wall, sarcastic, knows how to ride, sword, and hanging tea. Blanche approached close to ear, asked, who are you? Callian was slightly startled, unable to say a word. A tense silence filled both, as if an underground battle occurred. Callian reminded himself, must not forget. Now I'm no longer the Prince of Secretia who lost his country. The man in front is also no longer the Mad King who destroyed my homeland. Everything will become clear. He calmed his anger, relaxed his grip. Smiling wickedly upon knowing the truth from Zier Truxuspanian, he said, how strange. Callian spoke, voice mocking, making Blanche angry. Later, Callian met Alan Menison on the balcony. He said Blanche is perceptive, probably realized something. He tried to persuade Roju, but he cherishes snakes more than appearance. Callian listened attentively. He asked, is that attitude just pretend? Alan Menison replied, exactly. That reason for suspecting him did not surprise me. Thinking, Callian smiled, now I just act foolish. He dislikes it. I do not wish him to like it either. Alan Menison was curious, so what do you want him to believe? Only one person to choose, to believe Callian or not. Callian turned to Alan Menison, eyes resolute. Certainly. A confident answer made Alan Menison briefly fall into thought. He suddenly thought that eliminating Byrne might not be difficult, but truly forgetting who he had once been was another matter. Then Alan Menison called out, to your highness. This is for you. He flicked something toward Callian. He added, use it when you need my help thinking things through. Callian was surprised, a ring. Is it enchanted? That is right, one of my tricks. He added, it has no effect inside the Imperial Palace, where Suspanian magic is too powerful. But when you are outside the palace, you need only call, and I will answer at once. Callian found it rather interesting, and felt a little grateful as well. Thank you. Knowing you can help me at any time makes me feel much more at ease. Alan Menison also said, you need not worry about anything, for loyal people are always by your side. Callian smiled as he joked, we shall see. Yes, your highness. Elsewhere, someone knelt with a solemn expression. Euron, Slyman, commander of the Siegfried Knights, gladly offers his service to you. The knights under my command will escort you to the palace. Callian suddenly marveled when he saw them. They truly are Siegfried Knights, they look magnificent. Though perhaps that magnificence was a little too much. Looking at them, one could not help feeling a chill down the spine, for every pair of eyes was sharp and fierce. Just then Ian appeared. It is time to depart, your highness. Before we set out, do you need anything else? Callian looked at the knights staring intently at him, then thought to himself, let me see. And he placed a hand on Ian's shoulder and said, bring me a glass of water. I will go at once, Ian replied. Water. Or would warm tea be better? That will do as well. With that, Ian quickly ran off. Please wait a moment. In the meantime, Callian glanced at the knights with a provocative look. He gave a mocking smile, leaving them both flustered and confused. Alan Menison stood beside him, watching the scene wearily before muttering, what is this? He has made the soldiers hate him even more. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to fulfill Khan Simonania's cherished wish. In the Imperial Palace courtyard, the scene grew lively as many people gathered to send them off. Bright smiles appeared, mingling with the steady rhythm of horses' hooves. The procession passed by, creating an atmosphere both solemn and proud. But in a hidden corner, Blanche still watched quietly. The sharp gaze never left the procession. Meanwhile, Celeste leisurely sipped her tea. Her face was calm, but her eyes concealed danger, as though she were calculating some sinister plan. Back outside, Callian sat on horseback with a striking bearing, drawing every gaze toward him. Suddenly, he saw that Alan Menison had also come to see him off. Alan Menison smiled faintly, and Callie answered with a similar smile. Both of them understood very well that this peace was only the calm before the storm. And so the prince's coming-of-age ceremony officially began. During their conversation, His Majesty confessed that Callian had struggled greatly just to survive the previous trial. I am so worried about him, should I go with him? But Alan Menison immediately refuted him. Your Majesty may not need to do that. He smiled faintly, reassuring him. You are worried about the wrong person. Inside these castle walls, there are people in greater danger than the prince, Your Majesty. A moment later, His Majesty set down his teacup and said, you truly have not changed at all. In a good way, I suppose. But are you not worried about him? Faced with that question, Alan Menison could only smile awkwardly. He thought to himself, he really is a father who knows how to worry for his child. It is hard to believe he once so indifferent. In that situation, Alan Menison was slightly dazed. Who cares? I only told the truth. Even His Majesty exclaimed in surprise, yes, that is exactly what I meant to say. The scene shifted to the depths of a vast forest. At that moment, a familiar hand suddenly appeared, pointing in an unclear direction. Callion was riding his horse when he suddenly said, "He is probably in the palace." Ian, beside him, curiously asked why he did not answer. He explained, "I heard an envoy from Tansin has arrived, so there is a lot going on in the palace." Ian immediately suggested, "Please talk with me instead, I will help ease your boredom." Faced with that sincerity, Callion asked coldly in return, "I'm tired of you. I have to look at your face every day." Hearing the two of them exchange words, the soldiers behind them could not help feeling disheartened. Ian stammered in reply, but I have done my very best." Then he suddenly looked annoyed and turned to reproach them. "Listen carefully, this concerns Lord Callion. Lord Alan Menessen said His Highness has no talent for magic, and as for swordsmanship, he only knows the basics. In short, he is as delicate as a flower. Therefore, you must be extremely careful while escorting him." After hearing Ian's explanation, all the soldiers' faces darkened in despair. Is our young master truly a Zir, descendant of the Siegfried clan? Seeing that reaction, the two could only ignore them. They really were a slow-witted bunch. Just then, Ian reminded him that it would still be several hours before they reached Hale. Yet something was gradually closing in on the cavalry. Feeling uneasy, Callion hurriedly told Ian to wait. Sure enough, his intuition had not been wrong. Only a few seconds later, a loud sound rang out from the bushes, throwing the entire cavalry into panic. Usner, Hex, and Kizi rose at the same time to protect Callion. In that situation, he silently guessed, "No, this does not seem like a threat. This feeling is more like..." Suddenly, from within a bush, someone's arm abruptly reached out. The elf boy cried out in panic to Slyman and the cavalry group, "Please save me." His appearance left Callion utterly shocked. Those hands belonged to an elf. A moment later, after calming down, the little girl introduced herself as Eriha. She said, "Yes, I am very hungry." Callion asked softly, "Are you looking for food?" She replied, "I am hiding." Without stopping, he asked again, "Then who are you running from?" Ariha answered blankly, "I should have done that. Slyman, this is my fault." However, the boy's attitude made suspicion rise in him, a feeling that something was wrong. A moment later, Ian asked, "Your Highness," but he suddenly cut him off and said they should find the boy something to eat. Yet at that moment he suddenly felt a sense of unease. He immediately ordered, "Wait, you must say that someone is chasing him." From the nearby bushes, a figure slowly appeared from the horse gate. Faced with this situation, Callion immediately draped a warm coat over Ariha. After that, he was gently placed behind him, every movement cautious. His presence made Euron suspicious, and he loudly asked who he was. Even before Callion's powerful military force, he showed no fear at all and arrogantly said he was hunting, asking whether they had seen a strange child around the Golden Village. Euron quickly denied it. "There is no child here, leave." But it seemed he noticed something strange beneath Kizi's cloak. At this moment he spoke, "I did not come here to fight a knight, only to find what I need, just 1 minute." Seeing that he refused to give up, Euron anxiously followed and said, "I told you there is no one." At that moment, Callion asked, "Sir, who exactly are you looking for?" He revealed a frightening face and replied, "A little fairy." Callion admitted bluntly, "I understand, so it is him." His action frightened the boy so badly that he trembled. The situation grew tense as he gradually approached Uriha. However, Callion still appeared extremely pleased. When he passed by him, he quietly said, "Listen, do not turn back. Are the people in the forest friends or enemies? You need more trustworthy allies. They are here to attack you and the child." Callion's words seemed to terrify him to the extreme. Once they see the child, they will act immediately. As soon as the words ended, he stubbornly turned back to look at him. In that instant, countless arrows flew over, and before the sharp arrows, he seemed to give up and accept retreat. Fortunately, the arrows were blocked by a sword strike. The one who made that move was Callion. "I told you not to turn back." At present, they kept firing countless arrows toward the night party. However, the soldiers remained steadfast, protecting the prince. At the same time, Asner Hex hurriedly used magic to create a shield protecting Callion. Thanks to that shield, the soldiers' casualties decreased considerably, and he swept his gaze over everything. Under his gaze, he seemed to understand the hidden meaning behind it. Ian immediately gave a loud order, "Pursue them, but do not go too deep into the forest." After only a few minutes of enduring the arrow rain, it stopped, the rain of arrows ceased, and they retreated. Suddenly, the hunter glanced in one direction. At the same time, he said to protect Oriha, "Leave this kid to me, then go to the prince." Not long after, Kizi came to Callion and asked after him, "Are you all right?" But at that moment, he discovered something terrible. From behind him, an enemy suddenly appeared, intending to launch a sneak attack. In that instant, Kizi cried out in panic, "Behind you." Witnessing this situation, everyone was stunned with fear. But when they looked again, even the hunter was shocked. It turned out Callion could block the slash with only one hand. At the same time, he cast magic from his hand to counterattack. That person was immediately struck by a fatal blow. He instantly collapsed to the ground, and the soldiers who witnessed Callion's power were all stunned. Magic, the prince is a mage. His eyes now radiated an unusually terrifying aura. Out of worry, Ian hurriedly ran to Callion. He questioned him, please do not do that again. Luckily you were not hurt. Why must you go first when there are so many knights here? You only know basic swordsmanship and are not a talented mage, yet you still rushed into danger. The incident worried Ian so much that he wanted to cry. You are truly unreasonable. As elegant as a flower, yet how could that flower make the enemy fear him so much? At the edge of the night party, Orija witnessed everything but remained silent. Suddenly, Kalyan hurried over, grabbed his clothes, and said, we need to talk. Before his resolute gaze, the boy looked very frightened. Finally, Uriha spoke. That was Luca's doing, I know nothing. After hearing this he guessed, so it is someone named Zhang, right? After a few seconds he also admitted, yes, I do not know anything. His attitude left him troubled. Do you really know nothing? But they said you. At that moment, Kalyan was helpless and at a loss for words, then called everyone over. Then he asked him to talk with this kid and report back to him. Do not frighten the little one. Come here, I will do my best. A moment after shouting his report, his face darkened. I am Slyman, here to report to your highness. The name the mother tree gave me means spirit of the foal at one side. This child lives in Suriska Forest. His name is Siroth Titan Ariha. That must be it. Aesner Hex also revealed that the boy had an elf friend named Luca. Luca split away when they escaped, while the other child ran straight to you. He himself did not understand how he could answer, but he hurriedly denied it no. Kalyan quickly guessed it was the power of prophecy, but in the end he was still surprised, Your Majesty. A while later, Ariha happily ran after Aesner Hex and asked, can I go with you? Faced with the situation, Ian asked Kalyan how he intended to handle the boy. He suggested releasing the child near his forest, on the way, to avoid him being captured. Ian curiously asked whether they should investigate further, but Kalyan refused. No need, the road is still very long. We should not get involved in this trouble. It will only delay us further. Send word to the nearest lord to handle it. Ian replied, tonight we will reach Hale territory, and the lord will be notified. At that moment Uran ran over and said, I have something to report to your highness. We searched that man and found something unusual. Would you like to see it? Hearing this, Kalyan became interested. What is it? Ian took an item wrapped in cloth from his pocket and handed it to him. When he opened it, Kalyan seemed to recognize the object. He asked in astonishment, he was carrying this. Uran replied, yes, do you know what this is? Kalyan had no choice but to let everyone know, of course. How could I not know? I have tried it before. At that moment he spoke up. Father asked, where is that man? Slyman Horn Siegfried was injured and bound, sitting at the base of a tree deep in the forest. He asked, do you think you are a lord? His gaze carrying a seasoned look. There are many things you still do not know. Footsteps drew nearer, and that man replied, of course. Kalyan declared excitedly, I am a noble far more powerful than many other lords. Turning to the subject, that man handed the white cube to him, and Kalyan asked if he knew what it was. In the middle of the forest, the man calmly treated the object as something ordinary. Siegfried asked in shock, what good thing is that? I only took a few for self-defense, everyone has one of those. Kalyan thought while looking at the white cube, guessing they must have a plot. Siegfried also knew nothing about the cube. In the warm scene, Kalyan interrogated him, do you know who they are? He answered no, they covered their faces. Kalyan asked if he had anything more to say, and he answered no, I do not know what else to ask. His expression was contemplative, he had likely thought it over. Kalyan squatted in front of him and said, very well, it seems you are not loyal to them at all. He negotiated, then what do you want? The sharp gaze. He called on Siegfried to cooperate, saying he would help him deal with the problem. His eyes showed that he was thinking. Propping himself up with one hand, he spoke skillfully. You can trust me. He confidently used honeyed words to persuade him. He gave a cold laugh. I am not like other lords. I can grant power, so you can obtain what you want. The words struck Siegfried's sore spot, and he gave a nod. He said his wife was in Lower Mountain Village, and they knew that. Kalyan said cheerfully, fine, I will help keep her safe, then asked what scheme they had. He said they were looking for a small jewel the size of a fingernail, glossy and radiating a halo. He did not mention any other details, only saying that only a Tansin priest could distinguish it. Only someone from Tansin could identify it. Recognize the Tansin priest. Was it the holy relic they were aiming for? Priests drew magic from holy relics as substitutes to obtain divine power. He understood why the Tansin Holy Land had turned every nation in Zir upside down looking for that thing. Resting his hand on his chin, he thought if the object had been stolen, they would send hunters to track it down. But there was still something unexplained. He raised his hand, the white cube in his palm, looking at it as he pondered. This was a poison stimulant used by spies when they failed. Looking closely, he remembered that he had gone to meet the White Eagle because he was certain no one else could have ordered it. But that man. Suddenly, Siegfried said, I do not know who they are, but they mentioned a leader with a strange code name. Kalyan asked in surprise what was it. He replied, Blue Tit, bird kept upside down in a cage with white feathers and blue-white wings. That was the leader's symbol, the hidden person behind everything. Kalyan was stunned and realized something, then said, a blue tit. The bird belonged to him, always kept in a canary cage. He covered his mouth with both hands and thought to himself, after that person, it appears here again. In the past, rain was falling at the Hale mansion. Prince Callian sat by the window, the heavy evening rain forcing us to end our conversation, and Callian felt fortunate. Suddenly, Hale set his glass down hard on the table and said joyfully, "To finally have an audience with you is truly an honor." He pointed and said, "This rain is a signal from the universe, saying that I must take care of you." Callian's expression stiffened and he smiled back awkwardly. Hale was truly outgoing. Callian remembered the moment at the mansion. Ian asked, "Have you summoned the Count, Your Highness?" Count Hale Ian. Everyone was on horseback in the forest. Ian asked, "Did the Count send it over there?" Callian saw his name on the list. It was a round sky blue gift box. Wondered, was that portion not returned already? Ian replied, "Yes, you first supported Prince Rancho with troops, then switched sides to the prince, who supported the war between Great Gat and the Tansin Holy Land 6 years ago." He immediately realized the flattery was meant to gain his favor and support. It seemed there was a two-faced person here. Recalling the previous encounter, Hale had been so eager for Prince Callian to arrive that he lost sleep. Callian thought, surely last year he flattered the prince the same way, enough to see how he treats subordinates. Behind him, Butler Chested stood silently, his expression as if wary of something. Suddenly the door opened. Hest entered and whispered a few words to Callian. He said, "Your Highness, we have caught a messenger pigeon." Callian recognized Hale's true face. That petty man would certainly report his presence to the Bluebird. Normally, no one uses messenger pigeons when it rains or at night. The Baron raised a wine bottle to offer Asner Hex, cheerfully saying, "A mage honored to meet you." Callian thanked him but did not drink, then asked, "Do you know any priest Hansen nearby?" Just after hearing this, he dropped the wine bottle. He quickly apologized, saying he drank a bit too much, but the butler beside him revealed obvious concern. Hale asked again, "You said Tansin. That arrogant quack, what is he doing in my territory?" Callian reminded, "You should stay calm." But Hale was still angry, cursing them as cruel and dreadful. He said all of them were evil to the bone, even wanting to capture Tansin. Callian snapped his fingers, using a move that immediately put the Baron to sleep. Hale slumped onto the table instantly. Callian remained seated, softly saying, "The Baron is truly impolite." Prince Callian held the wine glass, expression mysterious, as if considering Hale had just insulted him. The prince rode on horseback with Hest. Callian tightened the reins, slowing the horse. Hest said he dragged himself into trouble and courted danger. Callian still smiled, replying, "It's fine, I am not so easy to die." Listener Hex ignored him, saying he would stop worrying. Callian turned and said, "Master worries too much. If the Bluebird knows, I will not face major trouble." He asked, "An old friend of yours, quite well acquainted." He said, "In the previous life, the Bluebird never failed a mission. She probably recognized me as Prince Tyrus from the start, but that did not stop her from breaking cover and shooting dozens of arrows at me." The sound of a cup clinking echoed in the silent night. From afar came footsteps, then the door opened. A tall figure appeared. It was Callian. He greeted, "Do not worry about those outside. They are with me." A woman behind the counter placed the cup on the table. She asked, "Should I be concerned?" "I am not cruel enough to send assassins after unrelated people." Callian replied, "I thought you ambushed my troops, because you knew who I am." Mysterious woman ran her fingers across the cup. "Of course I know who you are, so I instructed my people not to be reckless." The guest beside him suddenly collapsed, evidently poisoned beforehand. Looking around, he saw everyone in the tavern had been poisoned. Under the moonlight, her beautiful, cold face appeared clearly. Regrettably, they acted contrary. He stepped closer, "So now I have implicated myself as well." He crossed his arms against the counter and asked. She lowered her head, replying, "In my view, yes." Then she glanced subtly at him. He radiated a dark power, his eyes blazing red. She reached down, intending to take the dagger beneath the table. Then she raised her hand, saying, "But I don't think you'll go easy on me." He looked at her, smiling. The one she had been chasing, was he dead? She replied, "No, he went missing in the forest." Wiping the cup, she said, "Knowing it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have pursued him." She set the cup down hard. This meeting was truly unpleasant. But neither side had suffered serious losses. Perhaps we should part peacefully. That child will no longer be threatened, I swear. Callian placed his hand on the cup on the table. "I will not leave without an answer. Why are you seeking the divine artifacts?" Speaking, Callian lightly spun the cup, the surface reflecting her image behind him. He looked at her displeased face in the cup, continuing, "You are not a cleric. They won't help you." She was silent for a moment, then snatched the cup from Callian's hand. They traded for quite some money. Callian replied, "So they are merchants." She worked while replying, "You can call it a side job. People like me rarely have stable income." He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is your client Hale?" He continued, "I see no other reason for you to operate in this small village. While the cleric Suryazu is always a generous client." She still kept her head down. "My esteemed client always pays appropriately. Hard to ignore such generosity. We've known each other a long time." Saying so, she poured wine into the cup. He thought, if they've known each other so long, only one thing could buy the attention of a spy. That is the information. The Bluebird would likely trade divine artifacts for Cyrus' top secrets. "There is one more thing I wish to know." Watching her pour wine, he spoke, "There is still one more question I want to ask." In the palace, King Kyrus asked the person opposite, "Arriving so late, just to ask me one question. From governance to rumors, do you enjoy making your king lose face? Alan Manison rested his hand on his knee. Come now, your majesty is still awake at this hour. Moreover, you have the answer I need. I dislike wasting time. I'll ask directly how many Tansin clerics are in Cyrus and where are they? Hearing this, King Kairus' movements suddenly froze. He removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes. Do you already know, or are you merely curious? But it doesn't matter. Surely you've heard of the Tassin envoys. There are currently 14 clerics in Cyrus. The sanctuary is recalling all, leaving only one to serve in the palace. They also stated clearly that no additional clerics will be accepted. The king continued, truly unreasonable. They sent clerics in the name of sacred ritual. Now it seems as if we are forcing them to serve. After hearing this, Alan Manison's face turned serious. If they recall the clerics, they may be facing civil conflict. To me, they are consolidating manpower and trying to hide an urgent problem. How did your majesty respond? The king slowly said, I told them to return the ministers. Cyrus does not supervise clerics. But why do you ask? Alan Menacing calmly replied, because Prince Callion wants to know where they are. King Kairus did not quite understand, and when he asked what the problem was, he received the answer that there was no need to ask when the answer was already right before his eyes. The king thought for a while. I suppose he has already grasped it. Is that not the reason he set out for Hale? Back at the tavern, Callion continued asking questions. Lady Hale, your client. She took a sip of golden liquor, then slowly replied, you already know that without needing to ask. After saying so, she gave a bewitching smile. While galloping back to the castle, he talked with his master. He realized the cunning man had deceived him and continued. He must have a priest under his command and sold information about Cyrus to spies in exchange for a divine artifact. He replied, yes, master. I will return to the palace immediately. His master wondered whether there was trouble at the palace. He answered, there may be. The count got drunk and caused a scene at dinner, so I used a spell to make him sleep. But at this moment he was still unsure whether he had truly built it or not. Outside the palace, rain poured down heavily, and a terribly disrespectful shout echoed from within. How many more times must I remind you? The prince has gone out for a walk. Ian stood before the door and refused to let Steward Zier enter. He pleaded, I only wish to say a few words to his highness. The countess wishes to express her remorse if you tell us where he went that day. Ian immediately dismissed him. This is not Slyman's way of apologizing. He stared straight at him. Since when did Steward Zier have the authority to probe his highness's whereabouts? Those words made Steward Zier pale. While holding Steward Zier back, he worried that Callion had not returned yet and refused to let them know. Steward Zier kept pressing to ask when his highness would return, and Ian grew weary, inwardly cursing his persistence. He blocked Zier. How would I know? You are overstepping. Please return. But Zier refused. It does not need to be exact. An estimate will do. The door behind Ian opened slightly, and Callion leaned against it with his arms crossed. Thank heaven, I finally have peace. Ian turned back, startled to see that the prince had returned in time, and called out loudly, Your Highness. Steward Zier's face turned purple, stunned, while Callion looked annoyed. How useless. Is it really so hard just to drive someone to the door? Ian paused for a few seconds. Head bowed, he said, I ask your highness's forgiveness, because this gentleman kept pressing forward. Slyman, please leave the matter to me. He glared at Steward Zier, then slammed the door shut. Slyman flinched and stepped back hurriedly, saying, Please forgive me, your highness. I did not know you were resting. I will leave at once. Behind the door, the prince was drenched in sweat, breathing out in relief after escaping an extremely dangerous situation. He raised a hand to clutch his head, wondering whether he had just imitated someone. That feeling was not pleasant at all. Ian slowly opened the door, then said, You returned earlier than I expected, and you even climbed through the window. The balcony door in the distance was still wide open, and his wet clothes were scattered across the floor. Looking at the scene, he could only sigh. It is a long story. Ian walked over to pick up the clothes, while Callion clasped his hands behind his back and followed, asking, Did anyone sneak in while I was outside? He replied, Only Butler Zier just now. But when it comes to intruders, they usually climb through the window like that day. After saying this, he turned back and looked at him in utter confusion. Ian emphasized, This is the third floor. Hearing that, he also felt that something was indeed wrong. He answered in a slightly awkward voice, I will remember that. He asked him, Why are you so angry? Back at the castle, you were not this short-tempered. Ian replied irritably, Because your highness refuses to listen to me. I told Butler Zier that your highness had gone for a walk, but he kept asking when you would return. He was slightly surprised truly. Ian nodded and replied, Yes. He kept asking again and again. Ian continued, Moreover, he seemed more concerned about when your highness would return than where you were. A moment later, when he was alone, he lowered his head toward the ring as usual. Master, the countess seems very wary. He suspects me and is probing my actions. Our guess was right. He was not drunk when he caused trouble. After a brief silence, his master replied that the entire performance was very likely a prearranged scheme. He continued he did that so we would not pay attention to tonight's appointment with Blanche. That also explains what Blanche had been expecting from the beginning. Pretending to be drunk was probably just an excuse for him to slip away, but the plan was ruined when the spell made him fall asleep. After waking up and learning that I had left the mansion, he immediately brought Butler's ear over to probe my movements. Hearing that reasoning, his master also found it plausible, but the question was why he desired the divine artifact so intensely. He looked at the heavy rain outside, perhaps because it is the perfect gift for him to curry favor with the holy land of Tansin, the homeland of Randel's mother. His master continued, so in short, he is still maintaining close ties with Randel while also contacting Prez's faction. He is also secretly sending many gifts to me behind their backs, while secretly transferring the Zir state letter to a spy. Helping Shia had led to clear clues. The person who once chased him seemed to be aiming straight at the main target. Thanks to her, I know Hale sent the divine artifact to the Holy Land to curry favor with Randel. Could all of this really be a coincidence? The conversation between him and his master continued. He calculated, then said, "It seems the rain will not stop before tomorrow. Since I am stuck here anyway, I will use this chance to find the traitor." As for the Count, he clenched the glass until it shattered. That brat, I knew something smelled wrong from the moment he returned the gifts. He definitely used a spell on me during dinner. He angrily threw his head back and roared, his face flushed red. Only magic could make a person sleep that deeply. Because of that brat, my plan fell apart. His rage grew more violent by the moment. Does he think he is so noble just because the great mage backs him? He is still nothing but a lowborn wretch, unworthy of being a prince. He continued cursing without restraint. Sulai, that stupid girl, why did she not deal with him before he caused this mess? I spent all of Zir's wealth to curry favor with Evan Brisson. Who am I supposed to cling to now? The servant knelt at his feet, silently clearing away the shards, while he continued screaming without pause. He had been promised a fertile estate just outside the capital, yet her scandal had turned everything upside down. Outside, a knock sounded at the door. The butler's ear had returned. Only then did he soften slightly, sinking into the chair. "Finally, have you contacted our friend?" The butler's ear replied timidly. "I'm afraid not. They will respond today." Hearing the unsatisfactory answer, the Count grabbed the nearest cup and hurled it straight at the butler's ear, then scolded him for his foolishness. His anger was even fiercer than before. He pointed directly at Zir's face. "Can you do anything properly?" The rain still pouring heavily, meaning the lowly man would stay another night. Butler Zir held his arm, trembling. "Should I cancel the transaction?" Veins bulging across the Count's face. "Do you think there is any other way? We cannot risk it while the prince and his people remain here. Send word to cancel immediately." Having dealt with the butler's ear, he turned to the nearby maid, shouting at her face, "And you, what are you waiting for? Bring clothes to me." After berating everyone, he clenched his fists, staring into the void and grinding his teeth. "As for that lowly man, I will teach him a humble lesson he will never forget." He remained calmly enjoying dinner in the mansion. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Sitting opposite him, Count Hale sipped wine with calculating eyes, secretly mocking that the young prince's composure would not help at all. Inwardly, Hale was very proud of his power in Cyrus, believing the nobility would rise when they saw Callian dare to use magic on him. By then, even royal blood would struggle to protect him. Seeing he still calmly dining, the old man grew even more irritated. Hale smiled wickedly, thinking, "Foolish prince, soon you will have to beg Slyman for mercy." At this point, Hale began to probe with a false expression. "Your Highness, Lord Slyman apologizes for last night's actions." He responded briefly, "It's all right." The old Count hesitantly asked if he had cast a spell on him. He thought, "It was precisely because of his outrageous behavior that I had to make him fall asleep." Seeing the other party flustered, he remained composed. He smiled to reassure, "It is past, dear Count, you need not worry." He subtly mocked that he was only accustomed to overseeing the suburbs, so this was the first time hosting Zir's royal party, causing his awkwardness. The words sounded gentle, but in fact were a polite jab. He smiled brightly, as if truly sympathizing with the Count's concerns. Hale could only smile awkwardly in acknowledgement, but inwardly he screamed in frustration at the prince's composure and sharpness. He did not expect the situation to be reversed, from the one holding the advantage to suddenly being inexperienced in hosting. He sighed, saying that investigating the ambusher had exhausted him. Hale asked in surprise if it was the prisoner brought by His Highness. He confirmed it was, also revealing some strange information. As Hale was curious to hear more to grasp the situation, he casually said it was the name of a bird. Instantly, the old Count was horrified, nearly spitting out his wine. Even though the butler Zir chested anxiously ran to clean the clothes, Hale grumpily waved him away. "Don't interfere, the prince and I are talking." He remained cold, thinking a deeper investigation was needed to find clues, but still wanted to inform the old man of what happened on his land. Hale quickly jumped up, acting smart and promising full support, for he could not let the prince be in danger in his territory. Yet inwardly he gritted his teeth, vowing to find this foolish king's weak point for revenge. The sudden arrival of a subordinate bearing new information made Hale even more furious at Callion for taking control of everything on his own. Outwardly, he pretended to cooperate, but inwardly he was full of resentment, searching for any reasonable excuse to drive the prince out of the castle, when Callion suddenly spoke. "Countess, you are truly fortunate," he said, leaving Hale bewildered. Callion gave a meaningful smile and announced that their friend had finally confessed the truth. The group immediately entered the damp dungeon. Hale was horrified when he accidentally stepped on sticky red stains across the floor. He was extremely displeased at being dragged to such a filthy place, secretly thinking he should be the one with the right to decide. Callion glanced at him with an icy gaze, inwardly mocking the old count's futile efforts, knowing well that he had already seized the sacrificial pawn needed for the decisive move. Memories of last night surfaced behind the bars of the dark cell. The imprisoned man panicked when he recognized the person before him, clutching the bars tightly and shouting in fear, "What did you do to my wife?" Callion remained calm and stated that he would not harm his Zir, and when the prisoner questioned the prince's purpose, he said frankly, "You should have guessed, you are about to be executed." He froze as Callion laid out his bleak future. Attempting to harm a prince was a capital crime, and he would be taken back to Cyrus and hanged before the crowd. Even if he escaped the death sentence, the festering wounds on his body would leave him half dead without treatment. Seeing through his fear, Callion gave a captivating smile and offered something he could not refuse: "I can help you escape." For the prisoner's astonishment, Callion painted a future of peaceful life with his wife in a distant land, but only if he agreed to help him. Tempting to hear, yet still suspicious. The punishment would be reduced to merely cutting off his pus-filled arm, a cheap price in exchange for his life. Alien's crimson eyes drilled into the other man's mind, asserting a power that left him no way out. After a long moment of consideration, the prisoner finally accepted the gamble. "Fine, what do you want me to do?" Callion began revealing shocking information. The one known as the Blue Nightingale was a spy from Secretia. She had come to deliver goods to a long-time customer, so they had surely colluded beforehand. Countess Hale and Butler Zir witnessed it all, stunned and drenched in sweat. Callion mocked them for befriending a spy, stressing that if no one else had interfered, things would not have gone this far, and treason was the greatest crime under Cyrus Zell law. His words struck like a heavy blow, making Count Hale turn pale as cold sweat streamed down in fear. He turned back and smiled meaningfully. "Isn't that right, my dear Count?" Hale jolted in fright and stammered his confirmation while the prince laughed in delight. Callion's gaze turned icy, thinking both sides were being far too reckless as he patiently waited for the other party to reveal evidence. At that moment, Butler Zir-chested knelt down, trembling as he cried out, "Your Highness, Slyman, spare my life." After confessing that everything had been arranged by his master, the old man still begged Callion for mercy, while Callion sat above and observed calmly. He knew the old count would expose himself sooner or later, but the truth had come out beyond his expectations, like a sinful play with an ending everyone could foresee. Staring at the trembling Butler's ear, Callion asked suspiciously, "You are a Tan Sin priest, aren't you?" Chested was stunned by the question that struck the heart of the matter, as the law allowed only trusted priests to purchase sacred relics. However, Countess Hale had accidentally learned Chested's secret. Chested trembled as he revealed that the sanctuary would take his life if they learned he had sold precious sacred relics. Everyone understood that he had dug his own grave and jumped into it. The information shocked Callion. He sold sacred relics, and he calculated that if they wanted to support Tan Sin, they had to collect in their name. He asked who had bought them, and Chested fearfully confessed everything to save his life. The old man trembled as he revealed that the one behind it was Queen Sulai's older brother, Count Lenin. Callion was stunned by the name he had just heard. It was ridiculous that Renan always claimed the noble purpose of offering precious creations to the sanctuary, while Lenin secretly plotted betrayal. Ready to change sides and support Prince Randell, he betrayed Queen Sulai and the Zir clan. Truly the sort of man bright on the outside and dark within. Sitting in the dark room, Callion tapped his fingers against his thigh, realizing the trap meant to catch a mouse had caught something far larger. The situation had turned upside down, forcing him to recalculate every step. When his companion asked about the next move, Callion affirmed, "We should inform His Majesty first, but there is still one piece that must be handled." He looked at his teacher and proposed, "Master, let me borrow your name to write a letter to Count Hale." With a calculating smile, Callion ordered his subordinate to treat the death row prisoner in the dungeon, because his wounds had worsened, emphasizing that it was serious. If treatment came too late, he might lose his arm, and clearly he did not want his pawn ruined too soon. Callion handed over a small packet of medicine and instructed carefully, "After that, give him this." Receiving the order, Kiri bowed respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness." Callion gave another task, "Kiri, go to the village and find his wife. Protect her from any threat." And as he was instructing him to take the medicine, a knock sounded at the door. The door swung open and Hina rushed in with another girl. "Hello, Slyman." Hina came to clean the room. "I came to look at the bird." Hina said no but still came. Hina smiled, trying to cover for her friend. I know, but I didn't want to embarrass her by scolding her, and Kalyan could only remain silent. Watching Hina cheerfully call the little bird, Kalyan sighed, thinking this child was Aesner Hex's trouble, not his. While Hina was busy chatting with the little white pigeon, Kiri asked his master, "What should we do with the bird? Do you want to keep it?" And Kalyan answered, "No." Everything had happened too quickly, and he had not yet understood why the topic had shifted to the bird. He explained that he was waiting for the right time to return it to his teacher. Seeing the silver-haired girl regret losing the bird, Kalyan softened his voice. "I will buy you another one when we return home." The little girl was startled when she heard the prince announce that the bird had to leave tonight. The joy that just flashed across her face quickly faded. The little girl refused. "No need, your highness. Merlin would not like having a bird in the room," and Kalyan smiled. "Then help me release the bird after dinner." Seeing the girl nod in agreement, he mentioned another strange thing. He told her to keep the window open, and the girl looked surprised. Kalyan's gaze immediately turned sharp. He hinted subtly, "We have a guest." The balcony door opened wide, letting in the cold night wind. Kalyan calmly sat in the dark room, still holding his book. At the sound of a strange noise outside the balcony, he pursed his lips, sooner than expected. A shadow in a hood appeared from the corridor, acknowledging that Kalyan's letter made him unable to sit still, a result of the threatening letter demanding to meet him if she didn't want her actions on Narenza Street discovered. The one before Kalyan, looking stunned, asked if he had any reason to threaten her like that. Kalyan held the notebook firmly, offering in exchange for proof that Yahello had traded ancient relics. He affirmed that as long as the goal was achieved, her secrets would remain absolutely safe. In the silence of the other party, Kalyan frowned, asking if that was the final answer. The blue-haired girl coldly replied that she hated facing consequences. Instantly, her body blurred in dangerous magical smoke, the answer clear without further explanation. A series of hidden weapons shot toward Kalyan like the wind. He was astonished to realize the one known as the Blue Nightingale used hidden weapons instead of swordsmanship as he had known. In a moment of extreme peril, Kalyan quickly activated his magical shield to block and flip to dodge the scattering shards. A loud noise startled the soldiers outside, thinking an assassin had arrived. They anxiously asked about the prince, but Kalyan immediately cast a room lock spell, ordering no one to enter. Everything was instantly under his control. Kalyan looked at the wreckage and casually said, "Wow." He laughed challengingly. "You really want me dead, huh? Anything else?" Instantly, the female assassin screamed and lunged at him. The two blades clashed, sparks flying brightly. Kalyan realized the difficulty, thinking the sword he held is pure steel. It was not strong enough to withstand his magic. He told himself to finish quickly without using magic. The sharp sword strikes terrified the opponent into groans as she was cornered. The sword was knocked away, but Kalyan's expression suddenly changed. But he was shocked to see the opponent still had a secret weapon, though she said it was gone. The attack came at a terrifying speed. He realized too fast to dodge without using magic. The situation unfolded so quickly even he was astonished. In urgency, Kalyan forced magic into the sword, making it glow to block. The ordinary weapon began cracking under immense power. In an instant, the sword shattered in the prince's hand. In Kalyan's blazing red eyes, only the reflection of the enemy rushing forward remained. The shards fell to the floor, the female assassin stunned. She trembled, unable to believe it, a master swordsman. Kalyan remained cold, silently calculating how to handle the prey appropriately. Suddenly, Kalyan called Ayla. The name froze her in place. Her eyes wide in horror. "How do you know my name?" Not giving her a chance to react, Kalyan lunged to grip her neck. Ayla could only let out a choked cry. Despite her struggling and asking what he intended, Kalyan coldly observed and commented. She did not have a venomous tooth. Secretia spies always had venomous teeth. Kalyan released her, commanding with authority. "Now speak, what do you know?" Ayla clutched her neck, gasping but still bargaining. "If I speak, will you release me?" Kalyan observed, realizing Secretia people were known for adoring snakes, but she was an exception. He thought this version of Ayla was unlike his memories, or had gone through events that changed her. Ayla stubbornly urged, "Be reasonable and release me." She pointed to the rubble, exposing the prince's secret, a crude sword, yet you still showed master-level skill. "Surely you do not want anyone to discover your true talent." Ayla's cunning eyes. "If you do not release me, I will run out and tell the knights everything." Kalyan ground his teeth in anger at this sudden counterattack. He realized in the past the blue tit was extremely loyal to Secretia. This twist was too sharp. No one could react in time. Kalyan recalled the female swordswoman once devoted to her sword, very different from the one before him. He bitterly realized this was not her, angrily grabbed Ayla by the collar. Kalyan roared with fury. "If you value your life, if you recklessly live like this, then you should have proven worthy of forgiveness." Kalyan decisively released her, warning Ayla not to think she could bargain with his secret. He sternly demanded she reveal everything she knew, while declaring he would not act directly. Others would interrogate her. As the name White Eagle was spoken, Ayla was shocked and staggered. Her eyes showed extreme fear at the silhouette of the bee. Elsewhere, Count Hale paced wildly around the room, cursing nonstop over the troubles that kept crashing down on him. The old man slammed his hand hard onto the table in fury, roaring for Mancom, that foolish old man. After the assassin failed, a strange letter threw him into even greater panic. The letter began with a strategic suggestion for him to prove his innocence. The sender said he had explained everything to the Empress and advised him to rest easy, since there was nothing to worry about. Alan Menason's name was written beneath the letter. Reading the line about the trial he was facing, the old man turned pale, sweat streaming down his face, his heart pounding wildly as he realized this person might already know the secret was an ancient sacred relic. The Count raged madly in the room, endlessly cursing the mage Alan Menason, certain that he knew everything. The old man gritted his teeth, determined not to be threatened or humble himself before the prince he looked down on for even another second. "Cannot catch me that easily," Hale growled. He lightly turned the hidden mechanism on the wall, confident in his perfect escape plan, everything in his mind still unfolding smoothly according to his script. The secret door opened, revealing a room filled with chests of gold, silver, and glittering treasures. Hale stepped into the treasury, greed plain in his eyes when he saw that the Zier assets were still intact. The old man sneered, thinking this much would be enough for him to flee and live like royalty elsewhere. He opened a small cabinet drawer and took out an exquisitely carved wooden box, his most precious possession. Click rang out as the lid cracked open, revealing dozens of ancient sacred relics glowing like great jewels. Hale calculated that with these sacred relics he could begin a new life with Zier's vast fortune, inwardly mocking Malenan Burson for bringing only trouble. Just as he was about to close the box, an unfamiliar hand stopped him, along with a mocking whisper, "Thank you for making this easier for me." Hale jolted in shock, horrified to see a young man with long blue hair calmly holding the treasure box. The old man was stunned to realize the other party had used an invisibility charm to hide in the room without him noticing. Before Hale's panic, the young man smiled brightly yet dangerously and introduced himself. "Asura Hex, mage of Prince Callion, at your service," then declared that the old man had been far too generous in offering up the evidence himself. Hale froze for a few seconds, and Asura Hex stared straight at the old man's changing face, mocking that the mage and the prince would learn exactly how his grace had cooperated. Asura Hex brought all the spoils to Callion, placed the treasure box on the table, and reported that these were the ancient sacred relics Hale had hidden. "I also have the transaction history with the blue warbler and the secret list he sold." Looking at the precious evidence, Callion nodded in satisfaction. It was enough that no one could deny it. Callion smiled brightly, carefully cradling the box of sacred relics and praising, "With this, everything is fine," but his joy was brief as a knock and violent shaking shattered the atmosphere. A terrified boy rushed in, his face deathly pale as he cried, "Your Highness, there are people outside." Callion and Asner Hex held their positions, their wary gazes turning toward the window. Below the castle, horse hooves thundered and shouts threw the whole area into chaos. A mighty army in golden armor, draped in deep blue cloaks, marched in. Callion stood at the window, his red eyes blazing with surprise when he recognized the familiar emblem on the shields and banners. He murmured inwardly, "That is Terra, the royal soldiers of Zier." Their sudden appearance made Callion suspicious, because this elite force should have been protecting the king in Suryezu. At the Karis Palace, Alan Menason could not hide his astonishment. He roared at the king, "You sent the volunteer corps to Hale, I thought it was knights." Alan Menason was worried, because this move had been outside his expectations when he sent the report to His Majesty. The king calmly sipped his tea and explained that knights were easily compromised, so he could not risk sending them to his son when Birisen agents were mixed in. Those who were not absolutely loyal could not be trusted. Alan Menason was still worried and sprang to his feet, warning that excessive love would harm Callion in the long run. He emphasized that every loving gesture could cut off Callion's path to survival. His opponents would scream and argue, exactly the reason the king had always been cautious and unable to show his affection. After hearing this, the king's hand paused. In the broad room filled with lonely sunset light, the king sat silently, his awkwardness clear, wanting to care but forbidden by circumstance. After a moment of thought, the king murmured that he understood and would not let it happen again. He decided to have the princes attend lunch at Zier tomorrow, hoping to see them get along. Alan Menason smiled meaningfully. "What could be happier than that, Your Majesty?" Back at the Hale estate, when everything was nearly finished, the Zier steward Chested anxiously asked whether Callion would be staying long. Callion, on horseback, announced that the Kara unit would take over, and the criminals would be escorted back to the capital to await judgment. He lightly reminded them that one person had died before hearing his sentence. This was Callion's calculated move, allowing Norton to reunite with his beloved wife in Whiterin, though on paper he was already a dead man. Seeing that the prince was about to leave, Chested mustered all his courage to ask about his own future. Callion looked at the old man coldly, reminding him that debt had forced him to sell himself at Count Hale's service. He bluntly reminded him that Chested's trade of sacred relics with foreign countries could not be excused. Zier steward froze, drenched in sweat, able only to lower his head and admit guilt for his grave crime. Callion unexpectedly turned the situation around, saying the old man had merit for catching the traitor, and declared that the king would show mercy in response to his loyalty. Before Chested could rejoice, he went deathly still upon hearing the order. From now on, you are my Zir steward at the Leche estate. The old man was stunned. He could not understand why he had to stay behind when Callion smiled so brightly and mysteriously. The idea of being kept there to work made the reversal feel brutally sudden. Chested cried out in despair, unable to believe this absurd arrangement. Meanwhile, Callion's party continued taking the risk of heading to Suspanian Cave. News of the incident at Hale kept reaching him along the road. Hale was officially stripped of his title, deprived of his privileges, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Callion's gaze slowly lowered as he thought about Ayla's fate. Lucretia's blue warbler was brought to the execution platform to receive the death sentence. The capital square was covered in renegida leaves, and cactus thorns absorbed the moisture, keeping the white flagstones from being stained by the blood of the condemned. Witnessing this scene, first Prince Randall fell into deep thought beside the banquet table. He realized Callion was silently testing him. Second Prince Blanche also felt uncomfortable under that razor-sharp gaze. He understood that this was Callion's way of proving whether the Empress had been involved with the woman executed for trying to harm him. Blanche stared at his elder brother and declared coldly that his suspicion had been misplaced. Elder brother. Randall calmly took another sip of wine, then suddenly spoke. I heard you avoided Callion's order. Blanche smiled faintly and mocked. What is it? Do you miss the strong smell of my wine? Randall did not answer. He casually dropped his handkerchief to the floor and warned coldly, of course not. Your days of trials are over. The next step is learning how to stay silent. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with tension, his light sarcasm subtle yet sharp. In the empty room, Blanche ground his teeth, his hand clenching the trembling fork. A shrill sound rang out as he slammed the fork onto the table in anger, then collapsed into his chair and sighed helplessly. Is this still not quiet enough? In another distant place, Callion's group was facing a new trial. A subordinate reported anxiously, Your Highness, continuing like this is too risky. The other side has not had time to cool down, yet this side is already prepared. Looking at the road buried under earth and stones, Callion asked in surprise, was there a landslide? He roared in frustration at the obstruction caused by the weather. How long will it take to clear the road? Although his subordinate advised taking a detour, Callion was still worried about the time wasted in Hale. The journey had taken longer than he expected. He decided, once we return to Siriusu, we will establish an instant teleportation gate. After traveling so far, I only want to use fast travel to ease the fatigue. While he was thinking, Callion was startled when a hand tugged hard at his clothes. A little elf girl cried out cheerfully, Then come with me, go to my village. Callion asked in surprise, Village? What answered the prince's astonishment was the little elf girl's radiant, energetic smile. I live here, the elf village. Little girl even boasted that Luca and the elder were also there. Then she invited him with great enthusiasm, Your Majesty, stay here, leave tomorrow. This sudden enthusiasm surprised everyone. Callion smiled. Oh, wonderful. Before he even understood what was going on, the schedule had already been changed. The entire group changed direction toward the elf village. Callion held the little girl's ancient book with a helpless look, wondering when he had become Your Majesty in this child's eyes. As they crossed the suspension bridges hanging in the depths of the forest, the shimmering beauty of the village with tree houses glowing in the night left the soldiers amazed. Even Callion was stunned. He had never thought he would come to such a mysterious place. The group's appearance quickly drew attention. An elf man with long silver hair and a noble bearing approached. As soon as he appeared, he asked arrogantly, Who is the king of mankind? Callion frowned in displeasure. Thinking there was something wrong with this man, he answered bluntly, None of us harbors such lofty ambitions, but if a representative is needed, that would be me. The man introduced himself as Zir, the village elder, and brazenly asked the king of mankind for help. Callion corrected him coldly, I am not a king. Callion Renciris, listen carefully before answering. Zir explained solemnly, recently, 3 elves visited the human lands, but they have not returned after 10 days. Even the 2 spies sent to search had vanished without a trace. Because the elf race knew little about humans, the old elder asked Callion to help find the 5 of them. Seeing Zir's forceful attitude, Callion was rendered speechless, wondering whether all elves were this strange. He looked straight at the old elder and asked coldly, So the elf race lost 5 people, and you want me to go find them? Why should I do that? Zir insisted, Because you are the king of mankind. Callion sighed, pressed a hand to his head, and snapped at the stubborn old man. I am not a king, I am a prince, the Prince of Cyrus. When Zir tried to gloss over the matter, Callion firmly cut him off. No, it is very important. A king and a prince are completely different. Zir clicked his tongue. Fine, Prince, I will not make you do this without consequences. You are heading to Siegfried territory, correct? Callion confirmed it, and the old man began saying tempting things. The normal road is slow. We know a trail through the forest that will make the journey 4 times faster. Callion thought, taking the elf trail could shorten a 2-month journey to 2 weeks. It benefited both sides and was hard to refuse. Immediately, Callion changed his attitude and smiled brightly. 5 elves, right? Poor things, I will help. I am the Prince of Cyrus. You can trust me. Faced with the prince's dizzying change, Zir merely smiled meaningfully. The group rode their horses deep into the border forest. Kallian's subordinate checked the map, while reporting that there were no signs of slave trading. The forest bordered the two towns of Nerika and Sting, deep within Heriska. The guide said there were mercenaries around here, but no illegal activity. Listener Hex observed, thinking that they had previously suspected a slave trading network, but in reality, it was probably not the case. Kallian decided, begin the search in the nearest town as planned. Sting is ahead. The two towns are almost the same size. I will go to the closer one first. It sounded convenient, but trouble was about to come. On the way Zir moved to the town of Sin, a subordinate reported that the two towns competed fiercely, and Kallian answered bluntly, is that so? In truth, healthy competition helped progress. He hoped he could buy a new sword to replace his damaged weapon, but when he arrived at the blacksmith, the shopkeeper said, we do not sell swords. The higher the expectation, the faster the disappointment. Kallian froze, then snapped, you sell weapons. Why are there no swords? Are they sold out? The shopkeeper glanced at them, mocking that they were far too young to search effectively. Kallian asserted, I am a mage and he is a swordsman. Mercenaries are not the only ones who need swords. The shopkeeper sighed and advised them not to waste time, because all the weapons had been sold to the mercenaries in the city. If they wanted work, that man suggested going straight to the lord's mansion. Kallian refused. He needed to buy a sword for himself and planned to try his luck in Nerika, but the shopkeeper said it was useless. The situation there was the same as here. Kallian's gaze turned icy as he realized the truth behind those words. He let out a faint laugh. Ha, little one. Seeing the prince acting strangely, Essener Hex worriedly asked Han. Kallian only explained in a low voice that the lords of the two towns were urgently gathering troops and weapons. War was clearly about to break out. He realized the elf village between the two towns was in danger, and understood the true purpose behind Elder Zir asking him to find people. Without hesitation, Kallian wrote 2 letters and ordered them delivered to Lords Sting and Nerika. He calculated this would only delay their plans. This action was meant to buy time for the missing elves to return safely to the village. Zir held the letters in shock, while Kallian coldly announced he would depart at dawn and demanded the old man keep his promise to guide him through the forest shortcut. Before the old man's panic over the war about to erupt, Kallian smiled wickedly, looked straight at Zir, and exposed his lie even with doubts. He had still intended to help because the old man was an elf, yet the old man deceived him despite knowing war was near. He curled his lips mockingly, blazing red eyes staring deep into Zir, exposing his deceit, and said that though he once intended to overlook it because the old man was an elf, the old man still wanted to trick him with war close at hand. Zir panicked, sweat running down, never expecting every scheme to be seen through by the young prince. Kallian continued presenting proof of the missing people's whereabouts. The 5 elves seemed to have gone to Sting Castle disguised as mercenaries, every trace exposed. He asserted that even commoners could notice the signs of conflict. The elder could not have been unaware, his voice filled with anger. You used me, knowing that as a prince, I would act to prevent war. Looking at Zir lowering his head in resignation with a shifty expression, Kallian decisively turned and left, declaring he no longer needed the old man's forest route. The agreement was cancelled. Faced with the prince's decisiveness, Zir panicked and shouted, Wait, are you going to stand by and watch war break out? Kallian stopped before the door. He replied in a low, suggestive voice, humans who fight all have their reasons, they will not hesitate forever. He glanced at Zir one last time with a cold gaze and a warning. If the village matters, protect it with all your strength, not with tricks. Every word was decisive, leaving no room for detours. The door shut dryly, leaving Zir alone in the empty room. The old man angrily slammed the table, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists helplessly before Kallian's firmness. Meanwhile, second Prince Blanche was suffering a headache over the severe losses. He judged that the fault lay entirely with the Beersen merchants. Only they would dare go that far. But now their business operations had completely stalled because of the incident at the Hale Mansion. That man again, Renan Burison, Kallian murmured when he realized this person's hand was involved in the new trouble. In Sting and Nerika, barren soil made wheat cultivation impossible, so the people had to buy from merchants. Burison stopped trading. Sting had to turn to Nerika, but Nerika raised the price, creating tension, greed leading to conflict. Kallian coldly criticized Burison for monopolizing food and then withdrawing. Did they think this would heal their wounded pride? They did not realize this action only made the people suffer, not the lords. Just then, loud knocking echoed at the door. The elf elder entered, face flushed, kneeling and trembling as he said, I am terribly sorry, Slyman. He admitted that Luca, his son, had dragged Kallian into trouble at Hale, causing the conflict between the two towns, but out of fear of the prince he did not reveal it earlier. His hands clenched in late regret, the fault is entirely mine. He revealed Luca was his son, the missing elves were involved, fearing Kallian would turn against the elf tribe. In desperation, he begged Kallian to help because the elf tribe lacked equipment, requesting he meet the lord to deliver reconciliation letters. Kallian's gaze was cold, he silently observed before making a request. Let me see what else they need besides wheat. I will meet after you provide the information. Hearing hope, the old man rejoiced, so you will help us. Kallian immediately coldly affirmed he was not doing it for him. Despite that coldness, the old man bowed in gratitude, promising the elf tribe would not forget this generosity. Callion sat meditating in the dark room. The name Lennon haunted him like a thorn difficult to remove. He touched his ring, eyes blazing red with determination, concluding he was the problem to solve. The light from the ring urged him. He resolved to clear all trouble. Meanwhile, at Evan Brisson's manor in Suryazu, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Viscount Evan Brisson, head of the Brisson clan, had just returned with a serious demeanor. When the servant announced the carriage was ready, Evan Brisson unexpectedly ordered it to stop. He decided to remain at the manor, canceling today's schedule, leaving his subordinates astonished. Evan Brisson coldly ordered the mysterious guest to be brought into the room, then he walked away alone, looking contemplative. Subordinates murmured at the lord's unusual behavior, skipping an important meeting, choosing to receive a guest in private rather than the gallery. Everyone was curious about the identity of the secret guest in the luxurious carriage. In the room, a white-haired man with mysterious aura waited, smiling. "We have not met directly." Evan Brisson sat opposite, remarking that with prior notice, the reception would have been more formal. The stranger smiled lightly, asserting he came to help Evan Brisson reduce trouble. It was only a few pieces of information Evan would care about. The atmosphere froze as the guest mentioned Evan Brisson's second son. He revealed that the boy had special interest in the king's firstborn. Evan Brisson was horrified, clutching his teacup as the secret linking the Zier clan and the first prince was exposed. The mysterious guest dropped the shocking information. "Your second son is paying attention to the king's firstborn." Viscount Evan Brisson tried to remain calm, denying, "Renan is not bold enough to do such a thing." In response, the guest looked mocking, pressing the point. "You really do not think much about your own child." Seeing that Evan Brisson remained stubborn, the white-haired man handed over the secret documents and said there was information more trustworthy than his judgment. Just glancing at the page, Evan Brisson's expression immediately changed in horror. He slammed his hand hard onto the table. He shouted furiously, what did you just say?" The guest calmly delivered another fatal blow. "My lord, we both know you have decided to remove Renan." Struck in a sore spot, Evan Brisson ground his teeth. This is not something an ordinary fraud should interfere in. The other man merely smiled faintly in contempt. "It is amusing to hear that from someone who once caused so many murders." Those words lit the fuse of Evan Brisson's rage, and he roared, "You dare show disrespect in my own territory." Sword masters usually exuded killing intent as sharp as a blade, but those who held the mysteries of magic carried a terrifying composure. Facing Evan Brisson's fury, the guest still sat calmly. "You do not regard me as a threat, do you? Go on then if you dare." Blazing red pressure enveloped the room, turning the primal fear of death into another kind of sensation. The invisible weapon tightened around Evan Brisson's breath. Looking at the Marcus trembling in fear, the white-haired man warned, "I will not hesitate to fight like my disciple, so continue this conversation for your own benefit." Evan Brisson ground his teeth, sweat pouring from him as he endured the suffocating pressure from across the room. Alan Menacin still kept his calm smile. He lightly released the blazing red aura of an eighth circle mage, covering the entire room. As the pressure gradually faded, Alan Manasson remarked frankly, "Much better." Seeing that Evan Brisson could still hold on, Alan Manasson secretly rated him highly. One should not look down on someone who could withstand his pressure. It proved that the man was also a swordsman of real skill. Alan Manasson pursed his lips and suggested another option. "I know you will take care of your wise son," but Slyman proposed a more effective method. The moment the pressure withdrew, he immediately offered strategic advice, as smoothly as though the drama had never happened. Alan Manasson continued laying out the plan to separate Renan from the Marcus inner circle. According to Callion's calculations, Evan Brisson should declare that he was willing to buy back his son's merchant guild. Once news spread that Renan had dared to poison the prince, the Brisson Merchant Guild would certainly suffer heavy pressure from public opinion. In reality, the Merchant Guild only existed while Renan brought him profit, but Evan Brisson belonged to the prestigious Zier clan, and that guild had only been meant for a son lacking talent in swordsmanship. Callion believed that once the Merchant Guild no longer made a profit, and even damaged the Zier clan's reputation, Evan Brisson would find every possible way to eliminate it at once. The plan sounded decisive from the start, leaving no gaps. Faced with this proposal, Evan Brisson sank into thought. Perhaps so, but why would he fall into your hands, and into the prince's hands as well? Why should I yield that benefit? Alan Manasson smiled, as if he had predicted the reaction. You must state clear that neither you nor the prince will step forward to buy it. Callion had prepared another piece more suitable for this transaction. Before Evan Brisson's suspicious gaze, Alan Manasson revealed that the one behind it was the head of the second largest merchant guild in Siriusu, someone with great power behind him. Alan Manasson frankly pushed the documents back toward Evan Brisson, persuading him that shifting attention to a rival was the logical move. He only needed to find a convincing reason to sell, while he would guarantee a proper price. Evan Brisson read the terms in astonishment, his eyes widening in shock. Meanwhile, at another mansion, the mysterious guest they had mentioned was happily watering his ornamental plants. He lovingly cradled the pot with a happy expression. "My darling, Papa has been too busy lately, but now Father is here. Let us tend the plant together." Hale's arrest made Lennon anxious, and with no result yet, he told himself that Hale was smart enough to stay silent. For a moment, Renan considered liquidating his assets and fleeing Tan Sin before the connection was discovered. That place was too dangerous, so he had already cut ties with Hale beforehand. Lost in thought, Renan accidentally squeezed too hard and snapped a leaf from the ornamental plant, making him panic. Precious darling, Father Slimon is sorry. He reassured himself that the other lords trading with Tan Slimon were nothing to worry about. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar presence behind him. The moment he turned around, Renan started in shock. "Himph, what are you doing here?" Before he could answer, a black shadow suddenly lunged forward and strangled him. Renan struggled, knocking over the precious potted plant before being dragged away brutally. Not long after, rumors spread throughout the capital the Tansin Holy Land had seized a storehouse of ancient relics from Cyrus with Lenin's help. Thrown into prison, Renan frantically clung to the bars and screamed, "Let me out. Do you know who I am? My father will cut you down." But Renan vanished completely after that. Marquis Evan Brisson searched the entire kingdom in vain. Although he suspected Alan Menessin and Melpir Pollen, the truth quickly showed that they had nothing to do with it. Meanwhile, the acquisition of the Merchant Guild still proceeded smoothly under Melpir Pollen's management. Through communication magic, Alan Menessin reported to Callion, "The item you requested is on its way, Your Highness. If you need anything else, Slimon, please say so." Callion smiled, "Thank you, Master." At the elf village, Elder Zir announced that the Mother Tree had accepted their plea, and that they would soon enter the passage. When Zir planned to have his son Luca lead the way, Callion unexpectedly changed his mind. "Thank you, but I would rather have Sia guide us." "Hey Sia, lead us through the forest." The little elf girl cheerfully agreed at once. Callion asked carefully, "Are you sure? No one will go with you on the way back." Sia answered confidently, "Do not worry, I could find the way even with my eyes closed." Callion was satisfied. "Good, let us go." But he suddenly stopped short when he realized something strange. Sia was speaking far too normally, completely different from her previous innocent manner. As everyone grew suspicious, Sia gave a faint mysterious smile and revealed a stone. The strange purple stone glowed in her palm. Callion took the stone from Sia's hand and carefully examined the strange characters glowing on it. He pondered, "Let us see, what exactly is this?" He fell into thought, reflecting on the strange stone. Callion turned to question the trembling Luca, asking directly whether it was the divine object he had stolen. Luca broke out in a cold sweat and stammered evasively, "How would I know? I do not remember anything." Seeing the prince's cold, sharp expression, Aesner Hex stepped forward anxiously. "Your Highness, this may be..." In Callion's mind appeared the black stone among the things Luca had brought back to the village. Though it resembled a treasure, it gave off a terrifyingly gloomy aura. He inwardly guessed this might be another divine object, but it felt far too dangerous, as if it carried the stench of death. Euron, standing behind him, felt the same while Aesner Hex sensed nothing unusual. Callion heard mournful wails echoing from the stone. Callion whispered coldly that the owner of this stone must have met a dreadful end, and this matter needed to be investigated. Even so, he lightly flicked the stone back to Sia, telling her that she could use it as a means of communication on the road. Before the little girl's bewilderment, since it had originally been Luca's stone, Callion calmly stated that it was no longer his now. Sia happily accepted it and said, "Then I will keep it. You will take it back after we pass through the forest." Looking at the small figure ahead, Euron and Aesner Hex realized that the little girl always knew the answer in advance. "That child seems to know the answer even before the question is asked," Euron remarked thoughtfully. He suspected that Sia might be able to glimpse the future for a brief instant, and Callion also agreed that she always sensed things one step ahead. Looking at the hourglass-shaped divine object shining brightly, Callion thought in astonishment that if this was true, this little one was not nearly as innocent as she looked. Callion pondered whether that black stone was connected to Arcus Tempus. Meanwhile, in the capital, First Prince Randell stood quietly among the rose garden. His sorrowful gaze stopped on the branches that had already withered. He silently called Callion's name, realizing it after the series of incidents that had just happened. Now it was Renan Burrison's turn to be pushed out of the game. Randell drew a necklace with a glittering round pendant from inside his clothes. When he brought it close to the rose branch, powerful mana burst forth and made the withered bud droop. In the blink of an eye, the bud trembled slightly, then bloomed into a vivid red rose. Randell gently touched the petals and whispered that it was still very beautiful, and that it should keep that appearance a little longer. At the same time, in Heriska Forest, Callion was meditating beneath an ancient tree. Ring on his hand suddenly flashed with strands of light, signaling that his mana was changing. Callion shut his eyes tightly, feeling the mana current whirl violently before gathering completely in his chest. A voice rang out in his mind, congratulating him for nurturing a powerful aura, instead of developing magic as planned. Callion clutched his head in pain and blurted, "No, His teacher's mockery hurt him more than a direct scolding. He collapsed beside the tree roots and blamed himself for his mistake, while his master was the one who had endured the most. The habits of a swordsman from his previous life were too hard to abandon. His soul had grown used to turning mana into sword aura instead of preserving it for advanced magic, so Callian only answered softly, "I know." He understood that sword aura and magic had similar mana circles. The problem was not a lack of mana, but that his instincts always prioritized strengthening his aura. Alan Manason's voice rang out again, saying he had never criticized Callian's foundation as weak, but he also would not let him return to the capital before finding a solution. Callian silently looked into empty space, wondering whether he could truly find a way to resolve it. His teacher's voice echoed beneath the starry sky, reminding him that he had to understand it best, because he was walking a path no one dared to take. But every path is the same, my prince. In the end, it will lead somewhere. Dawn gradually drove away the dark night, and from ahead came the clear voice of the elf girl calling, "Here, sir, hurry." This was the end of the route through the forest, and Callian stepped decisively through the last bushes, leaving the shadowed canopy behind. The brilliant sunlight of the new day made Callian narrow his eyes and raise a hand to shield them. Before his eyes appeared a magnificent scene so overwhelming that he exclaimed it was the Siegfried territory, the land of elephants. A vast white city leaned against towering stone cliffs, appearing majestic beneath the deep blue sky. Callian stood on a high rocky ledge, gazing over the vast lands of House Siegfried. The grandeur of this place left the young prince unable to help feeling overwhelmed. The call, "Captain," suddenly rang out from behind, pulling him back to reality. Sia cheerfully waved goodbye, a radiant smile on her lips. Seeing the little elf girl prepare to turn and leave, Callian suddenly paused. On the wild mountainside, Callian looked straight into Sia's eyes and asked, "Do you really have to return to that village?" He had not forgotten the villagers' strange reaction when they chose her as their guide, even after staying only briefly. Callian had clearly sensed their alienation toward her. If the problem was only her habit of answering in advance, Callian said he could meet Suspanian's will and ask about her. A gentle word of concern, yet it touched the heart of the matter, saying little but enough to understand. Callian sincerely suggested that until everything became clear, would she like to continue traveling with them? Before he'd finished speaking, Sia calmly answered at once, "Yes, that's right." The little girl admitted that the villagers sometimes felt uncomfortable being around her, but Sia was not sad, because the mother tree had said this was her natural essence. Sia smiled brightly and confidently declared that being different did not mean being wrong, and although the way she spoke was strange, she was still a true elf. Looking at the little girl's confidence, Callian paused, then smiled faintly, telling himself he was still far from understanding people's hearts. Sia cheerfully encouraged him, "So, Captain, do not worry about me. I am fine this way. I will be very happy. See you next time." Sia brightly said goodbye to the whole group to return to her tribe, not forgetting to sincerely thank her new friends for saving her. Closing the turbulent journey at the elf village, the group of people and horses entered the center of Siegfried territory beneath the radiant sunset. The towering and solid city walls appeared majestic, showing Suspanian's determination to protect her territory. And seeing this massive scale, Callian thought that if the former princes of Caris stood here, they would surely breathe a sigh of relief knowing Siegfried had never aimed directly at the gold vault. Just looking at the walls was enough to see the immense risk. Approaching the mansion, Callian called out Anne, and the young boy immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, your highness." However, Callian sternly reminded him not to act like a servant when entering inside. Master Anne looked bewildered, showing fatigue, complaining about having to deal with 20 troublesome guards outside and not knowing how many troubles awaited inside. "Understand, do not act like a servant anymore," and nodded seriously. While Callian silently advanced deeper into the castle and eagerly said he would handle everything himself, promising to take care of all matters, leaving Callian shaking his head. Callian could only sweat at this excessive enthusiasm. Night had fallen over the Siegfried territory. Callian warily wiped his hair after bathing, sighing over his own miscalculations. He told himself he had arrived at Siegfried's territory, but the harsh reality struck when recalling the map with Anne, and Callian was shocked to realize they had only passed the outer gate, still 2 days from the inner city. He could not help but be surprised. Who knew the fortress was as vast as a city? Though he wanted to meet Suleiman tonight, given the immense scale of the elephant lands, Callian had to accept that complaints were useless. Reaching the gate revealed the map shock. His gaze stopped on the black stone on the table, recalling Sia's assertion that despite different wording, she was still a true elf. Callian muttered softly, "Very well, time to focus." Realizing that even as mana transformed into aura, the source of power still remained, he wondered why he had always thought differently before, then fell into meditation to sense the surging energy. Callian realized that if he abandoned the habit of turning mana into aura, he could simply create a magic circle with that very aura. The explosive power astonished onlookers at the door as they observed the movement of mana. The movement was massive, unlike the usual gentle warmth emanating a cold, terrifying magical force. Observers silently questioned the extent of the prince's abilities. Amid the light radiating from his chest, Kalyan smiled proudly as he finally succeeded in breaking through the fourth circle. The issue of the magic circle was resolved, but Kalyan knew there were still major troubles to face. Kalyan worried about concealing his true identity, as on the continent there were 6 swordsmen, and those with stronger aura could see through weaker ones. The next morning a dignified man on horseback led knights in greeting. "Welcome, Slyman, your highness, long time no see. You must have endured the long journey." That was Duke Siegfried, the second swordsman of the continent. Kalyan understood he still could not match his true strength. Just dismounting, Siegfried spoke solemnly, "Your highness," and Kalyan feared revealing his swordsman identity if meeting directly. Siegfried looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "How could it be you could develop to this extent?" He was excited to see the once small prince now tall and mature, almost failing to recognize Kalyan, remarking on his changes. Kalyan curved his lips slightly and answered with confidence, "I have improved a little compared to before." That affirmation made Siegfried laugh heartily, thinking his progress was far beyond just a little. The Duke invited him enthusiastically. "Come, please enter, I will lead you to the castle." The entire group headed toward the grand architecture of House Siegfried under En's admiring gaze. Siegfried secretly admired Alan Menacin for teaching his disciple well. While on horseback, he mentioned that the 6 swordsmen also used magic, startling Kalyan. He gave an awkward smile and admitted, "As expected, you noticed right away." Siegfried chuckled, affirming that despite his simple appearance, he had not lived his life in vain. Looking at the hands gripping the reins, glowing with a deep blue radiance, he thought the prince probably could not see it, but he saw it very clearly. Siegfried laughed heartily as he rode leisurely with Kalyan, teasing him about the prince's teacher. It must be enjoyable, though surely difficult as well. When darkness covered the massive castle, the Duke sighed regretfully, unable to speak longer, "Though I would like to say more to the prince. I must inspect the western side, I hope you understand." Kalyan smiled and replied, "It is fine. I arrived much earlier than planned." Siegfried nodded and asked whether the prince would leave tomorrow, sincerely telling him to travel safely. "When you return, there will be much to tell me." Beneath the perfectly round full moon, the atmosphere of Kara's palace carried an entirely different tone. Alan Menacin smiled at the contemplative monarch, not expecting His Majesty to pour the wine himself. "Prince Kalyan has safely reached the Elephant Lands." Alan Menacin stroked the edge of the cloth while observing the king and asked tactfully, "Are you doing this because you are relieved, or because something else still worries you?" The king remained silent, his eyes gazing far into the quiet night, voicing his inner thoughts. "I am pondering when to light the flame of Camulon." Those words made Alan Menacin pause, understanding the king's deeper meaning. From the sound of it, this matter was serious. Alan Menacin continued cautiously, "Are you thinking about who will inherit the crown prince's position?" The king sighed, judging that once Kalyan returned from Rosalita, all 3 sons would have grown, and he had to decide who would succeed him, weighing each prince with deep concern. Randell was composed but difficult to read, Blanche was powerful but wished to follow his own path, Kalyan was still not fully mature, how could he not be troubled? Alan Menacin smiled and suggested to the king, "If you are in a hurry, choose the one least satisfied first. That way, one worry will disappear without anyone knowing." The king sighed warily, "I am tired of saying so much as well." Alan Menacin cut in, affirming that Prince Randell would remain obedient until Kalyan left the palace. As he poured the wine, he advised that the boy's difficult thoughts would become clear then. "Until that time, Slyman, do not reveal your thoughts, whether for Kalyan or for the other 2 princes." Alan Menacin continued reassuring the king, "Do not worry too much. The master of Camulon will prove himself at the right time." In the darkness, Kalyan advanced cautiously step by step. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm before the silence that enveloped the space. Kalyan went deeper into the mysterious cave, where dense magical walls surrounded him. The path stretched farther and farther, seemingly without end, making him impatient, as if he could walk forever and still not reach the end. Kalyan began to grow tired, sweat beading on his forehead as he wondered how much farther he had to go. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of light flared before him, and he hurriedly covered his eyes against the dazzling radiance. He opened his eyes in astonishment, trying to make out what had appeared at the end of the tunnel. As soon as he emerged from the cave, Kalyan froze before a radiant field of white flowers under the early morning sun. He was stunned, realizing that he was standing in a fairy tale-like space, completely different from the darkness behind him. Yet immediately after that, a terrifying surge of mana rushed over him, leaving Kalyan horrified, his eyes widening in shock. He sensed an incomparably violent power, his heart pounding with extreme fear. Kalyan trembled, clenching his fists tightly, sweat streaming down as he realized this pressure was not merely a remnant will. Before a greatness far beyond imagination, Callion bowed, placing a hand over his chest to pay respects to Suspanian. Appearing before his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful woman with long black hair and blazing red eyes full of authority, exuding a supreme aura. Callion was shaken as he realized that this was Suspanian's true body. In the middle of the peaceful village, while the villagers worked diligently, a gigantic pillar of light suddenly shone down. The light engulfed everything, frightening everyone. From that light, Suspanian appeared with majestic dignity, leaving Callion only able to bow softly in greeting. He was stunned, wondering why her will had not met him at Rosalita but had instead appeared right before his eyes. He clearly felt magic suppressing his entire body, numbing every sense. However, in the very next moment, the fear that had once strangled his throat suddenly vanished completely. Suspanian walked slowly across the field of flowers, her voice ringing with mystery. I wonder why a child who should not exist has come to me. Because you carry memories from another time and forged a sword with my blessing. I do not know what truly happened. Suspanian drew closer. Her blazing red eyes bored deep into his mind as she whispered, I am the one who called you. A gigantic pillar of light shone down, terrifying everyone. The crowd discussed the strange phenomenon that had occurred just after the prince left. The boy grew anxious, sweat pouring from him as he silently called the prince's name. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed his head, startling him. A middle-aged man appeared with a triumphant look, mocking his concern for Callion. Was shocked to recognize that it was his own father, and the old man calmly declared, I have returned. The old man's early appearance made everyone suspicious, since he had only left for the monastery last night. Amid the chaos, a girl with silver hair tinged with red appeared and greeted them gently. Greetings, Slyman, I am Veronica Allen Menison. She was Alan Menison's granddaughter, traveling with Rachel Gray, his daughter-in-law. This unexpected appearance made Ian's group very happy. Returning to the illusion-like space, Suspanian said softly, let me see. She reached out and gripped Callion's chin, making him startle, sweat running down as he faced those blazing red eyes of authority directly. In those eyes, Callion's figure appeared as though his very soul were being seen through. Suspanian delved into Callion's deepest memories, and chaotic images from his past life resurfaced. The smoke and flames of war, fallen soldiers, desperate screams and the painful tears of a child. After seeing through everything, Suspanian spoke softly with hidden meaning. I understand now. Callion stood still, sweat streaming down his tense face. Suspanian began to speak, but strangely, though her lips moved, Callion could not hear a single sound. He wondered in shock. What is this? She is clearly talking, but I cannot hear anything. Seeing the stubborn look of the young prince, Suspanian said coldly, you cannot hear me. The sound has been sealed at a high level. And she revealed that the reason was because she did not want him to hear it. Callion was shaken and asked haltingly, did you say she is Serenity? Suspanian closed her eyes, looking pensive. Serenity, yes, I have heard people call her that. That confirmation left Callion stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment. In his mind, the legend of the goddess Serenity resurfaced. In the war where two gods sealed the evil god, she fought beside 8 heroes, and according to legend, Serenity fell into eternal sleep after the sealing was complete. Callion was doubtful, but he could not understand why Serenity still existed despite supposedly being asleep, or whether existence had been hidden. Suspanian calmly said that she herself could leave behind her will and remain present here, so it was still possible for Serenity to exist. Suspanian looked at Callion and reminded him that there were other things he should be questioning more. Callion pondered, then spoke, in that case, I want to ask, there is something in Secretia called the timeline axis. When Suspanian confirmed that she knew about it, Callion broke into a cold sweat and asked why she needed to interfere with time in Kairos. However, when Suspanian began to explain, her words were once again obscured by an invisible force, as if an admin had blocked voice chat. Callion ground his teeth helplessly again. Why can I not hear these words? Suspanian said frankly that she did not want him to act rashly, revealing that Serenity feared Callion would ruin an important plan if he knew in advance. Callion was shaken as he realized every intervention was meant to prevent the secrets of fate from being revealed, and he understood that the matter was serious enough for Serenity to intervene personally. Suspanian nodded in acknowledgement. That is right, you said it exactly. Callion fell silent, thinking to himself that this situation was far greater than anything he had imagined. He could not understand what the axis of time was, that it would make even a god intervene. The painful memory of the scream calling for Werner surfaced. That image made Callion clench his fist tightly, the veins on his hand taut with rage and pain. Keeping calm, Callion asked his final question. Did my brother use the axis of time to save me? Suspanian observed him in silence, then coldly reminded him that before that person was Callion's brother. He was a king, going against the natural order just to save one person was unthinkable. He was not foolish enough to do that. The blunt remark left Callion stunned, his clenched fist trembling. His crimson eyes filled with shock as he realized the terrible truth. If it was not Jay, then who had truly turned the axis of time? Sespanian poured cold water over Callion's thoughts, emphasizing that his brother was a king and could not be foolish enough to go against the natural order just to save one life. That assertion left Callion standing frozen amid the flower field. His red eyes widened in shock as he realized Jay might not have been the one who saved him. Callion lowered his head, sweat streaming down in stunned disbelief. At that moment, Sespanian raised her hand and asked him to show what he was holding. Callion wondered what the thing he held truly was, that it would make the Supreme Being so concerned. He thought to himself, surely not. But before he could speak, the divine object revealed itself on its own. Black stone engraved with ancient characters appeared in midair. Sespanian held it, her eyes filled with astonishment, and examined the divine object carefully. Meanwhile, Callion simply stood silently and watched. The Supreme Being's gaze sharpened, as though she had recognized the true source of the power hidden within the stone. Sespanian returned the stone to Callion, telling him to keep holding it, and that everything would become clear when the time came. Callion clenched his hand, his gaze determined despite the many questions that still had no answers. Before her figure gradually faded away, Sespanian left him with a message. Do not be disappointed if you did not receive the answer you wanted today. When you are ready, come back to meet me. Then she vanished, leaving Callion standing silently in the gloomy cave. Meanwhile, the sky above the Siegfried territory became strangely bustling. Countless messenger pigeons flew thickly across the sky, carrying urgent messages from the land of elephants. On the high balcony, Duke Siegfried watched the birds in astonishment, admitting that even after living here for so long, this sight was still strange. A stern voice rang out from behind him, cutting through his thoughts. Is this really the time for your grace to relax and admire the scenery? Emery Siegfried stepped forward, his face full of worry. Before his serious daughter, Siegfried smiled, replying, just enjoying a bit, knowing the event will draw envy and attention. Emery worriedly asked if the pigeon master had ties to the Zier clan, emphasizing the need to know nearby attendants to be cautious. Amused by his daughter's sharpness, Siegfried laughed heartily. He raised his thumb proudly. Ha ha ha, so wise to marry your mother. You are smart just like your father. And his gaze became solemn, affirming that if the Zier clan worried about them, they were involved in politics. Reminded his daughter of the Zier principle, to protect not rule, strength to shield others. Demery looked at her father, responding seriously, I understand, but this time might be different, father. Inside the massive castle, Callion's shadow reflected through the window, face contemplative, seemingly bound by invisible calculations. Seeing his daughter's worry, Siegfried placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring. All right, I'll note which Zier members are present. You have your siblings beside you. Do not worry too much. At that moment, and ran up, excitedly shouting, Father, look, so many messenger birds. Siegfried laughed heartily, indeed so many, exceeding expectations. The boy pointed to the sky, more birds arriving. Seeing his father admire a hawk, Demery could only sigh. In the quiet room, Callion still stood silently by the window. Sespanian's image appeared in his mind with a mysterious message. When fully prepared, return here. He murmured, fully prepared, still wondering what the Supreme meant. Footsteps cut through his thoughts. His attendant carrying a tea tray entered, surprised, asking why he stood by the window so long. Is there something outside the territory you are staring at? He turned, simply replying, not exactly. He sipped tea, looking out the window, mumbling, there are interesting things unseen from here. Hearing that and curiously leaned closer. What is in the garden? The boy exclaimed, seeing a familiar figure. Oh, Hina. Before them was a fluffy dog, Ian, pet of the Zier clan's Duke Siegfried, and was speechless, which father named son and dog the same. He smiled subtly, because they are two alike. Master, and still grumbled, calling the prince, he calmly reassured, all right, I know. He watched Hina play in the yard, noting the boy seemed to prefer dogs over birds, Team Pet Dogs clearly dominating today. Suddenly, and pointed excitedly, oh, did you see, he just signed saying Ian is cute. He asked suddenly, hey Anne, so you are good at sign language, huh? His gaze slowed, explaining, I once had a sick older brother. Realizing he touched a pain, he whispered, Slyman at fault, but Anne quickly smiled brightly, affirming it happened long ago. Now he has the prince by his side. However, and still reminded him of reality, you are not truly planning to raise a dog, are you? That will make the other princes refuse to leave you alone. Callion only answered briefly, is that so? Callion frankly made a shocking declaration, then I will move to Camelong. Camelong is the crown prince's palace, your highness. Callion reasoned, since dogs cannot be raised in Qiuming Palace, I will have to move to Camelong. And froze, admiration mixed with helplessness. Perhaps only your highness would fight for the crown prince's seat, just to raise a dog. You truly are one of a kind. Meanwhile, news of the strange phenomenon in the Siegfried territory spread at a dizzying speed. At Appia Palace, the atmosphere was terrifyingly still. Queen Sulai sat leisurely before the mirror, while a maid combed her long, smooth silver-blue hair. A subordinate stood respectfully behind her and reported the progress of his task. How far have you carried out the mission? He confirmed, yes, your majesty. The queen's letter had been delivered safely, and the subordinate revealed that a letter from the other side had also just been sent to Apia Palace. Hearing this, Sulei's eyes stirred faintly, and she revealed a sinister smile. Truly, I am looking forward to it. He appeared shimmering in the night, his voice ringing from the communication ring. Your Highness, I have been waiting for you. Kallian softly apologized to Slammen for the delay. He was searching for a special place inside Siegfried Castle, somewhere Suspanian's sight and power could not reach. When asked whether he was looking for such a place, Kallian pursed his lips and confirmed, yes, I found one. Beneath the withered ancient tree, the Zier cemetery of the Siegfried clan. Earlier, Anne had said to Kallian, Your Highness, this place is close to the inner city, rarely visited, and unaffected by Suspanian's power, so you may speak freely here. Kallian sweated faintly, leaned against the tree trunk, and began an important conversation with his teacher. Through the ring, Alan Manison asked whether he had completed the mission at Rosalita. Kallian answered calmly, Of course, master, but it is quite a long story. At the headquarters of the Mage Association, Alan Manison was stunned by the news from his disciple and cried out in astonishment, Did your Highness truly meet Suspanian's real body? The mage's face changed color. If I had known about something this important beforehand, I would have gone with you. Kallian sighed and admitted that he too had been surprised by that fated encounter, reassuring his master. Suspanian told me to return when I am ready. Next time I will definitely take you with me. Alan Manison accepted it, since there were too many matters in the capital. Kallian turned to Queen Sulei's situation after Lennon's disappearance, and Alan Manison revealed, after 10 days of fruitless searching, the queen began to notice unusual signs. This morning, Evan Brisson met her at Palace 2CA and left immediately. While Kallian worried that Marcus Burison might reveal the truth, Alan Manison gave a mysterious smile. He stated firmly, even if Evan Brisson wants to, he cannot utter a word, because I used a secret magic oath to lock his mind. The image of a heart bound in chains appeared, proof of this cruel restraint. Kallian was stunned, master. There was no need to go that far. Alan Manison said frankly, What does it matter? He smiled, My disciple once made an oath before me as well. Kallian broke into a sweat, admitting there was nothing left to defend himself with, and treated it as though master and disciple had now shared a secret. The mage reassured him, From now on, there is no need to worry about Renan's whereabouts anymore. But Kallian still fell into thought. He understood clearly that Renan had always handled secret affairs, an able aide to Queen Sulai, who could not go outside. Kallian believed Sulai would find a way to fill that gap. Just as expected, Alan Manison revealed that he was holding a letter that was giving Prince Lekman a headache. Kallian guessed that it was a letter from Marcus Birisant at the border. Once Sulai realized Renan had vanished, she immediately summoned Grey Brisson, the eldest son of Marcus Evan Brisson. He was not only the lord of the strategic land bordering Tansel, with military autonomy, but also one of the 6 renowned swordmasters of the continent. The letter requested that the court send someone to temporarily administer the territory, so that Grey could return to Caris to recover from his injuries after the battle with the barbarians. Kallian judged that the injury was merely an excuse for him to return to the capital. The king was trying to delay sending a representative in order to keep him tied down. Thanking his master for providing the information, Kallian thought to himself that the appearance of another swordmaster would make things even more interesting. He lightly raised the corner of his lips in anticipation, wondering what the coming confrontation would be like. Back to the secret meeting. The bearded man enthusiastically carried over a large log and invited Kallian to sit comfortably. Kallian smiled at the nature-friendly chair and announced, Today I met Suspanian. The man sat down calmly, thinking that meeting the Supreme will must have been very special. Kallian immediately corrected him. What I met was not the will, but Suspanian's true body. The man sprang to his feet in shock and shouted excitedly, I knew she was still alive. For 500 years, many had mocked his Zier clan for guarding the ancient dragon's nest, and he laughed loudly. The stubbornness of the Zier clan was not meaningless at all. Kallian looked at him calmly, thinking that before long he would meet Suspanian again. He boldly proposed, I want to build a Zier magic formation connecting Caris's and Siegfried. The man pondered, worrying whether the Grand Duke would accept the risk of outside infiltration. Kallian explained carefully, the magic formation will be established in the Whiterin territory near the capital, and Siegfried's formation will also be placed a day's journey outside the city. Only those with permission may use it, and the formation will be destroyed if there is any security risk. The man nodded, if the Grand Duke approves, I have no objection. Kallian breathed lightly and offered his sincere thanks. Kallian had another request he wanted to present, and the man excitedly guessed that the prince wanted to train with him. You said we should meet at the training ground, so it must be for that. Kallian smiled, I admit the request is similar, but it is a little different. He extended his hand and began wielding a power that made those fragments, the shattered pieces of magic gathered together in a glittering mass. Callian introduced it proudly. This is something created from the power of aura. The man froze in horror, unable to believe that Callian could concentrate such terrifying power without a medium. The aura fragments controlled by Callian began to connect tightly. They emitted a brilliant, razor-sharp blue light. In an instant, a blade made of pure energy took shape in the prince's hand. Callian looked at the new weapon and declared, "I want to use it as my sword." Man understood his meaning and drew his sword from its sheath. A challenging look appeared in his eyes. "You want to test the power of this sword, correct?" He took a defensive stance. A powerful aura burst around his body. "Very well, let us begin." The two swords clashed violently, sending sparks flying and creating immense pressure. Callian pressed his lips into a determined smile as he faced the power of a true swordsman. Suleiman was the second master swordsman of the 6th Hall, meaning he was the second to ascend the path of supreme swordsmanship. He admired silently, so powerful the Duke's sword was like its master, heavy yet refined in every strike. The sounds of impact rang repeatedly as both exchanged blows at blinding speed. Callian nimbly flipped to dodge a forceful downward strike, clicking his tongue. Immediately he sought to counterattack upon landing. Suleiman was astonished to realize the young prince missed no opening in his defense. Though Callian's strength was insufficient for direct dominance, his subtlety allowed his strikes to move faster than ever. However, maintaining the sword with pure energy consumed enormous mana and internal power from Callian. Confrontation between Callian and Duke Suleiman grew tense as he continuously launched attacks. Though the Duke only wished for the prince to unleash his potential, even without restraint, Callian maintained a remarkable balance between offense and defense. The young prince's agile skill left Suleiman stunned, wondering how he could be so. Yet for a master swordsman like Suleiman, this was still not enough for Callian to be a true rival. He roared a challenge. "If you continue so slowly, the prince will not know the limits of his power." "I will attack seriously," Suleiman declared, the aura on his sword flaring stronger than ever. Under that pressure, Callian pressed his lips, red eyes revealing resolve. "Then I will give my all as well." No longer holding back, Suleiman charged like a whirlwind, shouting, "Prince Sliman, receive my attack." The two streams of power collided violently, creating tremors that shook the space. Callian gritted his teeth to withstand it, sensing the Duke's sword force closing in. Instead of retreating, Callian suddenly shifted his stance, launching a bold counterattack. Suleiman was stunned to realize he had underestimated his opponent's speed as the blade sliced past in an instant. A red streak appeared across his face, eyes wide in shock as he felt the wound. Just a slight misstep would have been game over. Callian realized he had just touched a fire ant nest. The colossal aura from the opponent erupted violently. He paled, exclaiming in horror, "This is bad." This aura, blue power surged across his vision, creating suffocating pressure. Callian judged this was not an attack he could block. The clash rang harshly. Callian gritted his teeth to resist in despair. Even Suleiman widened his eyes in shock as he saw his steel sword crack and shatter into pieces after the impact. Both separated, standing motionless amid the smoky training ground to catch their breath. Suleiman stared at the young prince in shock, while Callian was still reeling from the recent events. At that moment, the retinue and Demery rushed in frantically, shouting in alarm, "Duke!" They froze at the sight, the Duke majestically holding a shattered sword. A wound on his neck bled, proof of a master swordsman's strike. Astonishment filled the air, whispers running nonstop. Could he truly have lost? The chaotic crowd demanded, "Did you really lose?" Ignoring the clamor of battle, the scene shifted to a lavish banquet. Amidst the gentle music, Duke Suleiman performed the violin, receiving warm applause from the guests. The scene transitioned from combat to a musical cutscene. Callian clapped in praise of Siegfried's skillful performance, truly remarkable. Not only swordsmanship but also masterful violin talent. Siegfried modestly replied, "Though not skilled with the sword, one must be proficient with the violin." Callian sincerely, "I am fortunate to hear the music at the banquet." Siegfried enthusiastically, "If you wish, I will perform more." However, Callian noticed the cut on the Duke's neck, uncertain if the wound affected the performance. Siegfried waved casually, "The small wound does not affect my skill." But deep down he silently lamented, "It is my heart that is truly wounded." Remembering his child crying over a scar, Siegfried sighed, "Raising a child is not easy. Why is mine so different?" Callian raised a glass with Siegfried. "Thanks to that I have learned much." Siegfried cheerfully offered, "I invite you." Callian replied, "I will not refuse." The Duke pleased, "Very well then." Callian pondered the wine in his glass, realizing the value of the recent duel, understanding the limits of his power, analyzing the aura sword that shattered under excessive force. The sword had not yet borne the strain. Callian affirmed, "The future depends on my effort." Faced with the prince's remarkable growth, Siegfried was astonished. "Prince." Siegfried observed the wound on Callian's face and asked, "Are you all right? The scratch from the broken sword?" Callian candidly, "It is nothing to worry about." The Duke admitted he was surprised by Callian's fighting style. He analyzed, "I did not intentionally swing the sword quickly. You often concentrated force in the hips when slicing horizontally or consecutively." Callian was startled, "Is that my habit?" Siegfried confirmed, "Yes, very subtle but real." His remark left Callian stunned. "This is also a trait of Secretia Knights." Siegfried looked directly at Callian, subtly adding, if you trained in Karas, you would not have that habit. Siegfried emphasized, the habit of rotating to generate force from the hips is unmistakably characteristic of Secretia knights. Karas swordsmanship relies on the legs, maintaining balance with the thighs to create a stable stance. Especially in horizontal strikes, Callian's habit of using hip force rather than legs was increasingly evident and powerful. Realizing his secret was gradually being revealed, Callian's heart thumped in astonishment. Siegfried reminded the young prince to be extremely careful. A veteran swordsman like Duke Ray Margrave would immediately notice any irregularity. Tense a silence, Callian asked if the Duke wished to know his true identity. Siegfried smiled subtly. This is the land of the Siegfried family. There is no need to worry about what secrets that third prince may hide. Raising his glass, Siegfried enthusiastically proposed once more to duel with Callian in the future. Faced with such enthusiasm, Callian only gave a slight smile and sincerely thanked the Duke, yet his hands quietly clenched again as unease rose within him. Callian wondered whether someone like Duke Ray Margrave could see the aura he was trying to conceal. Callian recalled the tales of Ray Margrave, who had once been driven to the frontier by Marquis Evan Brisson for being overlooked. Though shunned, his swordsmanship was said to have long surpassed Evan Brisson. Callian realized it was very possible this Duke could see through his true strength via his aura. At Siegfried's reminder that everything needed thorough preparation, Callian nodded thoughtfully, telling himself he must prepare meticulously for the upcoming confrontation. 10 days later, in Siegfried's quiet domain cemetery, Callian continued diligently with the final steps of preparation. Hearing through communication that the atmosphere here was so fine a prince would wish to stay forever, Callian grimaced at the delays, promising himself he would leave after confirming a few important matters. He suddenly asked, now that I remember, Master, has Duke Brisson set off for the capital? Alan Menison replied that he had not yet. Nevertheless, even after trying to delay sending a representative as long as possible, they only managed to extend it by about half a month. Callian pondered. Half a month, understood. Thank you, Master. He walked down the corridor lost in thought, for besides being a mage in name, Callian was also a talented swordsman unknown to the world. He worried that when facing Evan Brisson and Grey Brisson, they might sense his aura, increasing their caution. Therefore, right after the feast ended, Callian sought out Usner Hex to ask about concealing mana. Usner Hex smiled and confirmed that, of course there was magic for that. His Highness, being level 4, could fully learn it. He explained that both circle and aura originate from mana, making concealment possible. Seeing the other willing, Callian eagerly said, excellent, teach me. Following his master's advice, Callian also focused on another major plan, researching the setup of teleportation magic arrays in depth. At this time, Rachel Gray, daughter-in-law of Duke Siegfried and also an accomplished mage, arrived to assist. Callian knew she had helped shorten supervision times during Siegfried's constructions, so she would surely be invaluable for setting up teleportation arrays later. Seeing the two talented mages before him, Callian said he wanted to prepare something more due to the vastness of Kairos. Usner Hex and Rachel Gray replied in unison, yes, Slyman, leave it to us. Rachel Gray affirmed that she not only devoted herself to studying teleportation arrays, but also earnestly guided Callian in concealing his mana. The spell itself was not overly complex. The hardest part was maintaining it steadily over time. Callian trained diligently with Usner Hex and Rachel Gray, for he understood that only Siegfried had the level to verify whether his aura still leaked outward. Therefore, he decided not to leave the city until he achieved his goal. After many consecutive days of practice and research, Callian's efforts finally began to bear fruit. He looked down at his hands, satisfied as everything had become so natural he could no longer sense any traces of aura. Witnessing this change, Duke Siegfried laughed heartily, saying that now Callian looked like a timid prince who had never touched a sword, appearing as a rookie but actually a disguised boss. Every step of preparation had been completed. Callian stood before the castle porch in majestic royal attire, ready to embark on a new journey. Under the brilliant morning sun, the entourage of the third prince officially departed from the massive gates of Siegfried. Seeing him off, Duke Siegfried generously left a challenge that next time Callian returned, he would show no mercy and matters would be far more difficult. Callian smiled confidently, affirming that this was exactly what he had always awaited. With eyes blazing with determination, he ordered the group to depart straight toward the long-absent kingdom Kairos. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, a trembling messenger held a letter, unable to hide his fear at having to face the powerful figure inside. Although still daytime, a burly man lounged, enjoying pleasures alongside beautiful women. He was irritated at having to wait so long, then sarcastically asked if the court had sent only one person to represent them. His arrogant laughter echoed throughout the room as he realized there seemed to be many interesting events happening in the palace during his absence. His eyes suddenly glowed dangerously red as he stood and pressed close to the petrified messenger. With a cruel smile, the man known as Frontier Duke, Ray Brisson, declared it was time to return to Kairos. At the same time, elsewhere, Alan Menison gently opened a cabinet door. Inside appeared a massive treasure, shining dazzlingly. Looking at the glittering mountain of gold, he silently marveled that this wealth still amazed him, even more impressive than the onyx stone bath. This was a massive monthly income from the Whitland domain, the largest wheat-producing region in Keyless under his ownership. Additionally, guilds like Polan brought in considerable profit, while the prince covered all operational costs. He calmly placed the money in the safe, telling himself he would never have to worry about lacking funds in this life. Just stepping out, Alan Menasin saw the maid waiting. She politely asked if business was settled, then requested permission to lock the room. Alan Menasin smiled in thanks and quickly departed. Simply standing still, yet money flowed steadily. But Alan Menasin suddenly paused when he caught a gaze. A cold, piercing look was fixed on him from the corridor. He was shocked to realize it was the second prince, Blanche, standing there. With his signature silver hair, Blanche narrowed his eyes at Alan Menasin with suspicion, instantly tightening the atmosphere. Alan Menasin quickly regained composure and laughed heartily. Haha, what a coincidence. Long time no see, Prince Blanche. He lightly placed a hand on his chest in a polite salute, but received only silence in return. Staring at Alan Menasin, Blanche silently suspected the wizard behind him, wondering if he was the one who had changed his younger brother so drastically. Seeing Alan Menasin remain silent, Blanche curled his lips in mockery, remarking that since the other said nothing, he had to ask himself. Blanche further teased that the man overthought because he had quit drinking, or perhaps he quit drinking because he overthought. In response to the provocation, Alan Menasin merely smiled lightly, calmly noting that there were also those here regretting that matter. Alan Menasin said everyone changes, whether by quitting alcohol or overcoming fears caused by the brothers' insane antics. He smirked meaningfully, suggesting that both situations were essentially no different. Looking directly at Blanche, Alan Menasin emphasized once more that it was simply the natural law of human change. Blanche's expression stiffened. He coldly excused himself to Slyman and turned to leave. The slight sarcasm struck a nerve, forcing the other to withdraw from the conversation. Blanche's footsteps echoed steadily as he quietly walked through the long corridors. Descending the stairs, Blanche's face darkened in thought. He silently judged that the events unfolding were truly insane. Time flew by. About 20 days had passed since Callian left Siegfried. The group paused by the picturesque Readington Lake. Those accompanying Callian could not help but marvel at the serenity, while he leisurely sipped a cup of tea. He admitted he also regretted leaving early, though he had not initially intended to visit this place. Veronica's horse stepping into a pit accidentally provided a chance to rest. Rachel Gray's teleportation was so swift that even a strong horse could not endure it. Callian calmly drank tea, praising Count Ted Streetington for his thoroughness and calm demeanor, fitting this tranquil place. He considered it a brief rest before returning to Kairos Palace in 4 days. As Ian was about to pour more herbal tea, a sudden sound made Callian immediately pay attention. From the balcony, Callian and Ian looked down at the castle courtyard as they heard a carriage approaching. Seeing the familiar emblem on the carriage door, Callian slightly lifted his lips, smiling with calculation. He amusedly remarked it was a fortunate coincidence, then told Ian to relay a message. Ian worriedly asked whether those arriving should be made aware of Callian's location. Meanwhile, Count Ted Streetington was extremely flustered. Though not deeply involved with the nobility, he still knew of the enmity between Prince Callian and the Brisson family. To maintain the guest's dignity, the Count ordered anyone from the Brisson family immediately turned away. The tension was palpable. A single misstep could shake the entire estate. But Ian managed to convey Callian's instructions. If the person stepping down was Duke Grey Brisson, he must not be turned away, but invited in for tea. As Grey Brisson stepped down from the carriage with dignified composure, Count Ted exhaled in relief as if escaping a calamity. He silently thanked the prince for his clever arrangement. In the drawing room, hot tea had been carefully prepared. Callian entered with the composed, dignified, and majestic bearing of royalty. Count Ted quickly stood up and introduced the arriving guest. Facing Callian was Duke Grey Brisson of the Borderlands, one of the most powerful members of the Brisson family. Callian looked directly at the man with sharp red eyes. He maintained a calm, subtle smile, ready to confront the renowned Duke head-on. Before Callian, Duke Grey Brisson displayed clear disdain and disrespect. Count Ted stood beside him trembling, trying to ease the atmosphere. Just as he spoke, Grey interrupted with a false pretext of a minor injury. Thus, he casually leaned back in the chair, hand raised challengingly, claiming he could not perform proper etiquette, and asking for Prince Callian's understanding. The impudent act left Count pale with fear. Callian slightly lowered his head, hair obscuring his eyes. He recalled Kairos law. Only Duke Slyman Horn Siegfried could receive a prince while still mounted or seated. Callian curled his lips, replying, "So that is how it is." Grey still refused to stop. He continued to taunt that the wound still pained him, hoping the prince would understand since he could not rise. Callian's gaze immediately turned icy. He looked straight at the other and commanded with authority that if so, Grey, the Borderland Duke, should bow. He was certain the man had no reason to refuse. Behind the door, Ian pressed his ear, face pale at the prince's resolute declaration. He wondered why Callian spoke so loudly in such a tense atmosphere. Ian worried that if the borderland duke became angry, Callian's frail body might not withstand it. He immediately thought of seeking Asner Hex for assistance. Just then, Asner Hex and Rizzle suddenly appeared from the corridor, startling Ian. Asner Hex asked what he was doing there. Seeing the two as saviors, Ian panted, urgently pointing toward the drawing room, saying the prince was inside. Hina ran frantically down the corridor, face soaked with tears, sobbing incessantly in panic. Seeing Hina like that, Ian, Asner Hex, and Rachel Gray hurried over to ask. Ian tried to calm her, telling her to stay composed and explaining what had happened. Through trembling hand gestures, Hina indicated her brother and the knights were in serious trouble. Ian was shocked, realizing a tense conflict had likely erupted between Kyrie's knights and Brisson's forces at the stables. Without hesitation, Ian decided to run to the stables immediately to understand the situation. Seeing Asner Hex intending to accompany him, Ian sternly instructed Sir Hetz not to intervene prematurely, to avoid escalating matters. Asner Hex nodded, asserting he was not impulsive, then immediately sped off. Watching the wizard's figure, Ian could not shake the foreboding feeling enveloping the estate. He thought surely something serious had happened, something the prince could not have anticipated. Returning to the drawing room, the atmosphere was now thick with killing intent. Grey Brisson ground his teeth in rage, veins bulging as he asked sharply what he meant by ordering him to bow. Callian remained chillingly calm. He answered firmly that to question a prince was disrespectful, and the thing to bow was not that mouth. Grey angrily sprang up, intending to protest, but Callian closed in, his red eyes radiating authority, leaving him breathless. He spoke harshly as if delivering a final judgment. "Borderland Duke, I commanded you to bow before me." Callian's cold gaze froze his opponent in place. Even someone as arrogant as Grey shuddered in fear. It was the pressure of the final boss releasing his aura, so overwhelming that merely standing nearby made one's spirit sink. Earlier, Callian had asked Ian whether the two had met before, since he had no memory of him at all. Ian explained that it had happened long before he became the prince's attendant, so it was understandable that he did not remember. Callian thought to himself that if they had met back then, Grey surely could not imagine his current appearance, though he had probably heard plenty from Sulai. "Do not think I am still the third prince from back then." Grey would undoubtedly find this change hard to believe, so Callian curled his lips in provocation. He waited to see whether the other party would reveal his killing intent, or lose control enough to draw his sword. To him, no matter what Grey chose, it would be the worst possible decision for him. Grey ground his teeth in fury, inwardly realizing that the rumors about this prince had not been exaggerated at all. He was extremely irritated at being suppressed by Callian, someone who had once been pushed out of the power struggle, to the point that even his title as Brisson's frontier duke seemed to waver. At that moment, Viscount Tessie was drenched in cold sweat. He gathered all his courage and stepped forward to make a demand. "Since you can stand now, kneel and show your respect." Callian inwardly praised the Viscount's courage, as the man seemed unaware that this act had just saved himself from Grey's wrath. He kept glancing at Tessie, secretly cursing this arrogant man and wanting to deal with both of them at once. Yet his hatred for the third prince still outweighed everything else. Grey curled his lips in a sinister smirk. He suddenly bent down and performed a mocking rite. "Come, accept this greeting. I, Ray Brisson, bow before the great third prince of Kyrus." Callian merely lowered his eyes as if already weary of it. He calmly told Tessie that he would go upstairs first. Callian's complete disregard only enraged Grey further, because he had just lowered himself and was immediately treated as nothing. When he reached the door, Callian still did not forget to leave behind a meaningful reminder. "Ah, Frontier Duke, remember to take good care of your neck. It looks terribly painful." Grey roared in rage. "How dare you!" At once, a loud explosion rang out, and dazzling light burst beyond the window, shaking the entire room. Both Grey and Tessie were stunned and horrified by the sudden chaos. Callian recognized it as Asner Hex's mana. Although Asner Hex was an ice mage, there had to be a reason he deliberately created such a noisy ice and fire explosion. Looking toward the blaze where the stables were burning fiercely, Callian understood that Asner Hex was calling him over. "Fire!" Panic screams rang out as the raging flames burned the Brisson family's carriage to ashes. The soldiers were in an uproar, unable to understand why a mage would calmly launch a fireball in broad daylight. Standing before the burning wreckage, Kiri remained cold, even though someone mocked that he would hardly receive praise from the prince after causing such a commotion. Immediately, a Brisson soldier roared in anger. "What have you just done?" He furiously questioned Kiri, asking whether he knew whose carriage that was to dare do such a thing. Kiri did not falter at all, shielding the boy behind him while firmly questioning him in return. "Then do you know whose person this kid is, that you dared lay a hand on him?" The soldier sneered, mocking Kiri as nothing more than the third prince's lackey. Kiri calmly admitted that was right, he was the third prince's lackey. Then he immediately counterattacked with words, "Then what are you?" "Just the dog of a Marquis' son." Those words made the soldier choke with anger. he shouted, about to use his status to threaten him, when a cold voice abruptly cut him off. My subordinate has already said it. Kalyan quietly stepped forward, his crimson eyes staring straight at the other party as he repeated with contempt, just the dog of a Marcus's son. Prince's appearance frightened the Brisson soldier so badly that sweat poured from him. He froze stiff under the terrifying pressure from Kalyan. Kalyan calmly stepped past the wreckage that was still burning fiercely. Seeing this, Kiri asked whether he needed to compensate for the destroyed carriage. After thinking briefly, he took the initiative and said there was no need. Please deduct it from my salary, Your Highness. He swept his gaze around and remarked that quite a crowd had gathered, but there seemed to be nothing serious. However, Kalyan's gaze suddenly turned cold when he asked about his maid. The Brisson soldier jolted in fear when he heard that girl mentioned. Usner Hex coldly revealed the truth. Because they did not know she was the prince's person, the soldiers saw a beautiful mute girl and decided to abduct her as an offering to the frontier earl. During this, Kalyan let out a soft, mocking laugh, but immediately after his face turned gloomy and cold to a terrifying degree. Utter contempt was clear in his crimson eyes. He silently wondered why scum like this kept appearing before him. Witnessing that scene, Grey Brisson roared in fury. He frantically questioned the brutal act that had just occurred. Looking at his subordinates sprawled all over the ground, Grey shouted, "How dare you harm my knights to this extent?" Kalyan still wore an expressionless face, calmly standing among those who had already lost the ability to resist. Usner Hex stepped forward and declared that these men no longer had the right to be knights of the frontier earl. They were merely sinners stripped of honor for daring to attack the prince's maid and assault a servant. Grey Brisson ground his teeth in humiliation, furiously cursing the foolish subordinates who had stained his honor. Everything happened right before the eyes of the crowd of commoners and soldiers. While Grey was still stunned by resentment, Kalyan calmly brushed past him and said the carriage repair costs would be paid by Alan Manison and Kairos. Even after finishing the fight, he settled the bill on the spot, handling everything neatly from combat to logistics. Grey Brisson ground his teeth in hatred, his two fists clenched so tightly they trembled. He roared in utter humiliation. "How dare you? How dare you?" Yet Kalyan paid him no mind. He calmly walked away, leaving behind the man exploding with rage. A while later, Kalyan found Kiri standing in silence, his face heavy with worry. Noticing his guard's unusual expression, Kalyan stopped and asked if he had nothing he wanted to say to him. Kiri jolted in shock, his hand unconsciously clenching the front of his shirt as cold sweat streamed down his tense face. In Kiri's heart, dark memories suddenly surged back. To him, such injustice and violence had repeated countless times in the past. He recalled the beatings and the bitter insults. "You always interfere like this every year, you bastard." Those cruel people had once sneered that even if he had a decent-looking face, a lowly wretch should not dream of changing his fate. They beat him while laughing in mockery, even pretending they were about to strike again. "Is all you know how to do is take a beating." Kiri had once chosen to endure in silence, hoping everything would eventually pass. Even when they targeted Hina and shouted about why he said nothing, where had his spirit of protecting the mute gone? He only ground his teeth and swallowed the humiliation. Returning to the present, Kiri tried to suppress the pain surging in his heart. He looked at Kalyan and answered softly in a trembling voice, "There is no need." Kalyan silently observed him, his crimson eyes seeming to pierce every dark depth in the young knight's soul. Understanding the other man's resolve and torment, Kalyan let out a soft sigh and replied curtly, "All right, I understand." He turned and walked away, leaving Kiri standing silently amid the evening shadows. When night fell, the Rington mansion became strangely quiet. Kalyan sat on the balcony, sipping a cup of milk tea and said, "This silence is truly pleasant, and the milk tea is good too." Contrary to the prince's composure, Baron Test sat across from him anxiously, his face pale as he stammered, "I am glad it suits your highness's taste. But is this truly all right, your highness?" Seeing Kalyan so relaxed, the old man trembled as he explained that Count Brissons had left in a rage, worried about the consequences before returning to Kairos. "He is a swordmaster, is he not?" Kalyan still smiled mysteriously, his red eyes reflecting the cold moonlight. When he first met Grey, Kalyan sensed a powerful aura radiating from him. That power meant Grey was equal to him or weaker, and Kalyan could completely crush him at any time. Kalyan smiled reassuringly. "It is fine after all, we will only meet once in this life." Baron Test found it strange that the young prince was calm to a frightening degree. As the old man approached to pour tea, Kalyan asked, "Are you still worried?" Test admitted he still had concerns. The old man looked down at the training grounds and asked whether Kalyan intended to leave Kiri like that. He was worried after seeing Kiri run continuously for hours without stopping. Looking at Kiri's sweat-soaked figure, Kalyan's eyes were cold and sharp, filled with determination. He affirmed that everything was fine because Kiri needed to be taught, even if the method was harsh. Kalyan looked down at the grounds where Kiri was exhausted and said to Baron Tess, "I have no choice but to punish him this way." Faced with Test's concern about the severity of the punishment, Kalyan asked coldly, "Can I entrust my life to someone who cannot endure that much?" He emphasized that what he and Kiri experienced was different, and his guard had to realize that. Test nodded slightly, only now understanding that this was not merely punishment. Meanwhile, the mage Esner Hex, the one who destroyed the carriage, leisurely rested with a book in hand. Test realized the truth. This was punishment for lacking trust in Prince Callion. At this moment, Ted reminded Callion that Lord Grey Brisson had asked to borrow Test's carriage in place of the one that had burned. Callion curled his lips faintly, seeing through the other man's thoughts, and asked in return, "But your carriage is also broken. How can you lend it?" His blazing red gaze bored deep. "Is your carriage axle truly broken?" Test broke out in a cold sweat, admitting it was only an excuse to avoid risking Grey Brisson entering his territory, stunned by Callion's sharpness. Test sighed. He was only a minor lord, and if he handed over his only carriage, he would have nowhere left to go. Callion smiled meaningfully, mentioned Zir Pavilion of Tess and Karis, and asked whether the old man felt at peace living far from them. At that hint, Test wondered about the prince's intentions. Callion took out a letter with a red wax seal and handed it over. "Take this." He affirmed that as long as Test brought the seal, he could meet him at any time to receive support. This was not only a promise, but also an offer of powerful protection for the solitary baron. With a resolute gaze, Callion gave the final invitation that shook Test. "Come with me to Kairos." Test was overjoyed. The old man stared fixedly at the letter bearing the royal seal of Zir. His throat choked with emotion, and he resolved to seize this precious chance. Test thought to himself, when the prince's horses recover, repairing my dozen carriages should also be done. The old man gripped the letter tightly, hope in his eyes. Meanwhile, Callion smiled faintly in satisfaction at having won over an important piece. The capital, rumors that Callion was about to return with brilliant achievements spread like a storm. Second Prince Blanche sat beside a cup of tea, his face pensive. Across from him was Queen Sulai. She sipped her tea and spoke with hidden meaning. "I truly look forward to that day." The quiet space between mother and son suddenly turned suffocating when Sulai mentioned that 5 months had passed since she last spoke with her son. Blanche curled his lips mockingly. "Did your majesty summon me to show joy at welcoming my younger brother?" When Sulai announced that the frontier lord would soon arrive, Blanche sighed. "What does that have to do with me?" Sulai's face turned stern as she warned him not to resist uselessly, because he had to walk the path already set for him. Blanche ground his teeth in anger, feeling disgusted by his mother's words and asking who exactly had the right to decide his life. Sulai looked straight at him, her face frightening, and snapped, "Why do you keep acting like a child? No matter what you say, the future will not change." She reminded him that the frontier lord would soon arrive, and Blanche had to remain silent. Looking at the reflection in her teacup, she remarked that some people changed greatly, while others did not change at all. Sulai ended the conversation with a cold reminder, "My son, do not overexert yourself." Blanche lowered his head and bitterly accepted his mother's demand. "Yes, I think your majesty will continue like this, so I will remain silent as you wish." Sulai's cold gaze and tightly pressed lips showed that she would stop at nothing to achieve her goal. Blanche's silence became the next chess piece in her plan. On the way back, Callion and his master leisurely discussed the situation among the nobles. They mentioned Viscount Reddington coming next week and Baron Bolin being lucky enough to avoid dying from overwork because of the prince's schemes. Alan Menison discussed how the subordinates suffered because Callion kept causing trouble, and when asked about the king's reaction to the rumors, Alan sternly taught that the king had decided to move up the establishment of the Bonkins unit. The shocking news left Callion stunned. "What? My excellent performance at Siegfried has made the people flock to me, and the Brisson house is extremely wary." The frontier lord, having been humiliated, grew even more tense. The king unexpectedly ordered the land and building of the Paven Knight Order to be given to Callion's Balkans unit. Giving Paven's district to the Bancan division was no different from declaring war on Brisson. Standing alone on the balcony at night, the king calculated deeply that if it was necessary to shift attention away from Callion, this was not my choice. The king remained firm in his decision, and that was not my choice either. Callion immediately realized his father's deeper scheme and grew worried as he saw the king turning himself into a target. His Majesty had already anticipated the hidden threat. The launch ceremony for the Borneed team would take place next week. Right after Callion returned, he tightened his grip on the ring in his hand. His expression changed with anger and worry. This was not simple at all, even with his master by his side. Even the captain of the Kyra Knights had not yet perfected his swordsmanship. Callion realized that if Grey Brisson was allowed to return to the capital easily, King Lechman's life would certainly be in grave danger. He asked his subordinate thoughtfully whether there was another route from Readington to Kairos, and was told this was the only road unless they wanted to take a long detour. Tightening his grip on the ring in his hand, Callion silently told his master that he would create a little more trouble, because he absolutely did not want Lord Brisson to set foot in the capital so easily. Meanwhile, on the trail, Grey Brisson raged as he sat inside the makeshift carriage. He kicked the carriage wall hard, roaring in humiliation that a renowned swordmaster like him had to sit in a cheap carriage meant for women. He urged the coachman to go faster to escape this disgraceful situation. But his haste was interrupted by his subordinate's shout that someone was chasing closely behind. Gray was about to scold the soldier for spouting nonsense. A terrifying pressure closed in beside them. When a carriage met a pursuer right at its heels, there was clearly no way out. A thunderous sound rang out as the mighty horse charged forward, blocking the carriage's path amid billowing dust. Gray Brisson was stunned when he faced the third prince's powerful, blazing red eyes. Callian smiled coldly and declared calmly, "Found you, Borderland Lord." Gray Brisson froze, unable to believe Callian was standing before him. He roared in terror, "What is going on, that Callian? Why is he here?" Ray could not understand how the prince had caught up to the carriage from so far away. He suspected it was magic he had learned from his master Alan Menacin. Callian rode his black horse close, his blazing red eyes full of threat. He sneered coldly, "Still so rude. Even meeting a prince, you do not bother to greet him." At the provocation, Gray Brisson burst into a crazed laugh, rage twisting his face into something savage and fierce. He ground his teeth, unable to accept that someone he despised dared confront him directly and threaten him with etiquette. He kicked the carriage wall hard and roared in order to stop at once. Gray roared, declaring he would end the bloodline he considered lowly in Callian right here. A violent collision erupted, sending a shockwave that shook the surrounding space. Amid the dust and smoke, Gray Brisson realized in shock that he had been completely overpowered. He was strangled so tightly that he could only breathe through painful, choking cuffs. Gray trembled in terror, unable to believe the overwhelming strength choking him. Callian said coldly, "You provoked first, you insulted first." Blue aura flowed from the sword, radiating suffocating pressure and sealing every path of survival for the arrogant man. Callian gripped his sword tightly, eyes cold, declaring that every action from now on would be legitimate self-defense. He made him unable to mention noble blood again. Gray was beaten until he coughed blood, able only to let out a strangled cry. All his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by absolute fear. He trembled as he crawled on the ground, his hand clutching the mud, begging again and again, "Please spare me, I was wrong." Gray lay miserably at Callian's feet, pleading for another chance to live. Callian bluntly stepped on Gray's bleeding hand and asked in a low voice, had he ever wondered why his younger brother disappeared? The question fell like a sentence of judgment, making Gray's eyes roll wide as he stammered, unable to understand what was happening. Callian quietly walked around the defeated man and revealed one truth. Someone had paid Marcus Brisson to dispose of Renan, and that was why he disappeared. Callian asked mockingly whether the Marcus planned to take money to dispose of his eldest son as well, the one coveting his position. Callian's crimson gaze bored deep into Gray, demanding that he clearly answer the identity of the one who had acted against him. In pain and panic, Gray clenched his trembling hand, and finally forced out with difficulty, "Evan Brisson, Marcus Brisson." As soon as he received the answer, Callian stepped down coldly, and Gray's heartbreaking scream rang out before fading into silence. Callian stepped on the motionless Gray Brisson and said calmly, "Doing this to his own child. He truly is a heartless father. I am sure you all think so too." He looked toward the trembling soldier nearby. Callian asked coldly, "You know what you must say now, do you not?" The soldier nodded in fear and promised he would immediately return to the frontier territory to report. As he ran, he thought that every tragedy today had come from Marcus Brisson's rigidity toward his son. Callian turned to Kyrie and asked, "You saw everything, did you not?" He revealed that he had paid off Kyrie's debt completely, leaving him surprised. Kyrie lowered his head and confirmed that he had let go of the past, yet he was still troubled by Callian's words. Callian softened his voice. The fact that Kyrie followed him here proved that his thoughts had changed. He looked at Kyrie with a deep gaze, the one who had once understood him better than he understood himself, making Kyrie ask back in astonishment what he meant. Callian looked into the distance, knowing there were many things he wanted to tell Kyrie, perhaps enough to take 10 years, but the journey ahead was still long. In the end, they returned to the capital. Throughout the streets, the people cheered the third prince's name, discussing how Cispanian's sacred light had appeared at Rajalita as a sign of blessing for him. The crowd believed that although he was the third prince, Callian was the one worthy of becoming crown prince, and surely the king thought the same. Callian pushed open the doors to the great hall and heard the clear announcement, "Prince Callian has arrived." Inside, first Prince Randell and second Prince Blanche were already seated and waiting. Callian stepped forward with a composed bearing, smiling as he apologized for being late and expressed his joy at seeing his two elder brothers after so long. Blanche and Randell silently looked at their younger brother, each carrying a distinct air, then nodded softly in response. Blanche smiled faintly and welcomed his younger brother back. "Yes, good, you have returned." The unusually warm greeting left both Randell and Callian stunned. Callian glanced at his second brother, suspicious of his strange attitude, wondering whether this was a joke or some new scheme from Frank. Royal banquet of Zir unfolded in a solemn yet tense atmosphere. King Lechman ate while asking first Prince Randall, "Have you finished reading the treatise on Super Calamity A that you were researching?" After receiving Randall's polite assent, the king reminded him with satisfaction to tell him his impressions later. Immediately afterward, the king turned to encourage the second Prince Frank, praising his diligent sword training for improving his physique and promising a hunting trip together. Witnessing the king's unexpected concern, Callian felt suffocated, took a sip of wine, and thought he should go on a distant journey to escape this awkward atmosphere, while marveling at the dizzying change in his father, who had always been cold. A close official approached and whispered softly into the king's ear, reporting an important matter that needed handling. The king lowered his gaze and ordered that the waiting guest be allowed to enter. The unexpected appearance of this new figure instantly put Blanche on guard. The old man's expression changed unpleasantly, filled with worry. Callian faintly curled his lips, as if he had already guessed who was about to appear, inwardly mocking the other party's impatience as the announcement rang through the banquet hall. Queen Sulai, dazzling in a noble blue dress, holding a golden fan to cover half her face, entered slowly with an air of authority, and Callian gave a meaningful smile in provocative greeting. It had been a long time since he last met Her Majesty the Queen. Callian smiled, his blazing red eyes looking straight at Sulai, and said, "Queen, it has been a long time," the corners of his lips lifting faintly, while she replied in a calm voice, "Yes, indeed." She came closer, looked Callian over, then remarked with false concern, "You look very healthy. Nothing worrying happened, did it?" Callian answered calmly, "I returned safely." Sulai was still sarcastic. "I was worried you would catch a cold like before. The road was difficult, so I was very worried about you." Callian did not waver and answered sharply, "On the contrary, I found it very smooth." Because the previous cold was severe, he had not encountered any worrying problems on the road. Sulai smiled radiantly, but her eyes were cold. How fortunate. Suddenly, when she heard about the matter in Siegfried, she turned to the king. "That made me even more worried, did it not, Your Majesty?" She revealed that the praise for Callian had already reached Hazia Palace. Then she delivered the fatal blow. Is His Majesty truly considering choosing Callian as crown prince? The question left both Randall and Blanche stunned. The atmosphere in the banquet hall froze solid. King Lech gripped the wineglass in his hand so tightly that it trembled. Callian thought inwardly, did you truly not know what should and should not be said? Was it because you were so impatient that you even abandoned the bare minimum of appearances? Sulai remained calm and challenging. In the king's heart, he recalled Alan Manison's advice. Send the one you hate most to Camelon, and everything will resolve itself. The king's gaze became terrifying as he looked at Blanche, his voice deep. "I worry greatly for each of my children, for all of them are precious treasures. Now you wish to help ease my worries. I am very grateful to you." King's meaningful words, Blanche frozen in shock. The king suddenly slammed his hand hard onto the table, the sound booming through the room like a stern judgment aimed at the arrogance of Sulai and her child. Sulai gritted her teeth in fury after being humiliated by His Majesty before the princes, braced her hands on the table, and roared at Blanche in threat, "You will certainly regret treating me this way." While Sulai left with heavy steps, Lechman sighed, clenched his hand on the table, and spoke warily. Slyman was at fault. Seeing his children stunned, the king softened his voice and explained to Blanche that his words had held no malice, and the second son replied, "I understand." King sighed, bringing up an old scar of the royal family. "Surely you all know how your uncle is living now. I do not want any of my children to live such a life. According to the law, princes who are not chosen as crown prince must leave Kairos at the age of 20, be granted their own territory, and may not remain in the capital for more than 5 days. That night, Callian and Ian walked beneath the quiet moonlight discussing this matter. Ian told the story of Lord Asnal, King Lechman's elder brother. Unusually, when Lechman was named crown prince, Asnal refused to accept it and raised a rebellion. The bloody war ended miserably, and that uncle was now imprisoned in a deep tower in Verica, southern Siegfried. The king feared history repeating itself, did not wish to see his sons fall into fratricide, and only hoped they would live in harmony. Ian asked whether harmony was possible, and Callian answered indifferently, "Who knows, with the current schemes, it is hard to imagine." While deep in thought, Callian suddenly spoke out when he saw something strange. Ian shouted in panic, Your Highness," when Callian thought Ian had also seen what he had seen. The boy pointed at him and screamed in terror, "No, not that, in your pocket." Callian started and looked down. Black stone in his coat pocket suddenly shone brilliantly, giving off terrifying heat. Callian stared at the glowing black stone in his palm and murmured, "Truly." His gaze was drawn to a vivid red rose blooming alone in the night, absurd when all the other flowers had long since withered. Callian wondered suspiciously why this strange flower had appeared, and whether it resonated with the stone in his hand, and whether even within the majestic imperial palace, abnormal things could still occur. Callian slowly reached out to touch the crimson petals. However, the instant his finger touched them, the rose shattered into pieces and withered at once. Callian was stunned, standing motionless as he watched the fragments of the flower vanish into the air. He realized that time seemed to have stopped for the rose for a a long while, then suddenly resumed in a brief instant. In Callion's mind appeared a series of scattered fragments related to time: the black pebble, the withered rose, the girl Elphia, along with time and the presence of Cispanian and the god Serenity. He remembered Cispanian's implicit reminder that Serenity did not want him to act hastily. Callion clenched his hand, his heart filled with anger and impatience as he watched precious time slip away, yet he had to restrain himself and must not be impatient. 2 days had passed since Callion returned, and he still remained in his room, attending no audiences at all. Ian stood anxiously by the bed, asking if Callion intended to skip breakfast tomorrow, as his repeated absences were drawing attention. Callion replied wearily that he was still exhausted from the long journey. Ian sighed, while Slyman made his retreat, not forgetting to wish the prince a good night before closing the door. Callion lay still in the darkness, his red eyes wide open, staring down at the foot of the bed. Suddenly, a low voice from outside pierced the silence in the room. Rumor had it he knew a little magic, but it turned out he could also hear through the wind. Callion sat up straight, staring at the shadow on the balcony, and coldly asked, "At this hour, in this manner, I only wish to know why you have come, Sir Blanche." Second Prince Blanche stood under the moonlight, silently observing his younger brother with calculating eyes. Callion looked toward the balcony, thinking to himself that the uninvited had finally appeared. He wondered if this intrusion was a habit passed down from Zir by Queen Sulai. He coldly asserted that the disappearing roses in the garden were certainly caused by Callion. Callion was stunned by the unexpected accusation. Blanche stepped closer, convinced that it was the flower Callion cherished that he had taken. A blazing red magic circle spread as the two princes faced each other directly. Callion approached his brother, sarcastically noting how strange it was that Blanche resorted to rudeness over a single flower. But Blanche realized Callion also knew it was no ordinary flower, the reason he had missed breakfast today. Callion silently admired Blanche's sharpness. The second prince revealed that the garden was tended by Randell, and with tinsel blood, he quickly connected all the pieces. Blanche recounted asking Randell about the flower that never withered, only to receive an answer of ignorance. Callion listened quietly to every word Blanche spoke. The second prince admitted asking in hopes of a sincere answer. Faced with his brother's arrogance, Callion merely observed in silence. Blanche affirmed that without divine perception, the flower could not survive so long, yet he still didn't understand why Randell concealed his identity. The words struck Callion's mind, confirming his judgment. Randell truly possessed divine perception. Blanche leaned nonchalantly against the railing, unexpectedly offering to admit to burning the flower before Jandio. He requested that Callion simply confess as such to keep everything smooth. Before leaving the balcony, Blanche reminded Callion to handle his own testimony, then said, "See you tomorrow, brother." Just as Blanche was about to leave, Callion hurriedly asked, "Why would you do that?" Blanche smirked, thinking Callion skipped breakfast only to avoid revealing his suspicions before the two of them. Callion interrupted, wanting to know why someone not close like Blanche would help him evade Randell's gaze. Callion bluntly asserted that there was no relationship between them worth such assistance. Blanche smiled knowingly, then asked in return, "You remember, don't you?" Seeing Callion's bewilderment, Blanche coldly stated that no matter Randell's power, he could not win. Blanche's eyes were sharp as he compared himself to the eldest brother like I. Callion was stunned, realizing the bitter implication in the other's words. He asked if Blanche knew Randell could not overcome Queen Sulai's influence, and that was why he helped. Blanche said nothing, merely turned his back, leaving a cryptic remark that Carlisle never had. Blanche looked at Callion, suddenly asking if he intended to move to Camulon Palace, reserved for the crown prince. Blanche sighed, thinking that everything had been predetermined from the start. After Blanche left, Callion returned to his room, sitting silently on the bed with a tangle of thoughts. He reminded himself that no matter how powerful Randell was, he could not overcome the queen's restraint. The image of Giandia with the blazing rose returned, demonstrating the power of divine perception. Yet Callion was more concerned with the metallic scent from the black stone when combined with the aberrant power. The air carried a plot twist, not the flower. Callion clenched the stone, realizing to find the truth, he had to make Randell act. Only then would he reveal why the flower bloomed and why it had been kept secret for so long. Callion stood, surveying the vast palace, recognizing that the only way to force Randell's hand was to remove Queen Sulai's presence. Gazing toward the distant greenhouse, Callion resolved to act immediately, for time was running out. Meanwhile, in the queen's palace, a slam on the table sent tea spilling. Sulai leapt up, her face twisted with horror and anger, screaming uncontrollably. "What did you just say? Repeat that, Duke of Bainequang, what?" Before her fury, the maid trembled, reporting that Sir Grey Brisson was severely wounded and could no longer resist. Sulai was shocked to hear that Grey Brisson had returned to Bainequang, despite previously being near the capital. She froze at the news of Grey's sudden loss of contact, asking if the injury was real. When the maid reported that Sir Evan Brisson's men attacked Grey as he neared the capital, Sulai exclaimed in terror, "What, mother? Why?" According to the testimony, the Duke knew of the plot to seize the throne and warned Grey not to return to Kairos. Sulai fell silent, fear overwhelming her. Could it be that father discovered the deal between me and my eldest brother? It was the secret agreement to support Blanche's rise. Crown Prince exchanged a Marcus title for his eldest brother. However, Sulai quickly regained composure, asserting that no one knew about it. She doubted anyone could have harmed Gray if the Duke had not acted personally. Faced with the maid's confusion, Sulai gave a knowing smile. She ordered the healing potion to be sent to Bingquang to verify the injury. At the same time, she sought the one truly behind the incident. When alone, Sulai slammed her hand on the table and then burst into mad laughter. That woman clearly understood that Gray was completely healthy and believed the plot to harm him had failed miserably. Sulai curled her lips with confidence, hinting at blaming her father. Her gaze was sharp and cold, full of malice, making Sulai certain that she was the mastermind, forcing Gray to use injury as a pretext to act. Sulai calmly tossed a heavy pouch of money onto the table and ordered coldly, "Take it." The person across from her snatched up the pouch of gold, admiring the queen's generosity, then wondered whether there were many opponents. Sulai calmly sipped her tea, affirming that there was only one target. Hearing that, the knight gave a greedy smile, thinking that the price for just one person was so high it moved him. He was Teo, vice commander of the Pavel Knight Order. Beneath the glamorous appearance of a Zir knight, few would have expected Xiao to be someone willing to kill anyone for money. He eagerly asked about the specific mission. Sulai coldly demanded an investigation into the guard who had once confronted Grey Brisson during the third Prince's Rosalita trip, and to clarify what had happened between them. That woman stated plainly that if Xiao could deal with that person, the reward would be doubled immediately. Xiao was delighted, his eyes shining brightly as he touched the gold coin in his hand. He muttered about the generous payment soon to come. He impatiently asked who that ugly fellow was. Meanwhile, Sulai was still calculating, silently calling Kallian's name, wondering why her intuition kept pointing toward this prince. It was no simple intuition. The name Esner Hex appeared in Sulai's mind like a threat that needed attention. In the royal palace, rumors about the Zir Brisson clan spread widely. The nobles whispered that Marcus Evan Brisson had ruthlessly attacked his eldest son. They discussed the truth of it, and Evan Brisson's absence from today's meeting made their suspicion of the Brisson house even clearer. The Emperor's sudden summons stirred the nobles even more. Stepping onto the platform, King Lekman clearly declared that the Karis kingdom had focused too much on the sword while neglecting magic. He announced that the Karis royal family would establish a new mage division, stunning the hall. Murmurs rang out everywhere. What, a mage division in Karis? Amid the public uproar, many people noticed Marcus Brisson's unusual absence at this sensitive moment. King Lekman announced that the new division would be named Ban Kan, and its debut ceremony would take place in only 1 week. He affirmed that all preparations were complete, while striking the nobles hard by declaring that Ban Kan would use the building and training grounds of the Pavel Knight Order. Immediately after that, he ordered everyone to withdraw. This twist left the court frozen for several seconds. When the crowd dispersed, King Lekman warily asked to be left alone. He walked along the empty corridor, rubbing his tense temples as he sensed the nobles' opposition and the heavy pressure. Kallian approached. He asked with concern whether he was all right. The king sighed, confirming that everything was within the data, and there was no need to worry too much. He continued walking and reminded him, "You said you wanted to meet me privately." Kallian respectfully confirmed it, frankly asking whether it would be troublesome if he wanted to meet a few Zir nobles. King Lekman was slightly surprised, asking whether expanding his influence would cause harm or make others wary. Seeing Kallian's determination, the king smiled in praise. "How bold, when did you grow up like this?" He decisively allowed it. "Good, do as you wish." Kallian smiled and thanked him. He was also cautious, thinking that to meet certain people, he needed to avoid the eyes of the Brisson house. Kallian also skillfully asked whether the king would expand the scale of the hunt with Prince Fran. The capital grew lively when the Ban Kan mage division appeared, dressed in white and wearing masks that made the people marvel. The crown prince finally had his own force. Ian was excited, but Kallian reminded him that Ban Kan had nothing to do with them. Ian was still thrilled. "Yes, I am still happy." Around them, whispers about the red-eyed prince rang out without end. Seeing Ian so excited, Kallian teased him. "You seem very pleased." Ian replied, "The crown prince is the calm one." At that moment, Esner Hex appeared, gaunt but with eyes shining brightly, reporting that he had found the solution to the destruction transfer magic circle. He explained that he used the principle of activating the oath mark to establish a contract between the magic circle and multiple targets. This meant that Kallian held exclusive ownership of the teleportation magic circle. He praised Esner Hex. "Excellent, you worked hard." He told Esner Hex to rest before the debut party, but Esner was worried about meeting Corps Commander Manahul tomorrow. Thinking of it already felt terrifying. Kallian softened his voice and promised to put in a good word for him before his master, advising him to rest while he could. Esner Hex bowed his head in thanks and left. Callian watched his exhausted partner's back and instructed, "Go home carefully, do not doze off." The carriage rolled through the silent night. Inside, Axel Asner-Hex, exhausted after many days, had fallen asleep. In his dream, Callian's warning echoed like an omen. "I told you not to doze off on the way." Powerful shock made the carriage shake violently, waking Axel from his dream. He was stunned to realize he had fallen into a carefully prepared ambush. It was not just one or two people, but an entire group of assassins, and alarmed cries rang out in panic. Seeing the masked killers on horseback closing in, Axel rushed out of the carriage to find a way to escape. Assassins laughed sinisterly, swinging their swords straight at the target. Axel gritted his teeth when he realized the terrible situation he had once suspected had truly happened. In that dangerous instant, he quickly used mana to create an icy barrier to block the attack. The burst of mana exploded, blasting away every fragment of the assassin's weapons. Axel introduced his new identity with confidence. "A pleasure, I am the Vice Corps Commander of the Bankan Mage Division," named Axel Asner-Hex. In the white space of the banquet, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Sipping tea, Alan Mannison looked around and wondered about Asner-Hex's absence. Callian said frankly that he was probably busy. He revealed that Gray had only arrived today and that Queen Sulai had surely begun to act. Alan Mannison silently realized that Callian had deliberately used Asner-Hex as bait, amazed by the young prince's thorough use of everything, and wondered whether he still held resentment over the old matter. Callian smiled with calculation, certain that Sulai must have grown suspicious by now, and would be wondering whether the Frontier Lord truly stood on her side. Because Gray helped Sulai not merely out of brotherly affection, but because he was aiming for the Marcus title, something he could only seize once Evan Brisson died. Therefore, Sulai also had to consider the possibility that Evan Brisson had noticed the betrayal plot, then personally punished Gray to warn her. Alan Mannison believed they needed more time to grasp the situation, and Callian agreed. He also pointed out Sulai's fatal mistake. She had never met mates, so she did not know how terrifying his strength truly was. Callian leisurely stirred his teacup, fully convinced that he alone was enough to deal with that filth. After the trip to Rosalita, Callian's trust in Asner-Hex had grown firmer than ever. He showed a cold, sharp smile, completely believing in the ability of the subordinate under his command. Amid the dark night, Asner-Hex appeared like an icy god of absolute authority. A massive magic circle blazed as it covered the space, while his cold face became the last image the assassins saw. Frigid shards of ice tore through the wind and shot forward, stripping the enemies of all ability to fight back. Some only had time to groan in choking pain, while others panicked and begged Slimon to spare them, but it was already too late. Desperate cries gradually sank into the cold mist. The difference in strength was far too clear. The other side was wiped out before they even understood what was happening, making the leader break out in terrified sweat. Normally, a mage had to choose a target, calculate, then chant before casting magic, but Asner-Hex's attack speed shattered all those rules. Leader shouted in terror, realizing that such speed without the slightest hesitation was far too dangerous. He immediately ordered them to dismount, trying to close in and exploit a mage's weakness in close combat. Thinking of the enormous reward, the assassins were blinded by greed and madly swung their swords as they charged forward. Yet Asner-Hex remained strangely calm, his deep blue eyes not wavering at all. In the blink of an eye, a sturdy magic shield had blocked every sword path. The leader froze in stunned silence at the sight of that supreme technique, unable to believe the other party could raise a shield so quickly. His subordinates fell one after another before the sharp ice shards unleashed by Asner-Hex. The leader trembled, his heart flooded with belated regret as he understood that he had walked into a dead end. He inwardly cursed himself for accepting this mission. He realized the gap in strength was too great, bitterly blaming his own blind greed. With only 10 people, how had he ever thought he could succeed? Amid the ruined scene, Asner-Hex stood tall, calmly using powerful magic circles to sweep away every obstacle in his path. He desperately searched for a way to survive, telling himself he could not die meaninglessly here. Only now did he bitterly understand that the Queen's invitation had been no different from a death sentence. He completely collapsed before that overwhelming power, unable to understand how anyone could deal with someone like this. In an instant, decisive magic brought down the last enemies. Asner-Hex quietly looked around the ruined battlefield, then coldly confirmed that only one remained. The leader collapsed to his knees at Asner-Hex's feet, wailing miserably as he begged Slimon to spare his life and promised to reveal everything he wanted to know. He hurriedly said he knew everything about His Highness Callian. Asner-Hex calmly looked down at the trembling man and asked what he intended to say. He frantically confessed that Queen Sulai herself was the one who had directly ordered him to carry out this assassination. To save his life, he continued spilling secrets, saying he had once dealt with one of the Queen's maids who had sneaked into His Highness Callian's palace, and they could stand as a witness. Asner-Hex curled his lips slightly in contempt, coldly stating that Callian absolutely did not want that matter mentioned ever again. The assassin panicked and brought up Renan Brisson's disappearance and the Frontier Lord's injury. He realized that every one of those incidents had been manipulated by Callian from behind. The more he spoke, the more flaws he exposed. Even though no one asked further, he still revealed all his crimes on his own. He also exposed a hidden gambling den in Kairos where the nobility used human lives as wagers. But Hex calmly extinguished his last hope, saying the story was somewhat interesting. But unfortunately, someone beside His Highness already knew more clearly than he did. The leader completely collapsed, his face pale as he could not believe the young prince had grasped everything so deeply. He struggled to reveal one final secret about Marcus Evan Brisson, that in truth, the old man had pursued swordsmanship for a very long time. He had once seen that the Marcus's sword was badly damaged, but the old man had always kept that matter hidden from the frontier lord. Hex frowned slightly, showing more interest in the new information he had just heard. He placed a hand on the assassin's shoulder, making him flinch in terror, then calmly remarked that His Highness might find this matter rather interesting. Trying to play his final card to save his life, he said he had once seen Evan Brisson and Gray arguing fiercely before Gray was pushed out to the frontier. Hex only murmured softly that he knew quite a lot, but the only answer to that plea was a cold magic blade, instantly ending the traitor. To still think he could bargain at this point was truly delusional. Hex looked at the body beneath his feet, and calmly said that a mouth too noisy should remain silent forever. After dealing with the trouble, he looked around the empty forest in annoyance. This remote place had no one passing through, making him begin to worry about how he was supposed to return to the palace. Just then, the sudden sound of pounding hooves rang out behind him, making him startle into vigilance. In the capital, a blood-stained cloth bag was placed directly on the table. Meanwhile, Callion still kept his cold and unreadable expression. Elsewhere, Marcus Evan Brisson flew into a rage. The old man slammed the table hard and roared at the accusation, unable to understand why he was being blamed for kidnapping Hex. Before the old man's horror, Butler Zier reported that the Kara Knights would soon come openly to search the Marca's residence. Evan Brisson understood that this was a warning from the king, showing that His Majesty suspected the old man had touched the Balkan Division, the new royal force of Zier. The old man pressed for the connection between that man and the mage, then was told that he had once entered the palace under Queen Sule's summons. Evan Brisson's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp, and the old man decided to enter the palace at once. Despite the suggestion that he should notify the queen in advance, Evan Brisson still roared in anger. The old man did not want to witness father and son slaughtering each other, and the one he truly wanted to meet was the second prince, Blanche. At the same time, the atmosphere during the three princes' dinner grew heavy enough to suffocate. First, Prince Randell unexpectedly mentioned that the Balkan deputy commander was missing, so Callion must be very worried. Callion remained calm, saying he had grown used to trouble since Rosalita. Yet beneath the dining table, Callion's hands had already clenched tight from tension. The calmer he appeared on the outside, the more violently the waves surged within. Callion forced a smile, saying the king and his teacher were the ones truly anxious over the deputy commander's safety. Randell silently observed his younger brother, a faint, unreadable look of contemplation flashing through his eyes. Suddenly, Second Prince Blanche mentioned the scheduled hunt, then turned to ask Randell whether he intended to join this trip. Randell decisively refused to take part in the hunt. He understood that this was an occasion the king had reserved for Blanche, so he had no reason to be present, even though Blanche advised him to go out and move around. Callion silently observed, realizing that Randell was inwardly reproaching Blanche for asking in front of everyone despite already knowing the answer. Blanche calmly continued eating, then suddenly asked Callion whether he intended to help him. Callion stared intently at his older brother, inwardly thinking that this attitude was completely unlike the usual Blanche. Suddenly a terrifying aura surged forth, causing Callion to flinch in fear. He froze, realizing the oppressive, furious feeling came from that person. Callion broke into a cold sweat, unable to understand why Master Alan Manassin was so frighteningly enraged. In the palace corridor, Alan Manassin appeared, mocking the one who remained composed despite losing subordinates. He approached Marcus Evan Brisson, taunting whether he was overly concerned with the favored third prince. Seeing Evan Brisson's face turn red with anger, he said coldly that if a subordinate had perished, the first thing he should worry about was the funeral, not rushing into the palace. Marcus Evan Brisson ground his teeth in fury at Alan Manassin's arrogance. He growled, asking who he thought he was to lecture anyone, and whether he dared to be insolent before His Majesty. In response to the insult about his status, Alan Manassin remained calm, saying this was not a matter a Marquis could interfere in. Evan Brisson looked at him with contempt, thinking that His Majesty's tolerance of such a person showed he could not be trusted, and the character of the young Prince Callion was likely no better. Facing that disdainful gaze, Alan Manassin only curled his lips slightly, mocking that it was more believable that a Zier clan would send elite troops to catch a mage and be wiped out. He stepped close to Evan Brisson, cruelly asking how much he had received this time, then said indifferently that it could not be more than that day. Alan Manison leaned close to the Marcus's ear and whispered a truth that froze the atmosphere. The day he betrayed his own son. The words struck a critical nerve, leaving Evan Brisson stunned and rigid. Cold sweat ran down his pale face as his dark secret was exposed. Unable to contain his rage, Evan Brisson lunged to grab Alan Manison by the collar, roaring wildly, demanding to know what he had just said. Amid the violent swirling dark blue magical pressure, Alan Manison remained unnervingly calm. He uttered the word mage softly as a declaration of power, thinking he had spoken in a way not easily countered, but the Marcus had forgotten. Burst of blazing red fire magic suddenly erupted, filling the surrounding space. With a mysterious, arrogant smile, he stared at the trembling figure, mocking his lack of self-awareness. He watched calmly as Evan Brisson was gradually surrounded and overwhelmed by the fierce magical flames. He wondered how the Marquis planned to resist when his body was being consumed by fire with no trace left. Alan Manison laughed coldly amid the blazing fire, reminding Evan Brisson to consider carefully whom he was confronting. Completely suppressed by the fire magic, Marcus Brisson could only clutch his throat, coughing violently, his face twisted with frustration, unable to counterattack. Evan Brisson ground his teeth, cursing that mages who relied solely on personal strength could not survive long. Alan Manison calmly replied that he was not alone. On the contrary, it was the Zier Brisson clan that was filled with selfish people. Then mockingly asked Grey Brisson whom he truly trusted, and what he sought in entering the capital. That left Evan Brisson stunned, realizing the truth. Dark schemes gradually revealed themselves as Grey, who should have been at the frontier, suddenly appeared in the capital lured by a Marcus title. Evan Brisson must have sensed his son's ambition for power, so he acted first to eliminate the threat. From that person entering the palace to Queen Sulai's involvement, all traces pointed to a cold betrayal, similar to how Renan had abandoned Brisson for Randell. A series of successive incidents, each layer upon another, made even outsiders feel extreme tension. Evan Brisson roared furiously at the humiliation, shouting how dare he do that. His screams echoed through the garden but could not alter the predetermined outcome. From the high balcony, Callion quietly observed the entire scene. He watched the drama below with blazing red eyes, cold and calculating. Marcus Evan Brisson trudged away, leaving behind the humiliating confrontation with Alan Manison. Subordinates hurried after him, noting that considerable time had passed, and asked if he would continue to the J-Mine Palace as originally planned. Evan Brisson's face was still twisted with smoldering rage. His purpose for going to J-Mine Palace had been to verify the alliance between Second Prince Blanche and Queen Sulai. Every step now had to be calculated carefully, for a single misstep would have immediate consequences. He clenched his fists, silently realizing the current situation had changed completely. Evan Brisson immediately decided to return, knowing he should only meet Blanche once he had solid evidence of the prince's faction. Outside, heavy rain began to fall, blurring the Marcus amid schemes of revenge. In the palace, Callion stood by the window watching rain stream down the glass. He sighed softly, thinking that if the rain persisted, the upcoming hunting festival might not proceed as planned. Callion turned to the figure sitting silently in the room, asking if he did not notice it. Blanche remained cold, suddenly mentioning that this morning he had seen a mage chasing knights. Callion curled his lips faintly, stepping closer to ask if his elder brother had noticed the overwhelming aura in that incident. Blanche sighed at his brother's implication, admitting that the king's praise of Callion's swordsmanship was indeed not exaggerated. Understanding that, he could only remain silent, for speaking further would only make things difficult. Callion calmly asked if he often met the Marquis. Blanche's solemn expression confirmed that the two had never met privately. Callion faintly curled his lips and said, "Is that so?" then spoke in a low voice, observing that the Zier Brisson clan, thought to be harmonious, could fracture with even a small influence. Perhaps that was why the Marquis sought Blanche. In the quiet room, Callion outlined a plan to draw his brother's mother down, then push his brother to Camelot. Blanche froze, his deep blue eyes revealing turmoil as the most hidden point was struck. "If you only want my mother to abdicate, then you need not continue siding with me. But if you seek to seize the throne, go meet Evan Brisson." Blanche slumped wearily into the chair, thinking he had already given a decisive answer. Outside the window, rain continued to pour. Blanche looked straight into Callion's blazing red eyes and spoke. "Let me ask you one final question." He asserted that this time the queen would very likely choose the worst path. Callion's gaze became icy as he declared he would push matters in that direction himself, with no intention of saving her. He warned that if Planck chose to take his hand, he should be prepared. In the heavy rain, Blanche stared into the distance, thinking of the path his mother had dedicated herself to building all this time. A firm handshake was exchanged, marking an unexpected alliance between the two princes. Upon hearing this, Ian could not hide his shock. He asked in astonishment if Callion had truly shaken hands with Blanche instead of the eldest Prince Randell. Callion calmly confirmed. Ian was still stunned, wondering whether this meant Blanche had turned his back on Queen Sulai. Callion took a sip of tea and explained that this was not betrayal, but abandonment. Blanche could not stand by and watch the crimes Sulai committed to place him on the throne, so he had long since chosen his own path of action. In the dark room, Blanche had once collapsed beside spilled bottles of liquor, sinking into despair. His drunken appearance was only the perfect mask, though he had deliberately spilled liquor to cover the scent. There was no smell of alcohol in his breath. Looking back, every time Blanche made things difficult for Callion or tormented him, someone else had always been present. He believed that playing the role of a terrible person would lessen the cruelty around him and protect himself. However, Blanche soon realized that aside from death, there was no way to stop that woman's mad ambition. Another handshake appeared as proof of a belated compromise, and still did not understand and wondered why Blanche had been so cruel to Callion in the past. Callion clenched his hand and replied coldly that he did not know, and he did not care about the reason either. Whatever the cause, the only person with the right to forgive Blanche was no longer in this world. Flyman reported, "Your Highness, after searching the Bryson estate, Sir Axel was not found. Even after searching every surrounding building, the deputy commander's whereabouts remained unknown. However, the search was not fruitless, as someone imprisoned in the basement was discovered, believed to be Lennon Brisson. I understand, withdraw." When the knight left, a powerful voice rang out and broke the silence, truly luxurious complaints. The owner of the voice was Alan Menacin. "Even if you only hold the position temporarily, you are still the commander of the Bancon Legion." Alan Menacin insisted that they had to show everyone where the Bancon Legion stood in the palace, so the Kara Knight Order was summoned to strengthen the search of the Bryson estate. At the mansion that had been turned upside down, Marquis Evan Brisson stood amid the wreckage. Roaring in fury, he implied that they must think he was hiding a mage here. Before the old Marcus's rage, the knight remained cold. "This is the king's order. Please cooperate with the search." Evan Brisson gritted his teeth, his hand clenching into a fist as he realized he had been driven into a corner right before the division's founding ceremony. Witnessing his stubbornness, Alan Manassin smiled faintly with mockery. He understood that those who judged others only by rank would only realize the truth after experiencing it directly and seeing that the other party was not merely a mage. Even while being forced into a corner, he remained firm, and Alan Manassin thought the other side must have realized the contempt Evan Brisson held for them. Alan Manassin was proud that wherever he went, he was revered as a great mage, from Baron in Secretia to Viscount in Libon. However, the title that satisfied him most was still Master of the Third Prince of Kairos. The king adjusted his glasses and affirmed that in Kairos, Alan Manassin was both the prince's master and a count, and once people heard that, none would dare look down on him. News of his new rank left Alan Manassin astonished, his eyes widening in surprise. In the study, the king was puzzled by his joy. Alan Manassin smiled meaningfully, thinking that the words of congratulations sounded so light, like casual chatter about the weather that had just passed by. The torrential rain had stopped completely. Callion stood by the window, his eyes blazing red, satisfied as he judged that this weather would help the hunt go smoothly. Just then, Ian rushed into the room, panicking when he saw that Callion had gone out alone again. Seeing his worried attendant, Callion stepped inside and calmly offered a frank morning greeting. Callion explained that he had only gone for a short walk to deliver a necessary item, admitting that going out early in the morning felt more reassuring than sneaking out in the middle of the night. Ian remembered something important and reported that Baron Bolun had sent several things the prince needed to see at once. They were powerful horses standing magnificently beneath the sunlight, ready for the hunt to come. Callion looked at the superb warhorses, pleased to know that Viscount Tesset had arrived safely in Kairos. The gift list included horses of the same bloodline, and the final item surprised him. It was a small, lovely white cat in a basket brought by Ian. Callion laughed. He had planned to give a bird or a dog, but the cat appearing at this moment was wonderful. On a tense battlefield, seeing a white cat could soften the heart. Callion gently handed the cat to Hina, telling her to take it. "Hina, the cat can be raised in the palace. Take good care of it." Seeing the cat affectionately nuzzle its head in her hands, Hina was moved by the prince's thoughtful care. She showed her brightest smile, unable to hide her happiness. "Your Highness, you still remembered, thank you." Hina cheerfully showed the cat to Kyrie. The cheerful atmosphere suddenly sank when Ian approached Callion with a serious expression. He said softly, "Your Highness, there is one more matter to report." Ian leaned close to Callion's ear and whispered that yesterday, the king had sent the Kara Knight order to search the Grisson estate, but Axel's whereabouts were still completely unknown. Callion's gaze darkened. He imitated his master Alan Manassin's manner to dispel the worry. "My subordinate is not easy to deal with. He will protect himself well." Though he appeared optimistic in his words to reassure his subordinates, when he looked out the window, Callion's blazing red eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he resolved that the disappearance of the Bancon deputy commander was an insult he would not let pass easily. Callion drew a smiling face on the fogged glass, thinking he would make sure the matter was not forgotten, wondering to himself whether he should prepare another surprise gift for the Brisson family. With a cold, decisive gaze, Callion mounted his horse and declared clearly, "Now, let the hunt begin." This time His Majesty had organized the hunt exclusively for Prince Blanche. The second prince suddenly announced that he would not attend. News of his poor health spread again, despite being nothing new. Standing on the balcony, Blanche sighed wearily, gazing into the distance with sorrow, wondering what today would bring. Outsiders thought he was truly ill, but who knew it was a calculated move? The memory of his earlier conversation with Kellyan returned clearly. Back then, he had worn a meaningful smile and advised the prince not to participate in the Zir hunt, saying he heard the prince would catch a severe fever. Before Blanche's surprise, Kellyan calmly added that by then, he probably would not have the strength to hunt anymore. Kellyan pretended to laugh and joke as he lamented, "Oh, what a pity." Kellyan gave a radiant smile, promising to help him explain everything to His Majesty. Returning to the present, Blanche told himself that although he did not yet know what Kellyan was planning, if the other party did not want him to interfere, he would respect that. The premonition that a great trouble was about to occur made Blanche unable to stop worrying. Right then, the sound of a cat meowing drew his attention. In the castle courtyard, Kellyan's maid was chasing after a small white cat. Blanche quickly realized that she was Kellyan's attendant, but his expression changed when he saw the little girl run straight into the rose garden. Blanche was shocked to realize that at this hour, First Prince Randell was surely there. In the distance, Randell's figure stood among the bushes with his escort knights. In the garden, a knight raised his sword and pointed it straight at the trembling maid. "Who are you? How did you enter the palace?" Answer immediately. Hyena panicked. She understood that she had to explain she was Kellyan's maid. Unable to speak, she intended to use her notebook to communicate. This action made the soldier even more wary, and he shouted, "Stand still. If you move again, I will treat you as an assassin and cut you down immediately." Hyena closed her eyes and trembled in fear, knowing that if she did not take out her notebook, things would become terrible. And just then, firm footsteps rang out along with a mocking voice. "You call yourselves guards." Second Prince Blanche appeared, making the soldier jolt in terror. Blanche coldly approached, frowning as he criticized the soldier's incompetence for failing to recognize even a prince's maid, and he sharply asked whether there was something wrong with their eyes or their minds. The soldier turned pale and hurriedly knelt, begging Slimon for forgiveness because he had failed to recognize someone from the palace. Blanche looked at Hyena, who was trembling while holding the cat, and sternly ordered the soldier to lower his sword at once. Having been saved, Hyena bowed her head in confusion to thank the second prince, then hurried away. Blanche silently watched Hyena's figure as she hurried off. Suddenly, Randell appeared from behind, his voice low. "I was called to go hunting, yet you are not going." Blanche was startled. He hurriedly bowed his head and apologized for not knowing the first prince was present, and Slimon immediately withdrew. Randell had seen through the change and remarked meaningfully that the relationship between the two of them had improved a great deal. Blanche froze, and Randell coldly added that he was talking about Kellyan, his gaze dark and mysterious. No one could escape. The hunt officially began, and the nobles suspected the true interests of the princes after this event. Marquis Alan Munison frowned in concentration. He replied that he needed silence and hoped the other party would not mind. In the distance, the nobles' whispers rang out again. They were surprised by the way the hunting teams were divided this time, feeling that it was not a hunt, but a game of werewolf, with everyone suspecting everyone else. The nobles discussed it and noticed the abnormality. They were all Zir clans loyal to Brisson, and they suspected the factions accompanying Third Prince Kellyan. Ignoring the gossip, Alan Munison narrowed his eyes, tightened the bowstring, then released it decisively. The arrow had not flown 5 meters before it fell to the ground, leaving everyone speechless. They thought a mage should only concern himself with magic and should not hold a bow. He was confident that a mere mage could not accomplish anything great. A loud noise and a cloud of white smoke left everyone stunned. The nobles widened their eyes in shock because they saw no prey felled by the arrow. At that moment, Alan Munison snapped his fingers. Flames erupted fiercely, stunning everyone, and he asked whether the rules forbade using magic to hunt. Those who had mocked him fell silent before this reasoning, and the nobles on Brisson's side were afraid, understanding that if that magic attack had been aimed at them, their lives would be gone. This was the strongest warning sent to those who had strayed. Alan Munison curled his lips, saying that since they were sitting in trees like Brisson, being caught was only natural, and that final warning made the atmosphere tenser than ever. On the other side of the hunting ground, Kellyan began his own plan. He raised his bow toward the blue sky and declared that his hunt would begin soon. Kellyan smiled brightly yet meaningfully, revealing that the prey this time was neither an eagle nor a lion. This was his first time hunting something so special. The third prince's blazing red eyes bored into the two nobles, and he proposed, "I need your help." Faced with Kellyan's power and calculations, both of them trembled and nodded, not daring to resist. They knew the consequences of refusing. Kellyan lowered his bow, leaving behind a heavy message before departing, then, "We will meet again in the palace." At the same time in the palace, the sharp sound of a hand striking the table rang out with extreme fury. Queen Sulai gnashed her teeth and clenched the letter she had just received from the frontier territory. Seeing her master fly into a rage, the maid fearfully asked about the letter, but Sulai roared, "Get out, let no one enter, outside the palace hunt. A storm has reached the eye." The letter reported that medicine sent to Duke Grey Brisson confirmed the injury. The result was terrible. Grey did not look seriously hurt, but his mind was unstable. His subordinates could not observe him directly, and in the darkness, Grey screamed madly. Why did the Swordmaster's aura vanish after the clash? Sulai frantically tore the letter when she heard that Grey had ordered everyone to return and would contact them later. The two words return were like cold water poured over her ambition, and Sulai gnashed her teeth as she repeated the report in fury. At that moment, Kallian appeared and bluntly asked why she had been looking for him since early morning, while Sulai remained arrogant, criticizing the prince during tea time. Ignoring the mockery, Kallian placed a heavy cloth pouch on the table and revealed that it had been found where Knight Asner Hex disappeared. Kallian sat opposite her and said that there was no small amount of money inside. Faced with Sulai's feigned innocence, Kallian sneered that she would surely say she knew nothing. Sulai calmly sipped her tea, claiming she did not remember meeting the heroic knight Xia. She tried to turn the situation around, saying that Kallian's searching for the missing mage proved he had done something to the frontier Duke. Sulai asked suspiciously what he had promised to make that man help him so much. Kallian's rage erupted. He sprang to his feet and roared, "You think I joined hands with a bottom feeder like Grey Brisson? How insulting!" His red eyes blazing as he declared that he had no need for someone like her. Sulai sneered, thinking that his rude way of speaking proved Kallian had truly gone mad. And despite the insult, he slammed his hand hard onto the table and gave a stern warning. "This time you will understand the consequences of daring to touch one of my people. I will show you the end that awaits." Kallian suddenly burst into delighted laughter, the sound echoing throughout the room and leaving Sulai stunned. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his hand and threw the coin pouch straight at the queen. Gold coins scattered everywhere, rolling across the floor under Sulai's shocked gaze. She ground her teeth as she looked at the chaos, her eyes filled with hatred, then declared through clenched teeth that, if he wanted it that way, she was also ready to end things here. Glittering gold coins lay strewn across the floor, like the final mark ending the false relationship between the two. Night fell, covering the quiet palace beneath the cold, bright full moon. Amid the gloomy darkness, a mysterious black shadow quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside. That figure silently slipped into Second Prince Blanche's room with highly suspicious movements. Blanche was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that a stranger was approaching his bed step by step, sensing unusual disturbance. Blanche stirred awake, then let out a mocking remark. "Mages truly have too much free time." He sprang up, facing the figure completely hidden beneath a black cloak. Kallian calmly said Suspanian's warning barrier had stopped working, then told his older brother not to worry. He also said his teacher had no desire to sneak in a second time. Kallian curled his lips, his red eyes clear beneath the calculating cloak. "After today, I will have no reason to come to your room again." Blanche narrowed his eyes at his younger brother, impatiently asking why Kallian had suddenly come to him at this hour. Kallian smiled brightly and leisurely said he had 3 important matters to report at once. He began with a probing question. "Did Brother Randall notice that I have joined hands with you?" Blanche pondered for a moment, then confirmed that he had. Kallian sighed in frustration, because his plan to conceal it had failed. He had intended to hide it for a very long time, but everyone was far too perceptive. When Kallian asked about his eldest brother's reaction, Blanche said Randall had noticed that his relationship with Kallian had improved greatly. Blanche recalled his encounter with Randall in the garden. Seeing his eldest brother standing silently, Blanche softly asked whether Randall regretted Kallian's change. Randall remained calm, his deep blue eyes not wavering at all before his younger brother's question. Blanche curled his lips, saying he had no reason to regret anything. He wearily closed his eyes, thinking none of it mattered. No matter who gave up the throne, Randall would not lose out. As long as the factions had not united, he had no need to be wary. Hearing this, Kallian thoughtfully realized he had to be more careful. He looked straight at Blanche, then moved on to the second important matter. Kallian slowly expressed his thanks. Blanche laughed mockingly, thinking Kallian must have heard that he had saved the maid in the rose garden, and that was why he was doing this. Blanche turned his face away and coldly said he did not want to hear any thanks from his younger brother. Yet in his heart, Blanche still had not forgotten the moment he saw that small girl in the garden. Blanche admitted that in truth, he had already received thanks from that maid herself. The image of Haina smiling brightly, holding up the notebook with the words "Thank you for helping me" written on it, remained warm in his memory. Kallian gave a faint smile, then quickly returned to the final matter. He reminded him that tomorrow was the founding ceremony of the Bankan division, then asked Blanche whether he intended to keep lying in bed for another day. Blanche stared at Kallian and warned him through clenched teeth not to cross the line again. Before his older brother's sharpness, Kallian remained strangely calm. He only smiled faintly and replied, "I understand." But immediately after, Kallian's gaze turned cold and resolute. He raised his hand in warning, emphasizing that no matter what happened, Blanche must absolutely not interfere. In Queen Sulai's palace, the atmosphere was always heavy and tense. A group of maids were gathered around her, attending to her before the mirror. One maid trembled as she combed the queen's long, smooth silver blue hair, carefully asking whether Her Majesty's mood had improved today. In her heart, the young girl was so exhausted she wanted to scream. Recently, the queen had been far too unpredictable, keeping her tense at every moment. She inwardly thought she would rather go home, obey her father, and marry a young baron than endure these terrifying days. Lost in thought, she accidentally caught the comb in the queen's hair. A single second of distraction became a disaster. The dry clicking sound made the maid's face turn pale. She trembled and begged forgiveness, but Sulai immediately slapped her, sending her crashing to the floor as she cried and knocked her head down, pleading for mercy. Another maid hurriedly dropped to her knees, trembling as she took the blame instead and begged for leniency. The head maid also bowed her head and accepted fault for failing to discipline them strictly. They intended to handle it immediately, but Sulai merely said coldly to leave it there, then silently walked away with a heavy bearing. The young maid watched the queen's departing figure, her eyes filled with terror. In the darkness, Sulai's face was frighteningly gloomy. She inwardly calculated that this might still be useful. The founding ceremony of the MangaCapped division officially took place in a solemn atmosphere at the royal palace. Standing on the high platform, Alan Manison loudly declared before the guests that today they had gathered to announce the birth of a mage division in the very heart of Kairos. King Lekman sat silently and observed while the princes Randell, Blanche and Callion were all present to witness the important moment. Alan Manison said that with His Majesty's permission and everyone's support, Ban would open a new chapter for Kairos. Just as the declaration rang out, a violent explosion suddenly shook the ground, and a huge pillar of fire erupted in the distance, throwing the crowd into panic. Shrill screams rang out one after another. "What is that? What is happening?" Every gaze turned toward the billowing black smoke rising from one corner of the palace. Someone recognized it and shouted, "Is that not the direction of Hagia Palace?" The atmosphere of the ceremony instantly shattered when terrible news arrived. An explosion had occurred at Hagia Palace. Kellion's eyes widened, clear shock appearing as he heard the next piece of information aimed directly at one of his own people. Axel Aesner Hex was accused of causing the explosion at Hagia Palace, and the Bankan deputy commander was named as the culprit. Callion sprang up in shock, only managing to exclaim in disbelief, "What?" The entire hall stirred and discussions about the name Aesner Hex echoed everywhere. If it was him, then that makes sense, it must have been him. Suspicious gazes all turned toward Callion at once, making the atmosphere suffocating. Amid the chaotic crowd, Callion clenched his trembling fist, silently calling the mastermind's name Sulai. Callion's eyes blazed red with fury. He understood that woman's ambition and was ready to face her, determined to see who would go to the very end. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and held him back. The king stepped forward, his voice clear as he reassured the crowd, reminding them to stay calm because the chaos might be part of the mastermind scheme, and first of all, they had to remain safe. He gripped Callion's shoulder as if in reminder, before the cause of the explosion was found, they should not rush to conclusions. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice rang out, cutting across the scene. "What if I say I saw the culprit with my own eyes?" Steely footsteps drew closer. Queen Sulai appeared from behind her golden fan, wearing a venomous smile, declaring before the guests that she had seen the one who burned the palace with her own eyes. Sulai calmly walked through the ruins, ignoring everyone's stunned silence. Second Prince Blanche stood frozen as he witnessed his mother's cold attitude. Sweat streamed down his pale face from the shock. Sulai approached the officials, pretending to be concerned as she asked Han, "I heard there was an explosion, but you seem unharmed. How fortunate." Watching from afar, Callion curled his lips faintly in contempt at this shameless performance, daring to fabricate words about the very incident she had orchestrated. Two factions faced each other directly in the palace, swallowed by smoke and flames, signaling that a merciless war was about to erupt. Callion coldly warned Sulai not to speak in haste, reminding her that His Majesty would uncover the true cause of the incident. Sulai curled her lips sinisterly behind the golden fan, brazenly accusing that the mage had confessed to being incited by Callion to attack before fleeing. Callion maintained his composure before the baseless accusation. Sulai smugly asserted that there was no evidence or witness to help him clear his name, when in truth it was all a vicious trap arranged by her. She used her authority to force a maid to carry out the task, in order to pin the earlier mistake on someone else. She presented a purple stone glowing with a strange light. She ordered it to be placed in the box at the entrance of the drawing room before the girl would be allowed to leave. Under the queen's pressure, the poor girl trembled and obeyed. When the stone was placed in the correct position, a terrifying explosion reduced Hagia Palace to ruins, frightening everyone. Sulai used the scene to pressure Callion, questioning whether he was hiding the one who destroyed the palace, forcing him to bring that mage here to prove his innocence. Callion silently lowered his head, acknowledging the disadvantage that Aesner Hex was still missing. Sulai laughed inwardly, confidently insisting that her words were the truth because she had seen the culprit with her own eyes. She looked smugly at Callion standing alone in the hall, declaring that he would be trapped forever in this perfect snare. Before she could enjoy her triumph for long, a calm voice cut through the atmosphere, asking whether the maid she mentioned was this person. Sulai lowered her fan in horror. Her eyes widened when she saw a man calmly walking closer, long blue hair, pristine white mage robes. He smiled politely and introduced himself. "This is our first meeting. I am Axel Asner Hex." Appearing like a plot twist that shattered the script, Sulai froze, her breath quickening as she realized the arsonist had now appeared before her eyes, her extreme terror clear when she saw him walking with her father. Beside Axel was none other than Marcus Evan Brisson, wearing a grave expression. From the shadows, Callion quietly watched the prey fall into the trap. He whispered coldly, "Do you see it? This is your own ending." Everything had been decided from the very beginning, a reversal that made the schemer wonder who truly held the script. In truth, Asner Hex had never gone missing as Sulai had mistakenly believed. After the failed attack by the assassins, he had simply enjoyed the 5 days of rest he deserved. But the incident involving Grey Brisson gave rise to suspicion, and a series of unjust events fell upon the deputy commander. Amid the Queen's schemes, there was still someone who could not turn a blind eye. That person was Marcus Evan Brisson, who seemed to have understood the entire play his daughter had staged. Callion had foreseen that Sulai would use Axel's absence as an excuse to act, so arranged the decisive checkmating move. By the prince's order, Axel secretly stayed at the Brisson residence until the founding ceremony of Ban Kan. His appearance with Evan Brisson at this sensitive moment was a heavy blow against the Queen's ambition. If Evan stood with Callion, Sulai's power and schemes would collapse, and the hidden move that had been unleashed was checkmate. From afar, Callion curled his lips faintly with menace, thinking he had merely used a chess piece to turn the situation around. Callion stepped toward the king and made a clear proposal. "Your Majesty, have Slyman investigate the incident at Hazia Palace clearly right here." He looked at Sulai provocatively, affirming that the mage the Queen had been waiting for had appeared. Under the pressure of the truth, King Lex's face hardened, and he said decisively, "Very well, I will do that." Callion walked past Sulai, leaned close, and issued a cold warning. "I told you, do not rush to utter foolish words." Sulai was stunned, her eyes widening in terror and humiliation. Looking toward the king and the knights surrounding her, Sulai gritted her teeth, realizing that no one stood on her side anymore. Her plan had gone completely to waste, and her overconfidence had become self-destruction. In despair and madness, she let out an eerie laugh that echoed through the hall, chilling everyone. Sulai looked straight at Callion and invoked the memory of his mother in a vicious voice. "Your mother laughed like that even in her final moments. You truly resemble her." As soon as she finished speaking, Sulai drew the sharp knife hidden behind her golden fan, shocking Callion. Witnessing the mad act, King Lekman rushed forward, but it was already too late. Sulai charged straight at Callion, attempting a fatal stab. Callion only had time to see the dagger pierce his body as the prince's scream rang out amid the horrific scene. Sulai froze, her eyes wide with horror as she realized her blade had missed the original target. Callion stared in shock at the person blocking him, recalling the cryptic warning that under no circumstances should he interfere. A brutal stab struck Prince Blanche's chest instead of Callion. He collapsed into his younger brother's arms amidst everyone's shock. Callion screamed in agony, clearly thinking, "I told you, elder brother." Seeing that she had gravely injured her own son, Sulai called out Blanche's name in horror, then roared in madness, bitterly realizing this child had ultimately chosen to betray her. King Lekman rushed forward in panic, shouting for Sulai to release immediately and ordering the knights to protect his son at all costs. Royal knights surged like a storm, swiftly surrounding the frenzied queen to prevent her from causing more harm. Amidst the chaos, King Lekman declared in a firm voice that it was over and demanded Sulai's surrender at once. A surge of deep blue magic tore through the air at incredible speed, striking like thunder, leaving Sulai only able to scream before collapsing. Sulai fell to the floor, clutching the struck arm in pain. Callion appeared with eyes blazing red in fury, the sword in his hand radiating an oppressive aura. He coldly looked at the cruel woman at his feet, asking if she heard him. Holding the fading Blanche, he sternly reminded her he had told her to release from the start. He bound the queen, his orders echoing through the chaos. The knights immediately secured the area as the situation calmed. Nobles whispered in shock and fear. "Did you see that? The sword aura." The truth left everyone in disbelief. Could the third prince? All eyes turned to Callion, who had displayed power far beyond imagination. Could the third prince be a swordsman? Callion clutched his fading elder brother and screamed, "Elder brother." Blanche struggled to open his eyes, blood at the corner of his mouth as he realized the truth. "You used sword aura." Immediately after, Blanche collapsed completely, causing Callion to scream in madness. Prince elder brother, while Sulai was forcibly dragged away by the knights, Callian urgently ordered her removed, then shouted desperately for healers to arrive to protect the king. King Lekman rushed in panic, shouting in pain as he saw Blanche amidst the chaos. Callian hurriedly called for his master to protect his majesty. He held his father tightly and advised, "You've heard already, your majesty. First leave here, this place is dangerous." Though his heart ached bleedingly for his son, the king could only speak in despair. But what about Prince? He sternly reminded the king of the throne's responsibility, also affirming he had endured such pain himself. He requested the king hand this place over to Callian to handle. Seeing his children's resolve, King Lekman tried to suppress his own grief. He clenched his hands and decided in a deep voice, "All right, I will trust Callian." Callian screamed desperately amidst the chaotic hall. Where were the healers? He frantically ordered the area secured, commanded subordinates to apply pressure to Blanche's wound, though his hands were already stained red from the severe injury. Seeing the blood flow incessantly, Callian realized with horror that the situation was out of control. In his heart, he roared in rage at his elder brother's reckless actions. "This madman, I saved your life with what intentions, and yet you do this." Even the power blessed by Suspanian could not prevent this tragedy. If it continued, Blanche would not survive. He would truly die. Callian screamed in despair, still seeing no healer. A subordinate rushed in panic to report the healers had ridden off, and Ian had gone with his troops to find Hina as instructed. Callian suddenly froze, his blazing red eyes widening as a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately realized there was still one person here who could save Blanche's life, Randall. Callian narrowed his eyes toward his eldest brother, who was quietly leaving, and silently called out in his heart, "Brother Randall." Amid that chaotic scene, Callian understood that the true nature of people was becoming clearer than ever. Behind the calmness of his eldest brother, who was silently walking beside the king, lay a terrifyingly cold reason. Randall continued forward calmly, his face icy and utterly unmoved, indifferent to his younger brother behind him whose life and death were uncertain. Callian gritted his teeth in fury when he realized that to Randall, hiding his identity as a priest mattered more than Blanche's life. Callian held Blanche's weakening body tightly, screaming in his heart, "Live, survive no matter what." Callian desperately clutched his brother, who was fading away, repeatedly calling for Blanche not to die. Just as a shout announced that the medical team had arrived, time slowly passed, and the sound of chains rang out dryly. A heavy dungeon door closed behind a figure leisurely walking along the gloomy corridor. Before the cold iron bars, Callian silently looked at the woman who had once stirred up the palace and now had to pay the price. Sulai sat collapsed on the floor, her arm wrapped in stark white bandages, and curled her lips slightly as she asked why he had come looking for her. Callian confirmed in a low voice, "That is right. I summoned you here because I have something to ask." Sulai looked up at the young prince, the venomous smile still clinging to her face despite her utter ruin. She slowly stood up, her thin hand gripping the iron bars, her eyes flashing with malice as she asked, "You are hiding something, are you not?" Callian silently faced that suspicious gaze, his blazing red eyes not wavering at all before the queen's haunting interrogation. Sulai pressed close to the bars, her gaze growing even more sinister as she repeated, "Hey, you are hiding something, are you not?" Callian did not falter at all, merely lowered his eyes slightly and calmly replied that everyone in this world had something they needed to hide. Callian coldly asked directly about the queen's crime from years ago. "Were you truly the one who harmed the former Queen Aisha?" The moment she heard Aisha's name, Sulai froze briefly, then suddenly burst into deranged laughter. She smugly admitted, "How could I forget? That was the first time I personally sent out a bowl of poison." Witnessing the other party's chilling cruelty, Callian decisively turned and left, saying that he had nothing left to discuss with her. His footsteps echoed along the dark corridor, leaving behind Sulai's indignant scream that she had told the truth. Callian still silently walked toward the light at the end of the dungeon, no longer paying any attention to Sulai behind him. Sulai clutched the iron bars tightly, her gaze eerie as she gave one final mocking remark, "Actually, I thought, at the moment you met me you would ask something else. Whether your son is alive or dead." Sulai laughed in low, rasping bursts, her mad laughter sinking into the darkness. She ground her teeth bitterly as she remembered that knife strike. Even at the very end, it still blocked my path. She tightened her grip on the iron bars, telling herself that she had done everything for her son's future. Yet in her eyes, Blanche had always chosen foolish things and done useless acts solely to obstruct his own mother. Watching Callian's back quietly leave, Sulai inwardly mocked how people always threw themselves in to protect what they considered important. The memory of that moment returned with perfect clarity. For a swordmaster like Callian, that clumsy stab had been so slow there was no need to dodge. The instant Sulai lifted her foot, Callian had already been protected by Alan Mannisson's shield, yet Blanche still chose to rush out and block the blow. Standing silently before the dungeon bars, Callian could not help asking himself, could he truly have wanted to protect me? Callian's footsteps echoed through the gloomy dungeon. He silently wondered what had driven her to be willing to trade away everything like that. The path she had once chosen, if only that woman had been willing to turn back and look even once. Perhaps she would have realized long ago the true reason hidden behind everything. Sule laughed and choked with emotion in her madness, the haunting sound echoing between the four cold walls. She screamed from the darkness, "I do not regret it, so I have nothing to be sorry for either." Wicked woman's laughter rang throughout the dungeon, like a final curse. Kalyan stood outside the bars, his blazing red eyes unmoved by her madness, then decisively turned his back and left, just as warned after the hunt. The nobles who had once been close to the Brisson family all turned their backs on Sule at once. Moreover, every crime she had ever committed was exposed, though no one knew who was behind it. Sulei's punishment was carried out swiftly. This time, there was no Renishita leaf left to conceal her agonizing death. A week had passed since that fateful day, but the aftermath of Queen Sulei's downfall still spread throughout the capital. In a corner of the garden, the nobles were still discussing the queen's greenhouse and lamenting that her glorious days had vanished like smoke. But the hottest topic was the third prince, Kalyan, who had reached the realm of Sword Saint before even turning 15. Everyone wanted to verify the truth, but Kalyan stubbornly stayed beside Blanche, who still had not awakened after that dangerous stab. After many days of waiting, Blanche finally opened his eyes with difficulty. But what lay before him was not a touching scene. Instead, it was Kalyan sitting leisurely by the bed eating a banana, leaving Blanche speechless as he asked why that man was eating bananas here. Kalyan only mumbled that he still had not thought of any reason reasonable enough to explain his current behavior. Seeing Blanche annoyed, Kalyan smiled and told him to ignore him and rest. Blanche immediately drove him out, telling him to take the bananas back to his room and eat them there. Kalyan laughed heartily, saying Blanche was too strict. Blanche angrily scolded him in return. "Why blame me? You were clearly the one who let your aura erupt." Kalyan smiled slyly, saying that if he went outside, he would have to explain the matter of the Sword Saint, so until he thought of a reason, he absolutely would not leave. As soon as he left the sick room, Kalyan ran into Alan Menacin with a radiant smile, and was even teased that Blanche had finally kicked him out. Kalyan only gave an awkward smile in response, inwardly thinking that managing to last 4 days in Blanche's room was already thanks to his brother's immense generosity. A banana peel flew straight out of the room and hit Kalyan on the head, accompanied by Blanche's furious shout driving his guest out. Alan Menacin remarked cheerfully that those 4 precious days must have made their brotherly bond even stronger, though the way they showed it was somewhat intense. It was also truly sincere. As the two walked side by side down the corridor, Alan Menacin admitted that he had thought Kalyan would stay bedridden in the sick room for at least a week. Kalyan calmly replied that the original plan had indeed been that way, while the appearance of the third prince immediately drew curious gazes and whispers from the maids. Alan Menacin glanced slightly at Kalyan, guessing that he had left the sick room early because he did not want to endure his elder brother's anger any longer. More importantly, Kalyan seemed to have chosen the moment to appear before everyone. Alan Menacin inwardly thought that this prince finally had a reasonable excuse to publicly reveal his true strength to the world. Though he always kept a calm expression on the outside, Kalyan knew that he was not good at lying. He understood that in this world full of schemes, there was one person who absolutely could not know the truth about his current body and soul. That person was King Lekman, the monarch who was sitting silently behind his desk. His eyes gleamed with contemplation as he looked at the son who had returned from the boundary of life and death with extraordinary abilities. King Lekman furrowed his brows and immediately asked again to confirm what he had just heard. "So what you mean is that Kalyan comprehended the light of enlightenment in Suspanian's lair, and then his sword awakened after the sparring match with Suleiman." Standing beside him, Alan Menacin clearly confirmed that it was so, while Kalyan stepped forward and offered to show his royal father himself. Immediately after, a brilliant blue light burst from Kalyan's palm, carrying powerful magical pressure and aura that left both the king and Alan Menacin stunned. Kalyan looked straight at his royal father and firmly declared that he could now skillfully use both aura and magic. Flaunting it before the old man, there was no need to say much. One look was enough to understand. Kalyan leisurely turned his hand, revealing a small stream of mana, then said he had only learned a little. King Lechman fell into thought and realized his son's intention. "So this was what you meant when you said I was in greater danger." Kalyan bowed his head and apologized for not saying it sooner, but the king understood. "No, the palace was never safe for you. You had your reasons for having to hide it like this." He decided to move up the founding ceremony of Vankinum, giving Kalyan a chance to officially resolve the issue of his identity before the public. Alan Menacin teased that the king should have given him a hint, but Kalyan insisted that he had signaled many times. Even the king had to admit that he had been too careless not to notice his son's abilities. When Alan Menacin joked that Kalyan was taking his father's side, he laughed brightly and replied that he was not. He had always clearly separated public and private matters. But the king's heart remained heavy with worry. The news that Kalyan was a sword master had spread, forcing the Evan Brisson family to be wary. but Randell was the greatest concern. Since that day, Randell had been frighteningly calm. In the king's eyes, Randell had always regarded his brothers as rivals in the struggle for succession, not as family. When other families gathered, it was warm, but whenever this family gathered, tension immediately filled the air. He worried about where the kingdom would end up if Randell ascended the throne. While he was lost in thought, the call of his attendant startled the king back to reality. He told himself that for now, he could only observe, because only time would tell whether Callion's strength would become a pillar of support or another kind of poison for the royal dynasty. A week later, the capital was wrapped in an atmosphere more solemn than ever. On the high platform in the middle of the magnificent hall, King Lechman solemnly declared the Vancanum ceremony open and announced the appearance of 6 sword masters of the continent in Ceres. Callion appeared with a dignified bearing, his red eyes resolute, ready to shoulder his new responsibility. At the same time, another development quietly occurred. The Billysen family had shut their doors tightly, absolutely refusing every meeting with the outside world. Behind those closed doors, Grey Brisson threw himself into training like a man who had lost control. Although his subordinates worriedly tried to stop him, because he had been swinging his sword for hours without rest, Grey still furiously shouted at them to shut up. The cold sword strikes continuously tore the scarecrow apart, while his heart was filled only with helplessness. Grey gritted his teeth and told himself that he could no longer see, nor could he feel Callion's aura anymore. The disappearance of that once present power became an obsession that made him even more disturbed. Time passed quietly, autumn gradually faded, and winter's chill descended over Kairos. White snow blanketed the kingdom, while Prince Callion's little cat leisurely walked across the snow, leaving tiny paw prints behind. When spring came knocking, the kingdom joyfully held a celebration for the king's birthday. Amid the lively atmosphere of the banquet, everyone raised their glasses together to congratulate His Majesty. King Lechman beamed as he raised his glass in return, expressing his joy at receiving such sincere blessings from his subjects. The king proclaimed boldly that spring was the season of new beginnings, and he hoped today would mark a favorable turning point for all. Right in the midst of cherry blossoms gently falling in a poetic scene, a man with long silver hair and sorrowful purple eyes appeared unexpectedly. Callion froze in shock, his red eyes wide in astonishment. He was utterly stunned as he exclaimed the name Jay. The story rewound to 2 months earlier, when that spring had just returned warmth. The harsh winter had passed so quickly it was as if it had never existed in this land. On the magnificent palace balcony, Callion quietly sipped tea, his gaze sweeping across the peaceful scenery under the deep blue sky. It was a moment signaling change, carrying a freshness so profound it was hard to put into words. Callion took a sip of tea, his red eyes reflecting the sunlight, and he gave a faint, mysterious smile. In the luxurious room, a hand slowly pushed a red invitation across to the other side, accompanied by a brief voice. Alan Menison spoke softly with delight, noting that this was the second time he had received an invitation to the king's birthday, and it had come directly from His Majesty. Faced with that surprise, King Lechman smiled and reminded him that this time Alan must not miss it as he did last year. Alan Menison sipped his tea, affirming that His Majesty could rest assured because he would remain in Cyrus for quite a while, so a formal invitation was not really necessary. Alan Menison lamented how quickly time passed, and this place always surprised him. He only hoped there would be no more palace drama, as the people waiting were already tired. Taking a sip of tea, King Lechman recalled wistfully and said, now that he remembered, last year you also rushed into the palace around this time, didn't you? His gaze softened toward his old friend, while Alan Menison remained silent, savoring the fragrant tea. Amid the falling cherry blossoms, the king let out a soft sigh, looking out through the wide balcony door, pondering what awaited them this year. Callion concentrated all his strength on the confrontation. He swiftly turned to dodge the shards of magic flying toward him. Fragments of light surged relentlessly, and Callion immediately countered with a series of sharp sword strikes. His red eyes shone with clear confidence. Callion curled his lips slightly, then suddenly accelerated. He pressed the opponent with a flurry of powerful slashes. Facing such a storm of attacks, Asura Hex had to summon a magic shield to defend himself. Even so, he could not hide his astonishment at the young prince's agility. Callion suddenly vanished, then reappeared right behind the opponent with a speed that sent shivers down spines. Asura Hex only managed to gasp in panic, shield, yet Callion's aura sword had pierced the strongest layer of defense. A harsh sound rang out as the entire magic shield shattered under overwhelming force. Asura Hex froze, sweat streaming as he felt the cold blade against his neck. He struggled to speak, conceding, I yield, your highness. Callion smiled faintly, withdrew his mana so the sword vanished into the void, then praised Jay, that was a fine duel, you are truly skilled. Witnessing the brilliant match, the crowd cheered with fervent excitement, and Asura Hex cried out in shock, how did you teleport without using a spell? He could not hide his surprise and stressed that he was the one who ought to be impressed, because the sword now obeyed its master completely. Usner Hex admired Callion's superb control, as he had broken through the spell barriers without using a move that harmed anyone. Callion merely smiled brightly and explained that he had fought with a fierce mindset, without holding back or targeting Jay. While the other mages crowded around and pleaded, Usner Hex only explained the type of spell he had just used. Callion quietly walked toward Blanche, who sat lost in thought on the stone bench, faced with the question about his thoughts after the duel. Blanche remained indifferent, and Callion curled his lips faintly, continuing to probe his older brother's true intentions. Seeing Blanche's pensive expression, Callion silently calculated the responsibility the other party carried. In another timeline, although Roman had founded the Bankan division, it was Blanche who had personally nurtured and trained them. In other words, whether the mages became demons or not depended entirely on Blanche's guidance. Blanche coldly asked why Callion did not step forward and train them himself. Callion curled his lips with confidence, affirming that he already held enough power in his hands. Blanche could only scold his younger brother for talking nonsense, then quietly walked away. Just then, Ian rushed over in a panic to report that the Marquis wished to meet Slyman, and Callion narrowed his eyes faintly, understanding that the old fox had come to probe his strength and aura. Callion ordered the servant to tell the Marquis to wait there, and that he would come out afterward. Turning to Blanche, he curved his lips meaningfully. See, now everyone knows you and I are on the same path. Callion's gaze turned icy as he warned Blanche that he could not hide beneath his shadow forever. Enemies would come for him, and when that time arrived, he would become easy prey. Walking along the corridor, Callion silently calculated about Evan Brisson, the one who had finally made a move after the winter of secret training. He hoped the magic layer concealing his aura was enough to make the old Marquis think he was still immature and unable to see through his true strength. Callion reminded himself that he still could not keep up with the other party's level. The problem was that Blanche had no faction of his own in the Imperial Palace, and this was something Evan Brisson wanted to confirm so he could control him. Jay's game of vying for the throne in Suris had officially begun on the chessboard of power, and Callion wondered who he should pay the most attention to. As he walked, Callion halted because he realized the last person he wanted to encounter right now was his eldest brother. Callion called softly, "Brother." Two figures stood silently on the staircase, the air thick with calculation. Randall looked down from the higher step, warning that princes looking down at one another was taboo. From below, Callion answered calmly, "Is that all?" in his heart. He saw through his eldest brother's pretense, knowing he only had to take 3 more steps. He would violate the taboo and strip away the mask Randall had preserved. Callion began to uncover the secret of the rose that seemingly never withered, affirming that he had finally understood its true meaning. Randall flinched slightly and asked quietly to see more clearly. Callion slowly stepped up the stairs, continuing his analysis. He wondered why Randall had allowed the flower to show so carelessly from the bushes. He judged that Randall's purpose was to show that the flower only bloomed and shone when it was in his garden. Standing face to face with Randall, Callion decisively added a condition, as long as the flower did not grow beyond his feet. Before his younger brother's sharpness, Randall merely admitted, "That is correct," his gaze dark and solemn, not wishing for that scene to happen. The two stood silently in the corridor, facing each other in an atmosphere thick with calculation. The scene shifted to a luxurious room. Alan Menacin sat with an arrogant air, sneering after the confrontation just now. He believed Callion had missed the perfect chance to let Marquis Evan Brisson pass by and plot against him together, and Alan Menacin snapped. Making enemies faster would be much easier that way. While Alan Menacin was absorbed in lecturing, Callion calmly ate chocolate and praised it as delicious. Alan Menacin sighed, lamenting the young prince's utterly unusual personality. Callion affirmed that Randall would not act unless he was certain that he and the Marquis were not colluding. While nibbling on a pastry, Callion observed the berries inside. Marquis Evan Brisson was surely hesitating because he had not yet guessed the true strength of the Aura sword. The fact that he and Blanche were on the same side forced Evan Brisson to reconsider his choice. Callion deftly caught the falling candy. He smiled confidently. Even so, that did not mean he would become the target. The situation was tense, but he handled it lightly as if it were a game. The atmosphere grew pungent, the smell of Suspanian beer amid the chaos. A fully cloaked black figure quietly carried out the plan. When men blocked his path and demanded repayment, Kiri did not waver, instead decisively drawing his sword. Callion told Kiri to remember this mission. Beneath the cloak, Kiri's eyes were cold as he continued sweeping through the casino area. Despite the screams, he still obeyed Callion's order. Absolutely do not lay a hand on the serving girls. Kiri silently walked among the panicked people, remembering the instruction that the sponsor deserved death, but everyone else was to be spared, even the injured fighters. Suddenly, a group of sword-wielders rushed out to block his way, roaring that they would kill him. Under his master's command, Kiri immediately charged in and knocked the enemies away, swinging his sword coldly, and every obstacle fell before they could resist. After clearing the outside, he quietly walked among the corpses and advanced deeper into the secret room. The sound of the door bursting open shattered the terrifying silence of the base. Inside, a man frantically held a woman hostage, shouting threats. "If you come closer, I will slit her throat." The woman cried and begged, "Please save me." Kiri maintained a cold expression, silently moving to observe more closely, recalling that when he first entered, he only saw the two whispering to each other. In fact, the woman had secretly instructed the man to use her as a hostage and find a way out. Seeing through the act, Kiri assessed that they were colluding. Without hesitation, he swung his sword through the man serving as a shield, ending the deception immediately. Despite the deep acting, Kiri read the script faster than even the director. The man collapsed to the floor, screaming in his last breath, "Do you think you will escape? Those who serve will not spare you." Standing tall before the enemy, Kiri replied coldly, "I do not care." At that moment, the door burst open. "Stop, put your sword down." Kiri panted from exhaustion. He calmly dropped his sword to the floor, creating a dry clatter. "I am a subordinate of Prince Kalyan." The soldier panicked, mounting his horse in the night. His heart felt aflame after witnessing the chaotic scene. He was sweating heavily, knowing he had to report to the Marquis immediately before everything spiraled out of control. Yet the path ahead was suddenly blocked and he panicked. Who is there? From beneath the black cloak, Kalyan appeared with a sinister smile and threatening red eyes, calmly asking, "Where are you rushing off to?" At the Marquis' residence, Evan Brisson furiously smashed objects, roaring, "You fool." His anger fell on the soldier for a delayed report, giving the King of Zir the chance to intervene in what should have been a covert guard investigation. He was furious upon realizing that this delay had given Kiri time to reveal himself as a subordinate of Kalyan, reversing the situation. The soldier trembled, not daring to lift his head as the Marquis questioned him about the mistake. Every testimony from the soldier had in fact been orchestrated by Kalyan. When Kiri grabbed his cloak, he ordered, "Do this. Remember to say that." Before Evan Brisson's terrified gaze, the soldier stammered. Prince Kalyan seemed to have failed in persuading Prince Blanche. Evan Brisson emphasized, "Failed to persuade," while the soldier recounted that the one who ransacked the casino had an unexpected answer when asked why he attacked. The script had been set, yet Evan Brisson was still shocked after hearing it. Marquis Evan Brisson was astonished to learn that the other had laid all the blame on the second Prince Blanche. He muttered, thinking that Blanche's illness had been fabricated. Kalyan had been there all night taking care of him, but it turned out not to be the case. Although the influence of the Zir clan had waned, Evan Brisson coldly decided to hand the matter over to the Viscount. He resolved to wait at the palace until dawn tomorrow. Under the red moonlight, Evan Brisson truly met Blanche exactly as Kalyan had predicted. Sitting across from his younger brother at dawn, Blanche leisurely sipped his tea, admitting that the staged conflict between them had been truly convincing. Recalling Evan Brisson's false expression, Blanche realized he had endured considerable pressure. Blanche curled his lips faintly as if agreeing. Kalyan judged that even though Evan Brisson's name had not appeared in the casino ledger, the plan to weaken the old man's influence had not succeeded. Kalyan looked straight at Blanche and asked, "Have you decided on my proposal yet?" After a month of thought, Blanche replied, "About that, I will try." Seeing his older brother agree, Kalyan smiled brightly and teased, "Van Can, was it? What did I propose again?" Blanche could only sigh at his younger brother's slyness. His gaze gradually grew resolute. Blanche set down his teacup and formally declared, "Van Can, I will take responsibility." Viscount Jerez, whom Evan Brisson had blamed for all responsibility regarding the casino, had all his assets confiscated while Kiri was suspended for 2 months for drawing his sword outside the palace. 2 months later, the capital was livelier than ever as streams of carriages entered the palace gates. Ian opened the door and stepped inside, greeting softly, "Did you sleep well, Prince?" Kalyan sat quietly in his chair, raising his hand to look at it, his expression dreamy, and replied, "No, I just had a dream, but I cannot remember it clearly." He placed a hand on his chest, feeling his heart beat unusually fast, and thought that something good was about to happen. As Ian poured tea, he guessed perhaps because Kiri returned last night. The boy added that Kiri had mentioned something important, signaling that trouble might soon arise. It was that the palace was preparing to receive a delegation from the Holy Land of Sliman. Kalyan held the teacup, his face thoughtful as he calculated. At the same time, in the Zir royal garden, second Prince Blanche strode forward, then suddenly stopped when he sensed something unusual. He looked at the group in white robes and wondered why Tan Sin had sent so many monks. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Blanche decided to report it to His Majesty. As he walked, he encountered a familiar figure. Blanche stared at the uninvited guest and muttered in shock, "What are you doing here?" Facing him was a silver-haired man with a noble bearing, the Crown Prince of Secretia J, who smiled brightly, "Glad to meet you." The two stood facing each other in the sunlit palace courtyard. Blanche was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and asked, "Are you truly the Crown Prince of Secretia?" Jay smiled nobly and admitted, "I am a little far from home." Jay explained that he had appeared to attend the celebration and, more importantly, to meet someone he absolutely had to meet. At that moment, Callion rode forward on horseback. Callion gripped the saddle tightly, realizing that the strange feeling from early morning was something he had sensed before. From above, Callion silently observed the fateful encounter between Jay and Blanche in the garden. Meanwhile, Alan Menassen was shaken upon hearing that Crown Prince J.C. Crisia had arrived at the royal palace. As soon as he learned that the guest was having lunch with the king and the princes, Mr. Nguyen Jiang grew anxious and immediately rushed off in the panic of his subordinates. Alan Menassen hurried down the hallway, continuously scolding the prince's haste. He worried that Callion needed more time to prepare mentally for this fateful meeting. In the banquet hall, an announcement rang out clearly. His Highness Callion, the third Prince of Cyrus. Callion stepped forward silently, his hands clenched tensely. The door opened with a loud sound, his heart racing as he sensed a familiar presence. Callion told himself he could not avoid stirring emotions. In the room, Crown Prince Jay appeared with long silver hair and a gentle smile like in his memories, looking at the older brother who had sacrificed for him in a past life. Callion froze, his heart pounding, stepping forward slowly, eyes burning red, never leaving the figure opposite. Jay extended his hand politely. Prince Callion, I have been longing to meet you. The two princes stood facing each other amid a strangely silent atmosphere. Noticing Callion's silence and dazed expression, Jay slightly tilted his head. Prince Callion. Callion gritted his teeth to restrain his emotions, trying to stay calm despite the inner shock. Callion whispered, as do I. He looked deeply into the other's eyes, smiling brightly yet pensively, affirming he had long awaited this moment. Callion clearly called the older brother's name. I have also longed for this day, Crown Prince Jay. Alan Menassen rushed into the room, everyone stunned. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jay smiled to break the silence. Callion hurriedly greeted. Ah, Sir Alan Menassen. Jay replied amicably. Long time no see, I hope you are well. He suggested skipping formalities and invited everyone to enter freely. This way, Your Highness. Callion inhaled deeply, exhaling to regain composure before the upcoming variables. He stepped decisively but paused when he saw Blanche standing with a thoughtful expression. Watching the steaming teacups, Blanche pondered the solitary appearance of the Prince of Secretia. Inside the study, Jay faced Alan Menassen and spoke candidly. Surely this visit was not just about the banquet. Jay smiled, acknowledging nothing escaped Alan Menassen. He set the teacup down, hesitating. I do not know if you will believe me, but I hope you listen to what I say. Alan Menassen remained silent. I am listening. She began recalling how Akos Tempos had vanished without a trace around this time last year. He remembered the moment Jay had come to him for advice about this mysterious ancient relic. Alan Menassen affirmed that he had not forgotten secretly going to Secretia to inspect the relic. The only result was that the relic had not been created by human hands. By last month, the news that Akos Tempos had vanished was confirmed again, and this relic was no ordinary thing. Alan Menassen himself had passed this information on to Prince Callion. Alan Menassen wondered why Jay was bringing it up now. He revealed that he had been present right when the relic vanished last spring, and a few months ago, strange memories had begun to return. At first, he thought it was only a dream, but the image of an unfinished chess game made him wonder whether he was losing his emotion. In the end, Jay could not deny the truth, and he painfully clutched his head as he realized the memories were completely real. With tear-filled eyes, he confirmed that he had to accept the truth before him. He clenched his hand, his gaze firm as he declared that his younger brother was somewhere, right within this kingdom. Jay thoughtfully admitted to Alan Menassen that there was no choice but to accept that the memories were real and that his younger brother was still somewhere in the kingdom. His eyes were full of resentment as he mentioned his late elder brother. Seeing Jay waver, Alan Menassen asked whether he was trying to revive his elder brother with Arcus Tempos. He immediately refuted him. Absurd. The war that took my elder brother's life was between those fighting over Akos Tempos. Memories of smoke and flames from the war returned, when Cyrus used the power of a great nation to seize Secretia's national treasure. He affirmed that those who protected the relic all had their reasons, and Byrne sacrificed himself to stop it from being misused. Jay said firmly, I will not deny his sacrifice. I only need him to return. Jay affirmed that he had protected Akos Tempos to the very end and had never used it for himself. Alan Menassen nodded in agreement, consistent with what Suspanian said. Jay looked toward Callion, recognized the familiar air of his brother, and told himself that today he had seen his face. He realized he could not let him know that I still remembered. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Knowing that he was still alive and well was enough for me. The conversation was interrupted when Kiri approached from afar. Alan Menassen asked what was wrong, and Kiri bowed his head to report that the prince had something he wished to say after dinner. Alan Menassen was startled, inwardly blaming himself for being too careless, since he should have used a silence spell before speaking with Jay. Seeing his awkwardness, Jay laughed heartily and teased Kiri. You were not eavesdropping on us just now, were you? The mood was tense, yet Jay spoke as if joking. Alan Menassen sighed, telling himself that complaining would not change anything. He regained his composure, introduced the guard. Your Highness, this is Kiri. Prince Callion's personal bodyguard. He reminded Kiri, "You are in the presence of the Crown Prince of Grisha." Kiri bowed solemnly. Kiri is deeply honored. Yet Jay wondered why a Prince of Zir had only one knight escorting him. When Kiri was about to introduce himself, an unexpected name rang out. Burn. Jay explained that the name had been passed down through Secretia's royal family for generations. Jay smiled faintly, then revealed its true meaning. That name meant a hero whose renown would never fade. Callion watched in silence, his heart tangled by the strange connections from the past that were slowly coming to light. Standing beside the window and looking down at the square, he pondered the meaning of Jay's unexpected visit to Cyrus. He wondered what step he should take next so that every effort to prevent war would not become meaningless. The cruelty and mystery surrounding Blanche's former decision to start a war had always haunted him. He clenched his hand tightly, trying to find another path for the future before him. Just then, a sharp knock sounded at the door, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. Blanche walked in, looked straight at Callion, and calmly said that you owe me an explanation. His suspicious gaze settled on his younger brother, wondering why that foreign prince wanted to meet Callion so much. In his heart, Callion bitterly realized that the war seemed to be silently repeating itself. He slowly walked away, letting fall a deeply suggestive remark. "Brother, suppose there is something you desire more than anything else, but someone else has already claimed it as theirs." Callion stopped, looked straight into his elder brother's eyes, and asked, "Then what should you do?" A heavy silence settled over them as their gazes met. Red and blue clashed in an atmosphere stretched taut as a bowstring. Blanche silently turned his face away. He said coldly that he had never been in the habit of taking what did not belong to him. Callion still did not stop, continuing to ask whether brother would still keep that principle if it was something you truly needed. Looking at Blanche's resolute expression, as he answered that of course he would, Callion curled his lips into a faint smile and said that he understood. It was only something to think about, nothing worth worrying over. Yet waves churned in Callion's heart. He admitted that he had been deeply shaken, because Jay was the only person he truly missed. Callion thought to himself that this war had never had a clear answer, and the Blanche of the present knew absolutely nothing about the tragedies slowly drawing near. Seeing Callion remain silent for too long, Blanche urged him impatiently. "So are you going to explain or not?" Callion lightly snapped his fingers. A magic circle instantly covered the room, sealing out all sound. He repeated Blanche's question about his true identity, then said that perhaps brother had already realized everything. Blanche asked one last time with a grave expression, "Just who are you?" In that silent space, Callion began to speak of Serenity, Queen of the Gods. Callion mentioned the 10-year mark and Slimon's plea, hoping the gods would grant them a solution. Callion looked straight at Blanche and clearly spoke the shocking truth. The time of this world had been turned back 10 years. Blanche's eyes widened, horrified by what he had just heard. Callion calmly continued with an even heavier truth. "In the past, I was once J.C. Cratia's elder brother, and now I am brother's younger brother." He secretly resolved that if the gods would not open a path, he would find a way to change fate himself. A while later in the silent room, Alan Manason looked straight at Callion and spoke. "Very well, now please tell me." Callion understood that it was time to lay his cards on the table. He admitted that revealing this secret was no longer that difficult, because several people already knew about it. With a serious expression, Callion affirmed that this truly was the last time, "I swear, because that is everything I have said so far." Then the final truth was finally spoken. "I was once his younger brother, and now I am brother's younger brother again." After hearing that, one could only ask softly, just how many branches does this family tree have? Hearing that confession, Alan Manason let out a faint laugh and said, "You did well." However, he quickly understood that Callion surely had not called him here merely to make his head even more confused, so he immediately asked what was going on. Callion made a request concerning Lady Uria, hoping Alan Manason would convey it on his behalf. Seeing Callion gaze pensively out the window, Alan Manason wondered whether something was troubling him, but Callion only silently followed the moonlight with his eyes. Elsewhere, First Prince Randell was also carrying many worries. Standing by the window, he grew uneasy over the constant movements appearing from the 2 floors above the palace. The sudden appearance of 30 priests from Tensio at this time made Randell feel it was a suspicious coincidence. A guarded look glimmered in his deep blue eyes before the new variables now surrounding the royal palace. Callion was no less burdened. He told himself that even after this matter passed, countless other troubles would still wait ahead. His 2 elder brothers had never let his mind rest. Amid that tense atmosphere, Crown Prince Jay's appearance and radiant smile only made the situation even more tangled. He stepped closer to the guest from afar and questioned him in a cold voice. "What wind brought Secretia's Crown Prince all the way here?" Jay maintained his courteous bearing, smiling as he said that he had been rather free before tonight's banquet, so he had asked His Majesty's permission to stroll through the garden. Looking at the scenery around him, Jay could not hide his admiration, saying that this place was truly beautiful. Even so, faced with the second prince's coldness, Jay thought to himself that Prince Plence of that year did not seem to like him very much. Blanche curled his lips slightly, his voice full of suspicion. "I have even more things I want to ask. Just what matter was so important that the Crown Prince had to come here in person?" He secretly doubted Jay's true purpose, wondering whether it was really as simple as coming to meet Marquis Alan Manassen, as the rumors said. In response, Jay unexpectedly mentioned that he had recently heard Prince Franz was very enthusiastic about developing messenger birds. Blanche sneered that he had not expected news from Kairos to spread all the way to Secretia. Jay only said calmly that it was normal as well, because His Majesty had always been very fond of raising birds. Jay's gaze suddenly sharpened as he asked a question that struck straight at his opponent. Is the reason those messenger birds are being tended so carefully because of Prince Blanche's power? The question touched precisely on his weak point, leaving Blanche stunned, almost frozen in place. Jay looked straight into Blanche's wavering eyes, as if he were about to reveal a terrifying truth from the future. Blanche unconsciously took a step back, blaming himself inwardly. Just what have I done? Jay coldly brushed past him, admitting that he had been wrong to think Blanche knew absolutely nothing about that matter. However, Blanche still did not change his mind and firmly stated that Van Ken belongs to his territory, so Jay did not need to concern himself. Jay stopped, looked back at Blanche with a dark, haunting gaze, then left behind one final warning. Callion thoughtfully held the list in his hand. His blazing red eyes gleamed with contemplation as he noticed something unusual. Makam Chatis was not named among the priests coming to Kairos. He should have been in Hale, yet he was absent from the congratulatory delegation. Callion silently wondered, just what are they plotting? Just then, Ian opened the door and came in to remind him that it was time to prepare for the evening banquet, but Callion only gestured for him to come closer. Come sit with me for a moment. I have something to say, Callion said before his bewildered attendant. Callion revealed that Tencel had sent 30 priests, and he suspected this matter was connected to the first prince, Randell. On the surface, they had come for the birthday banquet, but they had not counted the priests in Kairos as part of the delegation. Callion wondered why there were so many. Seeing Ian still scratching his head in confusion, Callion was about to wave it off, saying never mind, but Ian suddenly spoke with certainty, saying that they absolutely could not have sent 30 people like that. Faced with Callion's puzzlement, Ian reminded him that Tencel had just suffered a terrible downpour. Callion remembered that Kairos had once sent Salt as aid, while Tencel regarded sending many priests to offer congratulations as a show of gratitude. Suddenly, Callion froze when he realized a grave inconsistency. Wait. Quickly calculated that if flooding had occurred, an epidemic could very likely break out afterward, while the people of Tensio were in distress and needed priests to remain and provide aid more than ever. Yet they had sent as many as 30 people to a neighboring country, merely to attend a congratulatory banquet. Callion curled his lips into a dangerous smile, inwardly blaming himself for overlooking that important detail. His gaze turned sharp and cold as he concluded that these 30 people were likely not real priests. Blanche slowly walked along the palace corridor, his face clearly showing deep thought. As he passed by a door, seeing Hina standing outside, Blanche asked whether the cat had slipped into the room again. The question startled the girl in fear, while he coldly ordered her to step aside. Although Hina trembled and mumbled an apology, Blanche still decisively pushed the door open and walked straight into the room. Seeing Hina still standing outside anxiously, he said in a low voice to leave the cat there. He would return it later. Leaving the maid behind, Blanche quietly walked deeper into the room and tightened his grip on the inner room's doorknob. Inside, Callion was sitting calmly in a chair, stroking a small white cat. Blanche curled his lips slightly in mockery, saying that he had thought this was his own room. Callion said directly that he had come to discuss something and wanted Blanche to attend tonight's evening banquet with him. Blanche held the cat and sighed in exasperation. Before that suspicious gaze, Callion only replied indifferently that the matter was not too complicated. Callion revealed that Randell seemed to have planted 30 priests in the envoy delegation, then laughed coldly because he hated being manipulated. A while later, the announcement rang clearly through the solemn Great Hall, declaring that Prince Blanche Kairos and Kalyanran Kairos had arrived. Amid the brilliant lights and murmurs, the two princes entered together, making the guests believe they had publicly formed an alliance. The nobles kept wondering why this had happened, but no one could find a reasonable explanation. On the high balcony, Randell quietly observed with an indifferent gaze, his hand tightening around a glass of red wine. The crowd began to speculate that this was a direct declaration of war aimed at the first prince. They had only entered together once, yet the entire banquet hall already seemed as if war was about to break out. Callion calmly walked forward, inwardly calculating that Randell would think he had taken Blanche's side, making it difficult for him to act recklessly. Seeing every gaze focused on him, Blanche asked whether that was enough. Callion smiled brightly and said everything had only just begun. Realizing that Callion kept observing their surroundings, Blanche wondered why his younger brother kept looking around like that. Callion said in a low voice that someone who should have appeared here was currently nowhere to be seen. Callion decisively named the absent man Marcus Evan Brisson. While the banquet remained lively, outside, night settled over the garden beneath the hazy light of the crescent moon. Randell had secretly left the banquet hall and cautiously asked whether they were being followed, while the person beside him said he did not need to worry. However, they had no idea that a pair of eyes was still watching closely from the darkness. Randall and the mysterious group quietly walked deeper into the garden, each firm step gradually vanishing behind the dense trees. However, the first prince's every move had long since been within Callion's calculations. Following the order to stay close to Randall the moment he left the banquet hall, a dark figure silently followed. That person quietly hid in the darkness, watching the first prince's every movement. The sound of a dry branch snapping underfoot rang harshly through the silent night. First prince's escort immediately whipped around, warily looking about. The pursuer held his breath, his heart pounding rapidly in fear that he had been discovered. Fortunately, those dragged into the light were merely a man and woman secretly meeting in private, while the guards were still busy dealing with that minor disturbance. Ian silently determined that Randall was not the most important target right now, because the one who truly needed to be targeted was the trusted attendant who always walked beside the first prince. Ian emphasized that as long as they confirmed one single thing, this entire performance would be exposed. From beneath the cloak, a chilling murderous aura suddenly shot straight toward the moving group. Immediately, those bearing the name of Tensio priests froze, their battle instincts making them clearly sense the danger surrounding them. Witnessing that professional reaction, the follower was shocked and wondered whether they realized their actions had accidentally revealed their true identities. The next morning, Callion personally went to find Randall in the rose garden. He calmly stepped forward, firmly stating that there were probably no priests left here, and that Randall had brought the Holy Knights of Tensel, a foreign army, deep into the palace. Faced with an accusation of treason, Randall still stood calmly among the brilliant flowers. He turned around, his deep blue eyes looking at Callion as he replied softly, "I know." Callion bluntly asked whether Randall truly understood the severity of bringing Tensel Holy Knights, a foreign military force, deep into the imperial palace. Contrary to Callion's tension, Randall still calmly turned his back and answered coldly, "I know." "So what?" Randall's frightening composure left Callion stunned, his blazing red eyes widening in shock. He looked straight at him and declared that he could wipe them all out if necessary. Randall remained silent for a moment, then walked away quietly. He leisurely explained that the Holy Knight's objective was similar to that of Callion's mages. Randall affirmed that they would not harm him or any royal highness. Callion cut him off as he realized the shocking truth behind this matter and asked if the Holy Knights had been brought in to restrain House Brisson. Randall did not answer, only gazing silently into the distance with a deep blue stare full of hidden meaning. Every piece in Callion's mind suddenly fit together perfectly. He realized the true reason Marquis Evan Brisson had been absent from the important banquet before. Callion clearly understood the intricate and ruthless plan Randall had arranged. That was why they had to bring Tensiu troops into Kairos under the guise of false clergymen. Callion looked at Randall and exposed the truth that he had summoned Ray Brisson to the Imperial Palace in order to create an opportunity for the Tensiu Holy Knights to attack his territory. Callion's gaze sharpened as he asserted that although they shared the same goal, the Tensiu Holy Knights could not be the same as his Vankan army. He challenged Randall, "If you believe yourself righteous, bring them in with a just reason and through the proper method." Looking at the red rose, Randall wondered when his younger brother had become so distorted. In the end, under Callion's pressure, Randall had no choice but to yield. "I will have the knights return." Even so, Randall still left behind a heavy warning: "Do not grow too far, and do not stray too far from the path." The instant those words left his mouth, the rose in Randall's hand abruptly withered, crumbled apart and scattered into dust before Callion's eyes. Randall looked at his younger brother with a cold gaze and words full of implication that left him uneasy. Facing that veiled threat, Callion stayed silent for a moment, then gave an arrogant smile and answered firmly, "I refuse." His blazing red eyes flashed, and Callion repeated his former ambitious declaration, "I will go to Camulon and raise a dog." The third prince's smile seemed to affirm that he would never back down in his pursuit of the crown prince's seat. The incident occurred when the Tensio priests abruptly withdrew from Kairos because the situation in their homeland had worsened, leaving only a letter of apology for not being able to ask the king's opinion in time. Before that, when the king asked about the priest's delegation, Randall calmly said he had heard nothing unusual. In truth, after the tense meeting with Callion, the priests had secretly withdrawn during the night. This exposed the shocking truth that Randall was deeply involved and held supreme control over the priests. Standing silently in the room, King Lek admitted that Randall had lied to him. He wondered why his eldest child had become so cold and distant. Alan Manison sipped his tea, then said bitterly that even someone as cruel as De Blanc knew how to care for his children, while the king's indifference had made Randall's heart dark. Lekman lowered his head and bitterly admitted, "I know." The king tried to explain that he had worked hard to make amends by eating with him, taking walks with him, and caring about the things Randall noticed. Alan Manison reminded him that children do not always grow up the way their parents wish. He shifted the topic to the current king of Baron, Eileen's son, whom he considered especially remarkable. Alan Manison mentioned that former King Town had been executed. The king also confirmed that he knew about that matter. During his time in hiding, Tiam plotted to murder the king with poison, but the plan backfired and accidentally killed his own son. When Eileen learned that Tan was the culprit, she did not hesitate to punish him. From then on, Eileen's remaining son fell into a lost state, and Alan Manasin asked whether the king knew what Eileen had done to the boy. The answer left Lechman stunned. Eileen made her son clean Taeyeon's house for an entire month. Alan explained that she made the boy go to the dead man's home to understand the pain the Zier family had caused. The future king bowed down and wiped every stain from the floor. He witnessed with his own eyes the painful tears of those left behind. He silently observed the tragic scene, facing the consequences of his father's crime. After realizing that his father's death had not been unjust, he began to conduct himself properly. After hearing the story, King Lechman fell into thought. I did not know about that. Alan Menacing continued, indulging them is not always right. Wrong is wrong and punishment is needed as a parent. King Lechman lowered his head, yes, as a parent. He wondered when the children had been forced to carry everything alone. The story shifted to a high cliff in the middle of the night, where fierce waves crashed against the rocks. A silver-haired boy laughed happily beside an old man. The old man had gray hair and a sinister smile. Suddenly, a rough hand pushed the boy down the cliff. He fell freely through the night, swaying in terror amid the vast sea. The old man stood on the cliff, watching his prey vanish beneath the water with a chilling smile. In the stormy night, the sea waves roared violently beneath the high cliff. Witnessing the scene, the guard cried out in fear, Prince. But the vicious old man beside him only brushed it off coldly. No need to overreact. The old man glanced over sinisterly, silently calculating that Byrne had now grown up and needed to learn how to fear him. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the guards rushed toward the cliff to seek rescue. In that old man's heart, a half-brother with the right of succession had never been family, and it was already merciful that he had not dealt with Zier completely. Old man gave a ghastly smile, eager to see how Jay would react to this incident. A loud sound rang out across the sea. His small body fell freely, sinking into the cold water as bubbles gradually dissolved into the darkness. Deep beneath the sea, Byrne struggled desperately, his chest suffocating, his whole body numb, no longer strong enough to resist the rushing current. The moment near death, a painful question surged in his mind. Why would father? Dim light from the water's surface appeared as he gradually lost consciousness. He let himself be punished by the dark abyss. Kalian startled awake, his trembling hand reaching out as though trying to hold on to what had just vanished from his dream. He lay silently on the bed, his blazing red eyes staring into the empty space of the dark room. Looking at his hand beneath the faint moonlight, Kalian uttered, "Little brother." He bitterly realized the painful truth that swimming had never been his younger brother's strength, and wondered whether his life was truly safe. Ian rushed into the room in panic, shocked to see Kalian looking so haggard. He cried out for the prince, then anxiously pointed at his master's eyes. To hide the tears from his dream, Kalian made up the excuse that his eyes were itchy, but Ian refuted him because he knew the prince had never had any problem with cats, realizing that he had been acting strangely lately. To divert his attention, Kalian asked where the little cat was, making Ian hurry off to search for it. Ian's face turned resolute. He turned his back and strode away decisively, making Kalian ask, "Where are you going?" Ian snapped that he was going to look for the cat, then stomped out angrily. When the door slammed shut, Kalian wearily leaned back in his chair, sighed, and covered his face helplessly. Kalian wondered why a dream of the past had come crashing over him now, and whether a blind blood tie still remained in his heart. In the empty room, he told himself he had to calm down quickly in order to continue the plan. Ian followed the traces and found the cat hiding in another room, then opened the door in surprise when he saw someone inside. Ian hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. "Forgive my rudeness, Your Highness." Blanche sat calmly drinking tea and coldly ordered Ian to hurry and catch the cat. Looking at Blanche, Ian froze, Kalian's blazing red eyes haunting his mind. Before Blanche's comment that Kalian's eyes had always been red, Ian immediately denied it. "No, that is not what I meant." He clearly realized it was a sign that Kalian had cried for many days, while his master blamed it on a cat allergy despite never having had any problem before. Blanche's gaze grew deep in thought as he sensed the abnormality in the attendant's words, remembering the moment the foreign prince had appeared wanting to see Kalian, and his younger brother had looked dazed, as if he had just been dragged back from death. Seeing Blanche concerned, Siegfried was about to ask about Kalian's condition, but was immediately cut off. Blanche took a sip of tea and coldly ordered him to tell the participant's sister to attend tonight's banquet. He stammered and asked whether His Highness wanted Demiri to appear at the state banquet, understanding the great implication behind that presence. Blanche set down his teacup heavily and affirmed that there was no need to show off a blade. A shield alone would suffice. Ian was stunned when he realized Blanche wanted to use his Zier clan title. Although he affirmed that his older sister was in the capital and easy to contact, he still could not hide his doubts, looking at Blanche with questioning eyes. Pressed him, asking why His Highness had to go this far just to help Prince Kalian. Blanche remained silent, considering it repayment for a favor. Blanche thought that with all the pressure Kalian was bearing, only one great presence could create a little peaceful space for him to breathe. Meanwhile, a shocking announcement was issued. First, Prince Randell was forbidden from leaving the palace for 3 months. Reason was leaving the banquet table without permission, but everyone understood that it was merely a pretext to conceal the real punishment for bringing holy knights into the capital. Bringing soldiers into the capital was no different from demanding rebellion. In another room, Jay stood silently looking out the window as he heard the report. He inwardly judged that this was no surprise, because Byrne always put others before himself, even those who did not deserve that sacrifice. He gave a decisive order to his subordinate, "Good, proceed with it." Because the guard hesitated, he asked again to confirm whether His Highness was certain about this decision. Jay smiled mysteriously and affirmed that he was certain, his serene gaze looking far away as he told himself that he had completed everything he needed to do here. On the silk cushion, the sharp, cold scissors lay still like the final mark ending a turbulent journey. In the silent room, a knock at the door rang out, shattering the quiet. The servant pushed in a food cart and respectfully said, "Forgive Slyman, Your Highness." When asked about dinner, Blanche immediately brushed it aside. No. Seeing his master weakened, the servant pleaded, "Please eat at least a little. You have hardly touched your food these past few days." Blanche looked at the plate of food, felt nauseated, and thought, "How could I eat right now?" He stood up, his voice warning, "Do not make me repeat myself." Blanche quietly walked away, declaring that he would rest before the banquet officially began. The servant could only watch his master's back, worried, telling himself that His Highness had not slept properly for days. Night fell and the royal palace glittered beneath the lights. Callian, dressed elegantly, smiled faintly with hidden meaning when he saw a familiar figure approaching. He greeted her softly. "It has been a while." The girl with voluminous brown hair smiled and replied, "Your Highness." Callian quietly turned to leave, saying, "I will not disturb you for long." Unexpectedly, Demiri reached out and took his arm, saying gently, "I do not mind." She looked straight into Callian's eyes and declared firmly, "I am not my father." Callian quietly observed Demiri, realizing that she resembled Ian, but only that much. He understood why everyone said she looked exactly like his mother. A creak echoed as the banquet hall doors opened, and the host announced that Prince Callian and Lady Demiri Siegfried had arrived. The nobles murmured among themselves, wondering if the Siegfried family was quietly aiming to become a supporting power for the king in Cyrus. Whispered rumors spread quickly. Demiri Siegfried and Prince Callian. Could it be that they were already betrothed? Many nobles were surprised, having never heard this before, and some regretted not marrying off their daughters earlier. They told each other to wait for the official announcement before making any decisions. Leaving behind the scrutinizing eyes, Callian stepped out onto the balcony to breathe the fresh air. He stretched warily, thinking silently about how their whispers behind his back made his hands feel as if they were on fire. The nobles only knew how to gossip. At the slightest slip, they would pounce, creating terrible noise. Callian walked quietly through the still night when a voice called his name, Callian. Hearing the familiar voice, his heart tightened and he told himself to stay calm. He had held himself together for too long and was not allowed to collapse now. Callian clenched his fists, suppressing the emotions ready to overflow. He turned, offering a polite smile, pretending surprise. "Oh, Prince Jay." He quietly observed the younger brother before him. Late regret stirred as he wondered why he had not realized it sooner. The image of his brother Byrne always by his side appeared vividly. Jay recalled the chess games with Byrne under the morning sun, realizing that his brother had always been by his side. Painful memories of war surged back, where those sent to battle never returned. Jay had once cried out in despair, "I cannot lose you again." Returning to reality, looking at the hair of the one before him, he realized his brother still kept it short, the memories intact. Callian broke into a sweat, his eyes glowing red as he heard Jay mention his hair. Jay smiled, saying he thought he was the last one left who remembered that, but the moment he realized he was no longer alone in the world, Jay decided to cut his long hair. He touched the nape of his neck, smiling brightly, wondering if this hairstyle suited him. Callian froze, his mind shaken by the harsh reality. He told himself that now he was Callian and had to accept this new self. Though he could not maintain the brotherly relationship as before, tears still rolled down Callian's face. He only whispered softly, as if the words were caught in his throat. Jay stepped closer and gently said that hairstyle suited Callian, noticing the weakness clearly showing in the other person's eyes. Jay did not hesitate to hold Callian tightly. He comforted him warmly, telling him to rest even if only for a moment. At this moment, Callian completely broke down, his exhaustion spilling out before his elder brother. Callian collapsed against his elder brother's shoulder, tears soaking the cloak. He told himself it would be just this once, then he would return to reality. Jay's voice rang out with deep affection, "Younger brother." Memories of the old accident resurfaced, Byrne slowly sinking into the deep sea. To Byrne, the imperial throne meant nothing, and he had never desired it, willing to trade his life amid the cold water. His only purpose was to become a shadow that would protect his brother forever. King's birthday celebration ended, leaving only lingering exhaustion, and Alan Manason looked at the pile of bandages, mocking that the one who should have left was the king, not Duke Siegfried. Siegfried was about to tease Callian for his long face, but he was immediately warned by Alan Manason with a slap on the back, leaving Siegfried to swallow the blow in frustration. Callian leisurely sipped his tea, admitting that although he hid his fatigue, Senza could not fool his master. Alan Manason clutched his head and lamented that he was about to go mad because of the two people before him, one loved taking everything upon himself, while the other had turned the training ground into ruins by challenging the crown prince of Secretia to a sword duel. Looking back on the sight of himself knocked down and lying on the training ground after his match with Jay, Siegfried cleared his throat in embarrassment to hide his miserable defeat. Calian smiled faintly and declared that he would charge Duke Siegfried for the training ground repairs. The Duke generously agreed and was about to mention paying for the treatment of his wounds, but Calian cut him off. He said he did not need money, he only wanted to borrow the Siegfried mansion in Suriezu. Faced with the other man's wariness, Calian calmly revealed that he would use that place to hide his people. Siegfried clicked his tongue, thinking the price for a few broken bricks was far too high, regrettable but something he had to accept. Calian set the teacup down hard on the table, making a dry clack. He looked straight into Siegfried's eyes and affirmed that the request was entirely reasonable. The sinister smile clearly appearing on Calian's face made Siegfried unable to help being wary. Siegfried clenched his fist, bitterly realizing he had been wrong to think his son was not clever enough just because the boy resembled that old man. He bitterly realized his mistake, understanding that his son was not at all as lacking in cleverness as he had imagined. He barely whispered as if the words were caught in his throat. Jay stepped closer, gently saying that hairstyle suited Calian. Noticing the weakness clearly showing in the other's eyes, Jay did not hesitate to embrace Calian tightly. He comforted him warmly, telling him to rest even if only for a moment. At this moment, Calian completely broke down, exhaustion pouring out before his elder brother. Calian collapsed onto his elder brother's shoulder, tears soaking the cloak. He reminded himself it would be just this once, then he would return to reality. Jay's voice rang with deep affection, younger brother. Memories of the old accident resurfaced, Burn slowly sinking into the deep sea. To Burn, the imperial throne meant nothing, and he had never desired it, willing to trade his life amid the cold waters. His only purpose was to become a shadow protecting his brother forever. The king's birthday celebration ended, leaving lingering fatigue, and Alan Menacin looked at the pile of bandages, mocking that the one who should have left was the king, not Duke Siegfried. Siegfried was about to tease Calian for his long face, but he was immediately warned by Alan Menacin with a slap on the back, leaving Siegfried to sulk. Calian sipped his tea leisurely, admitting that although he hid his fatigue, Senza could not fool the master. Alan Menacin held his head in frustration, nearly going mad at the two people before him, one taking on all responsibility, while the other had turned the training ground into ruins by challenging the crown prince of Secretia to a sword duel. Looking back at the sight of himself knocked down on the training floor after the match with Jay, Siegfried cleared his throat in embarrassment to hide his miserable defeat. Calian faintly smiled, declaring he would charge Duke Siegfried for the training ground repairs. Duke generously agreed and was about to mention paying for medical treatment, but Calian interrupted. He said no payment was needed, only wishing to borrow the Siegfried mansion in Suriezu. Faced with the other's wariness, Calian calmly revealed he would use that place to hide his people. Siegfried clicked his tongue, thinking the price for a few broken bricks was too high, regrettable but unavoidable. Calian set his teacup down hard on the table, making a sharp clack. He looked straight into Siegfried's eyes, affirming that the request was entirely reasonable. The sly smile clearly appearing on Calian's face made Siegfried cautious. Siegfried clenched his fists, bitterly realizing he had been wrong to think his son was not clever enough, just because he resembled the old man. He bitterly realized his mistake, understanding that his son was not at all less clever than he had imagined. Stepping outside, he realized it was late at night and worried that Ian must be anxious, since he left without explaining where he was going. Under the crescent moon, he silently walked through the empty street, completely unaware that he was being followed. From a dark corner behind, two cloaked strangers suddenly drew daggers, preparing to approach their target. In the quiet night, he silently led Raven along, gently stroking it and apologizing for keeping it waiting. Suddenly sensing a dense murderous aura surrounding them, he immediately gave an order. "Wait for me a moment, Raven." He calmly turned to face those hiding in the shadows, then coldly asked what had brought them here. Emerging from the darkness were figures in very unusual attire. They were warriors of the Great Desert, the White Sands not belonging to any Zir nation, often acting according to hired contracts. These people were commonly known as desert warriors. They also carried the nickname Desert Wolves, thanks to their extraordinary physique and terrifying tracking skills. They were famed swordsmen, prioritizing speed and ruthlessness. Once given the title of warrior, each possessed strength comparable to a seasoned knight. He silently assessed the situation. He understood that his sword technique was not yet on par with Burn, and his body and aura were still not fully stable. Looking around, he realized only 5 opponents surrounded him. He slightly curled his lips in disdain. The small number suggested they must hold a trump card to be so confident. Just then, a man with a long scar across his face appeared. With disheveled brown hair, he stepped forward and arrogantly introduced himself as Hanan, smirking as he presented a provocative choice: fight or surrender. He remained unshaken, not answering the question. He concentrated magical power in his hand and demanded to know their true intent. In response to his challenge came only Hanan's sly smile. Without warning, Hanan decisively declared, "Fight." Immediately, he lunged straight at him. A piercing clash rang out as he swung his sword in time, blocking the powerful attack of the enemy. Under the dim crescent moon, he panted from exhaustion, the magical sword in his hand trembling as blood soaked his cloak. It had been a long time since he felt pain so vividly. His clear awareness of the effects of his own blessing indicated a deep wound at the waist. His heart raced amid the life and death battle. Anan smirked smugly, gazing at him provocatively and asking if the prince intended to fall so soon. Before him, the wound on the desert warrior's shoulder suddenly glowed and strangely closed itself. If he kept regenerating like this, the fight would be extremely disadvantageous. He slightly curled his lips, acknowledging that the opponent possessed a rather interesting ability. Hanan only responded with a sinister smile, telling him to guess, then decisively channeled a blazing red light over the blade. Hanan immediately intensified the deadly pressure. The red light radiating from his blade generated an oppressive force, making it hard to breathe. He braced himself within the silent barrier they erected to completely isolate the combat area. Blinding sword strikes collided with a sharp clash, sending sparks flying amid the encirclement of the assassins. Kalyan immediately realized this red light was completely different from the fire arts of his master, Alan Menesin. It carried no sensation of flame at all. That source of power was clearly a strange ability, far more violent and cruel. In truth, it resembled the red light from Randell and his black stone more than ordinary magic. Kalyan silently calculated that only 3 days had passed since he rejected Randell. With such a sudden ambush, Randell was certainly not behind it. Then who else wanted to kill him? A sharp clash of swords rang through the night as Kalyan braced himself against the heavy attacks. He quickly retreated, his mind tense as he analyzed the mastermind behind this ambush. Kalyan was certain Evan Brisson would not be foolish enough to stage an ambush knowing he was traveling with Duke Siegfried. While avoiding a dangerous slash, he wondered who had sent this deadly gift. Seizing an opening, Kalyan suddenly charged forward with terrifying speed. The counter-attack left the opponent completely unable to respond in time. Kalyan's red eyes flashed with icy coldness as he decisively swung the magic sword. A decisive thrust pierced straight through the opponent's chest. Red blood dripped onto the cold stone floor, leaving the desert warrior stunned for an instant. Even after receiving a fatal wound, that man did not waver or show the slightest fear. Kalyan's gaze turned sharp and cold, filled with vigilance as he sensed the abnormal pressure. A blazing red source of power was erupting violently from the opponent's body. Hanan gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating terrifying heat, as though he wanted to burn everything around him to ash. The game was over. Kalyan narrowed his eyes at the swirling, killing intent. He understood the opponent was using a life-exchanging strike, a power that could only erupt once. Though gravely wounded, Hanan still laughed defiantly, mockingly asking whether Kalyan truly thought he could bring him down with that power. Kalyan did not answer, his gaze growing even more resolute. He was determined to end everything with a single blow as both of them poured their strength into the final strike. A deep blue surge of mana suddenly erupted, transforming into a massive whirlwind that engulfed them both. Hanan was horrified to the point of shock, unable to believe the terrifying power appearing before his eyes. Kalyan gave a cold smile and called out the name of his technique, Wind. The swirling mana gathered like a gigantic drill. Kalyan decisively unleashed the finishing strike, Wind Spear. A pillar of deep blue energy descended from above, carrying destructive power. It completely swallowed the desert warrior. Hanan only managed to let out a few choked sounds before collapsing amid the devastated scene. Kalyan silently looked at the enemy who had lost the ability to resist amid the rubble. After so much hardship, he had finally brought down this cold-blooded assassin. After the attack that drained his strength, Kalyan collapsed heavily onto the ground in exhaustion. He painfully caught up blood, blaming himself for using too much power before his body could adapt. But the battle was still not over. Kalyan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his gaze turning cold again as he realized 4 assassins were still surrounding him. He slightly curled his lips in arrogance, his hand continuing to condense a brilliant blue flow of mana in preparation for battle. Amid the devastated scene, one assassin was still barely breathing, desperately dragging his wounded body forward. That man trembled as he told himself he had to report to his master at any cost, even if they had to mobilize every warrior to eliminate the target. From above, Kalyan looked down, his red eyes clearly showing exhaustion, yet he still forced out the last bit of mana to form a magic circle. He understood that as long as one survivor left this place, the entire plan would collapse. He absolutely could not allow the opponent to report the news before him. At the Siegfried mansion in Kairos, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered when a servant rushed into the room in panic, bringing terrible news. Miri was so stunned that she dropped the book in her hand. She hurried outside when she heard a horse neighing loudly before the gate. By then, Kalyan was completely exhausted, and as soon as he arrived, he collapsed on the horse's back. Seeing Demiri, he could only weakly beg her to call his brother. Then he passed out in the arms of the servants who rushed to support him in panic. Demiri turned pale when she touched the wound on the young prince's body that was still bleeding without end. She was shaken as she realized the cut was too deep and dangerous, certainly made by a true swordsman targeting someone who also followed the path of the sword. Demiri silently wondered why, in such a critical situation, Kalyan had come to her mansion instead of returning to the royal palace, proving he had placed his full trust in this place. Demiri quickly understood that Kalyan forcing himself to reach Siegfried meant he absolutely did not want this matter exposed. She loudly ordered all the servants to prepare, declaring that from this moment on, the Siegfried clan would become the shield protecting the prince. Miri Gatgeo ordered that the city gate not be closed, while assigning trusted subordinates to follow the blood trail and gather information. Meanwhile, she had to erase every remaining trace, not allowing even a single drop of blood to be exposed on the road. Miri emphasized that the most important thing was absolutely not to reveal this to anyone except her brother, in order to keep Kalyan's wound hidden. In his delirium, Kalyan painfully repeated his final plea, "Call his brother here." Miri was shaken, wondering why, in this life or death situation, he would make such an incomprehensible request. What could the prince's brother possibly do for him at a time like this? In the silent room of the Siegfried mansion, Hina concentrated intensely, her small hands radiating pure white light. She poured all her strength into healing the severe wound on Kalyan's chest. Standing silently in a corner and watching, Blanche could not help falling into deep thought as he looked at his younger brother lying motionless on the boundary between life and death. Blanche thought to himself that his younger brother placed too much trust in him. Seeing Kalyan weak, he promised not to betray that trust. He turned to Demiri, his tone serious. "Young Duke." Faced with her respectful attitude, Blanche unexpectedly made a bold decision to turn the situation around. From now on, the Siegfried clan of Zier would temporarily hold him as a hostage. Demiri froze, stammering as she asked the second prince's true intention. Blanche calmly analyzed that the Siegfried clan of Zier had no legitimate reason to detain the second prince, but because the mastermind of the assassination was unknown. If Kalyan returned to the palace injured, His Majesty would strengthen security. At that time, the attacker would feel threatened and retreat, waiting for the right moment. Therefore, Kalyan chose Siegfried's mansion as a secret refuge until the mastermind was found. But Kalyan was a prince, and his disappearance needed a sufficient reason to be plausible. Unlike the disappearance of Vice Commander Van in the past, the prince's disappearance directly involved the Zaire nation, requiring circumstances for the Siegfried clan to close the mansion gates tightly, while Blanche's presence would not appear unusual. Blanche's gaze turned cold as he outlined the perfect scenario to mislead public opinion, making the Siegfried clan misunderstand that Brisson had detained the third prince and was keeping the second prince hostage. Miri marveled at the boldness of the plan and quietly asked what would happen if it was executed. When she worried about the difficulty of the ruse, Demiri resolutely nodded. "Absolutely not, Your Highness." Demiri smiled confidently, affirming that the Siegfried clan's protection was extremely effective. She promised to close all main gates and reassure His Highness to rest peacefully. Blanche crossed his arms, looking at Kalyan unconscious, firmly declaring he would clean up the aftermath, accept the role of hostage as his younger brother wished, while praying Slimon would awaken soon, feeling anguish over his brother's wound. At the palace, the atmosphere was tense as a trembling hand placed a glass down, reporting that Prince Kalyan had left the palace since yesterday morning and had not returned. Moreover, Blanche had departed late at night with Kalyan's close maid. The image of Blanche riding with Hina in the night further raised suspicions among those remaining. King Lex sat at his desk with a stern expression, noting that Blanche had received a guarantee from the Siegfried household, while that clan suddenly closed their gates without response. Looking at the locked gates of Siegfried's mansion, the king wondered how to interpret the situation. He slammed the table, asking whether this was an act of rebellion. Facing the fury, Ian replied trembling, "No, Your Majesty." King Lekman demanded a valid reason to continue waiting. Why could he sit calmly while his son disappeared and was held hostage? The king threatened to send the Vankan division and Kyla knights to the Siegfried mansion if no satisfactory explanation was provided. Ian clenched his fists, sweat streaming, unsure where to begin. He thought to himself that Prince Kalyan must have an important reason for not returning to the palace and summoning Blanche urgently. In the perilous situation, Ian still fumbled, knowing how to make His Majesty understand. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open, startling everyone. A group had attacked Prince Kalyan the previous night. The prince seemed to have fled to Siegfried to escape them. King Lechman stood up in shock, unable to believe his son had left the palace seeking protection elsewhere. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring he would personally bring Kalyan back, affirming he would not let the prince remain injured outside the mansion, even in the Siegfried territory, though he had no knowledge of his son's condition. Alan Menacin smiled, thinking that if anything serious had happened, the news would have arrived long ago. He assured that with Duke Siegfried stationed at Kalyan, the king could rest completely assured of the prince's safety. Alan Menacin reminded His Majesty that Kalyan never made decisions on impulse. Faced with the mage's composure, King Lekman could only sigh in exhaustion. Alan Manison suggested that Slyman monitor the situation for now, and when the direction became clear, the civil guard would be dispatched. King yielded, but insisted firmly that if anything went wrong, the civil guard division would be mobilized immediately, with no one to stop them. Alan Manison smiled confidently, trusting that everything would turn out fine. At that moment, the door burst open, and Duke Siegfried entered with a stern expression, wondering why his son had not opened the palace doors for his father. The unexpected appearance made the hall awkward. Alan Manison inwardly groaned, having just calmed his majesty, when a new problem arose. The Duke stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" Silent days passed afterward. The capital remained shrouded in an eerie quiet. There was still no word of Kalyan awakening, and subordinates respectfully reported no new developments. By King Lekman's order, control over entry and exit from the capital was tightened to the maximum. Soldiers reported detecting no suspicious figures. They might be observing cautiously or had retreated to wait for the right moment. Or perhaps they were all dead. If so, who was the mastermind behind it all? A silent night enveloped Siegfried's mansion, where Kalyan remained deep in a coma. Amid the dim space under the pale moonlight, a hand gently reached out to touch the motionless prince. The hand froze as Kalyan suddenly awoke. Seeing the familiar figure beside him, he murmured tiredly, "You're here, brother." Blanche exhaled in relief, seeing his younger brother survive the critical state, his face showing ease after days of dense vigil. As his strength returned, Kalyan sat up and enjoyed the ripe bananas in the basket. Seeing Blanche sitting beside him, he offered a banana. "Do you want some?" Blanche firmly declined. "No need." At this moment, Miss Demiri reported that Evan Brisson had come directly to the mansion today. Marcus, driven by curiosity, could not remain still. Demiri said he took the excuse of confirming Blanche's safety, but in reality pressed for explanations about the prince's rumored kidnapping throughout Kairos. She ignored him, giving no answer. Kalyan ate while approvingly noting that during his unconsciousness, Demiri's decisive handling ensured everything progressed smoothly, and he truly had chosen the right person to place his trust in. Witnessing that conversation, Blanche could only click his tongue and complain that it was far too noisy. According to the mages in the association, Kalyan calmly said someone had secretly probed Siegfried Manor and the area around Marcus Brisson's residence before withdrawing. He calmly bit into a banana, then firmly declared that the prey had finally taken the bait. Even so, Demiri remained uneasy because everything was unfolding far exactly as expected. She feared this was a trap meant to lure Kalyan away from safety, but he still insisted on going. He said he had already wanted to meet them again, so it no longer mattered who had set this trap. He revealed that he did not intend to go alone for the coming operation. Under Alan Manison's doubtful gaze, Kalyan smiled brightly and asked what else he had brought his master along for, if not to protect him. Demiri was left speechless when she saw the prince openly admit that he was a burden who needed protection. Even Alan Manison reminded him that he had only awakened a few days ago. Even so, Kalyan held firm to his decision, because he knew the enemy was deliberately revealing itself to lure him outside. He emphasized that if he simply stayed still and waited, those little rats would never reveal their true intention. Alan Manassin sighed helplessly, admitting that he also did not want to keep sitting still and waiting passively. Though dissatisfied, he had no choice but to give in and allow Kalyan to do as he wished. Kalyan smiled and thanked his master. Then he suddenly began flattering him, saying that he had truly missed him very much. Watching that scene, the three of them could only fall silent. The bond between master and disciple truly sent chills down the spine. Kalyan decisively made the final decision. Tonight, they would act. His eyes glowed crimson as he coldly declared that it was time to meet the prey caught in the trap. Beneath the bright full moon, Kalyan and Alan Manassin quietly rode their horses through the empty streets of the capital Kairos. Kalyan said he had requested an investigation into Celesta's movements, but the mages were rather dissatisfied because they had gathered too little information. He calmly admitted that he had not expected much in the first place. However, Alan Manassin revealed an unexpected detail, that when compared with the bird's information, the intelligence from both sides matched completely. Kalyan stopped short, tightened his grip on the reins, then asked suspiciously, "Wait a moment. You mean the information from the birds and the mages is exactly the same?" Faced with Kalyan's astonishment, Alan Manassin confirmed firmly that it was. Kalyan mused that this made no sense at all, because intelligence from Secretia's spy network should have been far more detailed. He wondered why that was the case when the association president was investigating through multiple sources. If the information was identical, then one side very likely had a spy planted within it. Kalyan understood that the mages were not professional spies, but Secretia's bird network was different. The attackers must have crossed the desert many times, so the birds could not have missed them. Suddenly, Kalyan was stunned as he realized a shocking truth. "Master, go to the Imperial Palace at once. Watch Crown Prince Jay's every movement and trace every place he has visited." Alan Manassin was stunned and still did not understand what was happening, while Kalyan clearly declared that the true culprits were the birds. He asserted that a traitor was hidden among Secretia's spies. He believed Crown Prince Jay might have discovered they were connected to the assassination attempt, so he deliberately concealed it and provided false information to mislead them. The one in danger now was probably Prince Jay. In the silent night, the clear chime of the doorbell rang out, breaking the stillness of the old bookstore. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a monocle looked up, curiously asking what book the guest who had just entered was looking for. However, what answered the old man was not a request to find a book. It was Alan Mannason's cold interrogation. No, not a book. I only want to ask one thing. Is it always this contradictory to be a spy? As soon as the words fell, a powerful stomp made the entire room tremble. A crimson magical barrier instantly enveloped the old bookworm, leaving him stunned and terrified. Alan Mannason coldly analyzed loyalty and betrayal. He said those who infiltrated another country to gather intelligence. If one day they changed their hearts and sold out their own country, then that should be called betrayal. And once a traitor had been exposed, it needed to be dealt with, or perhaps they were simply continuing to do the work they had always done. Alan Mannason admitted that this was truly difficult to distinguish clearly. But he asserted that once a bird had changed masters and flown out of its old cage, then it was no longer a spy of Secretia. Before the trembling old bookworm, Blanche suddenly appeared behind him and called out coldly, "Hey, bookworm." The old bookworm hurriedly bowed his head and apologized in fear. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. You personally came all the way here, yet I have nothing prepared to receive you." Blanche only answered pensively, "I understand." Alan Manasson lightly placed a hand on Blanche's shoulder and said firmly that he was not as easily softened as his disciple, but he also found it hard to maintain the astonishing composure the third prince showed at this moment. Alan Manasson looked straight at the spy and coldly questioned him. "I only want to ask one thing. Were the warriors you helped acting under Tensio's orders?" The other party answered only with frightening silence. Alan Manasson suddenly extended his hand, letting a magical flame blaze brilliantly in his palm. "You know what this is, don't you?" The old bookworm trembled as he asked, "Supreme fire." Alan Manasson faintly curled his lips and confirmed, "That is right." Alan Manasson stepped closer, the pressure from the flame making the surrounding air burn hot. "With just the slightest brush, this flame will burn all the way to your heart." He calmly dropped the flame onto the floor, clearly declaring that this was the power of the flame that never went out. The old bookworm stared in shock at the firelight reflected in his lens, his mouth stammering without forming a word. "Impossible." Alan Manasson looked at the old man with a sharp, icy gaze full of contempt, mockingly asking whether he truly thought they knew nothing about the rats that had fled. In his heart, the old bookworm bitterly realized that everything had gone terribly wrong from the moment Alan Manasson suddenly appeared through teleportation. Recalling everything, the old man had acted immediately to help his 9 accomplices escape in time, while he himself accepted staying behind to face the danger. He no longer had any hope of surviving tonight. The only thing he could do was pray that those who had escaped would be safe. He quietly closed the notebook in his hand, preparing to face Alan Manasson right behind him. The old bookworm gritted his teeth and told himself that only one person had died so far, so he needed to hold out a little longer. He deliberately stood in front of Blanche to buy time for his accomplices to escape. However, Alan Manasson had absolutely no intention of being patient any longer. He coldly waved his hand, dropping the blazing fire spell down, making the old man recoil in terror and shout, "Wait." The old bookworm could only shudder as he shouted, "You bastard, can you not give me a little more time to think?" Alan Manasson looked at him with emotionless eyes and affirmed, "I already said it, my aura has never been gentle or mild." The blazing rings of fire surrounding them like a threat of death. Alan Manasson reminded him that there were still 6 birds outside the cage, then pressed further was Tencel behind those warriors. The old bookworm adjusted his glasses, sweating buckets as he began to confess. He revealed that they appeared not long after the bird was taken down by the lion. They paid a large sum and demanded that he find someone to replace her position immediately. Faced with the question of Tensel's involvement, the old bookworm slightly raised his eyes to Alan Manasson and asked in return, "Are you asking whether Tencel was behind them?" He affirmed that those warriors did not belong to any single Zir nation. Every nation had people taking part, and that was obvious because the warriors of the Great Desert did not belong to any Zir nation. He revealed a shocking truth. Not only Tencel, but from Secretia, Ray Baron, and many other places, they were an organization founded by many people from different Zir nations. The purpose behind the gathering of those who were originally unrelated needed further investigation. The old bookworm sagged, insisting that apart from those things, he knew nothing more, not even the name of the organization. Dropped helplessly into the chair and pleaded desperately, "I have told you everything I know, Slyman. Do not take the lives of my comrades anymore." Alan Manasson watched him, fire magic still blazing threateningly in his hand, his lips curling slightly. "That is enough. But tell me, do you know the name of the dead spy?" The spy froze in terror, and Alan Manasson exposed the act. "I noticed you were trying to stall until the first 3 people died." He calmly pointed out that the old man needed at least one person alive to summon those warriors, and once he was seen through, the old man gaped, his final hope gone as well. Alan Manasson looked at him with icy eyes and declared that although I look young, I have lived long enough not to be fooled by such tricks. Before the other man's ashen face, Alan Menacin extinguished his final hope. Stop hoping, no one will come to save you. Immediately, giant fireballs rained down from Alan Menacin's hands, burning everything to ash. The entire space sank into a sea of flames that lit the sky. Elsewhere, magic circles exploded as Callion entered the heart of the battle. Just as expected, the location provided by the mage and scout bird was only a trap meant to lure him out. An extremely powerful stream of aura light descended from the center at terrifying speed. It swept away those blocking the path in the blink of an eye. The brown-haired man with an overwhelming presence who appeared was none other than Castrin, the continent's greatest swordsman. Castrin swung his sword decisively, knocking away the assassin's attack. The assassins had been about to ambush him from behind without needing to expend too much effort. In the war of his previous life, that person alone had once held back all the knights of Caris for 3 full days. Castrin was also the one who had taught Callion every sword technique, so the two coordinated with extraordinary precision. They created a perilous clash between streams of dazzling aura. Seeing Callion still forcing himself despite his unhealed wounds, Castrin warned worriedly Slimon, "Please step back. I know you have not fully recovered." But Callion firmly brushed it aside, clearly declaring that he would not become a burden to others. A violent explosion erupted, sweeping away those who stood in the way within a sea of fire. Callion inwardly trusted that his master would handle everything on the Imperial Palace side properly. Amid the ruined scene, Callion looked at the remnants gradually being subdued and told himself the rest was only cleanup. He curled his lips slightly, his crimson eyes gleaming with triumph after the arduous battle. Yet as soon as he returned to the Imperial Palace, Callion was stopped by the cold spearheads of the guards. They firmly said he could not leave, making Callion wearily realize that his royal father had set knights to guard him the moment he returned to the palace. At present, both the second prince and the third prince were under strict confinement, forbidden from taking part in any outside activities without permission. The two princes had frightened their royal father by nearly losing their lives, so now he locked his sons up for safety. Callion leaned back against the chair in exhaustion, thinking that he could still sneak out easily if he wanted. But after the major incident that had just occurred, he should obediently stay put for a while. In a dark place, the White Eagle's spy was receiving punishment for his failure. The young man placed 2 medicine bottles on the table and asked coldly, "Surely you understand these best." One bottle contained deadly poison, while the other contained a toxin that destroyed the ears, eyes, and mouth. The old bookworm trembled as he admitted, yes. He declared indifferently that this time the old man would no longer have the right to choose. Without the slightest hesitation, he let go, allowing the medicine bottle to fall to the floor. It shattered right before the traitor's eyes. His gaze was terrifyingly cold as he declared, "You touched what you should not have touched. Live the rest of your life in despair and regret." The old bookworm's eyes bulged in terror, completely collapsing before the sentence handed down to him. This time he was truly finished. After dealing with the remnants of White Eagle and the warriors of the Great Desert, Callion returned to the Imperial Palace. The disappearance incident was softened into an impulsive act, and in exchange, he had to reflect on himself in his room. Callion lay sprawled on the sofa, listening to the ticking of the clock hands pass through the dull silence. Just then, Blanche walked in with a scowl, complaining that work was piled up like a mountain while he himself was locked in the Imperial Palace. So irritating it was enough to drive him mad. Seeing Callion still lying there calmly, Blanche wondered whether his younger brother had nothing to do, sitting out on the terrace even during the day like this. He walked closer and pressed him. "Then, what have you found out?" Callion curled his lips slightly. The triumphant gleam in his crimson eyes made Blanche certain that Callion had discovered something before agreeing to return to the Imperial Palace. At his elder brother's urging, Callion slowly took out the black stone, placed it on the table, and concluded that the assassin's true goal had been to test whether he used the stone's power, because of the rumors surrounding it. Callion's sudden transformation into a master swordsman had made them suspect the stone's power was the source. Once they learned the truth was not so, they would surely halt their attacks for a while, at least for the time being. Callion emphasized that the secret within the stone was important enough for them to risk their lives targeting him. After thinking for a while, he looked straight at Blanche and suddenly made a shocking proposal. "Royal brother, you should hold Brisendi." Blanche was stunned, frozen before his younger brother's unimaginable proposal. Callion explained that their power was far too dangerous, and he did not want the kingdom of Caris to weaken, nor would he ever hand that power to Evan Brisson. Seeing Blanche's pensive expression, Callion repeated that his elder brother should be the one to hold Brisson. Blanche tried to avoid the matter and said they would discuss it later, but just as he turned away, he suddenly staggered as if about to fall. Sensing something wrong, Callion rushed over in panic to support him. Blanche's face had gone pale. His look of extreme exhaustion made Callion call his elder brother's name in worry. Callion was about to ask after him, but Blanche coldly brushed his hand away and demanded that he let go. He regained his calm bearing and made a promise, "I will consider your proposal." Watching Blanche's back as he left, Callion stood silently with a thoughtful gaze, realizing the burden weighing on his elder brother's shoulders. At the office of Great Mage Alan Menison of the Mages Association, an important file on the Black Stone was finally completed. Holding the stack of papers, Yuria pleaded, "This is all the information on the Black Stone that the prince requested. Please deliver it to him." Alan Menison silently turned each page, his eyes widening in shock at what appeared before him. Seeing his master's grave expression, Yuria confirmed that he had personally carried out the investigation. Alan Menison set the stack of documents down and gave a top-secret order. The contents must not be revealed to anyone, not even the prince. Yuria was stunned and stammered in protest. "Even if this is not a master-servant relationship, this is still the matter the prince assigned me to investigate." Alan Menison's deep, worried gaze made the room's atmosphere suffocating. He had discovered something he did not want his disciple to be troubled by. Alan Menison sighed, "I understand," leaving Yuria dazed by his resolve. Deep inside, he questioned whether this horrifying truth could truly be real. The ancient documents mentioned Saint Gerard, a mysterious scholar from 200 years ago who had once proposed the theory that humans could also create sacred objects. Although there were no records of his origins or personal information, the documents showed that he disappeared without a trace after proving his theory. Alan Menison clenched his hand tightly, his mind in turmoil at the thought of sacred objects created by human hands. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, King Lekman stood silently by the window and asked in a low voice whether there was evidence related to the superstar. The chief minister respectfully reported that many letters exchanged with the Tensu royal family had been found at Neskia's bookstore, and the entire plan to frame the third prince had been recorded in meticulous detail. King Lekman gazed into the distance, sadness in his eyes as he realized that sinister schemes still surrounded the kingdom and his sons were still not free from danger. King Lekman coldly ordered all letters related to Tensel's conspiracy be burned. Though the official hesitated slightly and suggested keeping them as a precaution, he still wavered. But the king was resolute, asserting that it was nothing but a fabricated conspiracy, so there was no reason to keep it. He released his hand, letting the final sheet of paper fall, determined to erase every trace to avoid future trouble. Turning to the royal palace, Callian stood silently in his room. After returning to the royal palace. Looking at his hand, he recalled the moment he had caught Blanche. Callian realized that Blanche seemed to have grown much thinner. A knock at the door cut through his thoughts, and Ian entered with Blanche's guard at the third prince's request. The guard approached with an anxious expression, and reported his master's declining health, revealing that Blanche had not eaten properly for a long time, and often stayed awake through the night. The second prince often sat blankly by the window, gazing into the distance as though burdened by thoughts he could not release. Callian quietly listened to the report, his heart moved by his elder brother's silent sacrifice. Callian's little cat quietly there. The collar glittered with the words, "I am Prince Callian's cat, but I like Prince Blanche more." Callian looked at it in deep thought, sighed helplessly, silently wondering why his elder brother was so troubled, and stroked the cat to dispel his chaotic thoughts. He decisively called his attendant, Ian, and told him to bring Asner Hex. At the second prince's palace, the atmosphere was heavier than ever. Blanche sat motionless on the sofa, his empty eyes staring out the window as if searching for some memory in the void. Seeing his master exhausted, the servant stepped forward and was about to draw the curtains so he could rest. But Blanche immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Do not touch it." Faced with that coldness, the servant bowed his head in apology and quietly withdrew. Blanche sank alone into the terrifying silence. The door closed with a dry click, and Blanche leaned back in his chair with tired eyes. He sank deep into dark recollections and wondered what more he could do. Queen Seolei's voice from the past rang out like an admonition. She declared that she would clear away every obstacle and force him to bear what did not belong to him. Blanche bitterly realized that he was imprisoned for life in the shadow of blood debt and punishment, even if it required the cruelest sacrifice. He gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror as his heart still pounded wildly. He could not escape the haunting past, immediately sprang to his feet. He hurriedly rushed out onto the balcony to confirm reality. An earth-shattering explosion shook the royal palace, and smoke and dust rose from the collapsed structure in the distance. Witnessing the devastation before his eyes, Blanche gritted his teeth and spat in fury. That mad bastard. Asner Hex led the Bankan Mage unit, walking with dignity in a poor white uniform, declaring to his subordinates that today would be the most realistic training session they had ever had. Pointing toward a massive ice structure suspended above the palace roof, Asner Hex stressed that it was the target the entire unit needed to focus on breaking through. The order to concentrate all their mana into a single strike, the Bankan mages activated their magic circles at once, creating an enormous pressure of energy. Asner Hex began a dramatic countdown, 3, 2, 1. A gigantic fireball erupted. It struck the target directly and caused a terrifying explosion, shaking the entire royal palace. Looking at the rubble and the thick cloud of dust, Asner Hex could only laugh awkwardly. That really was too much. Facing Alan Manassin, Asner Hex frankly explained that this was the reason behind the shocking explosion just now. Alan Manassin clutched his head in despair, unable to believe that all 51 mages had let their mana run out of control just because of a tiny water stain on the training barrier. He thought they were truly useless. Asner Hex cheerfully confirmed it and explained that Suspanian's defense system had already been damaged after Queen Sulai destroyed Hysia Palace earlier. It was that hidden water that caused a small attack to bring about catastrophic destruction far beyond expectations. Alan Manassin sighed helplessly, warily asking what plan they had to repair this enormous damage. Contrary to that concern, Asner Hex remained utterly calm. He smiled brightly amid the rain of gold coins and suggested that Alan Manassin gradually deduct this debt from their salaries until it was fully paid off. Seeing his colleague's utterly unapologetic expression, Alan Manassin could only lament to the heavens. He felt life growing harder and harder when everyone around him loved causing trouble. That evening, Alan Manassin leisurely arranged the wooden blocks one by one. He looked at the king and asked why His Majesty was so silent. In response to the question, "How much do you wish to know?" King Lechtman firmly demanded that Alan Manassin tell the truth exactly as it was. His Majesty stated that he did not want to hear the absurd excuse that Asner Hex and the Canum Literary Society had made a serious mistake during practice. Alan Manassin smiled faintly, filled with meaning. He clearly declared that if one got to the heart of it, it was His Majesty who had destroyed the palace, leaving Lechman staring blankly. Alan Manassin bluntly explained that High Sea was a palace originally built upon His Majesty's mistake and deception. His face hardened as he said that mistake had been left unattended for so long that the shadow it cast would never disappear. He firmly knocked down the wooden block and stated that if something blocked the path, then of course it had to be destroyed. King Lechman bowed his head in deep distress, wondering why the name of someone already dead should obstruct the steps of the living. Alan Manassin coldly pointed out that this was unavoidable, because the king's mistake was grave, and everything could not be restored without sacrifice. Struck by the truth, the king could only sigh. King Lechman the Bitter Tree admitted that he had no defense left. Alan Manassin smiled faintly. He gently touched the king's shoulder and remarked that His Majesty had truly changed. Alan Manassin's gaze deepened as he affirmed that now the princes had to change as well. Blanche sat alone with her knees drawn up beside the door, her face buried in utter exhaustion. When a leaf happened to fall onto her hair, she slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Her gaze turned toward 2CA Palace, now nothing but ruins beneath the sunset. A bitter smile appeared on Blanche's lips. She mocked herself that even though that place was gone, the habit of looking at it was still hard to abandon. She felt as if she were imprisoned, unable to leave behind the dark memories of this place. Blanche wondered whether Callian had decisively turned 2CA into dust to set her free. This younger brother of hers truly was resolute. Leaning against the railing, Blanche looked at the garden in the night, wondering whether she could forget that haunting scent, or whether she even had the right to do so. The torment of turning her back on her birth mother weighed on her mind like a heavy stone, making Blanche feel truly shameless. She leaned forward, considering whether ending everything like this would be better, just as her despair reached its peak. A hand suddenly reached out and gripped the railing beside her. With a neat leap, Callian suddenly appeared on the balcony, startling Blanche in terror. Before his older brother's dazed expression, Callian flashed a mischievous smile and suggested, "Why do we not go eat something?" Blanche agreed to eat with her younger brother after being invited. In the quiet dining room, only the clink of knives and forks against plates could be heard. Blanche sat in a daze, merely dipping her fork into the food without tasting it at all. The dry sound of a knife striking a plate rang out, shattering the silence. Seeing this, Callian paused his meal and asked with concern, "Are you not eating, brother?" Blanche did not answer, still sunk in her own thoughts. After a while, Blanche slowly spoke, wanting to know her younger brother's true purpose. "So in the end, what are you planning to do?" He calmly admitted that he was actually a little afraid too. He added coldly that since that woman was not his birth mother, he felt no regret. Callian smiled meaningfully, affirming that he had another proper reason to act, so it was entirely worth it. Blanche began to lose patience, snapping as she asked how many more times Callian intended to make her ask before he would tell the truth. At that moment, a cat's cry rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere and once again stealing the answer from her younger brother. A white cat with strange heterochromatic eyes stood silently, watching the two princes. Callian stood up, mentioning the people close to him and reflecting through a comparison of flaws and losses. He said that Kiri had special heterochromatic eyes. As for Haina, she could not speak. Meanwhile, Ian was still himself, a loyal servant who never changed. Fragments of each person's life and private suffering surfaced in Callian's mind like somber notes amid the splendid royal palace. Callian's voice grew deeper and heavier than ever when he spoke of those sacrifices. He believed his master had lost his only son, while His Majesty had paid a price many times greater in the struggle for power. Callian looked straight at Blanche and bitterly remarked that this elder brother had never truly lost anything, because from the start he had owned nothing to lose. Watching Blanche's anguished expression, expression. Calian coldly declared that perhaps this elder brother thought his younger brother had truly gone mad. Calian's final words left Blanche trembling in shock. "I have lost my entire life." Seeing the tension, Calian held the cat, smiled, and asked Blanche if he was all right now, silently judging that no one in this palace remained whole. Calian suddenly asked what he thought about living with a cat in Camulon. Blanche refused firmly. Calian curved his lips, knowing that he had no interest in that position. Calian reached out and touched the window glass. He admitted that he could not hold back, wondering about his own fate, whether it was a grace or a joke. The goddess Serenity had placed a curse on him so he could continue living in a body that should have died. "What do you intend to do next after protecting everything you desire?" Calian silently looked out the window. He wondered where his life would go once his usefulness ran out, and the thought would not leave his mind. Calian turned to Blanche and pleaded earnestly, "When that moment comes, I hope my radiant royal brother will come save me, just as you did at the Siegfried estate." Calian's crimson eyes looked at his elder brother with sincerity. Blanche remained silent, holding the cat in his arms as he understood his younger brother's heart. He realized that, like himself, Calian was also carrying unspeakable pain. Blanche gritted his teeth, suppressing the emotion surging inside him. "I will do as you wish, so do not go tearing all your hair out again." Calian smiled in satisfaction, thinking that royal brother would surely be busy for a long time. Now, the entire kingdom's attention was focused on the development of the Canaan literary division. After the shocking incident, the atmosphere in the royal palace finally settled down. Sitting silently beside a cup of tea, he admitted that he was still uncertain about when to depart when his aide asked. Whenever he thought of Calian, Jay could not bear to leave, but he understood that he should return early to handle affairs of state. Looking at his reflection in the teacup, Jay told himself it was time for the kingdom of Secretia to prepare for the great changes ahead. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Calian and Blanche faced each other directly in a tense sparring session. Calian swung his sword decisively, aura blazing, reminding Blanche that if he wanted to take over Evan Brisson's Zir clan, the first step was to gain control of those arrogant knights. Calian revealed that making Blanche eat properly was only one of the reasons he had destroyed Hyzia Palace. Calian's crimson eyes gleamed with calculation as he suddenly leaped into the air. He charged straight toward his elder brother. He asserted that the goal was to create the perfect pretext for the next plan. Calian poured his strength into his sword stroke, wanting the soldiers to believe that the only person qualified to lead them in taking down Vancanum was Blanche. He could not let his elder brother give up. The clash of swords rang out. Under the pressure and provocation from his younger brother, Blanche faintly curled his lips and confirmed that he understood everything. Blanche's gaze turned sharp and dangerous as he declared that he would handle Evan Brisson's matter himself. Calian strolled leisurely along the palace corridor. He reminded Ian about Blanche's appointment with Marcus Evan Brisson today. Ian quickly confirmed it, but Calian wondered whether there was an important matter to settle. Ian affirmed that his master was free today, but then warned Calian in panic not to wander around. During confinement, he was not allowed to leave the palace. Calian waved him off, explaining that he had not thought of that. Yet his heart felt restless because he was certain he had forgotten something. At that moment, a maid carrying a vase of vivid red flowers passed by. Calian stopped short and exclaimed, "Right, today is that day." Remembering something, Calian hurried out of the corridor. At the Marquis' estate, Evan Brisson clenched his fists with a gloomy expression. He bitterly realized that ever since Sule had been expelled, Buryson's influence had declined as the nobles turned their backs one after another, especially after the kidnapping incident involving Siegfried's Zir clan. 1 in every 5 people had turned away, making the situation even worse. Evan Brisson looked at Blanche sitting leisurely, determined to find a way out by using this second prince no matter what. Blanche looked straight at Evan Brisson and remarked that the current situation was quite bad for House Buryson. Evan Brisson could only remain silent before the harsh truth. He began revealing the ridiculous punishment given to the one behind Hyzia Palace's collapse. He said that Deputy Great Masoner Hex of Vancanum would only have 1 fiorin deducted each month until the palace was rebuilt. Blanche stated that it was far too light a punishment, but it only proved Vancanum's unmatched power all the more. Marquis Evan Brisson broke out in sweat, looking at Blanche and silently marveling that the day had truly come. He realized that to the nobility, the situation could only be understood as the absolute favoritism King Men showed Calian. Evan Brisson worried that once news of Vancanum's power spread, their reputation would rise, and the entire kingdom's attention would turn to Calian. He admitted that he had been terribly mistaken to think Blanche was merely a childish prince clinging to his mother, when in truth he grasped the situation keenly. Suddenly, Blanche picked up the knife on the table and offered a provocative theory. "If I held that sword, everything might change. What do you think?" Evan Brisson was astonished, asking Blanche what he really intended to do. Without hesitation, Blanche slammed a dagger onto the table, creating a loud sound, and ordered the old Marquis to hand over full command of the Leon and Karen knights to him. Blanche announced a shocking plan to split Vancanum in two, the bait successfully set, now only waiting for a reaction. Blanche's decisive action left Evan Brisson stunned. He realized that if Blanche became a Vancanum mage, this would be a major obstacle to Prince Callion's ambitions. Evan Brisson stared intently at the cakes on the table. He believed that Blanche following Callion closely at the king's birthday was no coincidence, but strangely, all of Blanche's actions seemed aimed solely at consolidating Callion's position. Blanche slammed the dagger down again, his voice challenging, "You do not trust me, huh?" He clearly showed contempt for having to play a role, thinking, "Do I enjoy pretending to be friendly with that man?" Evan Brisson awkwardly explained that it was not disbelief, but in his heart, he knew he could only bet on Blanche. He reckoned the second prince would be more advantageous than Randell, especially as the hostility between Callion and Randell grew fiercer. Evan Brisson gripped the chair tightly, deciding, "Good, I will give you command of the Riz Knights." Finally, the bait took it. He did not forget to impose a heavy condition. The sunset glowed brilliantly over the lake. Callion dropped the white flowers onto the water as a belated apology. "It was my fault, I almost forgot." He silently begged for understanding, unable to bring real flowers to the river for that person. The flowers glimmered, drifting slowly on the water's surface. Footsteps echoed across the grass. Callion startled, turning around, his eyes blazing red, revealing astonishment. Blanche looked at the rippling lake, recalling the promise to continue living for his younger brother. But the reality behind the agreement with the Brisson house was even more frightening. Evan Brisson demanded that Blanche swear an oath never to betray the Brisson-Zier clan under any circumstances. Faced with a life-or-death demand, Blanche did not hesitate, agreeing, "Let it be decided." For him, that price was nothing compared to the goal ahead. His life was less important than helping his younger brother. The image of a chained heart appeared, proving the harsh oath had been fulfilled. Realizing his insane sacrifice, Callion was stunned and shouted, "What are you doing, Blanche?" It was a blood mark on the heart, a cruel contract engraved directly upon the heart, taking the life of anyone who dared break it. Having previously made a contract with Sulai, Callion knew the danger better than anyone. He knew the original command would vanish only when the signer died, determined to deal with Evan Brisson sooner than planned. Callion's gaze became razor-sharp. Blanche curled his lips, calmly asserting that his younger brother also did not want that man to live any longer. They laughed joyfully, admitting that his older brother understood his mind perfectly. But inside he felt pain, because his older brother had let go of life. Callion asked about the contract conditions. Blanche answered not to betray the Brisson-Zier clan. He was astonished, only that. He could not believe Evan Brisson demanded such a simple condition. Blanche thought their nature was inherently arrogant. Callion only sighed, "Not arrogance. That is foolishness." Despite the troubles, Callion realized this was a safe choice, carrying a fragile hope. He intended to confirm whether Brisson would seek another path when speaking with Randell. Callion stood up, reminding Blanche to rest after a long day. As Blanche silently observed, Callion suddenly recalled something else. Callion turned, his eyes red, reflecting the sunset descending. At the lakeside, Blanche sat still, focusing on the vibrant lotuses drifting slowly. He suddenly spoke, suggesting thoughtfully, "Bring me that." Callion quietly observed, a fleeting mysterious smile crossing his face at his older brother's request. On the water, hundreds of vibrant flowers floated like small flames escorting souls to rest. From the high balcony, Callion silently watched. He understood that a flower and a candle represented the final farewell to the deceased. Callion reached out as if to touch the void. Watching the flowers drift further along the water, far across another window, Grand Prince Randell silently observed the entire scene, his gaze thoughtful. Not only Randell, even the king looked out the window. In the quiet of the royal palace, Callion and Ian walked silently, preparing to face new variables. Ian stood by the window, watching the lights floating like flowers in the night sky. He thought the third prince was simply seeking his own path. The next morning, rumors about the strange phenomenon last night spread throughout the palace. Two maidservants, while working, admired the dreamy beauty of the glowing flowers and wondered about their true significance. At that moment, Grand Prince Randell passed by, his face cold and contemplative, causing them to quickly bow in fear. Sudden and unexpected changes had been occurring continuously of late. The beginning of all this chaos had actually been sparked about a year ago. At the same time of year, everything in the royal palace began to turn completely upside down from the moment Callion strangely transformed himself. He changed himself, and at the same time changed the way some people in the palace looked at him. Randell entered the rose garden and saw Callion leisurely admiring the radiant flowers. He coldly gave a signal and ordered all the attendants to withdraw. When only the two of them remained, Callion smiled faintly, his gaze full of provocation as he looked at his eldest brother, calmly saying that he thought Randell would at least ask after his health after everything that had happened. Randell asked pensively, "What do you want? Why do you insist on meeting me in person?" Callion walked straight closer. He reached out and lightly touched the rose, admitting that he was curious. Curious about what his brother knew and was hiding. Callion wondered whether anything else could change and deviate from reality. He doubted the true power Randell possessed, a mysterious ability he still could not see through. Seeing Randell clutch his chest tightly, Callion thought about the connection between that power and the kingdom of Tencel. The image of a chained heart glowing in his chest seemed proof of the secret burden his eldest brother was hiding. Callion silently observed, wondering how far he could understand and follow Randell's schemes before everything slipped beyond control. Callion looked straight at Randell and asked without hesitation, "What is that power of yours? Is there something you know that I do not?" He pressed about the connection between that mysterious energy source and the kingdom of Tansin. Faced with his younger brother's pressure, Randell remained composed and replied in an ambiguous voice, "Is it so faint that you cannot sense it?" Ambiguous answer made Callion think. Immediately, shattered fragments of memory appeared in his mind, sending back a haunting shockwave. Callion was stunned as he witnessed a shocking truth before his eyes. A radiant magic circle appeared clearly at the position of Randell's heart. Sensing the energy, Callion was astonished. "It is connected to Tansina." Randell merely nodded and then fell silent. Callion realized this older brother absolutely would not breathe a single word about the secrets he was hiding. He wondered, since Randell could say nothing, Callion continued exposing the plan to lure Tansinites into Cyrus to attack Evan Brisson, asking whether Randell had formed a pact with them, or whether that terrifying aura was aimed directly at His Majesty. Facing the relentless questioning, Randell remained cold, his deep blue eyes not wavering in the slightest. The conversation was interrupted by Eon's frantic call from afar. The boy ran over in a fluster, worried when he saw his master absent. "Your Highness, where did you go?" Leaving behind the attendant's panic, Callion silently watched Randell, suspicion rising in his heart when he realized that even this question had received no answer. Randell had far too many secrets. Callion looked straight at Randell and said decisively, "If what I said is right, Slyman, leave this place." Randell turned and left without saying a word, watching his eldest brother's back gradually disappear beyond the rows of flowers. Callion sighed tiredly, concluding that what restrained Randell was certainly no ordinary pact. He guessed that to gain immense power, Randell had helped Tansin and formed a pact under a vow seal, so he could not reveal anything. Callion understood that to find the true reason, he had to look deeply into the inner affairs of the kingdom of Tansin. As he walked, he told himself that the only person in Cyrus who could help him was that person. However, Callion was immediately stopped by the gate guards. They declared, "Your Highness, you may not leave Chaman today." He had forgotten that he was under confinement. He challenged them, "Is that so? Try stopping me if you dare." Seeing the situation, Ian hurriedly spoke up to reassure the soldiers that Callion would not leave the palace. Ian sighed warily and asked everyone to move aside. "I will take responsibility, please step aside." Inside the luxurious room, Crown Prince Jay was leisurely reading when a knock at the door broke the silence. He looked up in puzzlement. "Who is it?" The door opened and Callion and Ian quietly stepped inside. Callion spoke, "I apologize for the sudden visit and for not informing you in advance, Crown Prince Jay." He went straight to the point, admitting that he was unfamiliar with the situation in the kingdom of Tansin, and wanted to know a few things. She accepted this, admitting that whether before or now, he did not know much about Tansin. However, regarding the royal authority there, Jay still held the key information. As the tea steamed, she spoke about Prince Randell becoming their king. Callion mentioned the incident of the carriage axle breaking, the accident that took the lives of the reigning king, and the crown prince of Tansin. His eyes glowing red, he asserted, "I believe that was not an accident." Jay asked in surprise whether he knew when it happened. Callion remembered it seemed to be in September of the new year, but he did not know the exact date. Dark tea was poured into the cup just as memories of the future resurfaced. After the accident, Randell was chosen as king of Tansin. In November of the following year, on his 18th birthday, Blanche became the crown prince. Sitting in the room, Callion realized the irony. Randell was still there, yet the title of crown prince belonged to Blanche. Randell held a title, but had no real authority. In that vision, Sulai governed the imperial court, while Duke Evan Brisson controlled the soldiers outside the palace. Not to mention Renan monopolized trade and Grey unified the counts by the waters under his command. This showed that Randell had been aiming to become king of Tansin from the beginning, or someone had expected that outcome. He concluded that there was certainly a faction opposing the current king of Tansin, because after clearly selecting Prince Randell and placing him on the throne, someone must have wanted him to kneel in submission, just like the Evan Brisson family and Cyrus. Gandalf was merely their puppet. Jay said unlike Cyrus, there were many opposing factions in Tansin. He pushed a stack of files toward Callion and instructed Slyman to use it only when truly necessary. This was a document prepared by Jay himself, something he would normally never hand to anyone. Callion smiled as he took the files, sincerely expressing his thanks. Jay smiled lightly and apologized again to Slyman for the unexpected visit. Though the situation was sudden, he hoped to manage a brief farewell. Hearing the words farewell, Callion paused momentarily. "Farewell, what do you mean?" Jay looked at his younger brother with gentle eyes and calmly said that he would leave tomorrow. Protocol, a prince of Cyrus Dixon should not see off the Secretia delegation. Therefore, this would be the last time they met before going their separate ways. Callion paused slightly at the unexpected news, muttering only, "Oh." Quickly regaining his composure, Callion sent early congratulations for Crown Prince Jay's coronation, knowing he would hardly attend in person. Jay smiled lightly in reply, "I understand, thank you." Callion began discussing plans to gather the mages early next year, making Jay realize his younger brother had truly prepared for his own journey. Jay affirmed that he understood the country was gradually changing, and it would surely progress further in the future. He declared boldly that no matter what happened in the future, if history truly repeated itself, Callion would no longer need to continue protecting Secretia. That was Jay's final forgiveness for Byrne. He looked directly into Callion's eyes and sincerely confirmed that he had done more than enough, as a younger brother and the king who had once belonged to him. These were words of encouragement and guidance before departure, so the younger brother would carry no further burden. Jay also gave a final instruction that if one day Callion had nothing left to protect, he should learn to protect himself. Before such a seemingly unreasonable request, Callion remained silent, his hand clutching the tablecloth with deep thought. Suddenly, he broke the heavy silence. "Crown Prince Jay, there is something I can only tell you now." Facing Jay's curious gaze, Callion looked at his cup of drink and casually admitted that he did not like coffee, for it reminded him of Linieri's scent. Jay looked down at the coffee cup, acknowledging he had never imagined the day when he would have nothing left to protect would truly come. But if that day came, he believed Callion, who disliked coffee more than anyone else except Byrne, would still be fine even without knowing what needed protecting. Jay promised that next time they met, he would prepare a different drink for Callion instead of coffee. The scene shifted the king's office, where Lechman solemnly mentioned Callion entering the Rubia grounds without permission. Lechman marveled at the extreme obsession of the swordsman with his blade, then guessed Callion had heard that Crown Prince Jay would soon depart. Blanche, sitting opposite, also confirmed he knew of it. King Lechman muttered with displeasure at the youngest son's lack of restraint, even considering whether to discipline Callion strictly. However, he quickly returned to the main matter, surprised when Blanche persuaded House Evan Brisson to hand over the Night Squad, a negotiation that had been very difficult. When asked by the king how he had achieved it, Blanche calmly revealed that the price was accepting a pact under a sworn seal. The news left King Lechman stunned, standing frozen, his face pale from the shock. Before his father's astonishment, Blanche remained completely calm, asserting that it was not a contract worth worrying about. Watching his son silently take the risk, Lechman's heart tightened with regret, realizing he had put his children in danger. He painfully wondered how he would face them in the future. King Lechman could not help feeling emotional, silently marveling inwardly. Since when had those children grown up so much? He looked at Blanche with affectionate eyes, then sincerely said, "Thank you." He felt some relief seeing that his children did not openly confront or fight each other. Then the Secretia delegation officially departed, Jay quietly watching Kairos through the carriage window, while the palace bustled with clearing the remnants of the feast. Afterwards, everything gradually returned to its daily rhythm, but new schemes had silently begun to emerge. At the training yard, Callion was exhausting himself to become stronger. Each sharp sword strike cut through the wooden dummies around him at an astonishing speed. The dry sound of impacts and splintering wood rang out continuously. The entire training yard seemed to tremble as he poured all his strength into every move. Callion panted heavily, sweat soaking his clothes, yet his blazing red eyes still shone with persistent determination. Seeing Callion still tirelessly practicing, Ian approached worriedly and asked, "Do not tell me you stayed up all night again, Your Highness." The boy felt pain, knowing that recently his master had handled countless affairs while punishing himself with night-long training sessions. Ian feared that if Callion continued to overexert himself, his body would not endure, especially since his old wounds had only just healed. Seeing his attendant's concern, Callion calmly replied, "Almost done." For Ian's confused, questioning gaze, Callion slung his sword over his shoulder, smiled with hidden meaning, and declared boldly, "I am planning to save a cursed prince." Ian noted that saving the royal brother was commendable, but feared that the prince carrying all burdens would collapse. Callion leisurely sipped tea, telling him to rest assured. From a distant balcony, Blanche quietly watched the ruined Tussier Palace. That was where the office mages were working tirelessly to clear the debris. The witches, accustomed to using magic, now had to wield shovels to the point of exhaustion, constantly lamenting the day Tussier would be rebuilt. Suddenly a loud noise erupted, the ground shaking violently, startling the mages. Amid the rubble, a deep pit suddenly collapsed, almost causing an accident. When everyone rushed to see, they were all stunned by what was revealed below. A mysterious passage leading down to the basement appeared, astonishing them, as no records had ever mentioned an underground floor beneath Hyzia Palace. All eyes focused on the deep spiral stone staircase leading straight into the damp, mysterious darkness. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, a mage immediately demanded that news be promptly reported to Lord Alan Menessen. Standing before the deep pit that had just appeared amid the ruins of Tussier Palace, Callion pondered aloud whether this was the basement his master had once mentioned. Alan Menessen nodded faintly. He said that even the king had absolutely no idea such a place existed directly beneath the palace. This secret entrance had been hidden by 2CA for centuries, only revealed after Callion destroyed the entire structure above it. Callion still could not stop wondering about that strange coincidence. Seeing this, Alan Manison suggested that the two of them go down and inspect it together, because there was something extremely important he wanted to show him. Before stepping into the darkness, Alan Manison carefully raised a layer of magical barrier around Callion to guard against any mishap. The two followed the deep spiral stone staircase, leaving behind the fading sunset above. The space below was vast, roughly 3 to 4 floors deep. Callion curled his lips faintly with hidden meaning when he noticed the familiar traces around him. Looking at the enormous dragon mural exquisitely carved into the wall, he murmured Suspanian, as if the ancient flow of magic were confirming that judgment. Callion reached out and touched the cold stone wall, then concluded that this abyss must have existed for more than 500 years. What was strange was that despite countless historical upheavals, everything from the steps to the murals was almost perfectly intact. Perhaps it was all thanks to Suspanian's power filling this place, silently protecting them for such a long time. Alan Manison slowly stepped forward, pushed open the heavy stone door with a dry grating sound, then said that Callion would surely recognize what lay behind it. In the dark room, where dust lay thick across the entire space, a mysterious artifact suddenly flared with brilliant golden light atop the stone pedestal. Callion unconsciously clenched his fist. He was stunned to realize that the thing glowing before his eyes was a part of Orgus Tempus. The legendary relic, once believed to have vanished without a trace in Secretia, had now appeared in this secret basement. A question immediately surfaced in his mind: why exactly was it here? Deep blue magic flowed around his body as Callion tried to calm himself. He curled his lips faintly, thinking that this was both interesting and unbelievably ironic. He told himself that if Blanche had eaten properly, perhaps he would not have had to deal with this sudden problem that had fallen from the sky. Alan Manison silently stepped closer, then concluded that the only fortunate thing was that history would not repeat itself, because it was right before their eyes. Before his master's troubled question about how he intended to deal with it, Callion declared that having one victim like himself was already more than enough. He absolutely could not let this thing continue harming anyone else. Immediately, Callion channeled his mana, and the aura sword in his hand blazed with fierce power. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung his sword straight at the ancient artifact. Harsh sounds of impact rang out one after another. Callion attacked relentlessly, inwardly roaring that this thing should never have existed in the world. A profound shock engulfed Callion, for he had never expected that after 1,000,000 years, it would appear again like a ghost from the past. In fury mingled with despair, he cried out in pain, "Why? Why now?" Alan Manison hurriedly grabbed Callion by the shoulders. He advised him to put away his sword, because even he could not break through the solid barrier protecting it. Callion panted from exhaustion, then his gaze suddenly froze when he realized something unusual. Right beside the glowing Arcus Tempus, a small stone carved with strange characters was lying silently. Alan Manison said in a low voice that there was still one important matter he had not yet had time to tell him, related to Lady Uria's investigation results concerning Callion possessed. He said this was very likely a miracle created by human hands, leaving Callion so shocked that he froze in disbelief. He immediately turned back and pressed him on why she could reach such a shocking conclusion. Alan Manison sighed faintly, his eyes filled with many thoughts. Callion could not help doubting the concept of a miracle created by human hands. He asked whether that was Uria's entire report, and Alan confirmed that it was. Ironically, when they compared the characters on the newly found Arcus Tempus fragment with those on that stone, the results showed no matching point at all. Alan Manison guessed that perhaps it was the same inscription, only expressed through different writing systems. Callion nodded faintly in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the ancient murals on the wall. Images of a brutal war and the presence of the great dragons seemed to be recounting a tragic forgotten history. Callion understood that he had to act at once, because once he knew for certain that it was here, he had no other choice. When his master anxiously asked whether he intended to meet Suspanian, Callion firmly confirmed it, because he needed to know why the Arcus Tempus fragment that had completed its mission had appeared here. Callion understood that the only one who could answer the whole mystery was none other than Suspanian. The third prince's blazing red eyes flashed with determination as he reached out and touched the glowing ancient artifact. Under the dim crescent moon, Alan Manison urged his swiftly through the dark, deep forest. Back at the palace, Alan Manison asked whether Callion intended to meet Suspanian immediately, but the prince calmly replied that there was no hurry yet. He looked at his teacher with solemn eyes, earnestly asking to borrow a little of his time tomorrow night. Right on schedule, Alan Manison walked alone into the empty forest amid the silent night. He thought to himself that he wanted to help Callion quickly finish the final preparations for the important plan ahead. Suddenly, a cold sword strike came rushing in at an astonishing speed, forcing Alan to immediately go on guard. He had been ambushed, and the one who attacked was none other than his own disciple. Alan calmly raised a magic circle to block the powerful attack, while teasing that his disciple truly was hot-tempered. From within the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. Kalyan appeared with a radiant aura sword in his hand. He smiled with full confidence, then declared clearly that just as he had said yesterday, he truly had no time left now. The violent shock and the brilliant streams of light filling the sky startled the birds on the high branches, sending them scattering in panic through the night. A dramatic confrontation erupted deep in the forest, where magic and sword energy collided fiercely, shaking the very space around them. Kalyan's sword continuously struck powerful blows, clashing violently against Alan sturdy defenses. Alan smiled calmly, effortlessly blocking Kalyan's attacks with his hexagonal magical shield. The strong recoil sent the young prince flying back, making him realize the vast gap in strength between himself and the Grand Mage. Kalyan silently marveled that even knowing his opponent was powerful, he had not expected to feel so helpless in a direct confrontation. Yet that was precisely why he had sought his master, to complete the final step in an important preparation process. Looking at the sword's radiant aura in his hand, Kalyan recalled the night he had poured all his strength into mastering the blade, realizing his magic was stronger than imagined. He understood that mages fought with magical power, while swordsmen used vital energy to dominate enemies. But Master Swordsman also possessed hidden reverse magical energy. As Burn, Kalyan had never paid attention to reverse magic, as the amount was too tiny, almost negligible. He focused all his strength into his legs. Kalyan launched forward like lightning, his sword blazing as he searched for a gap in Alan defenses, yet still could not break through. However, Kalyan's current body was that of a natural mage blessed by Suspanian, making the reverse magical energy within him immense. Alan suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Kalyan, startling him with fear. A massive flame erupted violently, quickly engulfing the surrounding space. Kalyan gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into swinging his sword to block the incoming blazing attack. He understood that this grueling training process was essential to mastering the extraordinary power surging within his body. Kalyan concentrated intensely, reversing the flow of vital energy within him, causing the surrounding space to crack like shattered mirrors. Alan could not hide his astonishment seeing his disciple counter him, without using even a hint of defensive vital energy. He flicked his fingers in admiration and said, "Very good, then I shall fight with all my strength as well." Immediately after, a colossal pillar of fire erupted fiercely in the night. The flames seemed to devour an entire vast forest and mountain area. Alan aimed to corner his disciple with no escape. From that point, Kalyan could carve his own path to survival. Gazing at the inferno before him, Alan exclaimed proudly, "Oh heavens, perhaps I have gone a bit too far." Yet, Kalyan still strode out of the fiery sea, using his magical shield to block the heat and boldly telling him to continue. Alan smiled with pride, realizing Kalyan had finally mastered two distinct forms of vital energy within a single body. Alan silently praised his disciple and continued to press him with even stronger fire attacks. Kalyan braced himself, sword and shield clashing violently with his master's magic, creating blinding sparks. After a barrage of relentless attacks, Kalyan panted heavily, clutching his heaving chest as his body neared its limit. Kalyan's hands began to tremble as the magical energy in his body waned after the intense battle. At that moment, his heartbeat raced, reminding him of the old soul still present in this body. The image of an hourglass appeared, marking the strange transformation process as Kalyan's innate magic gradually refined into combat vital energy. Deep within him, both souls carried fierce fighting wills. This was the moment he truly transformed. His hands flared with radiant magical energy, signaling new variables awaiting him on the journey to seize the throne. As all his vital energy depleted, a strange transformation began in Kalyan's body, turning all magic into combat vital energy. Kalyan looked at his radiant hands and boldly asked, "Finished, master?" Facing him, Alan was amazed by the powerful vital energy. Alan smiled in congratulations, for Kalyan had finally mastered using magic as vital energy. Now, his strength no longer lagged behind his master's. For Kalyan, this meant all preparations for the grand plan were officially complete. His gaze turned cold and determined. He silently resolved to reclaim his elder brother's heart. Returning to the palace, Kalyan strode along the grand corridor, stopping before a large door. He slightly curled his lips, giving a sly smile, then decisively pushed the door open and entered. Walking in, Kalyan rotated his sore shoulders from training and muttered. Inside, Second Prince Blanche sat in deep thought. Kalyan asked if his brother had finished all matters. After a few jokes, Blanche solemnly revealed that a hidden bird seemed to be with the Knight Regiment. Kalyan asked in shock whether it was a spy planted in the Royal Knight Regiment. Blanche firmly confirmed, then presented proof. It was the small secret letter he had found in his pocket without realizing when. Kalyan could not help but marvel at the spy's cunning, as even he had not noticed their existence. Kalyan silently studied the small secret letter in his hand. Blanche spoke gravely, instructing to inform Baron Brisson that a spy had infiltrated the knights. He worried that if this matter leaked, Crown Prince Sakria would be put in a difficult position, so it was best to send the information immediately. Blanche emphasized that trust must be upheld, as must his own pact, for no one knew what it might allow to happen. Blanche studied his younger brother, considering that Callian might overlook the birds merely serving as messengers, then asked if he should remain silent. Callian silently opened the letter, suddenly recalling important matters he had been unable to express that day. The letter's contents revealed the connections between those loyal and those opposing. It detailed the link between priests believing in serenity and desert warriors always opposing serenity. A shocking secret about Master Alan Manason's son gradually emerged, that he was actually a crown prince, not the king of Tansin. Callian decisively burned the secret letter with fire magic right before Blanche. He casually announced that tomorrow his elder brother would have breakfast alone. Clock hands continued to quietly move. In this very room, Callian sat down for tea and spoke with First Prince Randell for the first time. Randell sighed softly, saying this was the first time the two of them had truly faced each other without being on guard. But as he took a sip of tea, Callian inwardly affirmed that there had never been a moment when he let his guard down around his eldest brother, not even now. Neither of them still had the carefree innocence of childhood. It was all because of the throne everyone was aiming for. Callian did not beat around the bush, and immediately questioned which position Randell was ultimately aiming for, Cyrus or Tansin. Randell answered ambiguously that either side would do, but if it was the larger slice of cake, that would naturally be better. Callian immediately understood the implication. To Randell, the throne was not the destination, but merely a stepping stone for a greater plan. Faced with Callian's curiosity, Randell still calmly asked why his younger brother was so concerned about that matter. Callian stated frankly that the time had come to make the final decision. He leisurely picked up the small knife on the table and turned it lightly, declaring that he was ready to face his eldest brother and point his sword at him. That action left Randell briefly startled, freezing him for a moment. Callian then offered another choice. Randell could stand behind him, while he would block the path ahead and stop every danger. Randell lowered his eyes in silence, as though weighing the gravity of every word his younger brother had just spoken. He had officially declared war on him, no longer merely probing as he had before. Randell slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip, then murmured thoughtfully that this was not something he could not handle. Callian curved his lips into a faint smile, admitting that until now, he had always turned his back on this brother. With a cold, sharp gaze, Callian warned Randell never to step out of his shadow again. Before that resolve, Randell had no choice but to admit that perhaps the time had come for him to take back the words he had once spoken. Randell answered decisively that he would do so. The light flashing on the blade seemed to bear witness to the tacit agreement just formed. Right after that, Callian went to meet King Lechman in the palace corridor. He quietly approached his father amid the still atmosphere of the late afternoon. King Lechman wondered why Callian had suddenly summoned him here for a meeting. Callian respectfully said that he had an important matter for which he wished to ask his father's help. After receiving the king's permission, Callian placed a hand over his chest, his gaze turning toward his mother's portrait. He earnestly expressed his final wish, asking His Majesty Slimon to posthumously confer on her the title of Empress. He wanted his mother to receive the noblest status in the palace, second only to the king. The sudden request left King Lechman stunned stiff, sweat beading and sliding down his pale face. He could hardly believe his ears, and had to ask whether his son was speaking the truth. The only reply was the third prince's firm yes. In the harsh world of royal power, no matter how outstanding or powerful a person might be, commoner blood was still seen as a stain difficult to erase. The nobles considered themselves noble, and so Callian had endured contempt all this time. King Lechman quickly saw the ambition behind that request. He asked in a low voice, "So you have set your sights on the crown prince's seat?" Callian did not avoid it, and admitted decisively, "That is correct, your majesty." King gave a soft sigh. He understood his son's intent, but was still worried because the current situation was far too dangerous, and at the same time wondered what made Callian so bold. Callian silently looked toward the portrait, affirming that he had no special reason for making this request. "It is simply that I am begging you to save her, your majesty." Those words struck like a heavy blow, leaving King Lechman horrified into silence. Cruel images from the past came flooding back. When Callian's mother was assassinated, all she had time to say through her tears was, "Slimon, protect the boy." The memory of small, frail Callian surviving only thanks to Hina's healing magic made the king's heart tighten with regret. Lechman silently looked at his own hands, his breathing growing heavy before the helplessness that had dragged on for so many years. After a moment of silence, the king confirmed in a low voice, "I understand." Standing before the radiant portrait of the deceased woman, the king softly offered a warning from the bottom of his heart. "Be careful, because once your mother is made empress, hostile forces will surely rise." Heavy rain poured down over the palace. In the dark room, Callian and Blanche continued burying themselves in new schemes amid the silent night. Callian flipped through the file in his hand. He knew His Majesty Lechman had also traced the hiding place of that object. Master Alan Manason affirmed there was no longer any need to worry about him, then urged them to continue exactly according to plan. Back in the present, Blanche suddenly remarked that he had not seen the blue-haired deputy commander around lately. Callian calmly replied that he had sent Lord Asner Hex somewhere to carry out a secret mission. Blanche narrowed his eyes at his younger brother with suspicion, thinking that Callian had been hiding more from him lately than before. Callian curved his lips faintly, saying there was nothing wrong with being cautious, especially when everything was related to his older brother's heart. Blanche silently thought of the mages who had once stopped him from going before Hyzia Palace, then wondered whether that had been the work of this little brother. Faced with the question of why, Callian only confirmed it quietly. He said that if he could have told his older brother, he would have said it long ago, adding yet another ambiguous reply. Callian sat silently by the window, affirming that this matter had nothing to do with Brisson or Blanche's mother, so he advised his older brother not to worry too much. Holding the documents in his hand, Callian inwardly concluded that the ancient artifact was definitely connected to Cispanian. The records showed that after the rubble had been cleared away, the thing hidden for so long was finally revealed. Previously, no one had expected Palace 2CA to have a secret basement, and its severity forced Callian to intervene. Blanche stepped closer, curiously pressing him on what exactly was hidden beneath that place to require such secrecy. Faced with his older brother's sharp instincts, Callian gave a faint sigh, mocking that Blanche must have been granted a genius mind by the gods, since nothing could escape his eyes. Blanche brushed the flattery aside and demanded that his younger brother speak plainly. He affirmed that Callian could not bind his every step, so it would be better to face things directly for once. Callian silently looked at the file, inwardly wondering why his older brother was so stubbornly trying to open something that had already been sealed away. Blanche looked straight at Callian, repeating what his younger brother had once said about having lost everything. With a resolute gaze, he demanded that Callian tell him the whole truth, because he was ready to listen to all the hatred his younger brother was carrying. The two walked silently through the darkness, stopping before the colossal stone door carved with a dragon, the entrance to Asia's secret basement. Before the majestic door, Callian asked in a low voice one final time. He warned Blanche that he might recall a painful past if he saw what was inside. Though it was not time yet, he still feared that one day his older brother would face nightmares and memories even he himself did not know. Blanche curved his lips faintly, saying his younger brother was being unusually long-winded today, then firmly demanded that the door be opened so they could both see. Callian was silent for a moment, then softly replied yes. Blanche stood frozen before the object radiating dazzling light in the middle of the dark room. It was the axis of time, a mysterious ancient artifact said to be able to send a person back to the past only once. Though regarded as a divine miracle, its existence had always remained a great and suspicious mystery. Blanche lightly raised a hand to his forehead, his mind gradually surrounded by Callian's haunting words. Things he had never thought of were drawn out by Callian through countless questions. If what Blanche desired most was in another person's hands, what would he do? The third prince warned that this very artifact would cause war to erupt between Secretia and Cyrus. Callian also wondered whether the power Blanche held truly came from Vancanum. Truth was finally revealed. 10 years, that was the span of time this world had truly turned back. Callian clearly affirmed that in his previous life, he had originally been Crown Prince Jay's younger brother, but now he had become Blanche's younger brother. Faced with that unbelievable confession, Blanche merely laughed bitterly. He looked at the Arcus Tempus radiating brilliant light. Terrifying memory suddenly flooded into his mind. Blanche realized in shock that in the old timeline it was he who had taken his younger brother's life to seize that divine power. That obsession still gnawed at him even now. It all began with a message not sent through a courier, but secretly tied to the leg of a hawk. Yet only a month later, when the bird returned with the refusal, war had erupted fiercely. Blanche fell into thoughtful suspicion, realizing that the enemy faction's troop deployment speed was far too unreasonable. In only a single short month, Cyrus and Secreta, which had never been close to each other, had still managed to mobilize a large number of knights and Zir mages to the site at an astonishing speed. The strangest thing was that the vast spy network at the time had been completely silent, not sending back a single piece of news. Callian looked at Blanche, telling him to imagine the despair of those involved in the face of that silence. In the end, Secretia's knight commander had been wiped out. Even Talon, Callian's teacher, despite using all his strength, could only hold Vancanum back for 3 days. After that, Kiri and those close to him all died in that tragedy. Callian said bitterly that the end of the old timeline was complete destruction. He reminded him that time only turned back once, and the axis of time in Secretia had vanished on the very day he came here. Ironically, the two of them now saw it again in this secret basement. Callian touched the radiant barrier, confessing that he had once wanted to destroy it forever. But absurdly, he could not vent his rage on that lifeless stone, and that in turn had brought about new troubles. Blanche looked at the glowing ancient artifact and asked thoughtfully how to make it disappear completely. Callian shook his head, saying he would soon meet Cispanian to find a way. Before that, Callian emphasized that there was still one very urgent matter to resolve. My matter is simply that. Suddenly, Blanche called him back and asked a question that made Callian freeze. What is your name? Seeing Callian stand silently, Blanche softened his voice and said that name should not be difficult to remember, so he should just tell him. Callian slowly turned back, smiled warmly, and declared clearly, I am Callian, your younger brother. The two left the gloomy basement, walking together up the stone stairs leading above. Seeing his older brother change direction, Callian asked curiously where Blanche intended to go. Blanche answered decisively that he was going to the training ground right now. Callian excitedly suggested a sparring match, but Blanche coldly refused, saying he had to go one step ahead. Callian silently watched his older brother's back gradually disappear, feeling as though someone was patiently waiting for him ahead. Could some kind of sixth sense really be this sharp? Black butterfly suddenly appeared, fluttering through the still air of the magnificent palace hall. According to old beliefs, a black butterfly was a symbol of deathly aura, so it was rarely welcomed by anyone. Yet amid the dazzling light that suddenly burst forth, the black butterfly transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with long black hair and powerful red eyes. She looked at Callian and softly whispered that was it not welcomed only by me. Callian respectfully bowed in greeting. Slyman pays respects to the great and noble Cispanian. She looked at him and said in a low voice that those who walked among fragments of calamity usually could not recognize them. Callian lightly clutched his chest, painfully wondering whether even he had no right to be healed. This feeling was no different from being treated like a stepchild in the Zier family. Cispanian gently placed a hand on Callian's head and said softly that she understood. She admitted that she was confused because after everything, she still could not hate or vent her anger. Looking deeply into the young prince's eyes with concern, she affirmed that she now understood the true reason he had come here. Callian softly thanked her, then honestly said that he was not fully prepared, but still wanted to ask her for one important thing. Once he was allowed, he immediately asked whether the black stone was a divine miracle created by humans. Cispanian explained that it held power from the other side, so it was not tainted by serenity. She pointed toward the radiant ancient artifact and asked whether he was looking for fragments of the axis, then confirmed that she had placed everything that had appeared in this world here. Callian asked about the whereabouts of the remaining fragments, but received the answer that they had not appeared yet. He asked again why she had found this place and placed it here. Cispanian clearly affirmed that it was all because of him, because he was the one who had to obtain it with his own hands. Callian was so shocked that he had yet to fully understand when she looked into the distance and mentioned that the child who believed in him had begun moving forward. Through the reflected figure, Cispanian looked deep into Callian's eyes and whispered that when that time came, he would understand everything himself. Meanwhile, beneath the quiet night sky at the training ground, second Prince Blanche stood silently with his own thoughts. Looking into empty space, he murmured, now I understand everything, why he always wore that expression whenever he met me. Blanche began preparing for training to dispel the gloom weighing on his heart. Night approached and reported that Prince Callian had instructed him to supervise his training while he was absent. The match began with light sword strokes, but the atmosphere quickly grew unbearably tense. Blanche's sword grew sharper and more dangerous with every move. The opposing knight could not help being astonished when he saw Blanche making remarkable progress during the duel. Blanche's gaze had changed completely, becoming frightening. It was so cold and deep that it startled his opponent. His opponent wondered what exactly he was seeing. The two blades clashed violently, scattering brilliant sparks as Blanche pressed his opponent, and the battle gradually reached its climax. Though drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, Kiri still gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself the training was harsh, but still not enough. He realized he was still weak compared to Prince Callian, a true master of swordsmanship. Kiri thought to himself that the battles between the princes were always taking place somewhere he knew nothing about. The memory of Callian being wounded haunted him, making him question himself. If he could not protect his master when he was wounded, how could he call himself his sword? Kiri tightened his grip on the sword hilt until he trembled. His eyes revealed resolve and determination from deep within. The desire to become a source of strength for Callian drove Kiri to keep swinging his sword through the night, dry sounds of impact ringing out without pause. Though his hands shook and his breathing came in broken gasps, Kiri still prayed to Slyman to help him surpass this limit. In a moment of utter exhaustion, a brilliant blue light flared in his eyes, marking a powerful transformation. Callian appeared unexpectedly, the corners of his lips lifting into a bright smile as he praised him and congratulated Kiri. Immediately after, Callian's gaze turned icy as he used his flaming sword to block his guard's attack, reminding Kiri that daring to aim straight for his heart meant he had crossed the line. Amid the silent night, Callian remained composed, and even though Kiri walked lightly, the tense atmosphere remained. Kiri followed with an expressionless face, his mind still in turmoil, endlessly questioning the phenomenon that had just occurred. Before his eyes, red veins appeared around the opponent's body, clearly showing where to cut and how much force to use. Kiri felt as though an invisible voice was guiding each stroke of his sword straight toward a vital point. Kiri realized that if he had been even a little slower, he might truly have harmed Prince Blanche. Even more terrifying, those red veins had begun to aim straight at Callian's back. Drenched in sweat, Kiri painfully covered his eyes and tried to drive away the horrific illusion. This trip was harder to forget than an ex-lover. He secretly resolved to stop himself from harming his master, ready to do anything to prevent the worst from happening. Kalyan understood that fear, calmly turned back, and made it clear that he knew what Kiri had just seen, calling it the path of the sword and admitting that he had not expected the sword he taught to help Kiri reach that realm so soon. Kalyan gently reassured him that as long as he rested for a while, the red veins would disappear on their own, making Kiri breathe a sigh of relief as the burden lifted. Fortunately, someone had reassured him in time, otherwise he would probably have been haunted by this for the rest of his life. Kalyan was shaken inwardly, because in his previous life, Kiri had only seen that path a few months before his death, yet now he had already made such astonishing progress. Kalyan stopped, gazed into the distance, and said that his knights were about to join the Vancanum Corps, leaving them severely short-handed for training. Since a guardian could not openly spar with the knights, Kalyan decisively declared that he would ask His Majesty Slimon to grant Kiri the title of an official knight. Kiri refused in shock, saying that he had not yet achieved any great merit and wanted to wait until he was truly capable. Kalyan looked straight into his eyes with powerful red eyes, affirming that the world always judged people by what it saw, and that he did not want Kiri to be shaken by prejudice. Kiri clenched his fists, his voice lowering but remaining extremely firm. I understand the reason, Your Highness, but the one I swore loyalty to was not His Majesty, but my master, Prince Kalyan. In the silent night forest, Kiri bowed his head before Kalyan, affirming his absolute loyalty to his only master. He understood clearly that if His Majesty personally appointed him as an official knight, the ceremony of swearing loyalty before the lord he revered would be omitted completely. How could I possibly accept something so absurd? Witnessing his subordinate's stubbornness mixed with blind loyalty, Kalyan lightly rolled his eyes. Thoughtful look flickered through his crimson eyes. Perhaps I cannot allow it this time. He looked at Kiri kneeling before him, then softly called his name. Kiri still did not stop, and continued revealing his heart, but there is still something I want to say. I still have not memorized every word of a knight's oath of loyalty. Kiri confessed that he did not want to offer a stiff, formal greeting to anyone else. Memories of training sessions years ago came flooding back, when he had been teased for being unable to remember flowery words. Back then, Kiri had once insisted that it was enough to speak from the heart, because sincerity mattered most. It was a promise to hold his sword and shield His Highness, to become strong so he would not have to move forward alone. In both lives, Kiri was willing to bear danger in his master's place, so that he would not have to worry or protect him, and so that he would never be left alone, nor forgotten by the cruel world. In the middle of the night forest, Kiri knelt and swore clearly, I will protect you. Kalyan froze, his red eyes widening in shock. How could you possibly? He realized it was still that same loyalty, but this promise was entirely different from the painful past. Hearing it, Kalyan's heart seemed to be soothed, and he smiled as he placed a hand on his guard's shoulder. Kalyan suddenly spoke, gently declaring, very well, I'll allow you. Looking at the fish swimming beneath the lake, Alan Manison brought up what had happened at the previous birthday banquet, when Kalyan entered together with the young lady of House Siegfried. He mentioned the engagement rumor spreading throughout the nobility, then curiously asked what His Majesty thought of it. King Lechman calmly admitted that he had no intention of suppressing that rumor. He analyzed that Kalyan currently needed power greatly, and if it was Zir of the Siegfried clan, there could be no better condition. The king even left open the possibility of a real royal marriage. Alan Menison teased that the young duke would not easily join the royal family, but if Kalyan were sent to the land of elephants, that would not be bad either. Meaning, if one wanted to do anything, one ought to bring a few gifts first. Faced with Alan Manison's overreach, the king had to intervene. Alan immediately shifted focus, asking whether His Majesty had decided on the crown prince's position. Looking at his reflection in the water, King Lechman solemnly said he valued all three princes, but the crown prince could only be one. He wanted to avoid tragedy and trusted Kalyan could do it. The king also revealed that a few days earlier, Kalyan had asked Slimon to confer a knight title on his guardian. He intended to approve, knowing some would criticize him for leniency. The king smiled, thinking that at least on his birthday, Kalyan deserved a gift. Yet the peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly with a piercing scream. A surprise gift box fell to the floor with a harsh sound. Lady Demiri angrily demanded to know if Kalyan was acting recklessly because of the birthday, and how long he intended to borrow her name. Kalyan casually asked if Demiri was pleased with the dress he sent. Seeing the splendid outfit, she quickly understood the prince's intention. Kalyan smirked, asking if she had received it and if it matched her taste. He admitted to deliberately pairing items to create an engagement misunderstanding. Demiri suspiciously asked if he planned to use her to declare war at the birthday party. Kalyan calmly replied with a single word, yes. He reassured her not to worry, as the upcoming upheavals would soon bury this story. Moreover, the fake engagement helped Demiri escape countless marriage proposals from other Zir clans. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, also approved by His Majesty. Demiri sighed softly, agreeing to let Kalyan borrow her name, but demanded proper compensation. Before her astonished gaze, Kalyan proactively proposed, "I will duel you." This was a request she had been refused many times before. Demiri looked at Kalyan's seemingly frail hands, doubting how he could possibly wield his sword. They began negotiating training time from 2 weeks down to 1, finally agreeing on half a month. A firm handshake marked the establishment of the fake engagement contract, sounding fake yet oddly real. Ian witnessed it moved, silently admiring that only his prince would choose such a domineering engagement. The royal palace suddenly became lively, countless birthday gifts piled high like mountains, preparing for the third prince's grand day. In the splendid Zir royal attire, Kalyan prepared to enter the banquet hall. Ian smiled and wished his master a happy birthday. Yet he quickly noticed the unusual tension on his face. Kalyan admitted he was slightly anxious, even he did not realize it. In truth, Kalyan was silently using magic to completely conceal his aura. All of it was to prepare for a direct confrontation with the sly old fox Evan Brisson on the power chessboard. Kalyan clenched his fists, silently telling himself that everything would be revealed at this banquet. He quietly proceeded step by step according to plan. Kalyan calmly walked alongside Lady Demiri into the radiant banquet hall, under the attention of all guests. Seeing the sparkling crown on Demiri's head, he thought it suited the crown prince's fiancée better than a normal prince's. Meanwhile, second Prince Blanche deliberately played the role of the rebellious, resentful son. Afterwards, he angrily stood up and walked straight out, not looking back during the ceremony. Kalyan leaned close to Demiri's ear and whispered, "Marcus Brisson has not arrived yet." Just then, the announcement sounded clearly, "His Majesty the Emperor is entering." Kalyan narrowed his eyes as he observed the old Marquis' empty chair. He clearly understood Evan Brisson's ambition, when that man tried to imply that his power even surpassed His Majesty's. As expected, his eyes that saw through the situation had not been wrong at all. Realizing that the time had come, Kalyan softly told Demiri that it was time to part ways. He sincerely thanked her, while Demiri smiled and wished the young prince a happy birthday. Kalyan approached King Lechman, who was standing on the high platform. The king beamed as he raised his glass to celebrate his son's birthday. He called loudly for all the guests to raise their glasses and congratulate the third prince. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Then a voice full of authority spoke. "Slamon apologizes for arriving late, Your Majesty." Kalyan glanced lightly at the figure approaching, thinking to himself that he had finally arrived, Marcus Evan Brisson. King Lechman remained calm, announcing that on this special day, he had an extremely important matter to proclaim to the entire nobility. Kalyan held his breath nervously as he watched every movement of his father, then whispered inwardly, "Just a little more." When the king began mentioning Queen Consort Freya Whitlan, Kalyan tightened his grip on the wineglass in his hand, his red eyes never leaving his target. "Just one more step." King Lechman's voice rang clearly throughout the hall, "I will grant her the position of Empress." The entire hall froze in shock, and every murmur instantly fell silent. A dry sound rang out as the glass in the old Marcus' hand shattered across the cold stone floor. A cold aura suddenly enveloped the space, making everyone shudder at once. Amid the thick, tense atmosphere, Kalyan suddenly smiled with sinister satisfaction. His red eyes flashed coldly as he inwardly declared, "I finally see it now, Evan Brisson, your aura." Immediately, a crimson, chaotic, and gloomy energy erupted around Marcus Brisson. At last, that man had finally revealed himself. The entire hall was shaken by that news, and discussions rang out everywhere. They were appointing a commoner as Empress. The nobles believed this announcement would surely add strength to third Prince Kalyan, while also wondering how Zir Evan Brisson would react to the king's move. In the restless crowd, Marcus Evan Brisson approached Kalyan with a mocking smile, saying that His Highness had just received a truly extravagant gift. Kalyan curved his lips faintly, his red eyes clearly showing triumph. "Yes, and am very satisfied." Kalyan looked straight at the old Marquis with provocation and laughed coldly. "It seems you cannot see anything after all." Before Evan Brisson's bewildered expression, Kalyan quietly brushed past him. Evan Brisson's face darkened as he reminded Kalyan that although he did not know what the prince had seen, he had best worry about his own future. Kalyan did not waver at all, coldly warning that blind greed often led to troublesome endings, and perhaps one day that man himself would vanish without a trace. Evan Brisson gritted his teeth and declared that he did not need Kalyan's reminder, because he was still doing exactly what he had planned. Kalyan calmly raised his glass of red wine and took a sip. He looked at Evan Brisson's reflection in the glass and calmly mocked that. He had long thought about the old man's downfall, and was only calculating when that joyous day would arrive. Evan Brisson clenched his fists in fury, inwardly cursing Kalyan as insolent, as if he were about to be formally named crown prince. Evan Brisson reassured himself that Kalyan currently had nothing in his hands, and even with legitimate legitimacy. He was still unqualified to dream of the throne. As they passed each other, Evan Brisson viciously insulted him. "Your Highness should not stain the bloodline of the Zier royal family with commoner blood." Callion immediately stopped. The sound of his footsteps halting made the atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly grow heavy. He slightly turned his head, his clear voice drawing every guest's attention. "By the way, Marcus, when will you show reverence to the noble Zier royal family?" Callion turned fully around and faced Evan Brisson with a cold, sharp, dignified gaze. Before everyone's astonishment, he gave a clear order: "Greet him, Marcus Evan Brisson." Evan Brisson gritted his teeth in resentment, feeling utterly humiliated after being cornered by Callion before countless nobles whispering among themselves. The old man inwardly cursed Callion, realizing the third prince was trying to lower the status of a powerful Marcus like him. Evan Brisson feared that if Callion became crown prince, he would treat the nobility harshly and destroy the existing order. Evan Brisson secretly judged Callion to be truly far too arrogant. The old man calculated that if he criticized Callion for disrespect, he himself would first have to salute the king to preserve his dignity. Taking a sip of wine, Evan Brisson silently searched for a way to keep that bastard there. Seeing that the old Marquis was still hesitating, Callion curled his lips in challenge. "What are you still delaying for, Marquis? Do you not see that the king is waiting?" Callion continued to strike another blow, questioning whether the Evan Brisson family was refusing to show reverence to the king. Evan Brisson realized he had completely fallen into Callion's trap. The old man was like a chess piece placed in check, with no path of retreat. The old man clenched his fists tightly. The old man was forced to lower himself and apologize, excusing himself by saying he had skipped the ceremony out of fear of interrupting the banquet. Before all the guests, Evan Brisson bowed deeply and offered his late greeting to His Majesty. Callion calmly passed by, took a sip of red wine, then dismissed him with a tactful yet mocking remark. "You need not greet me anymore, Marcus. Return to your place." Witnessing the other side's triumphant expression, Evan Brisson left with his face twisted by hatred, secretly swearing that he would repay this humiliation in full before long. After the banquet ended, Callion and Alan Menison slowly walked along the quiet palace corridor. Alan Menison worriedly asked whether he was tired after the tense evening, while Callion silently analyzed the formidable power of the Evan Brisson family. He understood that this family had seized power through Evan Brisson's sword. Callion had to draw the old man's attention, creating an opening for Blanche to understand and master that sword. Just then, Blanche suddenly stepped out from behind the door, mockingly asking whether that was why Callion had caused such a commotion at the banquet. He clearly already knew everything, yet still deliberately asked again. Callion smiled brightly and calmly replied that it was merely a fitting lesson for what that old man had done. Seeing his older brother appear in the corridor, instead of in the study as usual, Callion curiously asked why. Blanche coldly handed over a sheet of paper, saying he had been looking for him to deliver it. Looking at his older brother's appearance, Callion could not resist teasing that Blanche seemed to have grown used to the role of carrier pigeon. But before he could laugh to his heart's content, he glanced over the contents of the paper. The smile on Callion's lips immediately vanished completely. His crimson eyes tensed, and he said in a low voice that Esner Hex seemed to have met with misfortune. The secret letter said the mage was currently in the great forest leading toward the land of those with faith. More worrying still, those who sheltered unbelievers had also begun coming and going there. In the silent room, the three gathered around the map to analyze the situation. Alan Menison pointed to the great forest beside the road to Tensiu, confirming that if Callion meant that place, then it was Clam Forest. Callion thoughtfully confirmed that at first, he had sent Esner Hex to the Marcus's territory. His purpose was to confirm whether Evan Brisson and Gray had any schemes. Even if they did not, he still wanted to warn them not to block his path. Alan Menison wondered why Asner Hex had been found in Clam Forest instead of the Marquis's territory as planned. Callion explained that Clam Forest was the last place people had seen Saint Gerard, the one who once declared that human power could also create holy relics. Meanwhile, in the gloomy Clam Forest, Asner Hex had fallen into an extremely dire situation. By now, he should have been on his way back to the royal palace. But at present, he was surrounded by strangers in the darkness. Asner Hex was stunned, wondering how things had turned out this way. Everything went back to 2 weeks earlier, when Asner Hex was riding through the street and was suddenly called back. Recognizing the familiar voice, he looked up at the balcony and exclaimed in shock, "Guildmaster." Uria, the guildmaster of the Mage Association with vivid purple hair, had jumped down from the balcony to block his path playfully. Asner Hex could only sigh as this guildmaster still called him a kid, even though the two had not met for a long time. Uria folded her arms and observed him. then praised that the uniform suited Asner Hex very well. She was also surprised that someone as hard to approach as him had agreed to work under another person. Asner Hex scratched his head and explained that he had run away because he was afraid of being tormented by her, but it seemed he still could not escape this guildmaster. Seeing the luggage piled on the horse's back, Yuria immediately guessed that Asner Hex was about to travel far. Knowing he was going to the Marquis's territory, Yuria smiled brightly and said she also had business nearby. She firmly demanded to go with him, leaving Asner Hex frozen before such enthusiasm. Asner Hex had completed his work in the Count's territory, but he realized Lady Yuria seemed to have another mysterious purpose. She calmly explained that if something went out, then something else must surely go in. Several days had passed since the two began their arduous search through the dense Clam forest. Asner Hex grew suspicious and asked whether the person they were looking for was truly here. Yuria answered with certainty that according to what she had heard, the last place people saw him was in this forest. Asner Hex was stunned to realize that Yuria was searching for traces of someone who had vanished long ago. She calmly confirmed that the record was from 300 years ago, and if he was still alive, he could hardly still be human. If it had been as long as 300 years, then if he was still human, he must have lived to an unbelievable age. As they walked, Yuria suddenly stopped and asked Asner Hex whether he sensed anything. Asner Hex focused intently, realizing that a very faint yet clear stream of magic was present ahead. The two entered a secret cave hidden deep within the cliff, a place filled with old experimental flasks and piles of dust-covered documents. Yuria cried out in excitement when she realized they had found the right place. She believed that an obsessive researcher would never abandon his data. Yuria explained that a powerful preservation refuge had been cast over them, but once they left the cave, the documents might rot away at once. No further explanation was needed. She was certain the energy they both felt was the magic protecting this place. Yuria pondered and judged that with their current strength, taking all the documents outside would not be simple at all. She placed a hand on Asner Hex's shoulder, told him to stay and wait, while she would go handle this matter and return right away. Yet the moment Asner Hex left that place, a group of masked assassins suddenly emerged from the darkness. Asner Hex was falling into a fierce life-or-death battle. Although he had taken down most of the enemies, his body had also reached its limit. Axel immediately raised sharp, freezing pillars of ice to counterattack. One of them quickly used an energy shield to completely block that strike. Axel gritted his teeth as he realized one specialized in defense, the other in attack, and their coordination was extremely tight. He understood that if he only faced them one at a time, he could still find an opening to deal with them. But in this situation, wounded and restrained like this, everything was gradually slipping out of control. An extremely powerful collision instantly sent Axel flying far away. He only managed to groan in pain before collapsing onto the cold ground. The enemy did not miss the chance, swinging a heavy weapon to deliver the finishing blow. Axel was shocked to realize he had been far too careless. The assassin looked at him with cruel eyes and roared for him to become a sacrifice to Xion. Hearing that unfamiliar name, Asner Hex could only gasp in astonishment. Just as the blade of death was about to touch him, an extremely powerful surge of magic suddenly intervened. Amid the dense smoke and dust, a dignified figure appeared, stopping the fatal attack just in time. The one who appeared was Third Prince Kallian, wielding a radiant sword. Seeing his wounded partner on the ground, he coldly reminded him that from now on, he should only accept missions he was capable of completing. In the quiet library, Yuria murmured that these characters matched perfectly with the stone slab the prince had asked her to investigate. Suddenly, the dry sound of footsteps rang out behind her, startling Yuria. She blurted out a scolding at the person who appeared for frightening her. Alan Manison coldly questioned why she had acted on her own and done things he had never ordered. Back in the forest, Asner Hex lay collapsed with a bleeding wound. Stunned as he asked how Kallian had managed to come here, Kallian replied that he'd used a teleportation circle to intervene in time. Kallian's gaze was icy and unwavering. He stated in a low voice that all the effort he had put in was entirely worth it. Although the battle had not yet ended, the assassins still shouted, urging each other to speed up and clear out this place. He charged forward like mad, carrying the order to capture the mage alive at all costs. Kallian immediately took a defensive stance and decisively swung the aura sword in his hand. The radiant sword light blocked the enemy's heavy attack. He unleashed sharp sword strikes one after another, overwhelming the desert warriors rushing toward him. Seeing Axel's condition worsening, Kallian immediately ordered him to use the teleportation circle and return to the Imperial Palace. He reassured him that Brother Blanche must have already called Hina to wait there, so Axel's wounds would be treated at once. Although he was heavily wounded, Asner Hex still showed hesitation before Kallian's order. Seeing that he was still wavering, Kallian snapped in irritation that if he delayed any longer, Kallian would deal with Axel first. Understanding that he could not defy the enraged prince, Axel had no choice but to obey and quickly leave the forest. Kallian quietly approached the assassin gasping on the ground, curled his lips in a cold greeting, though he did not expect him to confess easily. He looked down at the man groaning beneath his feet and gave an ultimatum, saying that if he was willing to speak first, he was ready to listen. Faced with the other party's stubbornness, Callion coldly struck to warn him, making him writhe in pain in the dark night, then demanded that he stop screaming and reveal the mastermind. He continued to press him, mocking that his powerful recovery ability would help him endure what was coming for much longer. Callion thought to himself that he had never liked interrogation, but he would not easily let off someone who dared target his people. Callion's eyes burned red with fury as he thought of the people beside him being dragged into danger because of him. Night fell, and everyone returned to the Imperial Palace in a silent atmosphere. Yuria bowed her head before Callion in deep remorse, honestly admitting that everything was her fault, Your Highness. Yuria blamed herself because her thoughtless, independent actions had caused great disrespect and trouble for both Callion and Count Alan Menessen. In the closed room, Count Alan Menessen sternly reprimanded Yuria, reminding her not to regard being rescued in time as simple luck. Alan Menessen bluntly warned her that she must never forget that arrogance had nearly led to a tragedy. Yuria could only lower her head in silence, promising to report the entire matter to the deputy commander as soon as she returned to the capital. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Callion spoke up to mediate, hoping the count would be more generous. Yuria bowed her head again and sincerely apologized for her recklessness. Seeing that she was truly remorseful, Callion softened his voice and replied that it was all right. He understood now. Still not free of worry, Yuria hesitantly asked about Usner Heck's condition. Callion reassured her that he was currently stable, resting and receiving careful treatment. Setting aside the previous matter, Callion signaled for everyone to focus on the pile of materials they had just gathered on the table. Yuria explained that because of the magical barrier, she could not take the documents outside by herself, and had to rely on Alan Menessen's spatial magic. Although she had not yet read the contents inside, she revealed the shocking information from Asner Hex. The organization behind everything was called Xeon. Callion was also stunned after hearing it, repeating that meaningful name again and again. In the language of the elves, Xeon meant the Emperor of Humanity. Callion froze before that ambitious title, while Lord Alan Menessen admitted that he had heard the term before. Alan Menessen judged that once everything in the Imperial Palace had settled, he would personally meet the Elder of the Elves to clarify the matter. After that, Callion went to see Second Prince Blanche to discuss an important matter. He placed a communication magic tool on the table and pleaded, "Brother, this time I need you to help as a messenger." Looking at the item, Blanche asked suspiciously if this was something used to contact Crown Prince Jay. Callion confirmed it, hoping Jay and his fragment of the timeline could help if he remembered any details. Blanche listened quietly, his deep gaze filled with thought. Under his younger brother's expectant eyes, Blanche coldly refused outright, "I do not want to." Hearing that, the prince was completely caught off guard and could not react in time. Blanche looked straight at his younger brother and pressed him, asking where that blind faith came from, for Callion to think everyone was as reckless as he was. Callion calmly replied, "Crown Prince Secretia is even younger than you, royal brother." Blanche was still worried, wondering whether memories arriving without warning might unsettle that Crown Prince's mind. Callion smiled with trust, affirming that even if he wavered, Jay was not someone who would collapse easily. He even teased that unlike someone who constantly needed a nursemaid, Jay could take care of himself perfectly well and would be fine. Callion turned and walked away, telling his royal brother not to worry too much. He was not the kind of younger brother who only knew how to cause sorrow. Blanche sat still for a while, then suddenly shot up and slammed the table hard, making Callion ask in alarm why he was so worked up. Blanche coldly admitted that he was precisely the type of elder brother who caused trouble. He left the magic ring behind and walked away, leaving Callion bewildered. Right after that, Blanche met Alan Menessen to make a special request. Alan Menessen respectfully reminded him, "As you know, within the palace, all personal message magic under Suspanian's influence is completely nullified." Alan Menessen was stunned when he heard Blanche ask to break that rule. Blanche sat somberly on the sofa, understanding Callion's loneliness as he had to struggle alone just to survive. He realized his younger brother was trying to protect the country, his homeland, and even the world with only his own strength. Blanche looked straight ahead and declared the true reason for his reckless action: "I want to protect my little brother." Alan Menessen sighed. It seemed Prince Callion had caused more trouble again. After hearing the story from Blanche, Alan Menessen firmly asked him to hand over the bracelet. Blanche quietly handed over the item. While Alan Menessen pondered all kinds of people and the different natures in the world, Alan Menessen began to speak of Diblin, a cruel father like a venomous snake. He remembered the horrifying moment when Diblin, as soon as he became crown prince, ordered harm to befall all of his own siblings, crueler than even a wicked stepmother and her daughter. Having grown up under the shadow of that father, Alan Menessen had always strained himself to protect his younger siblings, and understood that Callion endured a similar pain, only knowing how to hurt himself to save others. Alan Menessen hoped Blanche would not be too harsh on his younger brother because of those reckless actions. Blanche clenched his trembling fist, his eyes warm, and replied, I understand. Night fell, enveloping the kingdom of Secretia, in a place where scouting birds tirelessly flew across the sky. Jay quietly walked along the empty palace corridor, his footsteps echoing beneath the moonlight. He stopped before the great door, lightly knocked, and requested permission to enter Slyman's presence. In the dark room, King Diblin Dullahan Secretia sat behind the desk, coughing heavily. Jay respectfully reported that he had returned safely, then asked whether anything unusual had happened in Kiris. Jay kept a calm expression, affirming that he had delivered the congratulations according to schedule, and that nothing special had happened. However, Diblin was still suspicious about having to travel so far just to attend a birthday banquet. Facing his father's pressure about whether he had wanted to meet someone important, Jay casually affirmed that it was only for diplomatic purposes. Diblin's gaze was doubtful, but in the end that man coldly let it go. I understand overthinking things and still acting haughty too. King Diblin coldly ordered him to withdraw. Jay respectfully bowed his head and left the room. Though he remained silent, his heart was filled with unease. The crown prince's footsteps echoed along the corridor, while behind the door, the king's coughing still rang out. In the darkness, Diblin's face turned gloomy, his sharp gaze filled with schemes. Soon as he stepped out, Jay came face to face with Knight Castrin. When Castrin was about to ask, Jay cut him off decisively. There is no need. Jay looked straight at Castrin and affirmed that he had never done that, Sir Castrin. He told himself he had to act exactly according to his memories so no one would suspect anything. Jay signaled for the knight to withdraw, determined to keep the future from deviating from its original course. Jay's back reflected the burden of one who held the key to fate clearly upon the stone floor. Castrin respectfully bowed his head. Your Highness Slyman, please rest well. Jay silently stepped into his private room, but halted when he saw a familiar figure by the window. Jay's eyes widened in shock. Quickly breaking into a radiant smile, he softly called the name of the girl before him, Ariane. Ariane, Jay's fiancée, answered with a beautiful, gentle smile, welcoming him back and making all his sorrows seem to melt away. She asked Hen about his long journey. Suddenly, Jay stepped forward and hugged Ariane tightly, leaving her unable to hide her surprise. He leaned his head on her shoulder, whispering that he had left something behind. Ariane gently offered to help find it, but Jay shook his head and refused, because it was something he was not allowed to do. When she asked whether that thing was truly important to him, Jay closed his eyes, felt her warmth, and nodded to confirm that it was very important. Ariane advised that if it was that important, then a little greed would not hurt. But his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he answered firmly that not now, leaving Ariane startled by the abrupt change. Clutching Ariane's hand tightly, he emphasized that everything had to follow the old course at least until the end of this winter. He quietly closed the window. In his heart, he calculated that only then would that healer appear on the same day as before, then disappear without causing any disturbance. Meanwhile, in Karis, the atmosphere grew tense as the maids busied themselves with preparations for the ceremony. Zier placed the enormous portrait of Freya Wetland in the most honored position. News of the Queen's coronation was announced, scheduled for next week together with a public event in the square. Marcus Evan Brisson sat silently in the darkness. The old man wearily ordered his subordinates to withdraw after hearing the report. Evan Brisson ground his teeth because the humiliating farce at Callion's banquet had cost him the chance to oppose Freya's ascension as queen. Powerless, the old man could only return in silence. Marcus Evan Brisson slammed his hand hard on the table, grinding his teeth in bitter rage inside the silent room. The old man told himself that because he had stayed silent, the other nobles did not dare voice their opposition either. He resolved to find a way to eliminate the third prince at all costs, harboring a sinister scheme. Evan Brisson grew suspicious of the second Prince Blanche's movements and wondered what he was doing, while a new plan began to take shape in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the Mage Corps area, two young mages rushed into the room in panic, searching for the Vice Corps commander, complained that the replacement instructor was far too harsh, missing the ease they had under Asner Hex. When a shout rang out outside, the two panicked and ran off to train, avoiding punishment. In truth, Asner Hex was still in the room, hidden behind the sofa by magic, enjoying his precious rest time. He despised the young mages because they failed to notice the hidden flow of mana right under their noses. He told himself he would discipline them when he returned for daring to look down on training, though he had intended to rest first. Asner Hex flinched when he heard the door click open. He wondered why a knight would enter a mage's lounge at this hour. He was surprised to see the knight go straight to Prince Blanche's personal wardrobe, moving with the decisiveness of someone who had done it many times before. Immediately after the stranger left, Asner Hex immediately appeared to inspect the second prince's wardrobe. He was stunned to discover a mysterious secret letter hidden inside. Sensing that something was wrong, Axel hurried off to find Callion and report it. At that moment, Callion was focused on observing the black stone in his hand. The link between the organization calling itself the Sovereign of Mankind and the mysteries of the timeline gradually came to light. The enemy collapsed with his final breath after the fierce battle. He bitterly left behind a warning that power borrowed from life could only be used once, and if the black stone shattered, the owner's heart would also crumble. Callion tightened his grip on the black stone, shocked to to realize that the ancient characters on it matched the axis of time perfectly. Returning to the palace, Callion warily leaned back on the sofa, pondering this terrifying coincidence. Just then, a knock at the door shattered the silence. Ian entered and reported that Vice Corps Commander Asner Hex had an important matter and wished for an audience. Axel Hetz entered solemnly, bowing his head in apology for disturbing the prince's rest. Callion bluntly waved his hand, stating that the guards had to let Asner Hex in whenever he came, since exceptions were meant to be prioritized. Callion's gaze softened as he asked about Asner Hex's shoulder wound after the ambush, and thanks to Hina's care and Callion's concern, Asner Hex confirmed he had recovered, but the true purpose of his visit lay in another shocking discovery. With tense hands, Asner Hex began to recount what had happened. He witnessed Royal Knight Zier secretly infiltrate the Bankan lounge and hide a strange object in the clothing of the second Prince Blanche. Worried about danger, Asner Hex secretly checked and seized the secret letter. He placed the scroll on the table, stared straight at Callion with suspicious eyes, and clearly demanded to know the relationship between His Highness and the Crown Prince of Secretia. A silence fell over the room, suffocatingly still between the two of them. Callion lightly raised a hand to cover his face, sighing thoughtfully. Well, through his blazing red eyes, a complicated look flickered in Callion. He looked straight at the Vice Corps Commander and asked in return, Sir Hetz, why do you follow me? Callion held himself back. I do not remember doing anything good for you, so it is truly surprising and strange that you have followed me until now. Hetz was stunned, a trace of confusion crossing his face at his master's remark. After a moment of hesitation, Asner Hex regained his resolve, turned slightly away, and said in a deep voice, You do not need to answer me right away. I will wait for your answer, Your Highness. Callion quietly observed him, realizing that Asner Hex knew the hidden secret, but out of respect he had chosen to wait until Callion was ready. Callion curled his lips into a faint smile. Fine. He told himself he should at least respond to that loyalty, while the candles in the room swayed, as though reflecting the prince's mood. Callion looked at Hetz gravely and uttered a shocking sentence. You are the one who ended my breath with your own hands. And the space seemed to freeze before the cruel truth of a timeline reversed from death. Asner Hex was so stunned that he stammered. How could this happen? Callion looked down at his hands, realizing that perhaps it was his greed and desire for recognition that had brought him here. He confessed that at some point, he no longer wanted to hide the truth. Part of Callion wanted to keep it from Asner Hex, while another part urged him to be the first to reveal everything. He looked into Callion's fiery, sorrow-filled red eye. After the pain subsided, he bowed his head in apology. Tasliman apologizes for not remembering that for you. Oh well, this journey will probably be quite exhausting. Callion sighed, telling himself that now he understood why he felt these emotions. In the silence of the other, Callion suddenly asked, What does life protect? Asner Hex hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, I only live to protect whatever I can when the chance comes. He reminded himself to always keep his master's teachings, uphold pride before the captain, and maintain faith before the prince vice-captain. Asner Hex placed his hand on his chest and firmly declared that he would protect Bankan by any means. Callion smiled faintly, his fiery eyes calculating as he asked Hetz to add one more important item to the list, the position he would hold in the future. Asner Hex was surprised, asking if Callion wanted him to take on a role greater than vice-captain. Knowing the young prince's weakness, before Callion's steadfastness, Asner Hex simply nodded with full trust. After the initial shock, he began to explain. Callion wondered why he had chosen to follow him all this time. Asner Hex looked directly at Callion and affirmed he was a good person. These words made Callion embarrassed. While Asner Hex thought the reason might be big to explain, or perhaps no special reason was needed, he recalled the moment when the lantern floated on the water and the promise not to hinder the departed. Simply standing silently behind, the scene both poetic and sad, stirred his heart. In the quiet night, the prayer for the departed echoed in his mind. Asner Hex admitted he followed Callion simply because he was a good person. Everything began from gratitude, but the path the prince took truly moved his heart. Callion quietly gazed out the window. He confessed the master's habit he taught. Always state one's name before battle, a habit ingrained into instinct. Asner Hex recalled the fateful moment when he declared, I am Axel, commander of Bankan Legion. When asked his name, he said he forgot everything, but the other firmly insisted he would help him remember. It was the first time Asner Hex proactively asked someone's name, and despite fading memories, he trusted that day's decision. Looking at Callion, he wondered if the prince at least wanted him to feel proud for having sacrificed his life. Because you chose me, Your Highness, shouldn't you know the reason to trust that your decision is right? Asner Hex's eyes were steadfast, and he confessed that having once been angry with you, this time he would use his life to protect you. He swore to protect the prince with all his heart and ability, but Callion firmly denied. No, I want you to protect my position, not me. Despite the refusal, Asner Hex slammed his hand on the table and shouted, No need to refuse or worry, whatever happens. How could I fail in protecting the one and only prince? Witnessing the chaos of the subordinates, Callion silently switted and reminded himself, what the hell, at least let the others finish speaking. Late at night, the palace was quiet under the dim moonlight. Callion sat silently on the balcony, lost in thought, telling himself that even Esner Hex now knew the truth about his soul and plan. Callion worried whether he should reveal the secret to anyone else, fearing that if the master knew, he would punish him for acting on his own. He tapped the table lightly, looking at the glittering ring and wondering what to do. The video ends, brothers. Press like to see more great series, thank you.